everybody, what's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter. Do you know what today is? Is it Doomsday or is it Deliverance Day? I don't know, but today is certainly going to be one for the history books. For some, I don't know. I'm gonna see by a show of hands. Oh, I see there's a graphic up. I just want to see by a show of hands. Is this Doomsday? Is this Doomsday? What is this for y'all? Is this Doomsday or is this Deliverance Day? Doomsday. Hands up if it's Doomsday. Hands up if it's Deliverance Day. Deliverance Day. Hands up if I don't give a damn day. I don't give. All right. Okay. So the power in this nation is shifting once again as Joe Biden hands over the presidency to Donald Trump. The country feels more divided than it has ever felt in the history of my lifetime, certainly. So will this energy of division, will it continue? Or is there hope? Is there hope for unity with this new presidency? I know that the only time that I really felt that this country was unified is when a certain president talked about hope, talked about unity. But when you have a president that talks about division, divisiveness, and going after their enemies, it certainly feels different. But let's dive into what this means for our economy, our finances, and the future of our leadership. But really, most importantly, what does it mean for Black America? Because that's what the hell we're concerned with, right? What does it mean for us in Black America? So first up, you see that right there? It's my girl, Miss Black Hollywood. She is a producer, she is a screenwriter, she is a singer, she is an artist, she is all things talent. Yes. And then we got this dude over here, Dr. Joe Corley. He is a licensed, look at why he shake his head like that. You are Dr. Joe, you're gonna be Dr. Joe today. He is a licensed therapist. And if you need some therapy, you need to hook up with him. Sit on this dude's couch because he has the answers to really help. I may actually end up calling a Negro and sitting on his couch my damn self. So, and then we have Miss Marlo. What's your last name? Marlo Layson. I'm sorry. She is a TV and film producer. See, we have all the people, and then we have Miss Moya. Moya, what's your last name? Okay. Anyway, we got Miss Moya. Have your last name. I don't know your last name. I want to give the whole government name. We have Miss Moya. She is a tax professional, and she's a lot of things, because she's helping me out with some things right now, which I'm super excited about. So she is a wealth of resources, resources and information. So we have a very, very, very dope ass panel today. And the great thing I love about this network and these people that we come live every single day of the week is that we have really great conversations, and that everyone here can really stand on and really engage, intellectually, which I absolutely love. So I know in the beginning I asked you by a show of hands, is this Doomsday or is it Deliverance Day? And then some of y'all raised your hands that this was Doomsday. Somebody raised their hands that this was Deliverance Day. Others raised their hand that this was I don't give a fuck day. I want to know what day is this for you? And I'm gonna start with you, Miss Black Hollywood. What day is this for you and why?
It's the day that shenanigans ensue, right? I feel like we are a couple hours in, and already I'm seeing the publicity stunts. Just yesterday, right? We went to this whole TikTok thing. It was like, TikTok is down, America is in shambles. And then on the site, like I guess Donald Trump said, let there be TikTok. And on the site, it said, thanks to Donald Trump's efforts, TikTok is now back up. If people don't see the game in all of this.
Yes. Wait here. He took it down the day before.
Yes,
the day
before. All of a sudden, it's thanks to Donald Trump's efforts. This is like the signature being at the bottom of your COVID-19 check. That man ain't had nothing to do with that, right? But, I'm on the internet. I'm on TikTok. People was talking about some, thank Donald Trump. He saved America again.
No.
Shenanigans.
They falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They falling for it.
Get out of here. Shenanigans is ensuing.
Wait. So when I logged on to TikTok yesterday, it was like, TikTok is down due to a ban, but we're hoping Donald Trump will save us. And then a few hours later, thanks to Donald Trump. Like, you got to be.
He is a master of marketing. What y'all gonna know is this man.
No, but it's so obvious.
Listen, I worked at The Apprentice season.
Oh, did you?
Season 3, I did. I was like, and I just watched it. I just saw it. I saw all the things. Now, I wasn't on set with Donald. I was in the office, but I saw all the things, and I understood that this man is an actor. He is not. But I'm gonna let y'all go on and praise him. He is the king of marketing.
I got some questions for you because I didn't know you was on The Apprentice, so you got a little insight. Was you on there with my boy Randall Cunningham? Randall Pinkett. Randall Pinkett, was he on there that season?
Girl, I don't remember. It was so long ago. Literally, it was like in 2009. I can tell you. Okay. 2009, whatever.
All right. So, Dr. Joe, what do you think? Is it Doomsday? Is it Deliverance Day? Or is it I don't give the fuck day?
I hope it's a Deliverance Day. You know what I mean? In the mindset of understanding now that who this man is, he got himself elected president not once but twice. A complete buffoon, right? I mean, let's not mix no words about it. I mean, that's just what he is. I'm not going back and forth with anybody about the intelligence or lack of intelligence this man has. He is a buffoon. But that buffoonery has rose to the highest office in the land with convictions. I mean, he's an actual felon. And speaking to somebody who was just accused of a felon and couldn't even drive an Uber, I just think it's asinine that this man is now the president of these United States. So I look at it like this. Are you understanding now? Are your eyes open now? It is a day of deliverance. Do you understand that your government is not going to come save you or support you? You can't get your help from there. Okay? So we have to come together, all right, and really do joint collaborative Black economics to get ourselves up out of this shit. And that's the only way we are going to be seen and respected. They are not checking for us in none of these systems, none of them. So you can go back and forth with folks if you want to. I'm not going to do it. So I'm delivered in that way. Whereas I see somebody doing some in conscious word fuckery or coon shit, I'm not going back and forth. Oh, you're one of those. Okay, I don't have to exert my energy in this conversation anymore. I am going to remove myself out of it. I'm not going back and forth with you about this. That man is an idiot.
Right, he's president now. It's kind of like, I remember when my dad was getting married and I didn't want him to marry this person. Not because I didn't like her. There was other reasons. But then like when they got married, it was like, they married now. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, what am I going to do? You know? So what do you think, Marlo? Is this Deliverance Day? Is this Doomsday? Or is this, I don't give the fuck day?
This, good people, is a day of Scamnation. This is the day where if you had a little scam on your mind, you had a little something you wanted to do that was a little bit under the situation, now's your time. This is the time to go with your move because it's a lawless time, right? You think about the Wild Wild West when people, somebody offended you, say step your ass outside in this dirt. We're going to see who pull guns first. This is the time, people, because there is no moral fabric, no moral fiber, no moral compass. Because I heard Black women taking off. I heard we on vacation for 4 years. We are the moral fabric of the country. So if we're on a 4-year vacation, I'm just saying, I wish my mama didn't raise me with morals because I got 6-7 scams in my head that I could run right now with and get to this money. Okay, but my mama raised me better than that. So I'm gonna continue earning money like a law-abiding citizen. But for those of you whose mamas didn't put that extra TLC in there, holla at your girl. I can help you with your scam, help you with a little multi-level marketing scheme. You need to bring in some fish. You understand? Small fish, big fish, medium fish. Call your girl.
Let me say something, Marlo.
Going on today?
We might be able to put our heads together to come up with a scam for these next 4 years. Oh no, I kind of like how I'm picking up what you putting down. I'm kind of liking how you talking.
I know you would. You warm after my own heart.
You're right. You warm after my own heart too. I love it. Let's
This
go.
is not the show I produced, y'all. Just
Let's
so y'all
let's
know
let's,
that.
let's let's put together
The
a
therapist
scam.
is
The
cussing.
Scamnation, baby. Tiara said, "This is not the show that I produced."
This is not the show that I produced. The therapist is cussing. Marlo's trying to run scams. Jesus, the offense. I'm telling you.
I am a bad influence. Okay, Moya, I'm sorry. Moya, see, no. We got Moya. Moya is about to bring the moral compass. Let's go, Moya. What are we doing? What is this Deliverance Day, Doomsday, or Don't Give a Fuck Day? What is it?
Well, I definitely like what Joe said in terms of deliverance and us really standing up for us. And also with what Marlo's saying in the sense of, it feels like there's this, if you can accept him, then you can accept anything. I think one of the things that we also have to know is that at the end of the day, we're still Black. And I like what Aaron Magruder, it's been going around. He's saying the moral currency of Black people has now run out in terms of them feeling a certain way about us and them acting in accordance to that. So when we have the rise of someone like Donald Trump, who doesn't really care, and he's shown it every decade that he's been this public figure, then that's really going to affect how we move and how we navigate this new system. So I think it really does have to do with us knowing what we need to do for us.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am so with you, Moya. That's what it's about for me too. At the end of the day, I think this is the time. There's no better time. Y'all really know wholeheartedly that there's nobody coming to save you. Like Joe said, there ain't nobody coming to save Black people. It never has been. All of these democratic policies that they have never saved Black people. There has been nothing that has ever put us in a better position. We have to be insulated. Now is the time to come together, to work together, to figure shit out for ourselves, because they are not going to do it. They're going to do whatever they can to do what they can to keep themselves on top and to keep us oppressed. So the only way that we can be insulated, the only thing that we can do is do what? Work together. That's it, y'all. So let them run this country to the ground, because that's where it's going. But if there's some way, now with the power of the internet, we really can do it. There's some way that we can start working collectively. We're gonna be insulated. Fuck all that shit, and let's go to a commercial.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Tiara, where you at? We can't see you. Is you Black? Girl, get your stuff together. And I must say, because I forgot this was going on my Facebook stream, that I'm not going to be cussing if my daddy's watching this. That was the last curse word I'm going to use in this show, Dad, so you could keep watching. Okay? No more cursing today. I'm hoping. But Moya, you wanted to add on to that conversation.
I just wanted to add something in the sense of when we talk about let the government burn. I think it's interesting because for me, I do taxes, and a lot of the best paying jobs are the jobs or government jobs where you work for the city, you work for the county, you have a really solid paycheck, and they can make the most. So I think one of the things that we still have to be on vigilant and very vigilant of is when they start coming in and when they want to start taking away those jobs from a lot of that's built a solid middle class Black America.
Now that's very scary. I'm in DC, so everybody here got a GGJ, right? A good government job. Everybody in here either has a good government job or they have a good government contract. And so when we hear about Elon Musk's position as government oversight or whatever, what is it called?
Doge, the Department of Doge.
Department of Government Oversight?
He's the vice president at this point. Go ahead.
I mean, he got an office in the White House. So.
Right. Seriously.
What are we talking about?
Crazy. Which is crazy.
First
Man,
thing.
Think about that. And here, let me tell you, y'all, when I moved to DC, it was crazy. So let me just tell y'all Black people, let me tell you how it's when you're not from here, you don't really, you really see the opportunities that they have for Black people. So I go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and it's like 75% Black, and I'm like, is this the Black chamber? They're like, no, this is the chamber. And so I'm like, oh shit. And so the mayor's Black, like all the players are Black. And so I'm with somebody, and they're like, oh, this guy's part of this club. You gotta pay at least $250,000 to be a part of this organization over here. And they're just telling me all the players, right? And then I'm the mayor is up, and she's saying they have this thing called the Green Book that it tells you like all, remember the Green Book that they had back in the day, the Green Book where it tells you where all the Black companies were and all the Black service businesses. Well, they have the Green Book where they have all the programs for Black owned businesses. And she said, we got $1 billion set aside for Black owned businesses, right? $1 billion. This is in public. And I'm saying, they saying this in front of white people. It's like a few white people in there. This is the regular chamber. This ain't the Black chamber. This is the DC Chamber of Commerce. So it's all these Black people. I'm sitting at the table with all these Black people. My girlfriend, $50 million government contract paid, right? Like all these Black people that got this real money. That's the type of money and opportunities that are here for Black people. Then I go to another one for the Prince George's County, and they're like, we got $8 billion, 40% set aside for Black owned businesses, right? So when you talk about that, Moya, and you're saying that we got to think about, these government jobs and also these government contracts, because also with that, they were trying to get rid of 8A, which were specifically for Black or minority owned businesses. Who do you think that they're going to try to come after when they're doing these oversight for these jobs and these contracts? Because it is the land of milk and honey for Black people out here. Who do you think is going to be the first that they try to come after? So that's something that we really have to think about as we go forward, and really kind of keep a watch out for, because I think people are really afraid of what's getting ready to happen with this new administration, especially for government contracts. But I do want to go into this video, and we're going to have a little discussion about it.
Fantastic. And if you look at Mike Johnson, he's got a pretty tight majority, but actually it's very tight, but it's very good because we vote unified. We're really voting unified, and so it doesn't make much difference. In the election of 2024, which will be the most consequential election in American history, we not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority that will lead our country to unparalleled success for generations to come. That's what we want to do. And someday, in 30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, some of these young people are going to say, I remember Donald Trump, he did a good job. He set us on his way. He told us, he gave us a path.
All I see is his ugly mama, but that's just me.
What?
All I see is his ugly mama when he talks, and that's just me, though.
I had to close my eyes, literally. My eyes were closed because I couldn't follow. I didn't. What could Moya? You got probably the most sense up here out of all of us today. No, I'm just saying, like she do for real.
Go ahead.
I need her to interpret what this man is saying, because I don't think nobody else on here can interpret this.
One of the things that happened earlier. So what this is the video from last night. It appears the video from last night. And so he actually did say on there that he was making a statement about the Olympics and it's going to be in 2026. And he also said like, oh, I'm not going to be the president. Oh, but wait a second. They, and everyone's thinking like, who's they? They've made it so I can also do it in 2028. And so everyone's like, well, who's they? Are you talking about they in terms of inside your camp? Or are you saying they as Democrats? And so he was like, or also he said, well, Elon, he really knows the computers and what to do. And in Pennsylvania, that's how, I won Pennsylvania. And so everyone's like, wait, what are you saying? Are you saying the quiet part out loud, or what's happening here?
Yeah.
So, that everyone has questions from that event.
I mean, he definitely cheated. Listen, here's the thing. Donald Trump would have gone
Ain't
to
no way
jail.
told it.
That Donald Trump would have gone to jail, y'all. You don't understand. It was like his life was on the line, literally, if he didn't win the election. You think, I mean, he won all the swing states, though? Really?
All of
really?
them.
All
Dana
of them?
Dana White was bragging to Joe Rogan via text, saying that Elon called the states 2 to 3 hours before the returns came in completely on camera. On camera, Elon was calling. How are you calling this? Listen, whatever, child. I know you could cheat with a computer because I could play with data all day if I want to.
There's levels. There's just levels to the way he's playing his game. Otherwise, he would be sitting under the jail. He had 34 felonies, 36 felonies, y'all, that he was facing. And people wanted to see him under the jail. Let's not get it confused. There were people, and he's coming after those people and threatening those people. And, it's just a lot. So, I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I just wanted to quote him. He journeyed to Pennsylvania where he spent a month and a half campaigning. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like a landslide. So it's pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
Right.
Not thank you to the voters.
Wait. Then this article says it's not totally clear what Trump was talking about, especially as Pennsylvania says it doesn't use one type of voting machine.
Again, not thank you to the voters of Pennsylvania who want a new day. Thank you to the thief of all code, a man who is currently trying to steal code right now, asking people to send him code to create another effing, because Constance's daddy might be watching, another effing platform for social media that nobody asked him for when the first one that he took from Jack is failing. Like, yeah, I can't get mad enough about these MFers because I know that it's like a whole bunch of scamming. It's a long line of scamming. Part of me is mad because I ain't in on it. I want to get in on a scam, but my mama raised me better. I told y'all that already. But I know it's a scam. I know a scam when I see one. I know a scammer when they're in my midst because, I used to deal with unsavory creatures back in the day. So I'm just saying I'm mad because I can't get in on the scam.
Joe, what did you make of that speech?
Incoherent blubber, like always. He's just incoherent, blubbering. He has a supreme lack of intelligence, and it's very apparent. Not to say that you need to be intelligent to do some of these jobs, but I would hope you have some intelligence to, be the leader of the free world. I'm just disappointed. Every time I listen to that man talk, I try to avoid it at all costs. I heard somebody say it's like putting your head in the sand. No, it's not like putting my head in the sand. I'm just avoiding the things that piss me off. I have the right to do that. So I don't listen to that man talk.
Protect your peace.
I protect my peace, man, because when he talks, I realize more and more, none of this shit matters. It doesn't matter. It's all a game. Anybody could do this. I'm like, oh, any damn fool. And it's been like this, but we've been lying to ourselves for I don't know how many years about Ronald Reagan was an actor or something, wasn't he? I'm like, they're just letting anybody do this, and we got to work 7, 8, 9, 10 times as hard.
Did you go to Harvard?
I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go, but I got to go if I want to be president. I got to go. Yeah. I don't know what school this fool went to. I don't know. I don't know what school he went to.
He went to Dartmouth.
Tiara, I know we got to go commercial. What does that say about? What is it? No, he went to Wharton School of Business.
I thought he went to the U.S.
But he paid to get in. But I want to go commercial. But what does it say about the people who voted for him? What does it say? What does it say about this country? Just listen to that, and he's a representative of the country.
I want to say after we come back from commercial.
Oh my God! I just needed to. Okay.
I just want to say it because just in case I want to go longer, I want to say.
I got you. So let's go ahead and go to commercial because I want to get into space and say.
If you want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Okay. So before we go, Joe, I need your what you call them? Happy fingers. What you call them?
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands. Make sure y'all text the word Queens to 87948QUE NS to 87948 if you want to get alert when we go live. All right, Tiara, what does this say about the state of our country having this as our leader?
I just think it says that with a little bit of narcissism and a lot of confidence and a lot of if I'm self-absorbed, I too can achieve whatever I want, right? It just says that people will believe anything. They're looking for hope. The way he talks to his fan base, the way he talks to his supporters, has really, really rang in their hearts, and it will allow them to do whatever he says. It doesn't even matter if he's saying anything. I mean, I was watching a town hall meeting again where I've never seen in history somebody say, I don't want to answer questions, let's dance. Like, I've never seen that before, ever in life. But it's like people are hypnotized. I just don't get it, y'all. I don't get it. And so I think there's a lot of us that obviously are woke and understand what's happening. But for the other people, this is where we stand divided, because it's like they're in a trance or something. Like,
Yeah.
But they feel the same way about us. Like, oh, you are in a trance because of the Democrats. It's like, just get rid of. Listen, we don't need a political party. Let's just figure it out ourselves. I think we'd be in a better position if we just figure it out.
No, I like that about him. That whole, because he is exposing the entire system for the lack of seriousness that it possesses. It's not just, if you just go back and forth and listen to these people, all of them, there's probably 5 or 6 of them that are actually serious about what they're doing. But as a whole, they're not serious. Like, we got people sleeping on the streets. We got kids shooting up schools, adults shooting up schools, and y'all worried about TikTok?
Right. Right. They can't come together and pass a gun law, but they can pass a law to turn TikTok back on. But you know what?
Overnight.
Maybe, just maybe, there's a reckoning going on for all of America's sins, America, that has happened over the last, 400 years. Maybe there's a reckoning. Maybe there's something that's happening that we just don't know, something bigger than what we see. But what I do, Marlo, I've been seeing all these CEOs kissing the ring. They go meet with, you see Zuckerberg, you've seen, who else was that? You've seen a bunch of CEOs going to see Trump and then changing their policies. What the fuck is that about?
It's about power and control. It's about proximity to the brass ring, right? It's about everything and nothing at all. Zuckerberg saying that he got rid of fact checking. First of all, get rid of the algorithm, right? Because the algorithm is where people see the fact checking, and the algorithm is where people feel like they're either being kept away from information that they want, or they're being overexposed to information, right? Because it's user generated, right? The algorithm controls the user controls the algorithm. It's a whole situation. And I think that they just want to be down. Like, my favorite Tupac line ever, 17 like Brandy, you just want to be down. Like, they just want to be in the mix. They want to be in proximity. And they also don't want to have accountability. Notice it's all the tech people, right? And the thing about tech is tech exists off of our data. Our user data is what makes technology valuable, right? Because somebody can say, listen, Constance Carter, she got these many dollars. She lives in this zip code. She owns these businesses. We can target her with this information. Tiara, she's in Los Angeles. We're going to target her with this. She's it is just a constant wave of people trying to sell us things. And that's why all of this exists. So what they want is to be able to do this unhinged and untethered. They want to do it without regulation, or like the banks, they want to be able to write the regulation that controls their industry. So it is really about, everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Somebody in the comments said it, and I think Joe cleared it up real quick. Rub your ass and you get 3 wishes. Somebody got to get their ass rubbed, right? So Donald Trump is a narcissist. We know this. We know that whoever the last person is that had a word with him in the room is the way that he's going to sway. We know he's swayed by public opinion. He hated TikTok, y'all. He hated TikTok in the summer. before he started going on all bro podcasts and started seeing himself recirculated on TikTok over and over again. He was the first one that wanted to ban TikTok because he wanted to ban everything that was Chinese. So I feel like just sit back and watch these people infight. Watch Elon get kicked out of the White House within the first 2 years.
Because two narcissists? Woo!
It's too many narcissists at that point. So I feel like we just sit back and we watch this thing unfold. It's gonna be constant chaos because Donald Trump is chaos, but it's going to be a constant refreshing. It's going to be a bunch of names we never heard of because the minute somebody gets mad, the minute somebody says, Elon said, he getting the fuck up out of there. Sorry, Constance's daddy. He is getting up out of there because Donald Trump is not going to have anybody at a higher seat than him. So I say just watch this little play in 3 acts. And enjoy it, and hopefully it don't hurt too many people in the process.
Boom, that's what it is. So, Eros 120 said, "Is it that he's a continuous result of the Obama backlash, Moya? Is that what we're dealing with? Wait. When did Obama get out of office?
Girl, 16.
So this is almost 9-10 years ago. Is now we 10 years post Obama." Is this continuous backlash?
I think it's, they would like to say it's continuous backlash, and I see the argument. I just believe that this has been their plan from the beginning. Like the way that the Republican Party really works, for them to really work, not like George Bush work in terms of just legacy family, they need like a showman. Like Reagan was an actor. They need Donald Trump. He's a showman. So it allows them to further push their agenda, and the people below don't see it because it's a showman giving them a show while there's something happening in the back. Yeah. And so one of the things that happens, and I think that we need to be aware of, is now that TikTok is now in their pocket, yes, we can talk about money and data, but we also need to talk about how it influences our thoughts, how it influences our actions, how it influences our feelings to either where we feel lethargic and we don't want to do anything because we feel like it's over our head, or it shows us things to make us, I don't want to say it, but make us dumb to where we just focus on being entertained the entire time. So I think that's what we really need to be concerned about with these tech bros really going up there and pushing this and believing in this agenda that is completely against our best interest.
Girl, you know what? Listen, Moya, yeah. You hit on some real stuff, and this is the reason why I said she the only one that got some sense up in here, because she just really put. No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously though, when you do think about it, and you think about the influence that social media has on us, our children. My kids are on TikTok all day, and they have the same timeline. Their timeline, of course, is much different than mine, and then mine is much different than yours, and just all depends on what you're looking at, but they do become dumbed down. It could be used as good, and it could be used as for evil. But you think about this very thing that Donald Trump wanted to end because of whatever reason. Now he wants it to flourish. Now you got to wonder why. What's getting ready to come down the pipe that he is now backing this down? Now he is endorsing this. You got to wonder. But I do want to shift gears because I want to talk about our good friend Snoop D-O-double-G. So a couple of nights ago, there was this whole crypto ball, y'all, the crypto ball. And so Snoop performed, and it's not only Snoop, it was Rick Ross, it was Soulja Boy, and it was Nelly. So all of them performed. No women, huh? Oh, no women sold they sold. No black women sold they sold. Okay. So all of these men, these rappers performed, and a few of them responded. I don't know if Rick Ross responded. Snoop certainly didn't respond. They've been going at his head. Soulja Boy responded and said Kamala needs to suck his, and she ain't offered to pay him. But nobody was checking for him anyway. He broke. Nobody cares about you, Soulja Boy. We expect that. Like you're nobody. And then Nelly. He fought back. He was saying that it was an honor for him to do it. Now they not only try to throw Nelly away, they want to throw Shanti away too. They go in and on all of them. They like we canceling her too just because she married his dumb ass. But what do you guys think of the idea of these Black people shucking and jiving for Donald Trump? I'm gonna start with you, Marlo.
I think it's like Moya said about the quote from his name escapes me, the creator of the Boondocks, right? Aaron Magruder, saying that the moral compass is off, right? There used to be a thing where Black people were paying attention and engaged because we understood that it meant life or death. Then a time came, right, where it didn't mean life or death, right? And then Snoop and all these guys come from an era where they were able to take the worst information from our communities and turn it into money. So if we really, like, I love Snoop, right? With the Fiery Passion is part of my childhood. It's part of that whole fabric, right? But if people don't mean you no good, they don't mean you no good. And if you only out for the betterment of your own pockets at any expense, then you don't mean the collective any good. And I think there's nothing wrong with the collective saying, you know what, we done with you. Go ahead and do 5 more crypto balls, because when you do your next hip hop, all-stars tour, many of us not going to be there. Now, I can't speak for everybody, but I do know that it's just sad. Like, we don't have a moral compass except money, right? Soulja Boy, when he was doing his response, he had a little wad of money in his hand. He was like, it's like, that's all you niggas care about? Is that the only thing that is important to you? Because they will kill you with pockets full of money. Stop being stupid. But then at the same time, I heard Black women on vacation, so that's all I got to say about it.
That ain't none of our business. Get somebody else to do it. That's the reason why we wasn't there. I want you to think about that. So do you think that they're going to be canceled as a result of this? I want you guys to answer that question after the break.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now, back to the show.
Hey, Brian Shanklin, he said he rolls with Dolores C. Tucker. But the funny thing is, God, Donald Trump, because this man always be coming here talking that crazy ass shit about Donald Trump. He don't roll with Dolores Tucker, apparently, because he had Snoop on his stage. Y'all remember what Pac said, Dolores Tucker, you affect me. Anyway, do you think, Dr. Joe, do you think that Black people as a collective could come together like they did? Now, Chrisette Michelle is a friend of mine, and they just, I feel so bad. Like, she went through all kind of depression and all that. Everybody abandoned her. Everybody canceled her. She lost opportunities. She lost movie deals. She lost money. She lost fans. She lost followers. She lost everything because she chose to perform at Trump's inauguration. And then the gentleman that she performed with, he was a gospel artist. He didn't get canceled at all. So do you think as a collective, we will do the same thing for these men that actually performed at this crypto ball?
I want to be slightly careful on how I talk about this, because I think that America has just shown us wholeheartedly how they feel about Black women. So I don't think Chrisette Michelle is going to suffer the same. I don't think the rest of these guys are going to suffer the same consequences as Chrisette Michelle, unfortunately, although they should. I think if you are a fan of Rick Ross or Soulja Boy, you are not surprised today, and you are probably in line with the things that they did, especially, Rick Ross, who, in my opinion, is the poster child for Black toxic masculinity. Everything that he values is in line with nothingness. So we're not shocked of the day. I think when you're talking about Nelly, I heard his comments about not living in the Klan country, and he is from St. Louis. I am from St. Louis. If you drive 20 miles outside of St. Louis, you are 100% in Klan country. Anywhere in Missouri outside of St. Louis, you are in Klan country, and you know it by the signs and the everything. It's very obvious that you are not in a safe space if you are a black person. If you were anywhere in Missouri outside of St. Louis, almost. But if you are we're talking about an icon in Snoop Dogg, and it's another level. And I understand probably why he's being quiet. I'm just gonna assume, not knowing, but I'm hoping that he has some remorse for his decision. They made a fool of him, and he is really suffering the consequences today because he is catching more heat than all of them guys combined, just for his iconic status. And honestly, more than angry, I'm just really hurt that another brother went across that line, and it's very unfortunate. And like I said, I don't think they're going to suffer the same consequences as Chrisette Michelle, because we saw as a whole that if black women can do tremendous things and still won't be looked at as equals or on fair ground. So.
Yeah. So we say black people can't get together for a common goal, but black folks show got together to cancel her. And that's a shame. But I do, because you pointed out the video where they was going in on him. If we could show that video of Snoop talking just the last election about Donald Trump and about the inauguration.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass niggas gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the fuck out one of you Uncle Tom ass niggas for doing it. Which one of you niggas gonna do it first? Osby's the one that performs for himself.
About noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. Before the day begins, before my mother starts bitching about my friends, they got to go and damn you with mine. Young niggas at the back throwing up gangs.
So ain't nobody gonna.
I just need to underscore this, Tiara. Elon Musk tweeted, "The vibe shift is real." You're muted.
I think the vibe shift is real for everybody. His own vice president said the same things about him last election as well. Like, talked poorly about him, said he was an awful human being, all the things. And then there's a bit of like, I don't know, what's the Men in Black stick where they just be like, and then they be like, oh, Donald Trump is great. But everybody has done it, y'all. Everybody has done it. It's like Zuckerberg was not in agreement with Donald Trump. It's like everybody is just like, I literally a couple days ago saw an interview where Zuckerberg was talking about the reason why he decided to leave out fact checking or for them to dismantle it or take it off the platform. He was like, well, basically, you just got to go with what's happening and what's popular and what's trendy and what's popular and what people are gravitating towards is Donald Trump. And so we're going to follow suit. And that's what he was saying. So I think everybody is just doing that. Like, it's get in, there's a benefit for being connected to him at this point, I guess. And get your money or get that clout or whatever it is that you're looking for.
I think the vibe shift is real, is them really clowning Snoop. Like nigga, we own you, Marlo. Nigga, we own you. The vibe, yeah, you was talking that shit back in what is that, 2000 or whatever that was. But now, where you at right now? What you think, Marlo?
And just, it's true. I mean, look, go get your money, Snoop. I guess you needed it. I guess he could kind of.
He didn't need it.
He could kind of think I said, I guess I ain't pocket right. I don't know how many NDAs he got out there that he paying monthly. I don't know, but I will say that this idea, right? Like, I ain't see no black people in the audience. When I looked at the Rick Ross footage, I ain't see no black people out in the audience, right?
None.
So I feel like the part that the unspoken thing is that, N-words about to get back on the stage and they about to get out of the C-suites, right? Y'all used to be running, you thought you was running the label, you thought you were running the studio, you thought you were doing these things, but I feel like N-words about to be back to entertaining us. That's what your use that's what your use is, right? I feel like that's what that was telling us. Because wasn't no black folks invited. I didn't see any black. You telling me there's no black crypto millionaires that could have got an invite to that? Is no black crypto people that could have got an invite to get the Trump coin that's about to come out or that just was released? Because Trump got his own Bitcoin, which, I mean, ethics, again, Scamnation, y'all. Scamnation. So I just feel like they're just resetting, right? Make America Great Again is a reset. And it is a reset to values that didn't benefit us. But hopefully we could just be ignored, right? And they won't burn our villages down like they did before. And we could just build wealth collectively and be ignored. And then people like Snoop, Rick Ross, whoever want to get out, shake their ass, bust it open, those people can go do their jobs, get their money, and then come bring it back to the collective. I feel like maybe that's where we're moving back to, because again, wasn't no black invited people. The only black people that were suited and booted were the ones on the stage and the ones that were behind stage making the staging happen. So again, MAGA is a reset of very old American principles that didn't die. They just went in the back room with Nana and they went and found Nana shit. They were like, oh, look at this. Niggas in the back. Let's get back to that. Why we stop doing this? And they going back to it. And that's where we at with it.
Drop the mother effing mic, Marlo.
I think he also wants to secure, and this is part of his narcissism, I think, him wanting to have the biggest legacy of all the American presidents. I don't know if you've Googled Donald Trump, but it's like, for the first time ever, foreign leaders are coming to Donald Trump's inauguration. For the first time, I mean, the press is real. You know what I mean? He is the master of marketing. As he said, like 30, 40 years, I want your kids to be saying, Donald Trump set me on my path. Do y'all understand? I want to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Donald Trump did that. I want a wall this is the Donald Trump wall. Do y'all see the legacy that he's trying to, all these really not important things he's trying to create so we can say Donald Trump did it?
But the wall never came to fruition. That's my thing, right? Constance, you are a great woman of real estate, right? If you don't tell people that, nobody knows that about you. People can't tell you who Conrad Hilton is. People can't tell you who owns and started the Four Seasons, but people can tell you who Donald Trump is because, like Tiara said, he is a master of self-promotion. He put his name on everything. It don't mean he was ever good at anything, because all I can remember is bankruptcies and Donald Trump being talked about in the 90s and the early 2000s. So he's look, if you good at marketing, he is doing a master course right now. You need to get your notebook and you need to learn how to become a master marketer through Donald Trump, who never built anything great, who lost Fred Trump's money in reality and lease the Trump name. That's how he makes his money. He leases the Trump name. He doesn't own all of those businesses, but we don't get into the particulars of business because we as Americans just like the money that comes from it. But if you look under the rug, he ain't done shit.
Whew, Moya, I want your opinion on the vibe shift that Elon Musk was talking about. What do you think he meant by that?
And I like that you highlighted that part, because one of the things that we have to keep in mind, the whole idea of hip hop was to really bring us as Black people in a different light. And then it shifted into the Black CNN, right? Isn't that what NWA say that they were doing? They're just talking about what's happening in their community. And so now that it's so ironic that he's playing that song in front of all those people that want to, as Marlo said, put us back in the back. It just seems very, very ironic. And when he's saying the vibe shift is real, I like that you highlighted, like, I own you. That's why the vibe shift is real. Like, my money can pay for anything. So I like that it's highlighted. It's very, very unfortunate, just because he's Uncle Snoop. And so he has a lot of currency in our culture. And shaping the way that we think and we perceive certain situations. And if it's good for Snoop, it must be good for us. And that's really, really incorrect.
Y'all go to Snoop Dogg's page. They are going in on my friend, and I'm good friends with Warren G. And I have yet to text him and be like, "Yo, what's going on?" Because they besties. What's going on with your friend? I want to, but I'm a little nervous. I want to, I don't know. I wonder what Snoop is feeling right now about how they're going in on him, because I think yesterday he did like a little subliminal video, like he don't give a fuck. But they are going in on the comments. Like, I don't care what he posts. They call him, they say, you ain't Uncle Snoop, you Uncle Tom. Like, they are going in the comments. Oh, it's bad for Snoop Dogg. It is he could post, today is a beautiful day. They like, we don't give a damn. You a jigaboo. Like, they are just going in on him. So it's interesting to see all that stuff going on. But we're going to talk more about it and look at some statistics on just what's going on with America when we come back from this last Show.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy and how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at theflynubianmoneyclub.com, and I will see you in the training.
Hey, so listen, this training, it was Saturday, right, Tiara?
Yes, it's the 25th.
No. Let's talk about it. What are we going to see in this training?
Okay, so basically, Athena Gardner is coming to the Fly Nubian Money Club, and she is going to teach us how to take idea to income using AI. So we know that AI is coming. Actually, AI is here. And if you are not using it, you are left behind. So what we want to do is make sure that Black people, because usually we're last to jump on trains and trends and changes. So what we want y'all to do is jump on this AI train and let it work for you, because the truth is AI is being used against us in many ways, or corporations are already using AI. So we just got to get on the train. This is not something you can sit back and say, I'm not doing that. You will be broke, and you will be broke. That's it. That's the answer.
And let me just share this with you guys. And I shared it with Tiara. Last week we were talking about Wendy Williams, and then the conversation shifted to asset protection and medical directives. And I was sharing that I was updating my living trust, because Black people, we have to have living trust. If you own real estate, or if you become ill, you want to have all of that stuff outlined. And so I have a living trust that I already have, but I updated mine, but I used ChatGPT. So I had an outline, and then I used ChatGPT to update my trust. Well, what I did on Saturday is I thought, there's all these people who want living trust, but they don't, either they can't afford it, they don't know how to go about doing it. So I created an ebook, just like with the power of ChatGPT, on how to create your living trust, which prompts to use, what medical directives, where you should put your medical directives, and even how to transfer your properties inside your living trust per your state. So I did all that with the power of what? AI, which is what you're going to learn in this training. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do a plug real quick. I did a quick ebook that you can read, and you can literally have a living trust in a matter of seconds with the power of ChatGPT. Go to my website. I go to constancecarter.com/books. I forgot what the website. I created a website for it and everything, but I did all of that. It took most of Saturday for me to put it together. But it has all the information you need in order to create your living trust. So Black people, let's get our living trust together. All right. But the power of AI is powerful. Yeah, flynubianclub.com. The power of AI is powerful. So make sure that you guys join the training on Saturday so that you can learn how to do this stuff. And you can monetize your genius through the power of AI. Make some money.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well,
No,
there's
go
that.
ahead. Say what you're gonna say. And then we're
Well,
gonna
Gwen already done shut me down, so she shut
okay.
me out.
No, go ahead.
Shut
Go
me
ahead. Go ahead.
down, shut me out. I
Go
was
ahead.
just about to say right now we have a free trial, so
Oh,
a free 30-day trial. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com
yes.
and sign up for the 30-day free trial and get
30 days
access to
free.
and get access to Constance training and Lala's training and also Athena. So we got some good things coming.
Good shit. Good shit.
Yep.
All right. So
All right.
I do want to talk about just the state of this country. When just threw up these slides. So let's look at the division of the nation. A 2024 Gallup poll shows that 78% of Americans believe the nation is more divided now than ever. I want to ask you guys in the chat, is the nation more divided than ever? I think so. People are losing friends over political affiliations, family members. People are cutting folks off. They're never going to talk to them again. How important is political affiliations to you and the people that you deal with? So 2024, the poll said 78% of Americans were divided now more than ever. Is this true? It's probably, I would say, probably this at the same rate as when the Civil War broke out, when you had slavery, right? I think probably we probably had the same amount of division. What do you think, Moya?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, the Civil War we were way more divided then, but I could see, like you could say, like in our lifetime. Yeah, I could see that statement. I think one of the things that's important to highlight and why it is more divided is that Trump has tapped 13 billionaires in his cabinet. So collectively, they have over $383 billion of wealth, more than, just so you guys think of it, more than 172 countries' GDP. That's how much money he's tapped to say, come and be in my administration. So with that, they're only going to naturally think about what? Themselves. So that's what leads us to believe this division is real because of how he's setting up his administration.
Yeah. And so when you have people, Joe, in office that have is it a good thing? Because remember last time we talked about draining the swamp and putting all these other non-politicians in office. Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing? Like, is it good to have these people who run businesses, run the country, or do we want more of the same? Do we want politicians like what?
Who are you asking?
Oh, I said Joe. He didn't hear me.
I'm sitting there looking at it like neither is the answer. This ain't the way. We don't need. We need people who are real people, who are in touch with the people, who understand what the people are really going through. And right now, all we have is a bunch of people in office looking to get rich. I mean, that's all from my perspective, that's all I see. You can argue with me if you want to, but the majority.
Tell him, argue with your mammy. Argue with your mammy.
He already said he's not going back and forth with y'all.
Listen, I'm not going back and forth with you. I'm not. I see what I see. Okay, and I'm not going to be gaslit to believe him looking at something else because you say it's something else. I understand what I'm looking at. Okay, I understand it's not for me. That they're not moving the way or involved in the things that I need them to be involved in or the things that I care about. Okay, so I am a therapist, so I understand inclusivity. I understand empathy. I understand vulnerability. I understand these things. So, I know that we are a diverse people. Americans are not a monolith. So when you say the American people need this, the American people need that, who are you talking about? So it's not a good thing that these people are. I mean, you're talking about 13 billionaires. What are 13 billionaires going to do for me? What do they care about? What values are they in line with that I'm in line with? What are they going to? They're not going to do the things that I care about because America, honestly, from my perspective, my opinion, say what you want to say, should not be run like a business because it's not a business. It's a people.
That's what it was supposed to be.
What it's supposed to be.
That's what it's supposed to be. When was America the people? When was America last of people? Because you look at the fact that we have lobbyists and we have all these people who are in office and people who are bought and sold. I mean, laws are made because of the money that's invested in these politicians. When has America been about the people? Let me ask you this, Marlo.
Slave drivers had it. That's when it was there. That's they cared about the people.
They cared about them.
Drivers, yes.
They cared about money then.
It wasn't about money then. Yeah.
And
Marlo.
I think it's important that we highlight that, though, like in terms of the enslavement and how this is carried on for so long. I think it's important that we connect it and we don't only live in this very moment, but know that this moment has been going on for a very long time.
Yeah, because when was it we the people? It was we the people for we the white people, but it was never we the people for black people. So we ain't never been part of the we the people, but it was really not about we the people. It was about literally capitalism, which is always what it's been about. Marlo, in your opinion, because I love the way you think, I really do. I really do. All things being equal, what do you think? Like, if you could have everything your way and you could run the government the way you wanted to run it, and United States was Marlo's United States of America, what would that look like?
It would look like opportunity, right? It would look like hands off and let people run their damn race. Everybody not gonna want to run the race. It would look like access to things that we need, right? It would look like the people who set us on our way, teachers, will be treated better, right? Education would be better because we know that a nation that is an unlearned nation is a backwards ass nation. But it just would look like equity, like true equity, right? If you want it, it's here for you. Nobody gonna come get you out of bed and bring it to you, right? But if you want it, there's access, and it won't be all of these unnecessary hurdles or, splitting the minority and all this other old bullshit that prevents people from being great. So it would be a land free of bullshit interruptions in your life.
It will be the land of opportunity, like it's supposed to be. That's what it sounds like to me. What you said. You know what? Earlier today, when Madam Prez was on, she showed us a small clip of one of Dr. King's last speeches, which was when he said, "I fear." He said, I've been going through a lot of turmoil, in my mind, and just going back and thinking, and I fear that I am leading the people into a burning house. I believe integration was probably not the best thing because it benefited America. It benefited America when they got our business at the lunch counters. It benefited America when we started taking their transportation. But now when you look at the ghettos and the slums and the poor people and what it's going to take to build that infrastructure, America don't want to do that because now it's going to take from America. They were good when we contributed to the economy, but now that we have to have this inclusivity around integration where we're building all of our people, they don't want to do that. What do you think? I'm gonna start with you, Tiara. What do you think Dr. King would think if he saw what was going on today? Ooh, and this is your final thought, and I want you to tell us where we can find you, baby.
Okay. I think that Dr. King, please hold the close up, Gwen. Don't do it. I think Dr. King, I think over the years, Dr. King has been rolling over in his grave. I think there's so many things, the disrespect that I've seen. Y'all got my good minister brother on flyers with gold chains and weed. Y'all, aside from just that, but like just the way our country has, the division, even in our own community that we've seen, just like you said, the result of integration and how it's played out. How we've experienced COINTELPRO. I say this every time, white supremacy, how we've experienced it in every decade, right? There's always something that I think that, whoever they are using it to control our community, whether it's our music, whether it's, our ability to get opportunities and keep opportunities, housing, funding for our businesses, whatever it is, we're kept from those things, just by the systems that are in place. So I just think that if Dr. King, I don't think we've had a leader since Dr. King. Like, have we had a leader, y'all? I mean, like, since that kind of leader, right? So they were able to get rid of Dr. King, Malcolm X. Whoever was trying to lead us and bring us back to a state of unity, they banned the good minister Farrakhan, like just all the people that could potentially put us together as a community and where we can have discipline and be unified and not see each other as enemies. They've been destroyed. So now we're here, doing what we do, fighting and killing each other and just like not on one accord. And I don't understand. I don't know how we get Black people back on one accord. I don't know how we unify. We talk often about cooperative economics. We talk about all these things, but like, I just wonder, y'all, if that's even possible with what's the damage and the trauma and the brokenness that this country has really put on our community. I just wonder if we can get it back and come to our senses without a real healing process, however that happens. So I think that the king is I'm sure he's disappointed by the things that have been turned out, but there's a lot of great things that Black people have continued to do. We've continued to be resilient. It's not all bad, but it's not all good. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I am a producer and all the things, like everyone always says. I'm a producer of this show, but I'm also co-creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club. I just want to remind you that Saturday we have a training that can take you to the next level. I am committed to bringing in top experts to teach you something that can further the agenda of unity, togetherness, closing the wealth gap like my other sisters. I'm here for that. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, sign up for our free trial, or sign up for the club. It's going up, y'all. It's going up.
It's
So
up.
just
It's up.
I'll see you on Saturday. I'll see you on Saturday.
Good stuff, Tierra. You know what you said? It made me really think about that, because now that they're not gatekeeping, and now that they've taken off the fact checking, are they going to allow Farrakhan to get back on social media?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not part of that.
Yeah.
And you got to think about how remember when Gaddafi offered to give the nation of it, or Black people $1 billion, and it was denied by the United States. Anything for us to get ahead. Joe.
To answer your question, how would he feel, or how would he interpret things as they're developing today? I mean, obviously, I agree with Tierra. I mean, it would be massive disappointment for the most part, because so much passive acceptance of the evil that that Donald Trump brings. I mean, like I said, me understanding what I understand now, I can look at that and say, that's not good. Okay, he does not have. It's not just about how he feels about Black people. That's obvious. That can be expected from any so-called wealthy heterosexual white male. That's what it is. But this man doesn't care about anyone other than himself, and that's very, very obvious. Any therapist in the world can look at him and tell what he is and what his values are. And if they say something different, then you need to get a new therapist, because they're not very good at what they do. So I say to the people today, just take a step towards whatever it is that this is the time. Okay, now more than ever, this is the time to get over your fears, or deal with the fears that you have, and start taking steps towards your own financial freedom, whatever that means, or just your own peace of mind. Like, it's okay. We don't have to go back and forth anymore. We can all follow the lead of the good sis Michelle Obama and say, get somebody else to do it. I'm not doing it, because that is not in line with who I am or what I want to do. It doesn't say anything less about you if you don't want to tolerate the nonsense that's going on, or the things that you're hearing over your head. Because the people that support Trump, you can support them. I'm okay with that. But if you can't support them with no logic, then I have to abandon you. So for me, and for anybody else that feels like me, get somebody else to do it. That's all I'm saying. Get somebody else to do it, because if you're not coming with no logic, I don't want to talk to you. I'm not going to try to defend what I'm seeing. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going back and forth. We say, Michelle, we mad at Michelle because she's not going to this inauguration. Like, we completely forgot what the dude did 4 years ago. If you are on that train, get somebody else to do it.
So the great philosopher Joe Corley said two beautiful quotes that I think should be on a scroll. He said, one, get somebody else to do it. And he said, number two, I ain't going back and forth with you. So thank you, Dr. Joe. You know what? We need to.
Also, you can find Joe at Real You Consulting. And tomorrow, Joe has a podcast, Vulnerability is the
You
New
better get your shit
Sexy.
together, Joe.
Check him out on the Boss Network.
Yes, talking about breaking generational curses, good people. So
Come on through.
come on through.
Good shit. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Marlo, what's shaking the bacon? What do you think Dr. Martin Luther King would think about the state of America? Did he lead us into a burning house, baby? What you think?
Dr. King cannot believe that he convinced people to walk in the Birmingham cold for a year, carpool, do all the things. He cannot believe that he encouraged people to be hit with water hoses and bear the dog bites and all the things, the spit in the face. He is flabbergasted by this bullshit because he thought that America could be better. And she's not. She's still the same dirty girl she was when he was a little boy, when my mama was a little girl, and all the generations before that. I think right now, Black people who are part of the collective, because everybody's not part of the collective, and I think that that's something as the people that are in the collective, we have to accept. Everybody don't want to come to our collective party. So for the people that are in the collective, for the people that want to be part of something, what are you doing where you stand? Are you helping young people? Are you tutoring? Do you have a business? Have you taken a mentor under your wing? Are you teaching someone what you know so that what you know doesn't die? That is the business that Black people have to be about moving forward. I'm not arguing with nobody. I saw somebody in the comments say Donald Trump is a racist in quotation marks. That is silly. There's no such thing as quotational racism. And if you are a Black person, I don't know anonymous. If you're Black, white, Chinese, I don't know because you're anonymous. But if you are a person that believes that racism is either ironic or quotational, you got to get out the collective, boo, because you don't mean us no good. I'm saying we need to move forward with the people who are, one, ready to fight, because you're going to have to fight. Constance just told us that there's money earmarked for Black people, and when the DOGE gets started and they start looking at what's earmarked and what's going where, some of those earmarks have to get unmarked, y'all. So what are we going to do as a whole people that's going to benefit us generationally? That's going to benefit my kids, my grandkids, and all the rest, right? That's where we got to be. If you are looking for me, I'm on the Instagram. My name is not there today because I had some issues, but I'll put it in the YouTube chat for you guys if you want to follow me so that you can, keep up with this spicy personality and these little hot takes that come pop in my mind every now and then. I say some shit that might sound profound or maybe it sounds a little crazy. I don't know. Keep up with me either way. I am Marlo Layson. I create content on the internet. I am what some people may call an SEO master. If you don't know what SEO is and you got a business, you might want to call your girl.
I might want to call my girl.
That's it for me. I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all so much. And I want everybody that looks like me. I am rooting for most of the people that are Black. I learned I'm not rooting for all the Black people. I'm rooting for most of the Black people. And I love y'all. And, be safe out here in these streets because it's about to be some bad behavior that's going to get emboldened by this presidency.
Marlo, say out loud what your Instagram is.
My Instagram is Olram Marlo. So if you take my name, Marlo, turn it backwards. So it's OLRAMMARLO_. It's my name backward and forward with an underscore on the end.
All right, bet. Thank you. Follow Olram Marlo. Is that 2 M's in there? Okay, it's 2 M's in there. Olram Marlo underscore on the Instagram. I like that. Yes. Okay. And then we have Miss Moya. Moya, did he? What do you think?
I think Dr. King would, based upon what you left us with, I think Dr. King was fully aware where we were headed. I don't know if he would be as surprised to see where we're at now. Because if you think about it, with Joe Biden today doing some preemptive pardons, meaning that these people did nothing wrong. The only thing that they did was speak out against what was happening in our country and highlighting that it was wrong. And we have generals, Mark Milley, who's been a general or been in our army for over 44 years, have worked in multiple administrations. If he can come under attack, then that leads everyone able to come under attack for just speaking up when something's wrong. So I think Dr. King was well aware of where we were headed, hence why he said what he said. I think it's important that we do know that in this state, ironically enough, Joe Biden also did pardon posthumously. Is that how you say that word?
Posthumously.
Yes.
Posthumously, yeah.
Marcus Garvey. And one of the things he did, he pardoned Marcus Garvey for what the U.S. did in terms of saying, I think it was mail fraud they got him for, something ridiculous. And so one of the things that we have to know in the same breath is that people, if we're looking at Marcus Garvey, if we're looking at Dr. King, they do have, and we do have the ability to speak up and stand up and also understand that it's time for us to not only focus, because I feel like cooperative economics won't work until we start feeling good about us. We start understanding the power that we have within us, and we fully embrace our Blackness and not look outward for the definition of Blackness, but look inward for what it is that we stand for and what we have to give and offer in our country. And one of the things that I'm doing is I have a webinar coming up this weekend called Legacy Over Loans. And what that means is it's us understanding the different areas that we can gain access and go to college without paying for it, if it's through scholarship, if it's through FAFSA. And that's when my expertise as someone that does taxes for close to a decade has said, okay, how we do our FAFSA has a large dictates how much money we do and get from our taxes. If we put anything wrong on our FAFSA, it all goes back to our taxes. And then from there, scholarships and how we access them, because they're not as available as we think that they are. I put together a list of over 100 scholarships. I sent it to Constance, and it took a lot of time. And that's only on the national level. There's more that are available locally and regionally, but we just have to know how to access it. And so if you want more information, you can DM me at moya.business on Instagram, moya.business on Instagram.
Girl, you said you had a webinar coming up. When's the webinar? Give us how can we find the webinar?
Yes, I'll give it to you. I'm going to be on here on Wednesday. Thanks, Tiara, for the list in advance. And so I'll have it all then.
Okay. Because, Lord Jesus. Okay. Because I need the link for the webinar. You can't just be teasing us and be like, DM me. Well, you guys got to go find her and DM her for the webinar. But tomorrow when you come on here, or Wednesday or whenever, I need you to have a link for the webinar set up already. Okay. And I want you to be on my podcast as well. So get prepared this week. If your webinar is this week, we got to get you on this week, like 8 a.m. your time, 11 a.m. my time. All right. So let me think about Dr. King. Dr. King, did he send us to a burning house? I would say so. I would say absolutely yes. When you think about economically where Black people are today, as opposed to where we were, 50, 60 years ago, as a collective, we're not better off. Sure, we have, a few millionaires and we have a few billionaires, but as a whole, are Black people in a better place? I don't think so. America is still young and our freedom is even younger. You got to think we've only been really free for the last 50 years. And so when I think about in 1890, they wanted to make Oklahoma an all Black state. They had a lot of little small Black towns in Oklahoma, and they wanted to make they just wanted to put us all there in Oklahoma. And I think that would have been a good idea. I don't think it would have been a bad idea. I think we would have prospered much more if we were somewhere together. And if they would have done that, I think that would have been a pretty great idea. I think it would have boded well for us had we not had any outside influences. If we didn't have people coming into our state trying to burn our shit down because our shit is better than they shit. But I think about today, what can we do today, and what today's technology and where we are, how we're all spread out, and there's not a lot of us in certain communities, and you don't have a good portion of us that are doing well in certain areas. We can still come together via the power of the internet. Moya said that we needed to heal collectively as a people. And I agree, we do need to heal, but we got to get our minds right, because we got to understand the first step to healing is that nobody's coming to save us. The second thing is Marlo said that everybody can't go. It's just going to be a collection of people. It's going to be a collective. And I do get that. And that's okay. Because if we can get a collective of people that are so focused on the goal, and that's just to build our race, build our communities, then we can do it. If we could just get a few small people, a small group of really, really serious people that are really serious about building, there's nothing that can stop us. Everybody else will come along once we get our stuff together. We don't need everybody. We don't need the negative Nancys. We don't need the people that Harriet Tubman was going to shoot because we don't need the traitors and we don't need none of that. We just need the people who are community minded, who are Black minded, who have the community's best interest at heart. Those are the only people that we need to go with us. And so how can we do that? We got to just get together. Number one, we got to start supporting each other, Black owned businesses. We got to stop the infighting. We got to just start looking positive. Let's look at the glasses half full. Let's look at opportunities. There are so many opportunities out there. And this show right here, we're giving you nuggets. I told you guys about government contracts that are out here in Washington, D.C. These are available all over the nation. They just happen to be concentrated here because a lot of people know about them. But there's millions, probably billions of dollars out there in government contracts that we can get a loan that we can take advantage. Y'all, when I live in one of the wealthiest communities in the country. When I walk out my house, there are people in my community, Black people like you, that have Lamborghinis, that have bowling alleys in their houses. Not me, but these other Black folks. This is possible for all of us. We have access to these opportunities as well. They done fucked around and gave us the internet. So once you get that knowledge and that information, you each one teach one to the next. That's what we have to do. We have to just teach each other how to grab these opportunities, and then we have to pass it along. That's the reason why I love working with Black women, because there's an African proverb that says, when you teach a man, you teach an individual. When you teach a woman, you teach a nation. That's because Black women are going to not only teach themselves, they're going to teach our community, we're going to teach our families, and we're going to spread it. And so that's what I do with the Net 7 Collective. That's the reason why I have these beautiful, bold, brilliant Black women that come together. Our book was just released today, August the 20th. Today, Unbreakable. This is a book of 17 women of the Net 7 Collective. We have over 60 women. This year, I want to help 100 women to increase their net worth by $1 million. And you were on the show last week when we had the attorney on there that said, as a result of her going through our program, she learned skills that helped her get another position as a legal attorney or a legal, what was it? Something in the law field, legal counsel as a result of what she learned. This is real deal. I'm teaching these women real skills that are really helping to enhance their net worth. So if you are interested, if you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman, go to my website, ConstanceCarter.com, and check us out and book a call with me. I would love to help you. That's my contribution to closing the wealth gap. Where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter. Now listen, this conversation has been so amazing. And I'm so glad to have this conversation with these particular individuals, because you guys have the answers. Y'all got the smart, y'all have the wit, and you guys have the drive and the understanding that can really move our people forward. I just hope that everybody who's listening not only be hearers of the word, but also be doers of the word. Y'all, this nation stands at a crossroad once again. Trump is back in power. Many are hopeful for revival. I'm hopeful for Black people. I think this is an opportunity for us to be self-sufficient, for us to be independent and stop depending on the government, because they're not going to save us. But the coming years is going to reveal how this presidency impacts the economy, our personal communities, and our overall direction of the country. So I'm so glad that we had Tiara, we had Marlo, we had Joe, we had Moya on the show, giving such a unique perspective and points of views. Y'all are so dope and amazing. And I absolutely love chopping it up with you guys every single day of the week. And oh, by the way, every day we come live at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, Monday through Friday. Now, if you can't watch us live, you can always come back and watch us. Or if you can't watch us, you can listen to us on what? Spotify. Go to Spotify and search for Fly Nubian Money, right? And then if you want to get notifications when we come live, text the word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. And last but not least, I want to give a shout out to my girl, Athena. She is going to be teaching how to build your business using AI.
Artificial
intelligence.
I got your back.
I appreciate you. How to use AI to build your business. Y'all, I use AI on so many things. I have a book. We use a lot of AI on this. There's so much stuff that you could use to really build. You could become a millionaire and a billionaire billionaire if you knew how to use it properly. And in this training, you are going to learn. So make sure you go to Fly Nubian Money Club. I did it right,
You
Tiara.
did. Thank you.
So flynubianmoneyclub.com. You get 30-day free trial, and you get to get all this good knowledge and information. Yes. So listen, we're gonna be here tomorrow, same time, same Black channel, talk about some good shit that's going to be good for your soul. But like I said, y'all, don't just be hearers of the word, be doers. Make sure you share this information out to your people. All right. We love you. We love for you to talk back to us and talk black to us. Take care. God bless. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, and every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Now, today we're tackling something that's quietly impacting every part of our lives: processed foods. Did you know they can shorten our lifespans up to 18%? But it doesn't stop there. Processed foods are affecting how we think, our moods, our focus, and even how we relate to others. Now, we're going to dig into how these foods are linked to cancer, dementia, autism, and other health issues. Most importantly, we'll talk about real solutions, how we can make healthier choices for ourselves and our families. This isn't just about food. It's about reclaiming control over our health, our minds, and our lives. So let's get into it. I have a panel of beautiful queens, royal, beautiful panel today. We have Tiara Williams, producer and actress. We have Constance Carter, wealth activist. We have Dr. Alicia Watkins, social worker and human rights advocate. And we have Aisha Verzi, financial expert. Ladies, now, first, I'm going to just kind of ask you a simple question. Do you struggle with your weight? And do you see, if you do you see a difference when you eat healthier and non-processed foods? So I'm going to start with you, Constance.
Absolutely. So I try to work out. I've been working out for at least 16, 17 years. Like, I go faithfully. I go to the gym because I created this habit. Do you guys know about creating a habit? You do something for 21 days and you create a habit. So I get up and I go to the gym every day. Sometimes I don't get up out the car. I stay up in the motherfucking car, but I go to the gym every single day. Okay? Because it's a habit.
It's a habit.
It's a habit. So, but I do go to the gym, and, the last couple of weeks, because I had started this podcast, I hadn't had a chance, just trying to, do the content stuff in the morning, but I hadn't been to the gym. I was in the gym yesterday, and boy, it kicked my ass. That's the reason why I know that I don't stop going, is because I know when you stop going, that it's hard to start. But then, as far as eating, yeah, like the other day, like I try to eat like cookies and stuff, but the other day I had cookies because I just wanted something real quick and my stomach was hurting. And I think when you're so used to eating junk and your stomach hurts, it's just part of life. But when you don't eat it and your stomach and you're feeling fine, and then you start eating it again, it kind of messes you up.
Yeah, it definitely can. How about you, Dr. Alicia?
Hey, self-care is self-love. So I pay myself first, like when you invest. So I'm an accountability person. I have to have another person there edging me on. If not, I'm just going to sit on the couch. If I don't sign up for a race and have a reason to get up and go do my run-in, I'm just going to sit on the couch and eat. So I need to sign up for things and to just get out there and have interactions with other people. That's what helps me to exercise. So I sign up for the boot camp. It's not that expensive. And what's more expensive is having a healthcare problem, being unhealthy. That's very expensive. So I invest in myself because I love myself and I pay attention to what I eat. So I don't eat street food. And I grew up in a household, we didn't eat street food. So it's paying attention, it's setting, like Constance talked about, it's really making these habits of taking care of yourself and loving yourself.
Exactly. How about you, Aisha?
Good morning, everyone. That's a great point. And I also love what Dr. Alicia said, is the habits that you form, right? And for me, it's really taking cold showers. I take cold shower to just really wakes your body up so that when you eat, you feel clean and the food that you prepare and the habits you form around food. And growing up in Africa, our food is very clean anyway. We go to the market, practically you feel like you're in the market 3 times a week, buying fresh foods. And if you don't get there on time, you don't find anything because it's finished. So we're used to that. And I do the same thing here in America. My kids are not used to eating anything other than home cooked meal, and it's fresh foods all the time. So really for me, I'm used to that. It's part of my life, the way I was raised, and I love it, and really, if we're not careful in my field in finance, they actually talked about that. They said more Americans are going to have chronic illness. It's going to be the number one problem we have. Not even dying, is chronic illness. So 7 out of 9 people, 7 out of 9 are going to have chronic illness because of the diet we have. So self-care and, just really being intentional and forming great habits is so important. And that's how I stay in that space, make sure I keep good habits that I was raised with.
That's a really high number, but you're right on point with that. So how about you, Tiara?
I'm a bit of an extremist too. Like every year before the new year, I have to run 100 miles into the new year to set myself up. I juice. I'm like, I'm going vegan for 6 months. I'm doing this. So I'm very extreme in that way. What makes my life hard is my daughter. She be like, Mom, let's go get some ice cream. Let's eat pizza. You know what I want? Let's go get a burger. I'll be like, yeah, burger. So my daughter is, she's the angel and a bad influence. She is the serpent in my garden. She is a bad influence. So lately, her and I just go to the gym, and then I've just been making fresh vegetables actually I'm 28 days. No processed food right now. So she just kind of got and I feel great, but I've been making foods and she's been like, I've been feeling healthy at home with my mom, but she go to her dad's house. She's eating sausage and biscuits and rice and gravy. They from the South. So,
And I grew up.
Girl, my mouth is watering. Don't say it.
I'm eating oatmeal.
Well, me, all of my life, I have battled weight. I have always been on the chubby side. I've always struggled with it. And I never understood why, because we had a homegrown garden, and I do mean a big one, because I grew up on land. We also grew our own beef, and we had chickens and we had all that stuff. So I grew up in the country. But just because of that, you also use lard, you also use full butter, and I struggled with weight my whole life. It wasn't until I turned 49, 50 and I'm now 54, that I've been able to be very stable with my weight. So I've lost a total of 135 pounds. Yes. And so now I'm in maintenance, but I also have gained a little bit because I'm an emotional eater. And with the death of my sisters, I struggled with that. But one thing that has also helped me with that is the thought of my sister who used to run 7 miles a day. I too run now. And like you, Tira, I kind of do what you do, but every year since I've lost my weight, I've run the mileage of years, like run walk. So 2025, I will get 2025 in by the end of the year. And I've done that now for 5 years straight. So I think we all have expressed, like we all deal with it. But I can tell you right now, when I stopped eating processed foods, baby, life, clarity, you know, I felt better, woke up better, no headaches, none of that. But, you know, it could be very, very sneaky for us. And food is really kind of hard to, you know, you think you're eating healthy until you flip that that package around and you really see what's in there. So I'm asking you, family, are you on the struggle bus with food? Do you find it hard to eat healthy, or are you okay just eating what you get out of the grocery store to make, I call it convenience food that's already prepared for you? What are your struggles? And we'd love to hear that from you. But I want us to look at this video because I think it's very important for us to continue our conversation. Let's check this out.
We are getting destroyed, and it's very recent, and it's accelerating. The stats speak for themselves. You know this very well. 74% of Americans are overweight or obese. 50% now of American adults have type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. These were diseases where there was 1% of Americans in 1950 had type 2 diabetes. Now it's 50% of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. Alzheimer's, dementia are going through the roof. Young adult dementias have increased like 3 times since 2012. So early onset dementias, we're seeing, this 1 in 2 Americans are expected to have cancer in their lifetime now. 1 in 2, and young adult cancers are going up 79% in the last 10 years. We've got, of course, the autism rates are absolutely astronomical. 1 in 36 children has autism now in the United States. That was 1 in 150 in the year 2000. And in California, where I live, it's 1 in 22. 1 in 22 with a lifetime neurodevelopmental disorder. We've got infertility going up 1% per year. 25% of men now under 40 have erectile dysfunction. A quarter of the country. This is fundamentally a metabolic disease. We've got 77% of young Americans can't serve in the military because of obesity or drug abuse. We've got autoimmune diseases. Some studies are saying they're going up 13% per year. It's really unbelievable. And I could go through so many more diseases. Of course, we've got heart disease, which is almost totally preventable as the leading cause.
These numbers are absolutely frightening. Armando, who is one of our stable watchers. Hello, Armando. Thank you for coming in today. He says, yes, I have developed my own eating habits to stay healthy and grow food, to keep learning how and what to eat. And, I think that most of us really need to think about that. It's really not that hard to grow food. You can even do it in pots on your patio. But we're going to discuss what that Joe Rogan interview, although I don't like him, I think the subject is great, and what that means for us in our lives. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens. That's Queens. That's Queens to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want
Queens 87948. You don't want to miss any of our shows, and you'll get a notice every day when we go live, so that hey, whatever you're doing, you forgot what time of day it is. Ding, ding, ding. The Queens are on. The Queens are on. So you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Yes, yes, and yes. All right, ladies. After losing so much weight and really getting focused on the quality of food that I eat, when I talk to people, because they always ask you how you do it. But then when you tell them what you're doing, they don't want to do what you do. They want some magic pill. So Dr. Aisha, what is the first thing you think of when you hear processed foods?
Dr. Alicia or Dr. Aisha? Dr. Alicia or
I'm
Aisha?
sorry.
I was like, wait, who are you talking to?
Yeah, I'm mushing us all together. Sorry about that, Dr. Alicia.
All right. So, processed foods. Well, processed foods, I want to take a different stance on that. Processed foods is cheap. Fruits and vegetables are expensive. So how dare us sit here and talk about buy fruits and vegetables and eat healthy and all of this stuff? Have you been to Whole Foods? Have you been to the grocery store and see what is expensive, what grocery prices are increasing, and what is affordable? Have you been to the McDonald's when they had their dollar menu? Do you understand that it's easy for some people to talk about eat healthy foods when ramen is 90 something cents? So, I mean, yeah, processed foods is bad for you, and we're giving you all this information, but what's the point of doing stuff like that if it's so expensive? And that's the real problem that we have. And Constance Carter, thank you so much, sent me some very, very troubling information related to food. I'm changing the subject a little bit, but Donald Trump or the Orange Man just ordered a federal spending freeze on temporary assistance for needy families. Talk to them about fruits and vegetables. And the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children.
You know it's directly tied, Aisha. I'm not. I keep wanting to call you Aisha, Dr. Alicia. You know it's directly tied because our communities are the ones who are always first affected, period. So I lived in Louisville, Kentucky for a long time, my whole life, and we had our first Black grocery store in the West End. They were the last to get the deliveries for any fresh food. They were the last of everything. In fact, it didn't even last a good 2 years. That grocery store had to close. So the government doesn't care about us at all. This is not shocking to me and whatsoever. Matter of fact, I'm surprised this orange Muppet didn't do it on day one. I feel like I'm living through 2 years and we've only been 1 week. So what we need to do is to really focus on not what they're taking away from us, on how we can get together to help us be more healthy, to be more active, to spread the wealth, but you got to want it. So our community needs to want it. He can take all the fuck things he wants to take away, but I am not going to let him take my joy, period. So fuck him. All right, next. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's why we weren't talking about foreign aid today. That's why we didn't want to do that, because we just want to keep Lala in joy. Go ahead, Lala.
Joy.
We're not going to bring up Donald Trump today. It's all good. We'll talk about him tomorrow.
That's okay, but that's what he's planning on doing. So we're not going to allow him to steal our joy. All right. So this actually does bring up something, though, because this does tie into this. Like Dr. Alicia, you mentioned very clearly, and I'm with you. Like, how much is freaking food? Like, I know when I'm eating healthy, my food bill goes through the roof. But guess what? There's also stores like, that's why I love Trader Joe's, because it's more affordable. But, you got sneaky things like Whole Foods giving you processed food. And you think just because you're shopping at Whole Foods and paying 4 times more that you're getting the healthier version when you're not. So now I'm going to say the correct name, Aisha. Do you check the food labels when you go grocery shopping?
That's a great question. It depends on what I'm shopping for, right? I try not to buy things that are processed anyways. It's just not how I was raised. So I don't even gravitate towards that. But if I do pick up something, if the ingredients are more than 3 that I cannot pronounce, I'm not buying it, because I understand that it won't even taste right. So I'm not even going to buy it. And one thing I do try to do, honestly, is try to shop what is in season, right? God is so merciful to us that if we just follow the rules of nature, we don't have to suffer that much, because every food in season is in abundance. it's in abundance, and you grow it faster, quicker, and they're actually looking for a way to store it because there's so much of it, right? So just try to eat what it's in season. And if you do that as much as you can, it makes it easier for all of us. But if we try to eat food out of season, then now it's been preserved so that we can have what we want. So sometimes that affects us. So reading the labels, to me, it's only if I have to, but most of the time is what I know. Spinach, potatoes, tomatoes. That's what I'm buying, and that's what I'm making at home. I don't make it complicated. Eat the same kinds of food most of the time, and it makes my food eating clean, right? But really, that's how I stay away from even trying to read labels. It's just buying foods in season, in abundance, and just use it.
Well, you know, what's really interesting about that, you're right. You know, when you're buying fresh, you know, you kind of know, okay, you have a little bit of control over that. But like and this ties into to, you know, eating healthy and also economics and those who have more and more and not. So when you get a can of green beans, you would expect you wouldn't have to read a can of green beans, right? But when you flip them over, one of the first ingredients you see in that can of green beans is sugar. And salt.
And
salt. Who the hell needs that? And a can of green beans, right? I mean, it's a struggle. So, Constance, you know, what's that one processed food, that one that you just can't seem to give up?
First, Lala, I need to really address the elephant in the room on that video. I don't think that we discussed. I feel like, you know, we're all going to die, and there's all these different ways to die, but having a man that's 40 years old with erectile dysfunction is a problem for me. That's where I draw the line. We all gonna die one day, but this ED thing we gotta address. Black men start eating right. We out here. Listen, I'm almost 50. I'm at my peak. I need you guys to be functioning properly. Still together. That's all I got to say about that. I don't know what else.
Thank you, Constance. That's a great comment.
We need that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, why are we gonna gloss over like that wasn't just said?
Oh, I can't. Okay, but I gotta get back on topic. Y'all really kind of you know, y'all helpful a lot today. You have changed. You say you go back and forth with things, but you know what? How do you feel after eating a meal that's made with fresh ingredients? You know, you've kind of taken out the sugar, you've kind of taken out the salt. How does this make you feel?
I feel better. I feel better around the board. Like you said, just looking at because what I know is from our diet, we are either used to like sweet or savory. Like Americans need a certain they need certain texture to their food, and they need to taste a certain way. But it just felt good. Like I'm like, okay, I can't take my taste buds feel like they've changed. Like I'm not eating things that are. Have you guys ever watched, there's these TikTok videos, and I wish I would have added it to this show, where you can see like what 56 grams of sugar looks like. It'll have the food and then have all the grams of sugar stacked up. You know, that can't be good, right? Or if it's showing you all the milligrams of salt that is in your food, it's just like overdose. Like it just feels like too much. And so what I was doing was I thought I was being healthy. I was drinking, like, I go to the gym, I have a Gatorade and be like, I'm getting my electrolytes, you know, not knowing that I'm also with those electrolytes, also getting 60 grams of sugar every time I have one, having them every day. And that's just my drink on top of the things that I'm already eating, the occasional donuts. I'm like, ooh, there's a donut. It's just one cookie or, you know, so, you know, I feel good. I really do. I feel less inflamed.
Yeah. Yeah. I noticed that when I'm eating better, like I don't wake up with that headache, or I don't wake up with that hangover. Like, you know, that I don't feel so good hangover. I'm 54. I will be 55 next month. I'm going to tell you, I feel better now than I did when I was in my 20s. Like I can get up and not have the same hangovers, or not like, oh, my back hurts. And let me tell you something else. I have 3 bulging discs in my back. And they were bothering me all the time when I was 285. I was just miserable. I couldn't move. I couldn't sit long, and it would take my breath. Like if it shifted, can't breathe, And then when I lost all my weight, poof, gone, because it doesn't have that pressure on my body anymore. So it's safe to say that, we all need to be aware of what we're putting in our body. We are not separated. We are mind, body, and spirit. And as Dr. Alicia said, self-love is loving yourself too, right? And so sometimes we just don't think about the things that we put into our bodies could be affecting us on all three of those levels. Because if you don't feel good, you definitely don't feel good spiritually, and your body don't feel good either. So, it's just, and sugar is so dangerous in so many different ways, and it's in absolutely everything. But we're going to take a quick break.
Okay. Well, I was just going to ask Dr. Alicia, I would love to know after the break, like if we've listened to the statistics that they said about like autism and neurodivergent conditions and like all the things, if you can like shed some light on how processed foods are changing our moods and all of that stuff, I would love that, because I don't think people know that those things are linked.
That sounds good. I think we also have some wonderful graphics to support all of that. So we'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. Listen, we are Fly Nubian Money. So this is what we do. We help you to get it together. Listen, we have wonderful free resources for you. So you just need to do a little tip on your computer and go to flynubianmoney.com. We have a lot of resources for you who may be just confused about where to start. Or you just confused, or maybe you're afraid to even look at it. Let's face it, sometimes, a lot of the times when you are in financial stress, you put your head in the sand and you don't want to look at it. Well, you can't get started if you don't know where you are. We can put you at the starting line. We're there with you because now we can help you see the goal. So all you have to do is make sure you go to flynubianmoney.com, get your free resources, and get your financial house in order. Now, I'm going to actually turn it over to Dr. Alicia to answer that question that Tiara had before break.
Yeah, we all know the link between what you put in your body and the effect that it has on your mental health. We all know the right foods to eat, but there's still a block there because people aren't doing better, even though they know better. And I think I want to comment on the emotional eating piece. Comfort food is there because we don't have a connection with the people around us. Things happen to disrupt things. And just like all addictions, being addicted to food and turning to what we consider comfort food to make us feel good when we're going through psychological distress, that's a way of coping with the lack of connection. And when we are connecting and we have positive, happy relationships with people around us, then we tend to treat ourselves better. And so I think that that's a signal to you. If you've been grabbing at the chips and grabbing at the cookies, that's a signal to you to be able to stop and figure out what's going on in your life that you're not dealing with. And, I do a lot of exercises with a lot of my Healing Haven folks. Hey, y'all, my Healing Haven folks, we do mindfulness practices. Mindful eating is one of the things that we talk about that's in my workbook. It's being present when you're consuming food, not on the phone, not watching TV, not all of these things. Don't eat chips and stuff while you're watching a movie because the whole bag will be gone and you just totally disassociated from your body. Your body's telling you you've had enough food. You can't be hungry, but really what you're starving for is connection and attention. That's a little bit of what we do in Healing Haven. Mindful eating exercises is to have nothing there and just be present with your food. touch it, smell it, taste it, eat slowly. And I like intuitive eating personally. Don't stick to some diet. Get in touch with your body and try to figure out, okay, I think I would like to have something sweet. It's okay. So intuitive eating, mindful eating, mindfulness. I was talking about this yesterday with Joe. Hey, Joe. Mindfulness is the answer for everything. Practicing mindfulness is the answer to all of the issues that are happening, as well as eating foods that you know is not good for you.
And unfortunately, people think there's a magic pill because, as I've actually said before, when people ask me, how did you do it? I'm all for telling you how I did it. And this is what I did. And this is what I did. And they get these deer in the headlight look and they go, I'm not doing that. They want a magic pill. They want these shots, these Ozempics and Wegovy's, and they think that that's going to keep it off. When in actuality, once you get off of those things, you're right back to where you are. You need to face what the root of the problem is. Now, I will tell you guys, I told you I've been overweight all my life. And there's two things that caused me to help be overweight. And it's not just because I wanted to eat everything. It's because of that. I needed comfort. One, abandonment issues. My birth mother left me when I was 3 years old. And even though I knew that I was loved, I still had abandonment issues. Okay. So, and I was told, you better finish your plate. Well, okay, I'll finish my plate and give me another one. Okay. And then two, sexual abuse. I hid that because of that too. I didn't want to be attractive. I didn't want people looking at me. So the root of the problem is not just that you're eating more. You need to stop and look at why. Even though it's going to be tough to do, you have to see what the root of the problem is, period. But we have some great stats because this does affect you in so many different ways. 18% lifespan reduction. Eating ultra-processed foods could shorten your life by nearly 1/5. Wow. Obesity connection. More than half the calories Americans eat come from ultra-processed foods, contributing to weight gain. Childhood obesity. Over 19% of U.S. children are obese, and processed foods are a major factor. Addiction factor. Many processed foods are designed to make you crave more, leading to overeating. There is massive studies showing what they're putting in the food to make you want more and more and more. So it's no longer just eating 3 little chips or 5 little chips. Once you get that trigger from what the additives that they put in there, you're going to eat the whole thing. You're going to eat the whole bag. So we are fighting this battle on all fronts. Mentally, spiritually, body, also what they want us to continue to do so that we continue to buy. So I'm going to ask you, Constance, do you think, what are the biggest barriers that you see to eating healthier?
So I think it's the biggest barrier is probably like how you were raised. I didn't develop good eating habits when I was a kid. Like Dr. Alicia, she was like, we didn't eat this. And I'm like, every time I hear Alicia talk, I'm like, damn, why couldn't my parents be like yours? I can't say, why couldn't I have your parents, but why couldn't my parents be like your parents? My parents is from Arkansas. My mama still eats chitlins. Did I really get offended? Like, why the hell are you eating this slave food? But, growing up, I always went up and down. I've always gone up and down. I was, chubby when I was little. And my mama was so cruel. I used to be like, Mama, they laughing at me at school. She'd be like, quit eating then. And I'm like, well, that's not very nice. Yeah, you didn't make me feel better about myself. It's like that grandmama said, you knew you was big before you went to school. It's like my mama was kind of like that. And then when I got older, like my ex-husband was thin. I would say we were like the number 10. I was a little rotund. And then I remember, he didn't eat a lot. And I used to be like, well, he's like, he don't eat to get full. But I'm like, but how do you know when to stop? You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't stop until you get full. So I don't understand the concept. But my mama always said, because my mom used to be really thin, she used to always say, you don't eat to get full. You eat to just satisfy your hunger. But I think most people eat to get full, and we just crave certain things just because of, you know, how we were taught growing up. We weren't taught healthy habits.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then also, like I said, I was taught no matter what we had, they would fill my plate, but then they would also tell me I needed to eat everything on my plate, whether I was full or not. That was a requirement. And I did not do that with my son. Tiara, was that something that was a part of your life as well? Were you told to eat everything on your plate, or were you allowed to only eat until you were full?
Or I was gonna get a whooping. You better eat everything on your plate, or you're gonna sit there all night, or I'm gonna whoop you. I'd be like, I don't want it. I don't want no more. I definitely had that. And you know what's so funny is that now when I go back to New Orleans, I can't eat the way that I did before I moved to California. So of course there was gumbo, there was all the things, all the buttery, savory things, the etouffees and all the things.
Please,
all the
please,
gravy.
please.
Yes.
I beg of
So
you.
good. Yes, the gumbos, the biscuits, all the things. And then I got to LA and I was like, oh, so y'all don't put gravy on it? You got a side of gumbo? Like it was that. And then and now I go back to New Orleans. I'd be like, do you guys have a side of kale? They be like, girl, go on out of here with that. You know, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. So I had to like learn. The culture in LA is very different. And I think in California in general is like you see people running down the street. It's always 70 degrees. So there's just a culture of going to the park and walking. And so it really changed my mindset around, and even when you said something, somebody said something, these big portions that we would have growing up, you think about how big your portion. It's like, let me give you 3 scoops of macaroni and cheese or mashed potatoes and all those starches, and you wonder why you like Constance said, a little rotund. You know, it's not our fault. So I think I've learned living, thank God for California, and thank God that I moved here and was able to just be like, okay, there's vegan spots on every corner, just the culture.
You know, one of my favorite things in California, and I miss it so much, is the fruit man on the corner. You know, you can stop and you can get the fruit, the fresh fruit. They chop it right there in front of you. You can put a little chili lime on it. You don't need no sugar because it's delicious. And I miss that so much that I tried to make it at home now. So like if I really want something sweet, I'll make a fruit bowl and use that little chili lime on top of it. Be a happy girl. So I'd rather have that than candy now. But I think, you know, it's just our communities who don't think about that. So if that's something you're doing to your child now, really think about that, because they may not be hungry. It's not that they're not ungrateful. Their little bellies are full. So that doesn't set them out on a good and healthy path, as well as
Can I say, to your point, like my ex, he used to do that. He would stock these little bitty kids with these grown ass plates, and they'd be like, "You better eat your food." And so then I was like, "You can't feed these kids adult sized portions and then whoop them when they don't eat it all." Like, and so but that's very common because that's something that was taught from generation to generation. You go get these kids all this food and whoop them if they can't eat it all. It's like crazy,
right.
But that's
right. Or then reward them with something bad. If you eat it all, I'll give you ice cream. You know, like what the balance?
All the calories, 3,000 calories in one sitting. But you're not thinking, I mean, we haven't been trained to think that way. Have y'all ever seen a little boy? He has the glasses. I think the family is from New Orleans, but they give him these big.
He's not eating all that. He cannot.
I'm like,
yes, I watch him.
He be like, I just gotta give glory to God because my mama had made this food.
He be like, Mama, it's so good.
But the plate is literally like this big, and he's just eating it. I said,
he can't be eating that whole thing. I'm like, this is just for presentation because they are not stuffing that little boy with all that food. Please.
I mean, but I have actually seen it. I've actually seen it in Kentucky. That's the thing, because they say food is love, right? That and the more we love you, the more we gonna feed you. And as you get older, you start thinking, wait a minute. Food is love, and then you got a total disorder of thinking that food is love. Love loves me. If you ain't feeding me, then you don't love me. Or it's really hard when you put those things in people's brains at an early age. So yeah, I have actually seen that. Now, David Crothers says, I was in the hospital just recently due to my diabetes. My sugar was so high, 687. I was sick. I could have got worse. I was drinking a lot of sweet drinks, processed food too. So my next question for you, David, because now we all up in your business. Thank you for sharing on that with us. So did you change your diet? Are you looking at changing your diet, and how are you doing that? We're so glad that you're still here with us, but how are you going to change this to help you be better? So we have a couple more graphics that I want to go through before we move on to the next break. But he mentioned diabetes. So the diabetes epidemic, processed foods and sugary drinks have doubled type 2 diabetes rates globally in the past 30 years. Let's back it up a little bit. People who eat, okay, thank you. I will do that next. My mother was diabetic. My auntie, who was a nurse, was diabetic. And when she came up, she was like, all you have to do is take this insulin shot and then you can eat anything you want. She was a nurse. Okay, so she told my mother that. So my aunt ended up having her leg taken. My mother, she couldn't keep her sugar in. And before she passed, I had to give her shots. That is absolutely traumatic. So I want to know, does each of you, do you have a history with diabetes? Are you struggling with diabetes, or someone that you love very much in diabetes? Let's start with you, Dr. Alicia.
Okay, so it's interesting. My son, no, I don't have diabetes, but my son, his really good friend is doing cancer research. And they were talking over the Christmas break, and he said, Mom, he told me that with the cancer research, it doesn't even make sense to get a cure for cancer because there's already a cure for cancer. And I said, what? He was just like, staying away from the sugar, stay eating right, staying away from processed foods, exercise, dieting, no drinking, no alcohol, no drugs. That's the cure for cancer. We already have it. So they're researching all of these things. Oh, and being in a positive mental state. He said, if you can follow all of that, you'll not have cancer. And it's true. I mean, I love scientists. I like science. I like numbers. I like data. And we know without a shadow of a doubt why cancer rates are so high. It is directly connected to diabetes. Yes. Diabetes is the foundation of every disease that will take you out of here. And it's just unbelievable how people know this, have diabetes, and they still trying to go to Wendy's. They're still trying to go to McDonald's. They can't make the connection, and they just have this desire for whatever's happening emotionally to do things that's going to destroy them. It's self-destruction.
It's an addiction.
Yeah.
Food is an addiction. It's an addiction like everything else.
What are you bearing? And that's another thing. Like, we get into this world where people aren't validated. They don't even want to talk about what's going on. When you silence someone's voice and tell them they're not worthy, what are you going to do? You're going to go to an addiction. And food, alcohol, drugs, all of these things is where we're at. We live in a toxic world.
Yes, and most people do not want to believe that. They do not want to believe that food is an addiction. Most people will tell you, just stop eating. Okay. All right. And with that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Listen, when we tell you we do all the things, we do all the things. We come here, we talk about things that are of interest to our community. We help you master your mindset and your money. We give you great things to think about. We give you homework. We give you laughs. We sometimes talk about very difficult things, but we tackle them and give solutions. But listen, if you just are busy, you're just so swamped right now and you can't catch us live, the cool thing is we're on Spotify. So you can take us on that jog. You can take us in that car ride. If you can't listen to us live, you can go back and watch any of the ones that you've missed. So go to Spotify and make sure that you download us at Fly Nubian Money. Then give us a 5-star so everybody else can find us. But I just told you was busy, right? Because there's really no other reason that you would miss our show. But maybe you need to learn to delegate and get some work done that doesn't need to be on your plate. You can do that too. All you have to do is to email us and we can help you with the things that maybe you need a little bit of help with. Free up a little bit of your time at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@REELVIRTUAL.net. Yes, we do. Oh, duh. Okay, we need to hit another video. I still am going to come back and tackle another question on with you guys, but let's check this out and let's see what you got to say about this one.
It's not an overstatement to say that I learned virtually nothing at Stanford Medical School about the tens of thousands of scientific papers that elucidate these root causes of why American health is plummeting and how environmental factors are causing it. For instance, in medical school, I did not learn that for each additional serving of ultra-processed food we eat, early mortality increases by 18%. This now makes up 67% of the foods our kids are eating. I took 0 nutrition courses in medical school. I didn't learn that 82% of independently funded studies show harm from processed food, while 93% of industry-sponsored studies reflect no harm. In medical school, I didn't learn that 95% of the people who created the recent USDA food guidelines for America had significant conflicts of interest with the food industry. I did not learn that 1 billion pounds of synthetic pesticides are being sprayed on our food every single year. 99% of the farmland in the United States is sprayed with synthetic pesticides, many from China and Germany. And these invisible, tasteless chemicals are strongly linked to autism, ADHD, sex hormone disruption, thyroid disease, sperm dysfunction, Alzheimer's, dementia, birth defects, cancer, obesity, liver dysfunction, female infertility, and more.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
Did you see that list? That list is so full. Autism in our babies. You know, our babies. They come out, and if you're not breastfeeding, not to shame anybody who doesn't, I'm just saying, but if the things that we give them is going to be directly related to how they grow up in their health. So studies suggest that diets high in processed foods during pregnancy could impact autism rates. These are our babies, y'all. But how do we get around that when we know that there are places like Montiasago, whatever it is, have taken over the whole farming production, where our food is being grown with particular seeds. And if a farmer chooses to use another seed, they get punished for doing that. So our government has a lockdown on our processed food. So if you think you're even getting like really healthy greens and kale, they're being sprayed by pesticides, right? So it's difficult for us to wrap our heads around what we need to do other than what we are, unless we're growing it ourselves. So, Aisha, I'd like to know, because you come from 2 different sides, and I'm going to talk about that too, you being overseas and then in America. So what small changes can someone make to cut back on processed foods?
Yeah, wow. That video was very loaded, right? Just listening to the statistics just make you want to actually cry that the government is allowing this to happen to its own people. These are the generations that will take care of this country, and what they're feeding them already is like, wow, you're setting up for failure already. I think some of the things that we could do, I am doing personally, is farmers market, right? Sometimes if you can't grow the foods yourself, your local cities usually have farmers that love to farm, and they have excess things they want to sell. You can just browse there and get a few things that will kind of reduce our need to go to the market to buy processed foods, right? But we have to make the time. The key is also prioritizing and making the time to make this work. And what I do to try to help me do this, because I know it's not easy. I have kids that are born here. And like Natera was saying, Mom, we haven't had a hamburger for a long time. Can we have that today? Mom, my friends are having hamburger. Why can't we have hamburgers and French fries? So I have to also deal with those things as a mom from Africa that I wasn't raised with. We can't even afford to buy that when I was growing up. We didn't even think about eating outside. We only eat at home. No matter how much money we have, we always eat at home. So I'm used to just living my life in such a way. But with my kids, I try to balance it out, right? So go to the farmer's market, get what you can get, and also go to the markets that are halal or Jewish market, because they do not believe in chemical foods. So if you can go and shop there, down the street, we have a halal market. There's a Muslim market. Everything there, at least most of the fresh food, they're raised properly. The meats, everything, because they're very clean in their diet, goes into such place. And just, if you buy less, you eat less. You don't have to eat the processed food. And I also grew up fasting. We have to fast, right? So when you fast, you eat less. So really just little things like that can help you. You don't have to get away from the processed food sometimes, like the beans and the corn, but perhaps like do less of it. Go to the farmer's market, go to your local, garden that people have in the cities, and get some from there. And that will help to reduce your amount of processed food. That is what I think we can try to do, because our government is not helping us. We have to help each other with our neighbors and our local farmer's market.
I'm glad that you brought. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
I was just
Tiara.
going to add, because I know what Dr. Alicia said earlier about us being able to maybe not afford those things. But Dr. Alicia, I would beg to differ in the way that we spend money, the way we prioritize, right? Not saying that Black people will, not all Black people, I'm not generalizing, but I know that Black people, I know us, right? I know that we will prioritize certain things and deprioritize others. So it's it's easy to go get that $1 cheeseburger from McDonald's, but you have Jordans on your feet, or you have an expensive Gucci belt. I don't know, but don't see the value in going and spending that money on your food. So I would also just throw out, for the people that are eating ramen because it's 90 cents, to maybe fall back on something else that maybe, make it a priority. Make it a priority, because you want to live longer. You don't want your Gucci belt to live longer than you. You know what I mean? So I would just say,
can I respond to that? Yeah, I think it's still a problem, because I lived in Black neighborhoods on the south side of Chicago for 8 years. And I know it's a food desert out there. There's no fresh grocery stores. I know there's some whistleblowers that the fruits and vegetables that you do see in the neighborhood, they're not as fresh as it is. You have to drive out to the suburbs just to do some decent grocery shopping. So I kind of beg to differ. I kind of feel like you are going to see a shoe store. You're going to see, what's the famous shoe store? I can't remember the name of the store. You're going to see shoe stores right there on the corner everywhere, but you're not going to see fresh places to get fruits and vegetables. Not in the south side of Chicago where I lived a lot of my life. My family is from there. You're not going to see that. It just wasn't available for you to be able, and the food stamps only went but so far. So, I lived in that community. I worked with the beautiful people in that community. I worked in the schools. I did all my social work and training happened on the south side of Chicago. So I saw firsthand about the difficulties that a lot of the parents had with getting access to nice, fresh food.
Yes, and let's talk about that. Sure. We flashed up some really good graphics, and I want to bring those back up because I think they really need to be addressed. Because I touched on it too. Like in Louisville, they tried their best. The west side of Louisville, you don't get fresh food. So food access, millions of Americans live in food deserts where processed foods are only the option for them. Now we got liquor stores and everything else in the West Louisville, but not fresh vegetables and fruits at the grocery store. So, you know, you have toxic food is fed to us all the time. It's totally killing us. And until we address the fact that we have to make sure that fresh food is available in all communities, this is not going to change. So check this out. Check this out. Oxygen Tank. Rapper Dave Blunt's recent performance at Chicago's United Center during the 4th annual Juice World Day has become the talk of the town, but not for the right reasons. During the show, the 23-year-old rapper was seated on stage, hooked to an oxygen tank while performing. This is our reality. This is what we're seeing more and more of. And then you have people saying you should never be ashamed of your body. Well, we're not telling you to be ashamed of your body. We're telling you that you got to get to the root to love yourself more in order to see what the root of the problem is. Fat Joe talked about it all the time and why he lost so much weight. Big Pun, he directly talked about Big Pun and how Big Pun used to be slim and then he just didn't care. And then he went into a depression after a major issue happened in his life, okay? And that's how he ended up being Big Pun. He ate himself to death. So this is something that we do need to address. Depression, food deserts are very, very real. And we have a problem with us being healthy as people. We are sick. In some form and fashion, we are sick. Whether it is addiction, depression, whatever it is, we have something that we have to get to the root of. Now, I do want to finish up a comment with David Crother because we did ask him if he's changed his lifestyle. And he said, I'm changing my diet, lifestyle, and walking 30 to 45 minutes. Not fun at all. Mm-hmm. Well, you know what, David? We're proud of you. Mm-hmm. We are so proud of you. You keep going. Because after a while, because when I lost my weight, that 30 and 45 minutes wasn't working for me either, brother. When I first started walking, I couldn't walk around the block. Okay. There was a hill in my neighborhood, and I would have to sit down on my neighbor's stoop before I walked up there. I walked only a block. Then I would come home and cry. Okay, because I hurt. Then the more and more that I did it, I want to encourage you, brother. The more that I did it, the further I went. Further I went. Then I was like, damn it, I got up that hill. Yeah. Then one day I started saying, hey, I'm going to try this jogging thing. All right, 30 seconds. That's all I did, 30 seconds. But damn it, I did it. And before you know, I'm running 7 miles. Brother, I want to encourage you.
Come on, Lala.
You can do it. I know for a fact that you can do it. I believe in you, and we want you to check back in with us because you matter.
Yeah.
And this is what I say. Be the light. Let me be your light today. Let me be your light today so that you can be the light for someone else behind you. We can do this together. I know this like I know. Face what it is that you need to face and press forward because we got you. We got you. And we can't wait for you to come back and tell us, hey, I dropped another 5 pounds this week. You got this, brother. We're proud of you.
Come on, Lala. We can end the show on that note. Lala, listen. Oh, I love Lala. I love her heart, and she means that. I love it so much.
I mean it with my whole heart.
I know it
with my whole heart.
I know
it's not hopeless. It's not hopeless. See, everything we talk about on here, we do try to give you solutions. We give you different perspectives, and it's because we do love you. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't be doing this show to inform you and to help you get on your own feet. So I just want y'all to know that I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And so does everyone here. We're family and we have to keep it that way. Right? All right. Do we have another break?
We supposed to have a break. We supposed to have a video.
We gotta have. Let's do one break so I can take a deep breath. And I want y'all to soak all of that in. We'll be right back.
I
Do you want to make $1 million this year? What? Was that a yes? Oh, then guess what? You're in for luck. My name is Vanessa Gopal. I am a successful entrepreneur and owner of Winter Remodeling, Inc., a general contracting firm. Over my career, we've procured millions of dollars for myself and for clients. And I partner now with the Fly Nubian Money Club, where I'm going to teach you some of the successful business strategies that I use that involve B2B, in-face networking, and also B2C. Because one thing I do know is if you don't sell, then your business will surely fail.
Man, when I tell you we got things going on, we got things going on. Listen, the Fly Nubian Money Club. Y'all, this is new. This is something that's really going to push you further in getting your financial house in order. You're not going to be left behind because we're not going to let you. All right. So this next session is coming up soon. You're going to learn a lot from Vanessa. She's a smart lady, right? Okay. Well, she's not the only one that's been there. You just get all this extra stuff. Like we had a training last week with Athena who taught you how to do AI. No reason for you to get left behind with that. Don't let that stuff scare you. You better jump in and swim. All right. Then we had Constance, who taught you how to bring shipping digits to your portfolio financials, right? Okay. Now listen, you know you don't want to miss that. Constance keep you laughing anyway, right? Okay. Then you had me and my crazy self. All right. I taught you how to buy a house. And I taught you not only how to do that there in America, but also worldwide, because you are a world citizen, baby. So if that ain't enough to convince you, I'm saying there's something wrong. Go ahead and sign up right now at flynubianmoneyclub.com and really get your financial house in order, right? Because that is what matters. Now, listen, I know we're kind of toward the end, but I do want to share one more video with you, and then we can go into final thoughts. But this is really important because this is the basics of living. You can't live without eating, right? So we have to learn how to relearn and program our bodies to be healthier. Let's check this out, and we'll be right back. We gave you options and you can do it. Listen, sometimes after you go back, if you get your habits together and then you go back and you have something that you had before, you want to spit it out because it doesn't taste the same. So when you treat your body right, your body will treat you right as well. So we've talked about a lot of heavy stuff today, but actually good stuff. So what are you going to do about changing your habits? Because we would love to hear your stories. Put them in the comment. If we've motivated you in any kind of way, we would love to hear your comments. But it's time for final thoughts. And I'm going to start with you, Constance. Final thoughts and where we can find you, love.
So I was actually looking at, just the different countries, because when Aisha was talking, I was just trying to see, where my next move was going to be. And I see, some of the countries with the highest cancer rates, which are Australia, New Zealand, Denmark, the United States, and France. And then the ones with the lowest cancer rates are India, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, and Pakistan. So you got to wonder why. The diets are different. The foods are different. They're organic. Just like Aisha said, they're trying to kill us. And then I said, okay, within America, what are the cancer rates among the races? And whites have the highest. They have the highest cancer rates, but blacks are die at a higher rate because of medical discrimination, early prevention, things like that. But out of all the races, 460 cases out of 100,000 for whites, African Americans 440, Hispanic 360, Asians 330 out of 100,000, and Native Americans 310. But the mortality rate is highest for us. We get 190 out of 100,000. White Americans 170, Hispanic 130, 110,000. So it says something to me because I'm always looking at things from an angle of how we can better ourselves as a race. So a couple of things we got to do. I mean, we know that we have these food deserts in our neighborhood, like Dr. Alicia said, which is important. Having this knowledge of the alternatives are out there. The reason why we have diabetes at such a high rate is because of the foods that are, first of all, we don't know how to eat. We haven't learned the correct way to eat. You know, we're taught this whole food pyramid, which is also a scam. But then we have these food deserts in our neighborhoods, and they're exacerbating the cancer and the illnesses. And then we actually end up not getting the same treatments as our white counterparts. So I'm just saying, I want to encourage you all just to be more vigilant about your health. This is your temple. This is the only body that you will ever have in your life. And so just take care of it. That's all. Where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter.
And she does mean everywhere. Constance is doing a lot of things right now, y'all. And if you don't follow her, then you won't know what she's doing, right? So make sure that you go and follow her at I Am Constance Carter. See all the beautiful things that she's doing, okay? Because she really means it when she's here to help you and raise your level. She means that. She means it. So make sure that you stock and chicken hawk. Dr. Alicia, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you, please?
Okay, so the cure for addiction is connection. The cure for overeating is connection. The cure for over drinking, all of the things in your life that's not good for you is connection. And I am here to tell you that I am hosting the blackloveweekend.com. Y'all know Joe gonna be there. Y'all know Miss Felice gonna be there. All the wonderful therapists that are really experts at connection. They're going to join me on the Black Love Weekend. That is Valentine's Day weekend, not the 14th, but the 15th and the 16th. That's Saturday and Sunday of February. Go to theblackloveweekend.com. General tickets are right now $99. Hello. And you can upgrade to a VIP and have personal one-on-one contact with Miss Felice, with Joe, and some other therapists that are wonderful. And they're just going to bring us a great weekend of connection. How to connect. If you're in a relationship with somebody, how can you strengthen that connection? If you're ready to get out there and start dating, what do you need to look at in terms of connection? And so that's the Black Love Weekend. It's the intimacy edition. It's the weekend of Valentine's Day, Saturday and Sunday. And go to theblackloveweekend.com. Be sure to get your ticket, digital ticket.
I love it. Right around Valentine's Day, the ultimate day of love. Dr. Alicia, that sounds so great. Make sure that you guys go and do that. The blackloveweekend.com. That sounds lovely. Because guess what? You can't really love nobody else fully if you don't love yourself. So Dr. Alicia got a big heart too. So you better go on and get some of that love because I know she's
Lala, you get a gold star today. If I knew you in person, I'd give you a gold star.
Thank you.
Because you self-disclosed all sorts of wonderful things today, and I'm very happy that you spoke.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. So Aisha, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
What an amazing show today. Thank you, ladies, for sharing your heart. I just love it and helping our community do well. You know, I think my final thought is just keep things simple. If you are able to focus on what is on, the harvest that is happening there, whatever it's in season, try to swap that gradually with whatever you're eating that is processed. Just keep that simple and don't overthink it. If you just make simple changes every single day when you go to the market, the foods in season are cheaper. Just try to get those and then use them as much as you can and keep your diet simple. Don't eat things that you don't understand or you can read the labels. That's where I will start. That's my final thought. And you can find me at AishaVerzi.com and on IG I'm Aisha GFI. And the GFI is God-favored individuals because I believe in God, I love God, and I think if we just keep things simple, we'll be blessed. So thank you.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And she's giving you where you need to go and stalk the chicken hawk. Bark, bark. Go do it right now. Okay. Don't put it off. Every last one of these ladies. I love them dearly. So you want to make sure that you check in with them and follow them as well to see when new things come up as well. So let's go to our beautiful producer, Tiara Williams. What are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yeah, as someone, can you hear me? Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. As someone who grew up in the projects, right? I grew up on serve sandwiches and all the things that probably were detrimental to my health. I'll just say this, like it's just been about growing and exposing myself to other things and looking around and seeing what's available, making health a priority, making my health a priority, but also just like I said, stepping outside of those walls. Sometimes when you're trapped in situations like Dr. Alicia said, sometimes, growing up on the south side of, growing up and seeing these different projects or hoods or whatever, it just can feel like prison. But I encourage people to go outside of those walls of what it feels like and find things that can make you better and, expose yourself to different foods. Like I'm downloading cookbooks about like, okay, I don't know how to put these vegetables together every week and just trying to put things together. It's not perfect, but I know in the long run, it's not sugar, which will make me have cancer in the long run. I just know it's just starting with the little bit that you have and prioritizing yourself. So I would just say that as my final thought. Also, like we said earlier, Vanessa Gopal is coming to the Fly Nubian Money Club. I'm so excited to have her. She's doing a sales training and to help entrepreneurs. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're an influencer, whatever you are doing with your life, listen, if you are trying to sell a product, if you don't know how to sell that product, then your business will certainly fail, is what Vanessa says. So I just wanted to make sure that you all have access to somebody that's going to be teaching you these skills that you need. So come to flynubianmoney.com. Can you put that banner down there for me, Gwen, please? flynubianmoneyclub.com. Right now we have a 30-day trial. So even if you're saying, man, I wish I can go, you can come. There's nothing stopping you. We're making sure that you get exactly what you need to take it to the next level. I love you, and I'll see you in class in a couple weeks. You can find me at Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood on all platforms.
Yes, you can. And that is what she is, Miss Black Hollywood. She does it all. She runs this. She can help you with your business. She's got beautiful things coming up. She cares enough about you that she put this FlyNubianMoneyClub.com together. And guess what else you get, y'all? I have a freebie for you. When you do go to FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, I have a free budget guide for you. And it's not just some do this, put money here, blah, blah, blah. It literally is a workbook, 14 pages. And it's going to walk you through budgets. Like, what is debt to income? Am I spending more than I'm bringing in? Well, it really makes you look at what you're spending. 14 pages for you to work through and really get yourself together. And then you couple that with Fly Nubian Money Club. And then you couple that with all of our freebies that we give on our website. And then you come back here and you learn some more. And hey, you got a plan. Yeah. So that's all you have to do. Make sure you go to FlyNubianMoneyClub.com to get that freebie because we love you enough to give it to you. All right. Now, listen, here's what I got to say. It just takes one step. That's all. You cannot do everything overnight. Just because you have maybe gained 20, 30, 40 pounds, sometimes 100 pounds. Okay, I've lost 130. You can't lose that overnight. There is no magic pill. But what you can do is to take one tiny step a day. If that means that you're going to not drink 10 sodas and go down to one, okay, good. If that means you're not going to eat McDonald's today, you're going to go home and make your own hamburger, that's a positive step. Start where you are, but never give up on you. Told you I've been overweight my whole life, struggled with my whole life. I'm 54. I'm finally getting it together and loved myself enough to tackle the things that caused me to be unhealthy. And you can do it too. So where you can find me is www.lauraKey.net. I have a lot of freebies there for you, great blogs for you to read about real estate and also possibly moving abroad. If that's something that you want to do, you can actually do that. But you need to see where you are, starting process. I have a quiz there that you can see if this is something that just may fit into your lifestyle. So go to www.laurakey.net. Now, listen, we've had a wonderful show today, and I want to say thank you to a lot of our viewers today. We had leather and luxury cars. We had Joe. We had Black Lexicon. We had Terry Wilson. We had Armando. We had Double A. We had Deborah Wynn. We had Chairman of the Poor. We had so many beautiful people joining us today, and we are grateful for you. So thank you so much for being with us today. And listen, thank you for hanging with us. It's a longer show today, and we know that you could be somewhere else. But thank you for flying with Fly Nubian Money today. We hope this conversation opened your eyes to the risks of processed food and the changes we can make today. Remember, your health is your first wealth, and the choices we make every day matter. Share this episode with someone you care about. Stay connected with us for more real talk. And let's keep building healthier lives and stronger communities. Until next time, take care of yourself and each other. Peace out. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm your host for today, Laura Lala Key, international real estate agent. And today, we're talking about the topic that's shaping our future, artificial intelligence, also known as AI. AI is everywhere, from healthcare to entertainment, education to finance. It's here to stay. But what does that mean for the Black community? How do we make sure that we're not just bystanders, but active participants? So did you hear that TV writers found 139,000 of their scripts were used to train AI? Hell broke loose. And as you recall, we had strikes last year, right? So this raises big questions about creativity, ownership, and control over our work. Now, we've got an incredible panel today. Lots of people who know a lot about this in different industries who we've already seen touch in our industries. So we definitely have Athena Gardner, CPA and wealth coach, also AI extraordinaire. We have Tierra Williams, producer and actress. We have Moya, our tax professional. And we have Marlo Layson, TV and film producer. Hello, ladies. We got a lot to unpack before. I mean, this is crazy. Every day, we are finding out new things. And I think it's across so many different industries. But before we get into our conversation, we love it when you guys talk to us and we talk back, but we got something fun. And throughout this show, we're going to pop this graphic up. I want you to start looking at this graphic, and I want you to tell us which one of these four is real. Look at them real good. Look at them real good. And at later point in the show, we'll tell you which one. So we'll flash it up more than once or twice. But yeah, can you tell us which one is AI? Now let's dive into this story by starting about those 139,000 scripts. Check this out.
AI steals 139,000 scripts. TV and film writers have just found out that over 100,000 scripts were used to train AI, and shit has hit the fan. The Atlantic has recently reported that over 139,000 scripts were used to train AI writing for tech companies. Showrunners spent much of the week typing their names into a search engine designed by The Atlantic's Alex Reisner. The search engine helped identify which scripts were actually being used by AI, and the results were horrifying. Reisner wrote in The Atlantic, "I can now say with absolute confidence that many AI systems have been trained on TV and film writers' work. Not just The Godfather and Alf, but more than 53,000 other movies and 85,000 other TV episodes. Dialogue from all of it is included in AI training data set that has been used by Apple, Anthropic, Meta, NVIDIA, Salesforce, Bloomberg, and other companies. It includes writing from every film nominated for Best Picture from 1950 to 2016, and at least 616 episodes of The Simpsons, 170 episodes of Seinfeld, 45 episodes of Twin Peaks, and every episode of The Wire, The Sopranos, and Breaking Bad. If I was a writer, I would be livid. And if I was an entertainment attorney, my phone would be melting. Now, it's also worth noting that many of the copyrights of these films are actually owned by the studios. What do you think of AI using these scripts without the writer's permission? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Baby, I would be highly upset because it's happening in the music industry too. But I'm going to start with you, Tira, because he asked us, what do you think? What do you think about the movie industry using these scripts without the others' permission, even though they own the copyright? See, this is sticky. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, when you sign that contract, you are definitely signing over your rights to have any rights to say, well, wait, that's unfair, because they own that piece of intellectual property. So you really don't have anything to say. I mean, if you sell it, the script that I sold to Universal is Universal's, right? Like I have say so. Well, they optioned it, right? So they own it and I own it. At some point it'll come back to me, but if they don't use it, but they renew that option ever so much, like, you know, there's a terms for it, 18 months, 2 years. But, you know, it's so interesting because the business had already changed because of streaming, right? So the business model for writers and for the business overall had already changed. So they started to downsize those writing rooms to like mini rooms. So they would have like maybe 3 or 4 writers instead of having a full staff writer, a full staffed room, and then basically working those 3 or 4 writers, you know, with the same intensity that they would need for you know, a bigger room. So it's just interesting. Fewer episodes. I mean, really, that's why we went on strike, because there were so many things that were happening and the landscape of this business was changing so fast. It's like, hold up, wait. And then the whole idea of AI coming, and then them using those things to train, you know, you don't need writers really. I mean, every time we put anything into ChatGPT, anytime we put anything into that, we're training that AI to really like take over all of our jobs. We're teaching it exactly what to think, how to give us that data back. I mean, I don't know, man. It's crazy. Athena's gonna have to tell me.
We're feeding the monster. We're feeding the monster. However, we also can harness the monster, but we're feeding it more than we can harness. That's what's frightening. You know, it reminds me of the Game of Thrones when your girl came out with these baby dragons and they're like, ee! And then all of a sudden 3 years later, they like blowing down, you know, cities. Like we're feeding the dragon. So now listen, I'm going to take this question to you, Miss AI Queen, because you got the AI knowledge. Now, what is your thoughts about them using these scripts to create new movies and new plays and new everything? What's your thoughts?
I'm not surprised that they're doing that. I'm not surprised it's happening. And I think that it's happening in other industries, but, you know, people haven't been caught yet. For those of you who don't know, I have an AI and business specialization. So when I was going through getting that certification, we were taught about the different biases that AI has and the ethical concerns and considerations, and how there's no legal body or entity that is, you know, managing this. And it's going to be left up to every individual government to come up with whatever the ethical standards are going to be for that moving forward. Currently, there are none. So it's kind of like the wild, wild west in that area. I'm not surprised about this. And this is not going to only impact the Hollywood industry. It's going to impact all industries. And that's why I always encourage, and I am encouraging people to get on the AI wave and see how you basically have to do what they're doing. You basically have to leverage other resources and use AI for your benefit. There are a lot of tips and tricks that I use even in my own personal life and business with AI. And that's what I'm going to be teaching tomorrow at the Fly Nubian Money Club. So make sure your face is in the place. You sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. I will be going over at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time how to use AI to supercharge your success. And basically, they're teaching us what we need to do.
which is
It's a round robin. It's a round robin. Like, like we'll discuss solutions later, but it's definitely a round robin because, like I said, we're feeding, but we're getting, but we're feeding. So, at what point do we protect ourselves? And I'm sure that you are definitely going to be talking about that in the class tomorrow. So hint, early, go do it right now because we're talking about this today. All right, Miss Moya.
We want you to watch right now.
We want you to
we want you to watch.
Come on, you know everybody has 5 devices.
Yet.
Get it on your second device. Whatever.
Open
Don't
up
you
another
lose the
browser.
show? Don't do the show. Moya, what are your thoughts about them training with these 139,000 scripts?
I think that's why what Athena is teaching is so important, because let's just look at it for what it is. They're already trained. So therefore, they're really powerful. So if you can get in early, you're going to have a really big advantage with what Athena is going to teach to make sure that you can really leverage everything you need to know while we have this window of opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. And honey, it's going to hit the tax too. It's going to hit the tax. It's going to hit everything. It's going to hit everybody. What about you, Milo? You in the news, you do all this stuff. So how do you think this is going to affect your industry? I mean, what do you think about this 139 scripts?
I mean, I'm not like everybody else. I am not surprised, right? I think that people will be surprised how many industries are already affected by AI. It's funny because I actually, I'm always cautioning against the misinformation. Call me misinformation, right? Because I saw something that made me kind of worried when we were having these storms in South Louisiana, these snowstorms. AI was telling people, because you have to put the proper prompt in to get the right information, that water doesn't freeze at below 32 degrees. It was like water freezes at 32 degrees. So therefore at 26 degrees, it needs to rise to 32 degrees in order for it to freeze. And so I want people to use your actual learning, right? Because these machines are baby machines. They're not big people machines. These are babies. And they haven't learned everything that we know. We're teaching them. They don't know nuance, right? They understand black or white. They understand, they're not going to give you the shade of gray. They're not going to give you the context. So I think while it's great, right? It's a great efficiency tool. I personally could always tell when something was written with AI. I can always tell when something was created using mostly artificial intelligence, right? So there's still something for me as a creative, and just my advice to other creatives: use it to streamline, use it to help your workflow, use it to free your hands to do things that are time sucks, where you can put the time into whatever your true passion is, right? Or whatever the real human connection work is required for whatever it is that you're trying to do. So, child, it's here. It ain't coming. And the people, especially my people, we need to not miss this wave, mostly because it don't know all of our beautiful shades of brown, honey. And that is very problematic.
Let me tell you, I do a lot of graphics, and I have got, I think if you had to give me a skin tone degree, I done found every degree for all of our skin tones, but it took a long time to figure that out. Now, listen, we're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back to continue this really important topic.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want
Queens to 87948. Yes. Come on, y'all. Come on. We talk about good stuff. You don't want to miss us. And we get notifications when you sign up there when we go live. Because, sometimes you get busy and you're like, oh, I'm missing my Queens. And you know you don't want to miss us. Come on, text the word Queens to 87948. Yes and yes. Now listen, we got a little quiz going on right now. So I want to pull up this graphic. Later on in the show, we want to see if you got this right or not. Look at this picture very closely. I want you to look at that closely and decide which one of those is real. We're going to show this a couple more times before the show is over, but let your wheels start talking, okay? All right, so you got that in your brain? All right, let's move on. Now, listen, you've heard us talk about how AI doesn't always get it right. We feed the machine, but sometimes it doesn't spit back things, especially when it comes if you're making graphics and you're trying to get the right kind of fingers and the right kind of toes. You usually get about 10 on one hand. Or, you have to really be specific when you do colors. When I want skin tone of mine, I have to say honey colored. If I want someone like Tiara, I say honey, I say cocoa colored. And that you have to do that in order to get the nuances that you have to get those graphics. But let's see how AI can be very racist. Check this out.
The mostly white, mostly male VPs at Google thought that this paper should not come out, and that it should be retracted. This is a scientific paper. And this was after it went through all of the internal review processes just fine. And so I requested to know why this was the case. And they said they wouldn't tell me. And they said, in fact, I should immediately resign. I sent an email to an email list for women in the Google research team talking about my frustrations and explaining about the issues that I saw at Google. So this is in a nutshell what happened. And then, of course, what followed was even worse because they said, first of all, that I resigned, which was definitely not true and could be very clearly proven wrong. There is a process for resignation, and a whole bunch of especially white men talked about their resignation process and how it was so different from mine. And secondly, they started attacking my work. And this brought on a whole bunch of harassment campaigns. It was a dog whistle to the white supremacists in the dark web. I started getting death threats, stalkers, and I still have stalkers, actually, and so being publicly thrust into the public eye like that, that's what it brought about. So that's in short.
That's frightening. I love our ladies in STEM. I do. And I love that they are speaking out more and more about what they're seeing in their positions. You might think she's nerdy, but I think she's just as smart as a whip. And I love the fact that she is calling out big companies for what they're doing. So Athena, I am going to ask you this, because we don't have a lot of people in STEM. We don't really have too many people in technology. We have a lot of them, but not compared to the other races. So what steps should we take to make sure that we're not left behind in this AI revolution?
Well, in this AI revolution, depending on where you want to go, right? I do know people who are in tech. Definitely get certifications, definitely in areas of cyber security for sure, and areas that where AI is going to touch. For those of us who are not in any heavy technical tech situations, which what I'm teaching tomorrow is going to be for anybody, right? You do not need to be a tech genius to pick up what I'm putting down tomorrow. So make sure you go over to FlyNubianMoneyClub.com after this and sign up. You definitely want to, first of all, just show up tomorrow that's the recommendation. Show up tomorrow and learn all the stuff that we're doing for AI. But also you want to be abreast of what is going on in the environment in general. Just like how they're having this super group with Trump and everybody's creating this entity so they can get what 500 billion into AI infrastructure. So stay adept of current news, and then also learn the different tools that are available to you now. There's a lot of generative AI tools that are very user friendly that you can get familiar with in order to whatever it is you're doing in your career. ChatGPT is your friend. Perplexity is your friend. Bard is your friend.
And it can be your friend because it also can help you grow your business very much so. But tying this back into creative work, Tiara, I want to talk to you because you're directly in the entertainment industry. So how do we, like, not only just you as a script writer, as a movie producer, like, and for us, my husband and I, music creation, how do we protect our creative work in a world where AI can just replicate it so easy?
Yeah, I would say use it, right? And not use it in a sense of like have them spit out things for you, but if if you can't beat them, join them, right? If you need help with ideas, if you need to, I think that's the best part about having something there, a tool there that you can use. You can say, okay, I have an idea to do this. Help me out. Like, and it can stimulate your creativity, I believe. But I think the problem that people have, and I saw somebody mention this in the comments, that it will strip us of our creativity, our critical thinking, and all of those things, right? And so I think that's the hard part, even for our children, and giving them like, and I know you didn't ask me all this, Lala, but this is what comes to mind when I think of this, like our children having access to AI so young and not being able to develop their own voice, their own style, their own thoughts, just automatically being like, well, what does Shaq think? And so I do think that, first of all, we just have to stay creative. We have to keep thinking. We can't rely on these AI tools for everything. Just stay abreast of the things that stay abreast of the things that are happening, but don't allow it to take away your voice, because we need your voice. I think that's what makes us all so unique, is what we have to offer the world is our uniqueness. Don't let that be trampled on by AI.
I often think, like, I was a huge imaginary friend girl growing up. Like, I everything I was doing, I was either singing in my room, I was making up lyrics, I was playing in the mud pals, I was a tomboy. You hear me? I was doing it all. I can't imagine raising a child in this situation where you have to teach them certain things like this so that they could stay abreast of what's happening, but still also allow them to be very creative and get them off the phones and off of the computers in order to grow and grow intellectually and imaginary ways. And that, to me, I'm so glad my son is grown. I would not want to go back to that. So Moya, that brings a good question that I have, because I don't know the answer to it, and I don't know if I'm ever going to have the answer to it. But are we as a community embracing AI? Are we more resistant to it? And why do you think that?
Well, I mean, when it comes to a lot of areas of technology, there's always room for us to become more acquainted with it. Because, I mean, I remember when I had Alexa in my house, and Alexa would still be on sometimes, and you'd be like, wait, is Alexa listening to me right now? Yes. And I felt uncomfortable, so I unplugged it. I don't even know where that thing is. Because it made me feel like they were intruding on my space. So I believe there's a level that definitely can scare us, like, wait, what is all happening here? But that's why I'm really grateful for Athena's class tomorrow, so we don't have to be scared of AI. She's going to teach us how to embrace it.
Definitely. I'm all for it. I can't wait. I'm excited about it. Listen, we still have so much to talk about. We have a lot of great comments coming from you guys. Keep them coming. There was a question about, Apple, the new Apple that's coming out. Yes, it will be training AI as you type and do things and send messages to people. So there is a way you can turn that off. I highly suggest, as Constance says, Google that shit to change your settings if you don't want that to be done. Yes. That is coming to all of your handheld devices, baby. Won't be long before you're feeding it just by doing a quick message to a friend. All right. So let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. FlyNubianMoney.com.
Get your money right. flynubianmoney.com. Listen, every day you come here, you see me. Listen, every day I tell you that we have great resources for you. And when I say that, I don't lie. I don't lie. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com and start looking at what you can do to get your financial house in order. And we laugh and we joke, but I say that so that you can giggle too. Because sometimes when you laugh, things stick with you. But if you are feeling like your financial house is in dire need and you don't even know where to begin, then you can begin with us. That's what we're here for. That's what we're known for. That's what our name is. flynubianmoney.com. Go check it out and see where you can start to build your wealth. Now, listen, I know you had something to say before I left about the phone situation, Tiara. So kind of tell us what your thoughts are on that.
No, I wanted to add to what Moya was saying. You were asking if Black people are resistant to things like AI. And I just think if we look at the history of Black people in America, we're always resistant to anything new coming because usually it doesn't work in our favor. It's not something, it's like, how is this going to be used to against me? And sure enough, we're seeing in the healthcare system, healthcare claims are being denied and all of these things, AI is being used for that. And so it just made me think of somebody said it today. I was just thinking about the structure. If there's systematic racism and there has been, and there's a system that is oppressing people, naturally that system teaches and trains AI to do the same thing, right? Even without even considering. There are some things I put in and I get biased responses. I think I was talking to Moya one day offline. I don't know if it was Moya or not, but like it was like the response was like so like, wait a minute, why are you telling me, was that Moya, was that about the election? Do you remember? Was it about the election? Like we were asking a question about Kamala or whatever, but it was like encouraging us to think a certain way about her. And so I thought that was interesting, right? That there's this system that is not real. Artificial intelligence is not real, and already it's racist. How is that? Well, I mean, we're looking around at the people that are training them, and because we're not Black and brown people are not in those spaces, we're not given the opportunity. We're not going to be given the opportunity because of DEI, but we're not going to be in those spaces. Hopefully we can figure out a way, but I think there possibly it could be worse, in the future because we're not in those spaces.
I think so. I was listening to a great podcast the other day. I'm a podcast freak. And it was all on AI. And there was a very well-known gentleman who started in the 80s with tech, with the internet. He's like techie. He loved that stuff. He went real far with that, built a really, big business. And he says he literally is afraid for marketing positions right now. He said, I don't say that lightly. He said, but if I can go to ChatGPT and get exactly what I need, I'm not going to need to hire anybody to do it. And I'm already seeing it. Now, the lady says, well, one of the things we don't have is choice. It's going to be woven. You don't have a choice to embrace it, but you can't avoid it. And with that, we're going to bring up something. We got a little fun game going on today. I'm going to bring up this graphic. I want you to look at it. We're going to leave it up for about, 10 seconds. But I want you to decide which one of these pictures is real, which one is real and not AI. Take a good look. Later on in the show, we're definitely going to tell you the answer, but do you really know? Do you really know? All right. So Marlo, with that being talked about, we're talking about jobs. So what risks do you see for Black workers as AI becomes more integrated into various industries?
For everybody, right? But I think everything in this world is adapt or die, right? You have to find a way to get in where you fit in, and that's just the reality of this, right? There's no fighting it. because what do corporations care about more than anything is their bottom line. This saves the bottom line. This is a bottom line rescuer, right? If you can clip your marketing department, if you can clip or cut down your communications department, because this machine learning can do a bulk of the work, right? It can do what it took teams of 3 to 5 humans to do. You absolutely are going to run a risk of unemployment and underemployment, right? So I think that Black people need to be studying this, like Athena said, cyber security, right? Because as the Wild Wild West gets tamed, we're going to need people who can monitor this stuff, people who can put protections in place so that AI can't become you, right? Like there are so many endless sci-fi movies that I could write right now in my head about how terrible this could all end for humanity.
The Terminator.
Exactly.
Matrix.
Yeah, I mean, look, they already been written, right? So I think that getting in where you fit in, find your place in AI. I'm not a Siri person. I don't never talk to Siri. Old girl is not active on my phone. Alexa, I'm not talking to her either, because I understand what it means, right? So I use AI where I need to use it. And I think that everybody should adopt that notion. Don't reject it, but use it in a way that's most protective to you and your family, because they are getting all of our information. And you did bring up children, and I think it's very important for parents are going to have to lean in and be parents right now, right? Parents are going to have to actively have conversations with their children so that you are sharpening this tool, right? We can't just let the AI be the tool. You don't want your brain, what is it called? It's not brain mush, it's not brain fog. I don't know. There's some medical terminology, right, for the endless scrolling and how it happens, what it does to brain development and how it affects neurons. When 2 neurons aren't talking and sparking, your brain is not developing, right? Like you have an opportunity to grow your brain every single day. And I think parents are going to have to lean into that and find a balance between AI teaching your children and you teaching your children, because what it can't give them is morality, right? So this is not a time for parents especially to take their foot off the gas.
T-shirt that needs to be on a t-shirt. Listen, we're talking about just AI generating scripts and things of that nature, but they are doing videos as well. Sora is one of them that everybody keeps talking about, and I've noticed that on Facebook. Now I'm on a social media fast this week, but Facebook is putting more and more AI generated videos out. There's one where they have a scuba diver shaving barnacles off of a whale, and it's not real. Now, some people caught that and some people didn't, but it's also not labeled like it's supposed to be labeled, because they're supposed to say that it's AI. And these companies are not doing what they should be doing. So, Athena, how can we hold these companies accountable for how they use AI?
Okay, come through, fur coat. Come through.
But it looks so real, though.
I know it. Look at it.
And it looks good.
Baby. If I look like that, I'd be happy. Look at that.
I'm going to make me a slow motion walk through New York City.
This is what I feel like I look like when I'm walking down the street.
Like for that, that's fun. That's fun to me. I love it. But we know that that's AI. Now, you put that up, but I didn't notice. Does it say AI or just let you assume? And that was a TikTok video. So, so it begs the question, Athena. I mean, how do we hold these tech companies accountable for how they use AI?
Unfortunately, we are the masses and they do not care about us holding them accountable. We're like, oh, Mr. Jeff Bezos, be accountable for, using AI. No, it's going to have to happen on a government level, and government tends to be slow. So I'm interested to see if this government efficiency department is going to do what it says it's going to do. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not. So it's going to have to be a legal body that will enforce it, obviously. And then we all know who can afford to lobby for their interests. These same companies we want to be held accountable. So that's not going to happen. But on an individual basis and in some areas, companies have taken upon themselves to institute certain things. So like even, for example, YouTube, you upload a video, it says, was this made with AI? I know Amazon, if you're creating an ebook, it's asking you if this ebook was created with AI. This is mostly AI generated content. So we're starting to see that just so people can know and understand. But in mass, that's going to take some time and government influence.
Yeah, I mean, and government is already jumping on it. There's already an argument between the Orange Muppet and the apartheid Musk. You know, the Orange Muppet came out saying he spent all this money for billionaires for us to get better with AI, and Musk told him that it was unrealistic. So you already have conflict there. But did you know, and this is something that you should know, America is not number one when it comes to AI. China is. So what we're trying to do is to catch up, because God knows, everybody like, oh God, China can't beat us. But baby, China been doing this a long day. They've been doing this a long day, and they ain't even been letting us know they've been doing it. But we know from elections and everything else, the things that we see are fed to us wrong. This is a part of AI. Okay, I'm just being honest with you. Whether whoever's in office or not, we have to be very, very careful with this stuff. And we have to learn to discern, create discernment on what we can check and look for. Like someone in the comments said after they watched that video, they said we could tell because there wasn't certain hair movement. See, you're going to have to get technical with that. But as you get older, I'm sorry, this eyesight not going to be seeing if that hair is moving or not. I mean, this is a tough thing for us to do, right? So, Moya, now we got these babies out here that we need to protect. So what's your take on AI being used in education? And is it going to be a helpful tool or a potential problem?
I can definitely see both, right? It being very helpful. Like my youngest daughter, she calls it Chatty G instead of Chat GPT. Like she's already came up with like a nickname for it. So yeah, that concerns me in terms of, you know. And then my other son, he's like, oh man, I want to do YouTube. So I want to see, can it create like a daily schedule of what I need to post? I thought that was very clever for him to see what that looks like and help get guidance on that. So I think there's pros and cons to it. One of the things that I wanted to ask Athena was, is she going to be talking about, like, because I heard a lot of the highest paying jobs right now is AI prompting and seeing how you can prompt AI and coming out with different, you know, things that you're looking for. So are you going to be talking about AI prompt tomorrow?
Actually, the training is very prompt heavy. I'm actually going to be giving prompts to use for certain things. So, you know, you getting gifts, honey, you getting the prompts to use. But also prompt engineering is going to be a very big area, and there is layers to what makes a good prompt, because just like how you said, the data that the AI is actually trained on is important, but what you ask and how you ask it is even more important. So in this training, I'm going to be discussing, I'm giving prompts, and I'm going to be breaking down why the prompts that I'm giving are actually really good, like the elements to a good prompt. But prompt engineering, anything AI related, is going to be the future. They were discussing that at this Wealth Summit that I went to, Future Fest. It's the largest world's wealth festival, and they were saying that prompt engineering was going to be the area of growth, not only from a job perspective, but like what companies are going to be hiring and implementing as they move forward.
See, listen, it's involved in absolutely everything that we do. Like, let's be realistic. You can do a lot of things with it. But Athena is right. And I embraced AI early and learned early. You just don't go in and say, give me a list of alphabetical flowers. You know, you want to be real specific on what you're asking for, because if it's garbage in, you get garbage out. And it's as simple as that. But, you know, there's a lot of things that we have to take into account with this on how we can harness this every day in our everyday lives. it's just something that's here to stay, and it's not going to go anywhere. And we're still not done. We still have a great conversation about this. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Listen, we're talking about AI today, but there is extreme positives to using real people with real talent and real skill. You're always going to have that humanity tied to it if you want to build and you don't want to sound generated, because AI can definitely make you sound like a robot. You ain't going to be talking about yourself unless you know how to prompt, right? But if you need to grow your business, if you just don't have time to do everything, you can get the human element with us. We have this magic little email that you could do so that we can help you build your business, take some things off of your plate so you can concentrate on more important things for growing your business as well. So just send us an email at info@realvirtual.net, info@REELVIRTUAL.net, and we will be able to help you. And if you notice, our beautiful Tiara is waving at you. That email goes to her. So it's not like it's going to some stranger. You know we friends. Friends. Go on and email us.
Right. And I won't discover and unlock and navigate. What's the other words that AI uses every time? And I'll be like, do not use dive in. Do not use it. Remove.
In conclusion,
help you unlock and discover.
Hate that. See that. So she knows what she's talking about. This is the human element here. But that actually brings me a question for you, Tiara. How do you think that AI is going to change the way that we consume movies, TVs, and music?
I think they're just. I heard an AI written song and it was so good. I said, "Oh wow, this was written with AI." Obviously with the video that we watched earlier, they were using some of the best shows on television to create, future scripts. So I think it's going to be great with a little bit more. It's going to be awful for us as writers in this business, which is why it's so important at this point to diversify. There's so many people I know who are not working in this business. The business has not been the same since the writers and actors strikes. It's just not. Like, work is so hard to come by, right? At this point because of these tools. But I would just say that, it's just time to diversify. It's just, like I said, like everyone was saying earlier, to just start to think about what ways creatively, and Black people are creative people. So we always figure out like, okay, all right, so we can't do it this way anymore. Let's try this. I just think we'll figure it out. But for the most part, at this point, after you go to the training, Athena's training, then start to brainstorm on ways that you can really like shake up and change your business, or figure it out.
You got to figure it out, and you got to figure it out and figure it out, or you're going to be left behind. Listen, in the music industry, Spotify is getting over on people every single day. Now, my husband and I we've taken one project down, and I think we're going to take the rest of our projects down as well. Spotify has trained its AI as well on much music. And what it's done is it creates these songs, the ones that get the most listening to, and then they create these playlists. So if an independent artist such as us gets less than 1,000 plays, they won't give you a dime. They will just continue to pocket that money. Now, if you do get over 1,000, they're going to question you to see if you have bought, and then they'll take your music down while they're supposed to do some kind of investigation. Next thing you know, you go to a playlist and there's a song that sounds like yours. So I want you to understand that this is going on in all industries. And then you have Netflix, who's ready to buy places like Spotify and stuff so they could start using this stuff. Now, what do I say? Billionaires always buying billionaires, baby, because Netflix just announced they're getting ready to go up in price. So this is going to be a very interesting roller coaster ride. But we have another video from that very smart lady. I just love her. I'm going to have to go follow her. Let's see what else she has to say about her Google experience in AI.
For instance, there is an example of how Amazon scrapped a hiring tool, an automated hiring tool, because the tool was trained on historical data that based, on who to accept for a particular job. Let's say in computer science, for example, and who to reject. And if you look at historical data, we live in a white supremacist patriarchal society. So women have been discriminated against forever, right? And no matter how qualified you are, no matter what, you're going to not get that job because of discrimination. So if you train your model to learn from history and say, hey, this person is qualified for the job because a person like them was accepted in the past. This person, on the other hand, is not qualified for the job because a person like them was not accepted. Then we know what you're going to end up deciding, right? So this tool just started having a correlation between, for instance, women's colleges, people who went to women's colleges, and a low score, meaning that they shouldn't get accepted to this job. So this is just one example, right? But my hope is that, people from marginalized communities don't have to fight the powers that be to just have a seat at the table, work on AI that actually benefits us with a research practice that's not extractive and discriminatory, and work on tools that actually benefit our communities and show the harms of existing tools to our communities. And is simply the goal of the Distributed AI Research Institute.
I love how she just lays it right on out there. She really does. Marlo, so with that being said, and she's telling us what exactly is happening, is how do we ensure that Black voices are represented in the development of AI systems? We laughed already about how they never get our skin tone right, and it's all about the prompting. So how do we get represented in AI?
Nobody's gonna like this answer. It is going to take Black investment. It is going to take Black people with money and means. It is going to take my brother Nasir Jones, who's part of some kind of what do you call that, where they drop the big money into the thing. I can't think. It's Friday. I don't have my words. But it's gonna take the big money, right? All these people walking around with the fly gold chains, all the people that are stepping out of the backs of Maybachs, those people need to put their money where their mouth is and start to develop this technology, because at the end of the day, they too are being left behind. If all you can do as a wealthy Black person is partner with white entities to make money that's already established, then that's problematic for the community. And it's problematic for you because they are excluded from AI, right? They have the same probability of getting hit by a self-driving vehicle as any of us, because it doesn't understand the nuances of our skin tone. They are as likely as any of the rest of us brown bunnies to be arrested and to be misidentified by AI-led facial recognition technology, right? That only has 5 Black faces. So I think that it's going to take investment. It's going to take people putting their money where their mouth is. And it's going to take Black people being intentional about pulling this great Black talent that has been ostracized from Google and Amazon and all this lady's story is not unique, y'all. And so it's going to take them finding this great Black talent and creating our own learning models that represent us. Because they've already had issues when the iPhones first started doing facial recognition. Any Asian could open any other Asian's phone, right? And we know they got Asians in tech. So why was there only one Asian face, right? Where everybody could open up their friends' phones. I saw about 5 or 6 videos where girls were opening up other people's phones that were Asian. So if we already know this, the ideal thing would be for all communities of color to come together, because everybody's going to be affected. But this is the Fly Nubian Money podcast. So I'm saying for Black people, we need to, those with wealth, those with means, those that are being barred from investing their money. They got Black people that want to make investments in this technology and they can't get a seat at the table. So I'm saying y'all need to find a way to invest, because if we don't make the investment, we're not going to get the outcomes that we need, because we'll never be considered in the way that we need to be considered.
Exactly. We definitely have a lot of things to think about. I mean, you can actually boggle your mind when you're thinking about it, but let's look at some stats here, because this is really kind of frightening. So let's check out some of these stats. By 2030, AI is projected to contribute 15.7 trillion to the global economy. 85 million jobs are expected to be displaced by AI by 2025. Y'all, that's this year. That's this year. But 97 million new roles could emerge.
Okay.
And only 9% of Black workers are in STEM fields, didn't I tell you, compared to 20% of white workers. A 2020 study found that AI systems can exhibit racial and gender biases, such as facial recognition systems misidentifying Black faces more often than white ones. And Black-owned businesses using AI tools report an 18% growth in revenue compared to those that did not. This is proof to tell you that you need to be in our class tomorrow.
Yes.
No joke. A study showed that 65% of Black parents want their kids to learn coding or AI-related skills compared to 50% of parents overall. Good for them. But I'm going to tell y'all, when it comes to the bias and the things that they notified, if you haven't looked up the Meta glasses and how they could just look at you now, because college students hacked it to look at anybody and pull up their information on LinkedIn and Facebook. And they walked up on people they didn't know and say, "Hey, Brother Brown." And Brother Brown looked up like, "Hey, you teach at such and such, don't you?" "Yeah, I was in your class." "Oh, okay." And then they got up and shook hands and everything. Guys, this is more deeper than we are able to even discuss in this. So let's take a short break and we'll come right back.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy in how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at the flynubianmoneyclub.com and I will see you in the training.
Well, I can't add to that. You've got the instructor here. You've got the AI goddess. Take it away, Athena.
Thank you so much, Lala, for that. And listen, I need you guys face in the place tomorrow. We're about to snatch eyelids back. We're going to scalp you. We're about to just reveal the gems that you need to do with AI. You do not need to be a tech genius. You do not need to be a code genius, even though I date them. All you need is to be in the flynubianmoneyclub.com. So after this show, I need you to go to that link. And guess what, guys? If you have not signed up before, we do have a free trial still going on. So it is not going to hurt your pockets All you need is the investment of your attention, okay? Because you still need to invest time and attention, and to sign up and to be in the place tomorrow. So we are going to go over prompt engineering, how this affects us as a community, specific prompts to help you for your business, tools to use. I'm giving you gems tomorrow.
Yes.
So this is what I need for you guys to understand. As Black people, we tend to lag in adopting new ways of thinking, doing, embracing technology, embracing with the change. And I need us to be the forward-thinking, intellectual, divine beings. I know that we are, the greatness that we come from, Hashalabo, and be on the way to focus on the future, which is AI. It is not going anywhere. Okay. Tomorrow we could be in a Terminator Matrix situation. All right. But do you want to be in that situation with some more money? Yes. All right. So this is what we need to do. Sign up for our training tomorrow so you can learn how to take that ideas of yours or your current business and how to generate more income.
All right. Now you heard it. Now listen, here's another benefit that you have. Not only that you're going to do that at flynubianmoneyclub.com, you're also going to get Constance's class that taught you how to make shipping figures. Shipping figures. I said shipping. You want to make sure that you sign up so that you get that training. And you also get the training that I gave you about how to buy a house domestically as well as abroad. I don't know what you're waiting for. Just go on and do it. Just go on and do it. What does Nike say? Just do it. It is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't miss.
And I just want to say one other plug for Fly Nubian Money Club. Starting Monday, we're going to have weekly giveaways, weekly free giveaways for our members and people that sign up. So every week you will have something that can also help you elevate in your life, whether it's a budget, a ebook, whatever it is, you will have access to that. So I'm excited.
See? You don't even know that. We just been talking about that, but listen, we are serious about our motto around here. We really are helping you with your mindset and your wallet and listen, you have to take control of your financial house, period. Now, I'm going to put up this picture one more time. We have a photo that I want you to look at, and I want you to tell me if you can figure out which one of these are real and which one is not. So which one is real, right? Okay, we got the little, all right, that's what you got. That's what you got. And here is the answer. You ready? It's the man. He's the only one who is real. How many of you guys got it right? No, it's not the man.
It's two men. It's two men. Which man?
It's the Wahipe man. The Wahipe man with the glasses.
With the glasses. Yes.
No, wait a minute. Hold up. Which one is
real? The Wahipe man with the glasses.
That's what I said. Okay, I said that, but then someone I know earlier said the Asian lady. Now listen, some of y'all are being a little rude.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, now listen. Didn't nobody tell you to go down that road? It is the man with the glasses. He is real. So look how, see, there was even a debate with us. So let me ask you all this question, and this goes for our viewership family as well. Moya, are you using AI tools personally? And if not, why? Which ones do you use?
Yes. I use AI. I use ChatGPT. I use Canva Premium. Canva Premium gives you access to do a whole lot. They have Midjourney. They have so many things. With that being said, I'm still so eager to know what Athena is going to be talking about tomorrow.
I know. I'm so excited. What about you, Marlo? Now, I know you've kind of said a couple of things during our conversations, but do you use AI at all?
Oh, absolutely. I use AI. I use the Canva AI features. I use a platform called Lumen 5 to make small little informational videos. I use ChatGPT as I'm on my can't eat nothing that's delicious journey so that it can help me put these foods together in a way that's a little bit more creative from week to week. So yeah, I mean, I'm not anti-AI, y'all. I certainly use it. I work in analytics, so I have to use AI to make my day easier. I have to use it to help digest the analytics that I then have to go and think through to figure out my audience. But I'm just saying, like, learn it, be aware of it, but also be wary, be protective of your data. Like, your data is valuable, right? The information about you is valuable. And so I'm just saying, be selective and protective. But I certainly use AI tools because it make my life easier. We all got 24 hours. We got to figure out the best way to use them, right?
Yes, and it can definitely help with your time. I don't really need to know the answer from Athena, but I'm still going to ask you, what are some of the tools that you do use?
Listen, I'm a chat GPT goddess at this point. I love Perplexity. I'll be discussing those tools as well. I use Canva, Magic AI as well. Even StreamYard AI, I use them to do AI generated content. So I'll leave the rest for the training.
Teaser. All right, Tiara, what about you? What do you use it for?
I use all the things that the other queens have said. I use chat, I use Canva, I've used Lumen, but I also use Opus.
Oh God, I love Opus.
I use Opus. So those are the top 4.
I too use it. I use ChatGPT. I also use Leonardo. I also use DALL-E. I also use Perplexity, and of course Canva, because Canva just keeps getting better and better. I just love it. Opus, you name it, I do it. Like I said, I love it. I love being able to do that, and I've used it for T-shirts and ebooks and everything else. I'm creating one as we speak right now, so it is what it is. Quita says, I use the free AI platforms on my computer and WhatsApp and Geo. I didn't know WhatsApp had that, y'all. Anonymous says he uses GitHub Copilot and ChatGPT. And, you know, I've used GitHub. I've used Copilot. There is a YouTuber, she asked AI chat about relationships and get info live on her show, even though she is a relationship expert. So you see, there's many people who are using AI for their everyday business and their everyday life. But we could talk about this forever. We really and truly can. But I know that you guys have heard us say over and over, you need to get to the training. But if you don't, you're going to get left behind. So the training tomorrow at flynubianmoneyclub.com is going to, no matter if you feel you're an expert or a beginner or an intermediate, I can guarantee you're going to learn something from Athena. So please make sure that you do sign up so that you can join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that is on the 25th, which is tomorrow. All right, ladies, we need to kind of like wind it down, and I don't want to. I feel like we're all just having tea and having girlfriend chat. But I am going to start with you, Athena. Can you please tell us your final thoughts and where we can find you?
Well, final thoughts are this. Skill or get killed is the name of the game with this economy. We are in a Trump era, honey. Okay? Trump era, full court press. If you are not innovating, if you're not about getting your money, you are going to be left behind and try and be a part of the permanent underclass that they're trying to make us into. So I need for you guys, especially to sign up for the Fly Nubian Money Club so you can see my training tomorrow. Idea to Income, how to supercharge your success with the power of AI at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be going through prompts, tools, especially the prompts, right? And giving you guys prompts to use to help you with creating the business ideas and executing them flawlessly. Also, if you're interested in all my other offerings or anything that I'm doing, okay, elevatewithathena.com. It has my social media, it has my offerings, it has my podcast, where you can find me. All of it is there. Elevatewithathena.com. I love you guys, and I'll see you in the training.
All right. I'm excited. I really am. Moya, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
My final thought is I'm obsessed with Athena's cat. I love the cat in the background. Oh my God. So yes, I think AI is a crucial tool that we need to use in order for us to get ahead. If you have any questions about anything, you can always, in terms of taxes, in terms of college funding, you can send me a DM at moya.business or just go to my website, www.moya.tax, to get any information you need.
And she's got a lot of good stuff, guys. For those of you who have students that are going to college, You don't want to miss out on the information that she has for you, because honestly, it could mean money in your pocket, right? You need to make sure that you go to her site and get that free resource as well. Marlo, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
My final thought is the same as Athena, right? Use it or lose it. Get left behind or catch the train, y'all. That's really where we're at with it. Be discriminating. The more you use AI, you'll learn the more you can discern what was created with AI, because deception is a big part of this that we didn't really get too much into today. But ride the wave, get on the train, make you some money, increase your discernment of online lies and scammery by being a tech savvy person. It's the 21st century. We are pushing through the 21st century. This is 2025, y'all. Technology is here to stay. There's nothing wrong with being rooted on the ground and being off the grid sometimes, but if you're trying to get your money is on the grid, so you got to get there. If you're looking for me, you can find me in all the internet spaces. On Instagram, I'm Ora Marlo. My name is on the screen, or my screen name is on the screen, and I write about all the things, including all of these feverish executive orders that our new old president is writing, and I'm trying to decipher DEI for y'all. I'm trying to decipher what his AI approach is and how he has literally taken the training wheels off AI. So it is really the wild, wild west. And if you want to keep up with me, those things are under my name, Marlo Layson. You can find me out in the wild, because that's where I be.
I didn't do that. Not only that, but Marlo is on a beautiful journey. And as you can see, you can already see changes in your body, Marlo. You're looking great. She is on a journey with health and fitness. And listen, if you want to follow her on that and, cheerlead her on, because there's nothing like true encouragement. Got my pom-poms up for you. So make sure that you follow her and give her encouragement. Tiara, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yes, let me unmute myself. Every day we come on and we have these conversations about what we need to do as a community and, how far, you just get, sometimes it can be a little overwhelming. The news that comes up and how we're like, listen, we're behind every day, we're behind. But I want to tell you this, Black people, we are so resilient and we are overcomers. Like, that's what we do. We are creative. If we can take a very little and make so much. And I think it's just in our DNA. It's just where we've come from. It's what we've had to overcome. So just like Trump is here doing all the DEI stuff, and, there's already systems in place that we know are not always to our benefit. If we can just step back and just really think and strategize and come together, I feel like that's really all we need, is to just start to lean on each other. I was talking about in a previous podcast, just like we were able to come up with those millions of dollars for Kamala Harris overnight. If we just had that same type of energy, if we could just say, like, here's the goal. All Black people need to be on one accord with is a goal. That's it. Once we know it, we understand the assignment every single time. So let's figure out what that goal is. Let's make the goal to get ahead. Let's make a goal to uplift each other. Let's make the goal to take it to the top, right? And so I challenge you today to do that. Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather, but I want to do my part. Fly Nubian Money Club. I am the co-creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club. I created it as an extension of what we're doing here at Fly Nubian Money. A lot of people had questions in the comments about why, how to do this or how to do that. And it really sparked something inside of me that said, what if I could bring queens in bi-weekly that could teach you something to change your life? Every day I'm mulling over ways to change your life. I'm like, can we give away giveaways? Can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do that? Just to make sure that we don't leave 2025 feeling behind. We have a plan. We have a strategy. We've heard it. I always hear Constance say we got to be hearers of the word, but we also have to be doers. So I just want to encourage you to do all of those things. Go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. I see some people in the chat saying, listen, I'm on a fixed income. I ain't got it. Guess what, sis? I'm going to allow you to come in for this 30-day trial and get the game either way. So come on in and do it that way. We love you. We love the fixed income ladies. We want to help you figure out a hustle to get you beyond that fixed income. So come through. I love y'all.
We want to help you unfix the fix.
Yes.
We're going to level you up. We're going to
Get
level
the
you
bag.
up. Now, did you tell everybody where we can find you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm at Miss Black Hollywood across all platforms. That's MSBLACK Hollywood across all platforms. Y'all, I am currently on a social media hiatus because my soul can't take it, and it's for spiritual reasons. Hallelujah. But I will be back soon. I've been working on a music album. So I have some things to share when I come back. But for now, I am taking time away thinking about ways to make you greater.
And I am too. And I can tell you, I have been off of social media since Monday, and my spirit feels so much lighter. It's good to take a sabbatical from all the madness. So we do encourage people to do that as well, because we do have Spotify, baby. Because if you miss us during that sabbatical, you can catch up on Spotify. Just go over there and make sure you download Fly Nubian Money so that you can hear us on Spotify. Now, listen, here's my final thoughts. There is always going to be something that we have to learn, something new, something that may be scary. There is a lot of fear around artificial intelligence. You always hear they're going to take this, they're going to do this, and we're never going to, but they can't take away something that you can learn and take the time to put into your educational bank. Listen, we cannot be left behind. There is a wonderful way to balance. You don't have to dive into absolutely every single thing that somebody's telling you need to do, but this is important enough for you to learn and to teach your family, to use it in your daily life smartly as well, and also to teach our children how to use it to the best of their abilities, but still allow them to be imaginary wizards. Because fairies and wizards still need to be in the imagination of these children so that they can grow up with that educated brain. Don't stunt them with technology, but you can add to it. So that's what I have to say. You can find me at my website, which is www.laurakey.net. I have a lot of free resources there for you. I have a budget creator, and it's pretty in-depth, that can help you kind of look at your finances to see, oh my goodness, do I need to get this together? Or I'm doing pretty good, but I could do better. So go ahead and download that free resources. And I also want to say that the California fires are still raging, and we have more fires going on. I have 4 clients who have lost homes, and where the fires are right now in Castaic and areas like that, I have 3 clients that are in serious danger. So on my website, at the very top, it says LA Fire Resources. Please go there. It's a list of places where you can donate, where you can take things, where people request things. It's an all-inclusive spreadsheet that they have put together. That's not my creation. Everybody as a community is using it. So I am asking you to please don't forget that just because the news is not reporting it, that LA is on fire. Yes. And people are losing their homes and everything. So please keep them in your prayers. So listen, today was a great show. And I can't tell you that how much I enjoyed it. I enjoy every show because I get to spend time with my girlfriends. So AI is here, and it's changing the world, and it's changing it fast. So the question is, are we ready? As a community, can we afford to sit on the sidelines? We need to educate ourselves, embrace the opportunities, and fight for fairness and representation in this space. Let's remember, every new era of technology comes with winners and losers. Let's make sure we're on the winning side. If you take away one thing from today, let it be this: AI isn't the future, it is the present. Let's stay informed, stay prepared, and stay ahead. So I thank you to all my incredible panel, Moya, Athena, Tierra, and Marlo, for sharing your insights. And thank you to our viewers, you family, for tuning in to Fly Nubian Money. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and as always, master your mindset and maximize your money. See you tomorrow in class, flynubianmoneyclub.com. Peace out.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Got a lot of guests with me tonight, but first of all, this is the safe space where Black men learn to be vulnerable, are encouraged to be vulnerable, and destigmatize mental wellness and getting better. So if you're here for that, you're in the right spot. But tonight is part 2 of the 4-part series on relationships. Part 1 went very well. We talked about emotional connection and the foundation of friendship in relationships. And tonight we're talking about conflict. A lot of people in relationships try to avoid conflict, but we are teaching tonight to grow connection through your conflict. And tonight I have a special guest, a couple special guests. I got Mike and Kim Pruitt. I know you've seen Mike on the show before. He brought his wife tonight. So welcome to y'all. Derek Moore. You've seen Derek in the previous episodes, but then he brought his wife tonight. They're arguing backstage, so this is going to be good. Conflict. No, I'm just playing. Too. And we got Jeannie Johnson, CEO, founder of For Love and Psych, another therapist. So I'm going to be switching hats today between a husband and a therapist. So I'm going to lean on Jeannie to talk about some of her, give some of her clinical insights.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone.
How you doing?
Hello.
And then I got my wife tonight, everybody. I told y'all she existed. She was really sick last She was really sick last week. And, but today she is live and on stage. So listen, before we get started, I want everybody in the chat to please engage. You know what I mean? If you have questions that you want to get answered by one of the couples or one of the therapists on set, please feel free to ask them. We'll try to get to as many questions as we can. But how's everybody doing tonight?
Doing good. Wonderful. Yeah, feeling good.
Good. So listen, we're going to unpack a lot of stuff that a lot of couples struggle with tonight. I think it's very important to me and Donna are going to be married 17 years next week, actually. Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Sunday?
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, happy early anniversary.
Happy early Annie.
Mike and Kim, y'all been married. I'll just let y'all tell. I want to tell. How long y'all been married?
It will be 25 years in August the 26th.
Okay, cool. And Derek and Mel?
We will be 4 years, May 2nd.
Okay. Well, cool. Let me ask you something, man. First things first. Sorry, I should be ready for this. What are some of the most common things that in the beginning, because y'all 25 years in, I'm talking to you and Mike and Kim. What are some of the things in the beginning that y'all used to have conflict over?
Wow. I'll let you answer.
I would say in the beginning, the conflict was more about other people, like family members. It really wasn't with us.
Right.
So we had to learn to navigate through that.
Yeah, mainly me being the oldest, and my mother was she wasn't accepting me being married and being with someone else. You know, she wasn't adapting to that very well. So it took us a while to work through that. But there was our major conflict that we had in the beginning.
Okay. Well, how did y'all like navigate through it in the beginning when y'all were young?
Wow, we didn't know how to.
Yeah, right.
It was something new for both of us, and it took a while for me to kind of grab hold of the situation and do what I needed to do, simply because it was my mother, didn't want to hurt her feelings, you know, that kind of thing. But it just progressively got worse, you know, and it just came to a point where I had to just say, hey, mom, I'm married now. This is my wife. She's the main, you know, the main lady. And, you know, we need to, you know, kind of recognize that and accept that. And that's basically, you know, how it's going to be from this point forward.
So y'all was just stumbling and bumbling through the first.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. You know, it was tough. Very tough.
Derek and Mel, like y'all been married 3 years, but you know, y'all, you know, met each other after previous situations, so had a little experience, had a little more knowledge on what you didn't want. But how was like conflict for y'all in the beginning?
Conflict.
Did you want to go?
Conflict was hard.
Yeah.
It was hard for us, and I think we are maybe, hopefully, at a point where we're kind of level setting and understanding how to work through it. For me, because when I was married previously, I can honestly tell you we had conflict, but it wasn't spoken. Like, it was, the elephant was in the room. We saw the elephant in the room, but we didn't deal with it, you know? So coming into, you know, after being divorced, 13 years, and then remarrying, it was just like, this is hard. Like,
right.
I don't like this. I'll be telling Kim, like, friend, I need help. Yeah.
And part of it was too, I was used to having hard conversations, and we struggled with, I wasn't used to having kids in the house, and and these were adult kids, and so young adult kids, and so I struggled with little things that I was accustomed to and how they were done, and we had some rough conversations. Yeah.
Well, how about
Uh-oh.
How about you? I know we had we really didn't have any conflict in our marriage for like the first 5 years or so.
At least 5 years. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like, it was easy going, other than maybe like Mike and Kim said, maybe other people, like other family.
Right.
But it was so minimal that it was like, well, is this what marriage is like?
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh shit.
Went crazy. And honestly, I don't think either one of us really possessed the skill or the talent to like deal with conflict in a mature way. As a matter of fact, I mean, we probably were experts at avoiding it as much as possible. And that only, you know, what I hope the people gain tonight is that only causes more issues. Avoiding conflict. So, Jeannie, I'm gonna ask you, what are some of the common conflict issues that you see in your practice when couples come across your office?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that your couples did such a great job, and you as a couple as well did such a good job giving some of the central triggers for conflict in relationships. And it can be family dynamics, right? Adjusting to family dynamics can be really tough on individuals in their relationships. Not having a clear understanding and allyship as far as their values are concerned. So where, you know, I have an understanding about what I want for my children and how I want to navigate conflict in front of young adult children, my partner maybe never had that in mind for themselves or never understood that to be something that's true. Huge conflicts include things around intimacy, how often intimacy occurs or does not occur. Other triggers include things like how the finances are managed, whether there's a person who plays a primary role in the finances and taking care of finances, or it's more of a shared governance in those types of ways of being within the relationship. Many times, those are some of the core conflicts that I see in relationships.
Yeah, I think for me, in my practice, centers around a huge lack of communication.
Yes.
And it be people who be together for years and years and years and years, and then when you try to break down like some of the things that they're arguing about and really dig down to like the underlying issues that are causing their conflict, it's usually never about the thing they're arguing about.
Right.
And it's usually a lack of understanding or knowledge of a person's emotional triggers.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
They
you
had
can
no idea. Yep.
Right, no idea.
Mhm.
You see that too, Jenny. You can be with somebody for years and years and years and not understand what triggers them. You're steadily triggering them and taking it personal.
Right.
Yeah.
Come back at you, right? That's how you.
Man, we are just now learning that.
Yeah.
After all these years of marriage, we're just now beginning to understand what each other's triggers are.
Yeah.
You know, it took us this long to figure that out, and it's been rough along the way. I'll just say
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
That can be very strange for couples. And sometimes you know that you're pressing a button, you know that you're activating someone, but you don't know whether it's on the side of something that's normal. Like, so it's, oh, you know, you're a little agitated every now and again, or, you know, when I say this to you, you get an attitude and you're like,
Right.
oh, that's normal. For some people, right? They're like, it's normal to be a little agitated every now and again. It's normal that she gets a little quiet on me, or it's normal that when we have a little argument or a little tiff, he goes and hangs with his mom more often. That's normal. And other people are like, no, actually, it's not normal that you leave the house when we have an argument. Maybe that's something that's triggering my husband. It's actually not normal that she doesn't want to have sex with me whenever we have had a rough day with each other. That's actually not normal. I probably should figure out what's going on there. I'm triggering my wife in some way, right? I'm having behaviors that are triggering my wife. So yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, 100%. Bill, let me ask you: do you feel like you know when you and Derek are heading into like a really destructive argument? Like you feel like you see it coming?
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I'd be like, next stop, I'm off. Like I'm not doing this. Yeah, but we're learning, and I've learned that that's because that's what was modeled to me. You know, my thing is I'm one of them, like Jeannie said, that would be like, okay, I'm exit stage left because I can't deal with this. And it's not that I can't, it's that I don't know how to. You know, my conflict, again, being divorced, and that was one of our things too, being divorced for 13 years, my communication was with my children. So I had to learn how to communicate with a spouse and communicate on hard things. And the other Melanie was like, girl, we can't do this. Like, this is hard.
Absolutely. You're what we would call conflict averse, right?
Yes.
Conflict for you.
Not like even diverse.
Averse. Yeah, like
adverse.
I'm out of here. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gone. Yeah.
Explain what that is, Jeannie.
Oh, sure. So someone who is conflict averse, or a synonym, conflict avoidant, is someone who struggles with emotion regulation inside of conflict. So something bad happens between them and their partner, and they have really strong emotions that bubble up that start to scare them, or really strong thoughts that start to scare them. And it creates this impulse to what I call run or fly, right? So I get out of there. Either I shut down, that's a way to avoid. So I'm not talking about nothing. And I might be in your presence and be telling you I'm not talking about nothing. Not at all. Don't even try it. Or I might actually exit stage left, which is like, I will leave the home. Like, if I feel strongly enough, if my emotions bubble to the surface enough, I need to exit. I can't be in the same environment. The tension is too much for me to withstand. So I'm out of there.
Is there an opposite to that?
Absolutely. Yeah. Someone who's conflict inviting. So someone who recognizes and understands that, hey, you know, what I saw and what was modeled for me is that people fight sometimes, and I still love you. I still see you as really beautiful, and I still want to be around you. And even when you're upset or mad at me, I still want to talk to you, and I still want to get it figured out. I actually really want to get it figured out because I miss having your company. I miss being around you, and I miss seeing you be happy.
That's me.
All day.
Yeah.
It's nice to have that compliment.
Yeah, most times, a lot of people in relationships that I see, you're like one or two people, and there's not, everybody's different, and some situations they vary, but for the most part, I see people that are avoidant and people that are anxious, right?
Yes.
And it's usually they're both in a relationship. The person that wants to follow you around and get answers to the conflict right now. Let's do it right now. And the person that like need a whole room and don't really want to deal with it. And if you don't talk about it again, you'll never hear about it again. But we're here to teach that both of these people are wrong. Okay. You have to be willing to take a break, breather, right? But also, you have to come back to the conversation. If you leave it, you have to come back to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back to it. But Mike, when I say that, man, 25 years in, what comes up for you when I say that?
I feel like when it comes to conflict, most of our problems came from me having like such a big personality, overpowering, personality and stuff like that, that whenever it came to conflict, my wife would shy away, quiet, get quiet and not speak up for herself. I'm learning that I did that so much through the years of our marriage that she didn't really have a voice, and she avoided the conflict by just not saying anything, because she felt like it would create even more conflict, that type of thing. And then, a lot of times I'll be like, let's just go ahead and talk about it and get it over with. You know what I mean? And that kind of thing, just to get it out there, and she was like, no, we don't want to talk about it now. That kind of, just because she know what it could possibly lead to. So yeah, I was real bad on that.
Mike was very, very triggering with his voice, his tone, very loud, which I just found out probably about a year ago. That's from the way I grew up with my father being loud. So I just would shut him out and just I didn't want to talk no more.
Yeah, and that would create even more conflict for me, because I'd be like, she's ignoring me.
When he's ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Kim, you saying basically you had a trigger you didn't even know about.
I didn't. Yes. I didn't.
But you were getting triggered by it anyway, nonetheless, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right. And you're totally unaware of it. I think that's important for the audience to recognize. Sometimes you don't even know
what
your triggers are. But yet, when I tell you, let me ask Jeannie first, and I'll tell you what I think.
Yeah.
When you're in a relationship, how do you, I guess, identify triggers?
Absolutely. Well, some of us are fortunate enough to have done some inner work prior to getting into relationships. And so we have some understanding, some cues about what can create an activation for us. Learning in relationships is a little bit harder. Sometimes it's trial and error. So it's touch and go. It's like I'm going through life with my partner, and then I'm picking up as we go along things about them in our dynamic, in our interactions that I'm learning from. Other ways to learn are from just direct feedback. Hey, I said something to you the other day, or I'm gonna be honest with you, I touched you the other day and you kind of you recoiled or you flinched in some way, and it worried me because I thought, oh, what's going on with her? Or like Mike's situation, I get into this, I'm a powerful man, I'm a strong man, and my voice elevates when I'm ready to like command the room. It elevates, it escalates. And my wife was shrinking, like literally she shut down. She couldn't withstand it. And I don't know who noticed it first. Maybe Mike noticed it first. Maybe Kim noticed it first. I don't know. But oftentimes we can get insights from other people around us who will help us to have further insights to ourselves. So there's various ways that you can experience that for sure.
No notes. You leave me. So when you start smiling when I talk to you. what do you think you can identify some of the signs when it's like he not going today, or he in
Oh
the best?
yeah, you wear all your emotions on your.
Good man.
And that's our show. We're so glad you was able to join us.
It's okay. We love that. We love a vulnerable man who's vulnerable and expressive out loud. We love it.
No, they don't.
Honestly,
It's tough. It is tough.
It's
Not gonna lie.
I had to learn.
Right.
It didn't come, like, oh yeah, this is cool.
But then, let's talk about. You said some of that. Some of us are luckily that have done pre-work before we get into relationships, right? So, I was in my 20s when I got married, as she was too, but so I didn't do any pre-work, right? So vulnerable, yes. Understanding of my emotions and how to manage my emotions and not knowing anything about what my triggers were, thinking I was fine. And meanwhile, I really just recently dealt with a whole bunch of trauma and I never even picked up on it. But so prior to
at least half of our marriage?
Yeah. Prior to understanding that about myself, like what was your strategy in like dealing with me when I was really off the range, like really low?
That's a good question.
Like what I do now, just consistently trying to pick you up and, hold you when you're too weak to, stand on your own or, think straight. It's like I'm trying to.
You have an uplifter for a wife. Oh, how nice.
We'll call it that.
I hear you, though, Donna.
Lift me up after she hit me with the frying pan first.
Oh, okay. That's
That's
okay.
just a joke. If y'all out there, that's just a joke. But look, Derek, I'm gonna ask you, man. Like, do you feel like you understood everything that you needed to understand about yourself to get yourself ready for male, especially considering you got out of some previous stuff? Like, were you ready when you got in this, or did you get in this like, oh, I got more work to do?
I think it was a combination. And the reason why I say that because after my divorce, I did go to therapy and I did have some really tough internal work that I did. And I had to look in the mirror and see some ugly stuff. But by the time I met her, I was really in a healthy space in some areas, not all areas, but in some areas to where I believe I was ready for another life partner. And so, but that work it was grueling, it was hard, but it was good stuff that just had to come out. So it was a lot of life lessons learned from my mistakes. Yeah.
Okay. Did you see that shift, Mel, or did you feel like he was understanding more things about himself and it was helping y'all in y'all situation?
I think now I do. I don't know. I know what I was looking for, and I know the work that I was doing on myself. So I wanted someone that would be like compatible with that was doing the work. Because the first time I got married, I was in my 20s. There was no pre-work at all. We jumped in. Love was the pre-work. Oh, I'm in love. So you get married because you're in love.
Yeah.
But this time around, I think because of what I had experienced and what I knew I did not want and what I knew I would not tolerate because I wouldn't tolerate it from myself, I was able to voice that early on to Derek and let him know, all this sounds good. You're coming. You sound great. All the things. But when is Jack gonna jump out the box? Like he would always say, "Why you keep saying Jack gonna jump?" Because I just know like something has. Because for me, I know there's something there, and if you push the right button, if you push it too many times, it's gonna pop out. But for the most part, I would say I can definitely see going in where he's done the work because we had a lot of conversation around it, and where he continues to do the work.
Love that.
Amazing.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah, I love that too. Let's talk about some of the main things that arrive in communication between partners that kind of signify that things are finna go left. And before I say this, I want to just make sure everybody understands, like if you are in a relationship with a person and you have chosen to be in a relationship with a person, you are in a partnership, y'all are on the same team. So logically, having conflict or arguing, I shouldn't say arguing, having conflict that escalates to dangerous levels is illogical. Because ultimately, you're in a relationship with somebody, you should want the same things. You're in partnership, you have the same goals, at least if not individually for each other, whatever, or as a unit, you have the same goals. So escalating conflict to the point of like yelling is illogical. But the conflict is necessary because you learn each other through conflict. But one of the things I want to talk about is how blame and criticism shows up in a relationship. But before I get on it, Jeannie, you got something to say about that?
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, oftentimes people, rather than address the problem at hand, they can have numerous reactions to having a situation occur between their partner that include, I don't really know if we can resolve this. I'm sort of frightened as to what could be the outcome, or I feel a sense of hopelessness or powerlessness over the situation. So instead of focusing on the situation, you're describing blaming, which is, I'm going to just say it's your problem. It's your fault. You're the one who's summoning this conflict between us. So you're the one who's summoning. Most people don't use that word, right? They're like, it's tension, or it's it's like you got an attitude, or there's a funk or something to that degree inside of the relationship right now, and you're the person who's creating it. And I'm gonna pick apart what you're doing, the way you've been looking at me, the way you've been talking to me, the way you've been skipping out at dinner, eating real fast and not waiting on me, like little things they'll pick at and blame towards the other person versus dealing with the conflict at hand.
100% talking, you dirty bastard.
Yep.
Clean up this or clean up that.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Did Donna talk like that?
Sick and tired of all the things, but really what you're saying is, I'm really exhausted. I've done this all week. I feel very unappreciated. I feel very disregarded. But instead of saying those things, you're hurling out insults.
Right.
When no one can really argue with your feelings. If you feel disregarded or unappreciated, you can say that, or you should be able to say that. And however the person reacts to them, that might trigger them. But the conflict, is going to lead to the understanding. Mike, you used to fight dirty?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that I fight dirty, but what I do is I will ignore you as if you don't exist.
Dirty.
That's dirty.
That's dirty.
I don't know about that, Mike, and people always get surprised in session when I say this, that when you ignore somebody, shut down, that is actually abuse.
Well, I have been very abusive in our relationship, in our marriage.
Me too.
I admit that 100%.
Yeah.
And that's something that I still struggle with now.
So I want you to think about it like this. I don't want to deal with what's happening, so I'm going to leave you alone in it. That's what it is when you refuse to give yourself, when you refuse to show up. You say to your partner who you got into marriage with, who you said you were going to do life with, and that we were going to be on the team together for life. You say to them, nope, I know we got to win this game, and it takes all of us to win the game and to bounce the ball. I'm not picking it up anymore, so you do it all. Do it.
Yeah. And also we've been struggling with this recently. So just in our last few therapy sessions, I also found out that I don't think that a lot of times she can handle the things that we need to talk about. Or if there's a problem, I don't give her credit for being able to handle that conversation. So instead of trying to put this on her for some of the things she can't handle, I just don't bring it to her at all.
Right.
So
and
that's been
trapped as well, right? That's the mindset that I was talking about. That's keeping you trapped. That's the blaming mindset. It's, I know she can't handle it, so I'm going to avoid bringing it to her. Whereas
Yes.
I know that there are triggering behaviors that I get into when I'm inside of a conflict with her. I yell at her, I talk over her, I overpower her, and I know that those are my things that I need to take on and that I need to change if I want to have a productive conversation with my wife. But instead of saying it's me and I'm the one who needs to bring it there because I'm the leader of this relationship, I'm going to put it on her. And then I get to avoid and I get to stay in my comfort zone and I don't grow.
Wow.
Absolutely. It really hit home for me when we discovered that one of her triggers is that I'm carbon copy of her dad, right? And that kind of put it all in perspective for me, because I used to be like, man, he crazy as hell. You know, I'm watching some of the stuff he's doing. I'm like, man, this dude. But then I'm doing the same exact thing. But it didn't really hit me until that connection was made that I trigger her in the same exact way. So that was like me looking in the mirror at that point.
Which felt kind of normal to me, right? Because I experienced that growing up. So, yeah.
You had those ways set in on how to deal with it. You already had them already implanted in you.
Exactly.
I'm going to ask you to do something real quick, Mike, just for me and for all of us real quick. Untuck your arms. Untuck them. Yeah, you're a little guarded. You were both like this, and then she calmed, and I was waiting to see if it would come down, but just
It's just a
untuck.
natural thing for me. Yeah,
I know
it's
it is,
just
but untuck because it's an open heart conversation.
Oh, Miss
Jamie. I know. I'm sorry.
Joe, we can't have her back on. This is the last time.
That's it. I'm gonna head on out.
Can I put one?
Train observe that body language, man.
That heart go.
Man.
Let that heart out. Let it out.
All right.
Both of you.
Okay,
You're
Miss Gina.
tough.
Hey,
I
I'm
want you to do it. I was
trusting
like,
you.
You're good.
All right. I'm trusting you.
You feel like that's tough? Like I can't handle the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
That sounds familiar.
I don't hold back from telling you sometimes because you're gonna get angered. It's more so like, I don't want to put him in a bad space and have this conversation. You know, whatever it could be about. Let's just say like finances or something. So I'm thinking I'm protecting him when really I'm not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Modest is very aware that I went through a deep depression, and it's really tough sometimes for me to get into a good space when I hear bad news. But I recognize that as a part of a unit that sometimes I just gotta prepare myself to deal with some of the things, whether because it's better for me to know and be upset or down than it is to not know and find out and be blindsided, thinking everything is all good, right? So that's just part of knowing and understanding each other. But like Mike is telling you, they and Kim are telling, they've been married 25 years and they just in year 23, 24 finding out stuff about each other that's helping them understand more and themselves.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of the work, right? Knowing and understanding your own self.
Well, actually being open to learn those things about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Derek, talk to me. We're gonna move on from blame and criticism and talk about like disrespect, contempt, and like sarcasm and eye rolling and things of that nature. Yeah. It's some. I'm gonna leave it there. Speak on it, brother. What you got to say about them things, man?
Jeannie had brought up something early about how to trigger your partner.
Yes.
You do. And there are certain words, certain body language, eye rolls, all of that happens. And for men, we look at that as total disrespect when we're trying to have a conversation with you and you're not looking at me, or you're eye rolling, cut me off, or you try to finish what I'm saying. And so for us, we're still learning that process because, Jenny, part of the issue here has been, and even recently, when I'm frustrated, my voice does escalate. And I realize that my wife doesn't receive from me at all when I am at a high pitch.
Yeah.
She totally shuts down. So I'm learning I'm in the process of really having to rewire how I speak to her, so I won't think that she's disrespecting me, because literally I'm triggering her, which then she does something that triggers me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You need to be mindful that there are 3 women who can show up when it comes to you escalating as a man and you're dealing with a partner. 3 different types of women. There's the woman who will shrink under that. She cannot and will not. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to try to meet you at that high power level. That doesn't belong to me. It's not a part of my nature. And then there's the other end, which is like, I was taught and I was raised under that, and I'm going to buck right up. I will meet you right exactly where you want to take it, and I have no problem with meeting you there. That does not bother me at all. And then you have the in-between, she softens and asks questions and is investigative and is trying to figure out, okay, what do I do? Where do I go with this? How can I handle it? But you've got to be prepared for each 3 of those types of women. And
that's a lot of women in one person. Yeah.
Well, and I can say this.
We're versatile, baby. Versatile.
We are versatile.
Oh,
and
my God.
I can say this. He normally, depending on what the conversation is about, what's happening, he normally gonna get number 2, because I'm gonna meet you right there, because you will not. You will not. And then I'm gonna come down. I'll be like, you know what, girl, just be quiet. So I'm gonna go between 1 and 2. I rarely will be in the middle. I'm gonna just be honest.
Right.
Rarely.
It's either extreme, one or the other. But going back to the triggers, Jenny, when you know you're triggering your partner, and it's, for us, feel disrespectful, how do you navigate that space when that person know they don't trigger the hell out of you?
Absolutely. It's taking out this idea that it is intentional and it's meant to hurt you. So I think in your brain, you've already decided, because she knows what gets me, she's doing it on purpose for sure. And I know she's doing it on purpose to undermine me, to maybe belittle me, or to demean me. And that's where I'm taking it with my mind, versus approaching it with a healthy curiosity, or with the thought that what's going on here that might be creating this situation, and how can I, as the man in this relationship and as a strong lead in this relationship, ensure that I'm in my space of looking to command the respect that I say I deserve, by entering in with a calm mind and a calm heart, and with the thought that, okay, something's going on here. Something's not right here. I don't know exactly what it is, but I want to figure it out. I want to investigate it, because I want to ensure that they will be here.
Sheen,
yeah.
I don't want to be the big man all the time, okay?
Listen, I didn't say you had to. I didn't say you had to. I said, if you asked me how to navigate this, if you want the best outcome. Exactly. Now, my friend, if you want problems, choose problems. But if you want peace,
God.
This is the hard stuff about relationships, right? You're like, I don't always want to be the bigger man, so go and be the petty man and see what you get.
Well, 9 times out of 10, I am bigger. 9 times out of 10. But that one time I want to be petty. I want to be petty.
You said, call me Betty. I'm going to be petty. I cannot.
Right.
That is funny.
It requires partnership, right? Like, so sometimes it's going to be difficult for you to be the person, but it's a requirement for both people, if you are in a committed partnership, to step up when it's time to step. You got to recognize when you're using blame, when you're using criticism to communicate to your partner, you are attacking them with the hopes of hurting them. And if you are in a relationship that you say you in, like you love this person, you got to ask yourself ultimately, why would I be doing that?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the kind of, and it sounds crazy, man, but when you really start digging into wellness and understanding of these things, you really realize the things that you've learned over time have been incorrect.
Yeah.
That part.
You learn it. Where did you watch it?
That part.
Right.
Where did you learn your conflict resolution from? If you haven't been inside of a therapy room, it's usually every single time, you'll have somebody with the shut off body language, but as the process goes through, you start seeing that light bulb coming on, and then realizing and recognizing, oh man, I don't have to be this angry dude in order to survive in this relationship. I can really like be honest. Like I don't have to lie about this and that and this and that in order to survive. So I hear you, Derek. Man, that's why I asked you that question, man. I knew you was gonna give me what you gave me, brother. Yeah, man.
Very good stuff.
You're 100%. But let's talk about defensiveness. We kind of talked about some of it a little earlier. You know, so I really want to make sure we recap. We're talking about blame and criticism, those things. We're talking about contempt, which is like sarcasm and eye rolling and all the body language to let you know that I'm not really receiving what you say, or I don't care about your feelings. And now we're talking about defensiveness, which basically was shifting accountability and turned it into blame. We kind of touched on it a little earlier, but when it shows up in relationships, you know, what do we do? You know, what do we do? And let me ask you, Kim, can you, because I know you've had it, I know you dealt with this. What do you do when Mike gets defensive?
So I really do try to talk to him. I express myself and my feelings and just really try to get him to open up. Now, does it work all the time? No. But I do try to work on it and give him grace.
Right. I asked you that, Mike, because you know you've been open on the show, man. You've experienced a lot of things within your family that has caused you to defend yourself, right? So certain things that have nothing to do with Kim that you might say or touch on might cause you to start defending yourself immediately, right?
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like it's a collective from everybody, right? Throughout the years, when you have to be so much for so many different people, when somebody question you about something, like how dare you question me when all I have to give and do for you, you know? I'm like, how dare you question me now when you ask me for so much? And that's kind of where my mind goes with it, and I'm learning that has been the wrong thing to do. But it's like I've been doing this for so long, it's taken me a while to get out of that mindset, and I have to be like intentional and catch myself when I'm doing it. But I try, but it's yeah, I'm not all the way there yet, but I'm definitely trying to get better on it. So yeah. Yeah.
Donna, let me ask you.
There's so much in that.
How do you start difficult conversations? You can be honest. You can be honest.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if I start them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I think I avoid.
Is it difficult being a therapist?
Oh, yeah. You were always trying to therapize me.
Oh, really? Oh, it's fun.
So,
got better, but.
So,
yeah.
understanding mental wellness and understanding that I was doing a lot of things the wrong way kind of opened me up to talk different. And, you know, it's kind of hard to get used to, I guess, right?
Yeah, you pretty much told me at one time you wanted our conversation, day-to-day conversations, to be like I was his therapist.
Ah.
And like, ask him, well, how did that make you feel?
Ah. So he wants to he couldn't say, I wanted more nurturing language from you. I'd like more affirming language. I want to hear from you more that you feel an investment in my comfort in the same way that I feel an investment in yours. So he said, I want you to act as my therapist. That's interesting. That's so interesting.
I don't know if that was his intent, but that's not natural for me. I'm not a therapist.
Yeah, it was more, you know, my wife is a problem solver.
It's logical brain.
But you know, people communicate for two reasons, right? To either vent or to solve a problem. I don't always communicate to have my problem solved. I just kind of want to vent. So, like rather than like if I say, you know, something went wrong, she was like, well, you should do this, this, and this. That'll fix it right up. You know.
Yeah, that's Donna. Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, that has its place. It has a wonderful place. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you ask me? Can you ask me how I feel first?
So you're looking to connect, and to instigate soothing, to instigate a loving, nurturing connection. It's not venting per se. It's to initiate some form of love, some form of attention and care.
Right. This is my best friend.
She is
100%. So I'm just trying to connect with my best friend you know, without feeling like, you know, because you try to solve my problem. I don't know. I mean, this might be a me issue, but it kind of feels like a hit against, I don't know, my masculinity or me as a man. Because I'm like, hey, I have a problem. I don't want to tell you because you're trying to solve it, but I want to tell you because you're my best friend.
Right.
So it's a weird space, right?
Yeah, because you're looking for the role you occupy from your standpoint is I'm not looking to be on a level where I want solving of the problem. I've got that part. I can solve the problem at some point. I need a cheerleader or I need someone to tell me that I have the tools to solve the problem, that I can look inward to solve the problem, that I'm smart and cunning and that I'm not, I know you feel down. I know you don't feel great about where the situation is right now. But just so you know, I've seen you come through this before. You've got this. So you want more of a cheerleader. It's a nurturing effect that you're looking for from your wife. And she's like, no, listen, let's just solve the problem. And then you'll be at peace. And it's like, no, that's her tool. She's the one who's at peace when she uses it. She's the one who feels useful when she's using it. But for you, it isn't useful because it's not what your heart needs or wants.
Very good point. I mean, that part what you just said is something that I need to understand, that she feels at peace solving problems. So I have to understand that. So yeah, thank you for
Well,
that.
and also those of us that are fixers, it's hard for us to even recognize that and offer that. It's just not the way that we think.
No, absolutely not. And I think a big part of yours, my heart just kind of bled for you, Mike, when I was hearing you tell the story of being so much to so many people, because I can see that. It's like you wear it right here and like in the backs of your neck. And in that, when you get that questioning that you're talking about, when you get people being like asking you too much or investigating too much about what you're doing or how you're showing up, for you experience it as a mistrust in like your entire being, right? It's a mistrust in what I've shown you. It's a mistrust in the objective ways that I've come and I've been there. And it's like, how dare you in that, right? Because this is all.
I take it personal.
Yeah, you do take it personal. I can see that. Like, that's a part of what we need to investigate when we're looking to understand our own selves. When I'm hearing what I'm hearing from my partner, or when I'm experiencing what I'm experiencing from my partner, am I taking this as a deeply personal hit to me and my person? Or am I actually hearing them, looking at them, and looking at the problem as a whole? So my wife says, you know what? Kim says to you, you know what? I feel like, I don't know, you just don't seem to be around. It just seems like you're bothered to do this and that for me. And you're like, wait, what? I just cleaned the gutters. I just did this. I just bought you this. I just put the gas in the car yesterday. I handed you some money for this. You got my paycheck. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And meanwhile, that's not a personal hit to you. It's that, hey, I don't feel connected to you. So you're doing all that stuff and it's great. And I love that you do all that stuff. I'm sure it's great to have that as provision, but maybe emotionally, I don't feel connected to you. Or maybe as you're doing those things, you feel somewhat removed, as in like, I'm not there, I'm not present. Maybe you're overwhelmed. You know what I mean? And you're not hearing that. And so she feels something's wrong intuitively, but she can't put her finger on what it is.
Look,
that's really good.
True.
Thank you, Gene. That's very important to say, and that's part of what we're going to lean into, talking about. We got not that much time left, but let's talk about some skills that we can share for conflict resolutions to help people understand how to use the conflict. I think it's important at this point that I hope you understood that when you feel a conflict, if you are escalating that conflict to a dangerous level, then you probably need help. Honestly, you might need help. So back yourself out of it and like admit that you need somebody to come and get in here and kind of mediate the situation, because unless you want to be gone or you're in a situation that you do not, and we're talking about loving relationships. We're not talking about abusive ones or anything like that. We're talking about loving relationships where people want to stay together. Let's stay together. That's the whole thing of the series. Then if you're escalating, you need some help. Yeah. So before we get into this resolution, I want every couple to kind of answer this, man. How do y'all come back? Derek and Mel, how do y'all come back after you have an argument?
It really depends on what the argument was about. I think we've gotten better in this area most times because, again, what was modeled to me, and can relate with Kim. So growing up, which one thing I won't do, I won't argue, because growing up, my grandfather and my parents argued, and so just the loudness, even as a child, like I would cover my ears because it's too much. So I would shut down. So 10 times out of 10, Derek will be the one who will initiate the conversation. Mm-hmm. And I think we've grown to that place because I have shared with him that it's hard for me to push aside or come out of my emotions because I'm hearing a lot of things, I'm processing a lot of things. And so I have to kind of de-escalate myself. I'm very self-aware. So before I say anything, before I say the wrong thing, I won't say anything. Mm-hmm. And I realize that that's not always the healthy thing because to him, it does appear that I'm shutting down. Mm-hmm. But it's really, I just need a long pause. And then once I gather myself and my emotions are in check, I will have some words for him, but I will have some. Let me finish. Let me finish. But most of what I've done, and this was recent, once I gather myself, I will text him like my true raw feelings, because I can become very emotional to the point of where I will cry. And he'll be like, why are you crying? And I don't really know, but I know it's coming from a place that I'm not completely healed yet, and I don't know how to handle this because I've never experienced this, so it's difficult for me. But we will finally sit down and talk through why this happened, how can we do better? But it's initiated by Derek, and I appreciate that about him because I don't know what that looks like. And I will say this, I've done it with children, but I never did it with a spouse. So I think for me, it's the fact of I don't really know how, but he's teaching me, and I'm learning that this is how you come back from an argument, because I'm also learning we're on the same team. Kim reminds me all the time, Derek, you're on the same team. And I never heard those words in my first marriage, and I've never seen it. So I did have a great understanding of what that looks like.
That's a good girlfriend right there.
Yeah.
She is.
And Jeannie, I grew up where we didn't let disagreements linger.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so when you come from that, and then you're in a situation where a person withdraws, and it could be like a day or two. Oof. And I'm like, are we still here? Right. Like, hey, let's talk, because, and here's what I shared. The narrative that we tell ourselves can go way off the wall when one party just refuses to talk or is very little. I said, I'm not trying to give that space to us to where the negative narratives are in long, because you never know where that could go. So I say, let's just talk it through and get through some things. Even if we don't solve it all, I don't like that tension there, because like you said earlier, I'm not with my best friend now,
Yep.
And we're not connecting. And so, yeah, I can literally get something off my chest, and maybe 15 minutes later, I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas I'm still that girl number 2. I need a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Listen,
days go by.
Very, very important that what both of y'all just said. I probably should ask for y'all to be faster because we run out of time. But I'm glad y'all, took your time with that answer. But I'm running out of time. So I'm gonna go to Mike and Kim. Like, how do y'all come back from arguments?
Yeah, I'll let you answer.
I would say I assess Mike at the end of the night. I feel like we communicate better at the end of the night, and I would just start out by asking him, how's he feeling about everything, and he's very receptive to that. So that works for us. Just like I call pillow talk.
Yeah.
That works.
I turn into Sugar Bear night, don't it?
No, I knew he was gonna fit in there some
I knew he
at
did.
some point.
Dude,
Joe, how do you and Donna bounce back?
you know, I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm gonna take all the accountability. It's she does it.
Okay.
Because I do not, and that's embarrassing for me to admit as a therapist. But
You know what? Hey, remove.
No embarrassment.
Remove. Remove. Growth. Growth belongs to all of us. Growth belongs to all of us. Growth belongs to all of us.
because it's important, right? I mean, it's part of who I am, what I do as a profession. So I know better, but when we get upset, I will shut down for as long as you will allow me. Okay. And
What did you say? We know better, right? That's mind, that's all cerebral. That's not heart speak, right? That's why you stick there. I know better. I'm not feel better. I'm not in heart space. That's the growth for you.
Meanwhile, she's like doing little sweet things to let me know, like it's okay, Negro.
Come back to the light.
Yeah.
Come back to the light.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear. Mike actually didn't say. I know Kim did, but Mike he deferred to Kim.
I wasn't taught how to come back. I wasn't shown that growing up. I didn't have an example of that or anything. My mother was anybody could get it, family members to whoever, and when she finished saying what she's saying, that's it. You know, that's what I saw. So that's exactly how I am. And with having these type of hard conversations with my mother, I just recently found out that's how her dad was.
Yep.
You know, I'm trying to learn how.
You're doing better.
Thank you. I will tell her, give me a moment, you know, because I don't want to say something in that moment that'll hurt her feelings or say something I really don't mean. Just give me a minute to sit in it, and then we can come back and talk to it, right? What I have learned how to do lately is if it's something I know is very touchy for me, I'll ask her, can we talk about that in therapy session? Simply because I know I don't have all the tools to work my way through whatever it is that we need to talk about without having somebody there to referee or give us guidance. I think that was hard for her to hear because she feel like we should have the tools by now to do that.
You're still practicing them. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
because I've been a whole fool for 20 some years. It's gonna take a minute.
Not a whole
you know what I mean? And I'm getting better now also at if time goes by, it's easier for me to text her while I'm at work.
Like Mel. Okay.
Right. Versus being there in person. I don't know what it is about it, but it's
easy for
me to do that, you know, and that kind of breaks the ice. Whenever, because normally she's the one who circles back around and say, hey, it's time. Right, it's time. You know, you hadn't said anything to me. You haven't touched me. You haven't kissed me. You hadn't told me, you know, you love me before you go to work. You know, that kind of stuff.
We get emotionally withholding. We withhold. Okay, we're like, nope, taking that. You can't have that.
So I'm trying to get better at that because, like I said, that's not something that was modeled to me growing up.
Gotcha.
You new here, so you gotta ask Mike all your questions in the beginning of the show.
Oh,
sorry. No question.
Cut it short.
But yet he keep asking me.
I'm a collaborator.
Let him know. When he deferred to Kim, I was like,
he got them light skin problems.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, Joe. You didn't tell me the skinny.
I love everything you say, man, but you know, not on a time crunch. You got to ask somebody else. But listen, we run out of time. I want to ask the couples, and I'm gonna ask Jeannie to throw some insights on at the end. But I want to know, basically, you know, we didn't get a chance to get through a lot of stuff. This conversation went good, you know what I mean? But we did miss out on a lot of things. So want to know if you can just tell the audience, and how has conflict strengthened your relationship? How have you connected through your personal conflicts? And I want each person in the couple to answer. And I want the women to, I know Mel has already told us which woman she is, but I really want to know which one of them 3 women y'all are that Jeannie described earlier. So Derek and Mel, let me ask y'all, how have y'all connected through your conflict?
So definitely by having better communication. So if you don't know, Jeannie, you don't know, but Derek is an over communicator.
I could tell.
I am not. So because even in the difficulty, even in the hardness, and I use the analogy of a butterfly, like in a cocoon. Like sometimes I feel like I'm in a cocoon and I'm ready to come out. He has helped me to kind of come out of that, like a metamorphosis. So we are learning how to connect. We are learning how to have the difficulty. And you're right, Joe. When I'm in it, like the first 2-3 years, I was definitely woman 3. But because Derek, he sees me, I see him. He is my friend. I do have my best girlfriend to be like, now, friend, she will call me out. I'm finding that middle. Sometimes I have to tell number 3, like, no, stay right here. So I'm learning, and I see the growth in me, which spills over into us.
Quickly, Joe. Yeah. For me, conflicts brings us closer. For me, it's a bonding time. Although it's hard, it's bonding.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah, Joe, I tried to do it like land your plane.
Good.
I'm like Mike. It
was good. It was good. We needed it all.
Mother. Me and Mike, we related.
You saw me, Donna, like, land this plane.
Damn. Good.
Well,
I'm sorry.
It's all good. I'm learning. So did you answer that, Derek? My bad. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I did. I said when we have a conflict, it's bonding for me. Even though it's hard because I'm learning more about her and I'm learning more about me.
Okay, Mike and Kim, man, how's conflict brought y'all closer? Have y'all connected through your conflicts? I mean, y'all kind of talked about some of it already, but sum it up.
I'm learning how to be softer with her. I haven't been good at that at all. So just trying to be softer with her, allowing her to be more feminine without her feeling like she has to hold back.
And he learned that in therapy, and I'm so happy because it has made a difference in our marriage. Because I feel seen and heard, and I have my own voice. So.
Oh, and you deserve that, all of that. Yeah.
What improvements did you have to make, Kim?
I think just trying to understand, really like going back to how he grew up, just learning his background and understanding it, and learning myself, and it's helped a lot.
The boy said his hero was James Evans, so when James
boy,
he ain't lying.
He never laid his hands on Florida, but he threw that chair against the wall a few times and beat the hell out of it.
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
How's conflict helped you connect with your husband?
This is hard.
Hard question?
Yeah, it's a hard question.
Why is it hard?
I don't like conflict.
At all.
I'm shocked.
I mean, I'll argue with you all day, but
no, I'm talking about. I've seen you at work handle business, but I guess that's work.
Yeah, I think it's different.
It sounds strange if you know her, right? She runs up this chimney looking for smoke.
Right.
But with me,
yeah,
complete
it's like
avoidance.
With family and friends, I avoid
not
it
just
at
me.
all costs.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Once.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know, but the conflict that we have had that we've tried to talk through, work through, I mean, it does bring us closer, like everybody else, because you're learning each other, and you're learning more about yourself. So,
Mandy.
You
are, James.
Yes.
Damn. Listen, connecting to conflict for me has given me an opportunity to, and I've known we've known each other since we were 14 years old. I was 14.
Here we go.
She was 15.
Gold digger.
And so I've watched her go through, many stages of life. You know what I mean? And when we got together and started having like intimate conversations, I realized just how much I did not know about her. And I'm still like uncovering these things this will be the 30th year of us knowing each other.
Wow.
So in year 30 of us knowing each other, I'm still right now to this day uncovering things about her. And usually it comes out through conflict because, one of the things I say for us arguing, like, before now, she's better now, but she used to go like tunnel vision, dark, like, nothing's going in. Nothing's going in. Not listen. I'm not ready to hear none of this, none of it. But I
was definitely number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Yeah, that's it.
Here. So we had to, through conflict, we got an opportunity to learn, look, I'm not going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. We better figure this out.
Right.
Because these arguments are going to a level that we're not comfortable with sometimes. We don't argue very much, but we do. When it gets real, real heated, it gets really, really bad.
Yeah.
But that's before. Now it's like we can talk through stuff, and it's still surprising sometimes. Like, oh wow, for me, it's like, oh, you really are trying to listen to me. So I have to adjust to, stuff that I'm not used to. But so the conflict, you know what I mean? I think it's probably kept us together. It's part of the reason we stay together, because we've learned so much about each other. And at the end of the day, like how we come back from argument, like we still laugh. We like to do a lot of, we like to say stuff. So
yeah.
We're born together.
I've said this to Derek and Mel before, but I don't know if I've expressed this to Joe, but in the last year or so, I've been learning who Mike is, right? Without having to be Mike for who everybody else need me to be for them. So with me focusing on that, it's allowed me to know myself better, which will make me better for her. So as I'm learning that, my walls are coming down. I'm getting softer, listening to her, that kind of thing. So once I begin to know, more and more about myself, then I feel like we'll become stronger. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. I have no doubts.
Jeannie, please enlighten us with some of your clinical insights about conflict.
Sure, absolutely.
If you don't mind, please.
Absolutely. I'll give a little summation because I think that's something.
Close thoughts, I should say, yeah. Oh,
absolutely. I'll do it. I'll try to close you out really nice. So, related to conflict, whenever we're beginning in conflict, we all talked about all these stages, right? This idea of like, I need to be asking myself when a conflict arises in the relationship, who am I in that, right? Like, what am I coming in with? So am I coming as a blamer, as someone who's defensive, as someone who's avoidant, as someone who is criticizing inside of the conflict, right? And getting on par with the problem. So I've got the conflict, here it is. What is actually the problem? Here are all the layers that exist that are keeping me from that problem, which we discussed, but I've got to get to what is at the heart of what's happening. And then once I'm at the heart of what's happening and I'm understanding where I am, right? Understanding what I need in these things and understanding and seeing my partner as a teammate rather than an adversary, I can hone in on communicating the issue and what I need to help resolve the issue. And then we can begin inside of the resolving of the issue, which is giving what is needed and asking for what is needed, or, being asked what is needed and answering what is needed so that we can get what is needed, whether, that is what's happening in the relationship based on the dynamics and which role we play. So I think you all did such a beautiful job of that. And some of the insights that I would say are super important to just remember are that conflict is an opportunity. I know that you're afraid. I know that you feel worried about what it's going to mean for the relationship in the moment, because it can create these blow-ups and escalations. I know you're worried about what it could mean for the relationship overall, whether that's the longevity of the relationship or, what type of cadence it's going to get into if we have the issue.
However, conflict is an opportunity for us to learn about ourselves, and it's an opportunity for us to learn about our partners, and it's an opportunity for us to learn about the relationship at large and what we can move it through and how we can grow. And so shying away from that and noting it as something that's something to run away from or something to throw out or something to discount is not the way to move our relationship forward. So that's what I want you thinking about when it comes to conflict. It's not really the bad guy. It's a tool.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Yeah.
Really appreciate you and the Pruitts and the Moores and my wife, Donna, for showing up tonight. You know, I'm going to leave it at that. I would just say that join us again next week for part 3 of the series. And we're going to talk about the art of turning towards your partner, which, you know, we'll explain it next week. I don't want to get into it right now, but it's very important. Remember, the mission or the goal of this month of February is to teach couples how to stay together. You know, if you're in a situation where, you know, you are feeling out of place or uneasy and, you know, you want to learn how to stay together, you know, then you should be here, like listening to things and having takeaways. And I hope y'all had some takeaways tonight. You know, I know that I did. There's some things that I still get to learn from, you know, community with other couples and other therapists, or, you know, I'm learning things on a regular basis. I get an opportunity to connect with my wife. So just, yeah, let's we on a mission. Let's stay together, y'all. Okay. Stay together. Look,
absolutely.
Hey, appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And thank you, Mike and Kim, for having your arms down.
Oh.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Happy Friday, everybody, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we are tackling a serious conversation, one that affects public health, race, and trust in the medical system. So Senator Angela Alsobrooks called out Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for his statement suggesting that Black people shouldn't follow the same vaccine schedule as white people because our immune systems are supposedly, quote, better. Now, this claim has been widely criticized, and we're here to break it down. Where did this idea come from? What does the science actually say? And how do statements like this impact the Black community's trust in medicine? So we're going to get into it. So make sure that you're locked in. Listen, we do not talk at you, we talk with you. So we truly would love to hear your comments as well. So keep them coming. But I am joined by my royal panel today, my royal court, Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator, Marlo Layson, TV and film producer, Erica, author, Faith in Transition, and Moya, our tax professional. Now, we got a bunch of people here today that we all have great conversation pieces to talk about. Now, there is a lot that we are going to try to get into, but before we actually dig into what happened on the Hill, I want to know if each of you take vaccines. How do you feel about them? Did you do the COVID-19? I'll start with me. I did the COVID-19. I am not against vaccines at all. However, the one, you're supposed to have 2 parts to the shingles. And I did the first shingles when I turned 50, and I got so sick that I didn't do the second one. I just couldn't do it. I don't think I've ever been that sick in my life. So, but that's a common thing, and I'm probably going to have to go back and start it all over again. So Joe, how do you feel about vaccines for you and your family? Did you take the 19?
I took the first one when I thought it was mandatory, but that was it. I didn't take the second one, but my family did take it. So yeah, they did.
Any adverse effects?
No, not that we noticed, you know, but I think, you know, like I said, we really thought it was mandatory at the time. I don't know if I would have made the same decision today, but at the time we definitely took them, I'll be honest.
Right. How about you, Moya?
So yeah, I think vaccines are really, really important. I know with my kids and we were hesitant on doing the scheduled vaccinations just because of what we heard. So, but once again, that's us and what we decided.
Right. How about you, Marlo?
I've been immunized. My kids, I have had the COVID shot. It was a family choice because we had an elder and the person that was their caretaker. That's what they wanted. And so, in order for us to be able to see her before she passed, she did pass about a year ago from old age. But for us to get that last interaction, we did what was required by the person who was responsible for her care to make sure we had those last moments. But yeah, I'm not a flu vaxxer though. Not a flu vaxxer.
Gotcha. How about you, Erica?
Well, I've been immunized as a child. I was, but my case is a little different. When COVID happened, I worked on ships. I think I told you guys that I worked on ships for 3 years. I was a cruise director, and I had just come from Brazil, and I had taken yellow fever vaccine. So by the time I got home, my doctor did advise me. He didn't know what the interaction would be because I had just had a yellow fever. So I did not take the COVID vaccine because of that. When I was looking to go back to ships, I don't know if a lot of people knew, but internationally, the COVID vaccines were completely different. And I didn't want to end up having to get a contract where I'd have to be in, let's say, Copenhagen and have to take their vaccine because that's where I was boarding the ship and then having to take the vaccine here. So I just kind of pulled back a little bit to wait and see how my body would respond to what all the other vaccines I had because of travel. So no, I never took it.
Yeah, that is a life of many. Definitely. My husband used to do cruise ships as well. So I get it. I totally get it. Let's see what some of our viewership is saying. Drea says we shouldn't be taking no man's poison. We have natural immunity and herbal remedies. He is correct, but must release decades of hidden research to back it up and silence the predictable backlash. Now, Coco said, me, myself, I never had COVID, but I took the shot. And then we have people saying, hello, everybody, we love you. Brian says, melanated people have superior genetics. Manifested Genius says, our bodies are different than whites and any other group of people. Where's your science behind that, Manifested? Throw it up. If you guys are going to put bold statements out there, back it up. Back it up. We'll take it. Go on and put it in there. Don't just be throwing out stuff and then not backing it up, because we're going to back up what we talk about today. So listen, we got across the board. I think it's good that we have a debatable subject today. But we are going to get into it because it is a little deeper than just this. Okay. So, all right, let's check out what went on the Hill yesterday with RFK.
You said the following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that to particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Poland article suggests that Blacks need fewer antigens than
this is so dangerous.
You get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
She made it plain. But let me give you just a tad bit of history before we move forward, because I said we were going to come with facts, right? All right. So I have dug into this quite a bit. This is something that is very interesting to me. So I want you to understand that this myth that Blacks are different, that we are superior, or we have thicker bones, thicker skulls, thicker everything, came from an 1863 study. And it was Dr. Theodore Watts who published a book called Anthropology, saying the Negro had heavier bones. And those false beliefs about us have been perpetrated ever since. It has affected us with C-sections, lung functions, high blood pressure, you name it, we got it, because they feel, or what he said was that we are built differently and therefore stronger. So this is where it actually stems from, because that was supposed to be an official report, and it has never changed. And High Vibe is right. Higher pain tolerance. Many of our women are not treated the same as white women in childbirth and any kind of other pain resistant thing, because they think that we can tolerate more. So I wanted to give you a little bit of history before we move forward. But now I want to ask you, and I'm going to start with you, Erica. Do you think vaccine hesitancy in the Black community is justified?
Sorry about that. I couldn't turn off my microphone. I'm like, can you repeat the question? I had a panic attack.
Yes. Do you think that vaccine hesitancy in the Black community is justified?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because we've seen it with the story of Henrietta Lacks. We've seen it. We rush to the doctor and, they want you to keep coming back, keep coming back. I'll tell you a story. When I was working on ships, I needed to renew my physical. There's a special physical that you have to take to be on ships, and it has to be done every 2 years. And I found a doctor in Jersey that would do it. I get there and she's like, oh, well, you're 40. I think at the time I was 47. And she says, oh, well, you're not on any medications? You're not this, you're not that. You are overweight though. We need to control that. Hey, maybe we could do a GYN visit while you're here, because I can't believe there's nothing wrong with you. This woman was so adamant about me having something wrong with me that I couldn't be a 47-year-old Black woman and not have diabetes and not have high blood pressure. It was driving her crazy. She took 4 tubes of blood, which is normal for a CBC count, which is normal. And then she says, well, I think I want to go back in and take more blood. You ain't getting nothing else. You're going to use what you got. And you took enough out of each tube where you can, recycle stuff. You ain't getting nothing else from me. We have a right to be afraid of going to these medical facilities. And on top of it, when we walk into a doctor's office, very rarely do we see anyone that looks like us. Even if they are from the diaspora, we are not looking at people that look like us. Everyone is from everywhere else. And they can't seem to understand how we're so healthy. How are you still standing and you're not on medication and you don't have this problem and you don't have that problem? So yeah, we do have a right to be concerned, because it is concerning.
I believe so too. And we have the ultimate thing is we always have to take into account our own bodies. We are stewards of our own bodies. That is something that we have to take into account. But I also feel that we need to be good stewards of our communities as well. And with that, I'm going to take a short break. We will be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes. And if you don't know, now you know. So easy. Come on, text the word Queens, Queens to 87948. Yes. That way you won't miss any shows because we do go live every day of the week, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you might get busy. Maybe you go for another cup of coffee and then you're like, oh no, I missed the show. Well, you won't if you get the text. I even get the text and I'm on the show. So make sure that you text the word Queens to 87948. Now, listen, I want to make sure that we get a lot of comments as well that from our viewership because it's really interesting how we definitely have different views. Ray Coleman said, yes, it's justified due to the fact of the Tuskegee 626 experiment and how they were sterilizing Black women without their awareness of it. Yes. So I want to pull up a slide that discusses this. We have had things in our history that causes us to take pause. That, and it's coupled with the fact that, you know, we have these 1863 reports. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. So historical medical mistrust is deeply rooted from the Tuskegee experiment to forced sterilizations. Historical abuses have made Black Americans more skeptical of medical recommendations. Guys, this is something real. This is something very serious. Now, Erica brought up Henrietta Lacks. Now, she didn't get the treatment that she should have been getting because they was too busy taking her cells to save everybody else while letting her die. If you don't know that story, you need to write it down and look it up and read the book. It's very valuable. So, Joe, what role do you think medical racism has played in Black people's trust in healthcare?
I think it's caused the distrust, even for me as a therapist. You know, I don't have anything to do with medical, but I know that, you know, a lot of people distrust even what I'm doing. I ain't going in there and telling all my business, you know, because you can go back and tell them people, you know, everything that I did. And so it's like that, you know. And for me, I mean, personally, you talking to somebody whose mother died in 1996 because of negligence. You know, she went in there as a Black woman with an aneurysm in her brain and they released her, told her she was having headaches. It was very preventable. She could be alive today if not for that type of nonsense. So I personally, I can't even watch TV shows where doctors are like guessing or the intern is messing up. I get frustrated even looking at that because they're just in there, you know, using us to learn. They're using us to learn. We get interns.
We get to be the guinea pigs all the time.
Happens. This is real life. This happens.
Yes, it does. And we have proof of it. So, so Ray Coleman says, even though I don't do vaccines, Black people should have the option. No one has a right to tell you how to risk your life. And let's be honest, bodies are different. I mean, but not according to race. I mean, we're all human, right? But bodies are also different. Like, I'm allergic to nickel, you know, like there's just certain little things like that can throw you off where if I did do a vaccine that wasn't nickel friendly, I could get very, very sick. So, you know, where do we draw the line? So Moya, how does misinformation impact vaccine confidence?
Yes. So misinformation, I feel, does impact the confidence of people. But I think we also have to understand where's the misinformation coming from, because it really can affect how we conduct ourselves and where we decide to trust and who we decide to trust. Because Joe brings up a good point. If we're not even able to trust someone that looks like us, then what are we supposed to do? Because we have to seek help, whether it's medical, psychological, emotional, like we have to have a place. And so we have to be able to go somewhere.
We do. And here's what's interesting. Remember how we said, you know, it is your choice, but there was also a lot of backlash from the public if you didn't get the COVID-19. So I'm referring to COVID-19 right now. Canadian Bro says, I never took that jab. I was not allowed to work. Everybody was mad at me at first, but 3 years later, everyone is saying you were 100% right. Now, everyone in my job asks me questions about health. And it's a personal decision for sure. But, you know, Marlo, should we be forced to do what the government is telling us to do, knowing the history of the government being so not truthful. I'm trying to be careful with my words, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't think that we should be forced to do anything because your health is part of your personal autonomy, right? I think that there is something to be said about protecting your neighbors, right? And that's supposed to be the purpose of the vaccines. But again, it's still a personal choice. I think that part of why the government had a hard time selling the COVID-19 vaccine is that we all were sitting inside and everybody was getting access to what they did to the Blacks, what they did to Native Americans, how Black people's bodies have been studied, how Henrietta Lacks's cells were stolen, right? Everybody had an opportunity to really delve into this information that a lot of people outside of Black circles did not know prior. So I think, no, we shouldn't be forced. I think we should educate ourselves more, especially in terms of medical history with Black people, right? And how we're treated differently, how they think we're impervious to pain. So our pain tolerance has to be through the roof for them to even take it seriously. You know, it's a dirty game out here. But somebody in the comments, I think it was GMB Health, said, about Kennedy's own personal health, right? We're sitting here debating a man who says that he has a worm in his brain eating it alive, right? So the fact that we're even debating a person who says an amoeba is eating his gray matter and he is going to be in charge of making medical decisions on behalf of the country is just part of the circus, right? The circus will never not come to town. And it will never not have a clown to entertain you. And I think this man struggles. I don't know, is the worm eating his vocal cords? I don't know. But this is not a man who gives me healthy vibes. So why the audacity of white men, right, to even think that you are in the right space at the right time? Sir, go take care of your own personal health instead of trying to be the health secretary for all of the people that don't have brain-eating amoebas.
I absolutely agree with that. And I think that's what the main concern is. Now, you had a lot of people who didn't trust Fauci, but Fauci also had been in that position for many, many years. It wasn't until until the last or previous administration decided to question him because he wasn't going the way that they wanted him to go. And there was a constant battle. And I don't believe that our leaders who are handling these things should be intimidated by those who want things to go their way. They're there to be experts, but not conspiracy theorists. So that's where I have a serious problem with how we're handling this whole thing. And yes, he has had, RFK has said things like this, and he is a firm believer in all this stuff. To me, that is not the person that needs to be taking care of America's health, period. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll get right back into it. We have more great information coming. Keep the comments coming, family. We love them.
Hey, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
That's what we're here about. Do you not remember our name? Our name is Fly Nubian Money. We talk about a lot of things here, but one of the things that we always want you to take away from these shows is to understand that you do not have to be in a financial bind. You can pull your financial house together very easily. And a lot of people say, I don't even know where to start. Well, listen, we got a place for you to start. And all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. We have a lot of resources for you. So if you don't know where you are, at least it will put you in a frame of mind of going, maybe I do have a starting point so that we can get you to the goal. So after the show, because we're in the thick of it today, into the thick of it, we are going to be letting you go on over there and get those resources so that you can get your house in order. We have another video that I would like to show. And this is the one from the Hill. Again, some more of the Hill of grilling RFK Jr. And let's see how this one went.
I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS. And I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here.
Now, there's a lot to unpack with that. First of all, Warren never gets that upset, okay? She will get stern, but I've never seen her get that angry. And I think that she is right in the underlying basis of why he wants this position. But then again, I don't think he's the only politician up in Washington who has ulterior motives on both sides. Okay, I have always said, if you want to get rich, you need to watch what they're doing up in Washington. Okay, so she is grilling him on the fact that, you know, he could become more financially improved with this position, and she doesn't want that. But with his theories, Erica, do you think, what do you think the danger of spreading these race-based theories is causing our communities?
You know, we're looking and staring down at the possibility of a race war is what could typically happen. That is what we are facing. That is what we are staring down. And it's just going to get to a point where it's going to be every man for himself. If we are placed as, oh, blacks are superior in body, so if someone's afraid of you, what are they going to do? They're going to wipe you out. You know what I mean? So, you know, planting that seed that now we're the big bad bodies of the planet. You know, you want to get rid of your enemy. And I think that is a subtle seed that's being planted, and we've just got to be ready. But I really think a race war is looming, and it is frightening. Very, very frightening.
It is, because immediately things were put into place to separate us.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately. Yes. I think we all agree on that on this panel, that we definitely know that. But Joe, I want to ask you, do you think that this man has the experience to even head up this department at all?
I don't know. Never heard of him. I didn't even know Robert F. Kennedy had a son until now. I see a lot of, I'm learning in the chat. Like everybody, I'm seeing all the information coming from the chat. Like, dang, okay, I guess everybody knew about this dude but me. But I take this position, Lala. If he is affiliated with Donald Trump, I don't trust him. He might be totally legit. I don't know. But if he's affiliated with Donald Trump, I don't trust him. If anybody want to blame me for that, you can go ahead.
All right. Well, Brian Shanklin says, stop fear-mongering. There's going to be no race war. Are you living on Jupiter, my friend?
Okay.
I'd like to know where he is. So I'd like to go. Maybe we can pack a bag. Maybe we can do a group trip and go visit.
Maybe. Maybe we need to take that spaceship, right?
Because
All right.
honestly, I think honestly, when we say a race war, you're thinking physical, but you have to also consider the mind. I mean, redlining is a thing. It could get even heavier. Our children could go missing. Let's think back to the 80s. I just saw a documentary in the 80s where women were birthing their children, and some women had twins or triplets, and they only went home with one kid because they told them that the other one or two were dead. That's a race war, because those children that were dead, no, those children were used for science projects to get this data that we're talking about today. So a race war, yeah, it's a race war of the mind. Of the mind. You can kill somebody in the mind before you kill them physically. Once you kill the mind, the rest of the body goes.
And we behind
Exactly. And
enemy
they
lines.
know it. Yes.
I said, and we behind enemy lines. Erica, 100%
Yes.
right, and we behind enemy lines.
Yes, I agree. We all have targets on our back right now, and that's been made very clear. What day is this, y'all? 11? And we can't even breathe. I feel like we've been living for 40 years already, and January ain't even done. We still got a few more hours in this day. What the hell else is coming? I don't know. So, Moya, do you think Black people's health outcomes would improve with different vaccine schedule? Do you agree with that?
So I would have to do way more research on vaccines, because I don't agree with what they've put out there in regards to vaccines. So I would have to do more research on that. I do want to say though that pediatrics, they have a magazine, an article where they do research, and they did conduct research. There's an article that they did back in 2006 stating that when they looked at life in terms of survival for infants under 1, they found that Black female babies had a 2-in-1 chance of surviving over white male babies. So when it comes to the strength of Black people, it is there. We are genetically stronger. Now, I do want to highlight what Erica said in the sense of this mental warfare that's going on, because what's happening is it's, if we are in terms of genetically superior, what they are really coming after, as she stated, is our mind and our wherewithal in terms of us being in position to truly advocate for ourselves. And that's what we're seeing here with the health. And also, we're not talking about economics, but definitely really economics. So I think it's really important that we understand that this is a level of warfare happening.
It is, and it's on a different platform. When people think of war, I love how you said, Erica, when you think of war, you're thinking physical, but baby, there's so many other ways of war. It's mind, body, and spirit war. There's a war of wearing you down with so many things while they get their agenda put together. You can't keep up. There is a war everywhere, and it's swirling around you like a tornado. And what makes it hard is you can't concentrate on one when there are so many swirling around you, and that is the game plan. So let's look at some stats, y'all, because we don't like to just throw things out there without backing up some stuff. A 2016 study found that 50% of white medical students believed Black people have a higher pain tolerance, leading to misdiagnosis and undertreatment. Now, we touched on that earlier. The CDC data shows that Black children are less likely than white children to be fully vaccinated by age 2, largely due to, we throwing a wheel in the cog, healthcare access issues, which are now being pulled back immediately. So our babies are not getting what they need, okay? Historical medical mistrust is deeply rooted. We did talk about this, but I am going to say it again because I think y'all really need to understand that we have proof of these things. Historical medical mistrust is deeply rooted, from the Tuskegee experiment to forced sterilizations. Historical abuses have been made with Black Americans more, and it have made them more skeptical of medical recommendations. Now, listen to this one. A 2021 Kaiser Family Foundation study found that only 53% of Black adults trust that doctors act in their best interest, compared to 73% of white adults. That's pretty low, y'all. That's pretty low. Now, I want to give you something else that I found out in my research of this topic before we move on. There was a mother It was a Black child. The mother was white. She was a stepmother. The birth mother had passed away and the man remarried. Okay. She was really concerned about her daughter, and she felt like she was like, she's 8. Is she going through puberty right now? She's developing too early or whatever. And she goes in and she said, something just isn't right. It just doesn't feel right to me. And she went to one doctor, and the doctor said, oh, Black and Latina girls develop early anyway. It's nothing to be concerned about. And they sent them home. This mother kept getting nagged and nagged and nagged in her spirit. So she went to the second doctor. The second doctor told her the same thing. She said, I am not giving up. Something that's not right. And I feel it in my bones. Thank goodness for spiritual touching, right? She went to the third doctor, and there was something seriously wrong with that girl's thyroid, and they had to get that together, and her pituitary gland. And it took 3 tries, whereas both the doctors before that literally said to her that Black and Latina young females develop earlier, and there is nothing to worry about. I think that's
what's amazing with that for me is unfortunately, if something had happened to that young child, if she had transitioned, they would have been ready to do all kinds of autopsies to find out this and maybe use those cells for a vaccine so it doesn't happen. And this is for the young girls in the Latina and African communities. And it's wild. You have to advocate for yourself. You have to have your doctor watching your doctor, watching your doctor, watching your doctor. You got to get a primary that you trust. Once you get that primary that you trust, that primary is going to look over all of those other doctors. If the podiatrist gives you something, I want my primary to look at it. If the cardiologist gives me something, I want my primary to look at it. All of them have to be held accountable, because the way these doctors' offices are popping up and shutting down, it's getting crazy. I mean, you can go on Amazon now and get a doctor's appointment. Is that an AI doctor, or is it a real person sitting there? You can get your prescriptions filled through Amazon. It's like, who's writing a prescription? It's getting scary. It's really getting scary.
Big pharma in all of their pockets. But we're going to dig in some more, y'all. Keep the comments coming, because we got more to say on this topic. We're going to take a short break. I need some water. Shoot, this is hot. We'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money, and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review, so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Did you know that we have a magical email address? We do. It has sprinkles all over it. And we do a lot with that email address. First of all, if you wanted to come on here and have a debate and talk with us about a topic that we have, you can just email us at info@realvirtual.net, right? Now, also, we know that, you may not be able to watch us when we're live all the time, because you may be busy, right? You may be like, oh my God, this is during the work day, because it is 1 p.m. After the lunch, you might have the itis. I don't know. You might miss them. But then again, you're like, I got to get this work done, and I don't know how to get it all done in a day. Guess what? Sprinkle. Just email us, info@realvirtual.net, and we can help you with your business. It's called delegation. Take some of those things off of your plate, so that you too can experience a little more happiness in your body, spirit, and mind too. Because let's face it, when you're stressed with so much work, it just falls over into the rest of the day. So why don't you let us help you out in that respect? info@realvirtual.net. Now, Marlo, I want to ask you, because you do, you're a news person, you get all this information. A lot of times you get it before we do. But how do we separate fact from fiction in medical debates?
It's difficult, right? Because if you look at medical journals, medical journal research is available. You can look it up. But you got to make sure you're looking at the most recent, stuff that makes sense. I won't even say peer review, right? But cross-reference. So if you look at Harvard, I'm constantly looking at Harvard, the Mayo Clinic, Howard University Medical Center, just different avenues to get different perspectives, right? I was reading a study, I wrote an article about drapetomania and how ridiculous that idea is. That's the idea that Black people act out because we don't want to be confined. Go figure. So I was reading about drapetomania, and it was actually a doctor who studied in Louisiana here at LSU. And he taught that. And it made me think how many doctors I've come across that studied at LSU, that studied at Tulane University. If you're in Louisiana, 9 times out of 10, you've been treated by somebody that went to one of those two schools. And the idea that you are giving them your information, they automatically don't believe you. Like one thing I was reading said that white doctors prefer white patients because they believe that they will take the advice, right? But knowing that a Black person has to go to 3 doctors to get the most bare bones, basic as diagnosis to get them on a healthy track is why there's that imbalance between the doctor and the patient experience, depending on who the patient is. Listen, do your research. Not YouTube, y'all. Ain't nothing wrong with YouTube, right? If it's a nurse, if it's a doctor that's giving information, use a reputable source. Not your friend that grows the good herbs in the back. They hardly get a sniffle. Maybe they're just a naturally healthy person and they're boosting their immune system with the things that they're eating. If you're not doing that, that's not the person to get the advice from. Always look to reputable sources for information, multiple sources for information. I do want to say, in terms of what Erica was saying about the AI doctor, even the AI doctor is going to be biased, right? Because AI gets its information from us. Before AI is asked a question by a human, it's given a study from a medical center. It's given a book from a medical center. It's going back and looking at old medical references. So even as we are looking at maybe not dealing with a human doctor and going to an AI doctor, still got to do your research, because you still gonna run into biases because people are still teaching this junk science about Black people.
Yes, and it will continue. And I hate to say it, y'all, and y'all can debate me if you want to. And that's what we're here for. It's only going to get worse because we are being looked at as inferior again. DEI, they've taken everything that they can to throw at us to make people think that we are different, like we're not capable, we're not smart enough, we can't do the job, we're not up for the task, when there's simply no proof, when we all know on this panel we have to be 5 times better at anything that we do in order to even get a foothold in somebody's business. Now, Baby Love says we all have to be careful when we go see a doctor. Some doctors are racist and do not care about patients of color. Yes, I have experience with that as well. And then we have an actual nurse here. She's a retired nurse. Cheryl Peters says, I have heard of different dosing of some meds for Asian patients. So guys, if it ain't white, it ain't right, is what I'm hearing all the time. Isn't that an old phrase that still lives true for today? But let's actually look at some of what the people are saying on these internet streets, right? What is it on Beyonce's internet? Let's look and see what some people are saying, because it's all over the board. Be Haiti Beautiful. Please look up the Tuskegee experiment and actually read it, and you'll know why that's dangerous. Talking about the statement that he said that Blacks should get different vaccines schedules than whites. Mind the Gap says when people say Blacks like that, that brings the question, right? I'm not even going to pretend to say that name because I already say it enough and I don't want to get spanked. His whole cabinet and candidates seem like they may be inbred. Trisha said, well, the same vaccines they give our babies are not meant for our Black African sons. And there's documentation stating that it causes issues for our sons. Okay, well, you know how I say it. Pack it up, pack it up. Anna Rod, if she would have allowed him to explain, she would know he's actually right. Also, remember, guys, they only have a certain amount of time to get questions. And when people stutter and waste time, they want you to move on. Vanilla says, please don't confirm this person. He's not a good candidate for this position. Agreed. Now, his own family, actually, y'all, if y'all haven't heard of the Kennedy family, I don't know where you've been under a rock. You need to look at the Kennedy family, and he is a part of that. But his own family, his cousins that have grown up with him, have literally come out against him. So that brings me very serious concern as well. So, Joe, I would like to know what you think. How can public health experts repair the trust with Black communities when we already ain't even got the trust? Where they need to start?
Impossible.
What's that little boy in the Little Rascals? Impossible.
It's not
Why
possible.
do you think so?
I see a lot of people in the chat saying what the real. I mean, it's we're gonna have to do it ourselves. It's always gonna be ourselves, man. We're gonna have to eat better. We're gonna have to exercise, and I mean, this is like, I know we're tired of saying these same things over and over again, but that's really what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to heal ourselves. We're gonna have to eliminate sugar from our diets. We got to get rid of some of this processed stuff. We have to do it. It's the only way to heal our bodies, man. And people are actually doing that. I mean, people are doing this, and it's changing things around for them. Like, it's real. It is real. But I mean, it's a huge sacrifice, and it's going to take some fasting and just a lot of different, whatever methods you use to convince yourself that you don't need the things that you think you need in order to extend your life and live healthier.
Agreed. And I am a living, walking witness to that. When I was 285 pounds, I was pre-diabetic. The minute that I took control of my health and I started eating right, being very careful, exercising, got the weight off, it was gone. So yes, you can do things to keep yourself healthier. Maybe not go to Popeye so much when that sandwich comes out. Okay, there's a way to balance and still take care of your body, right? So Moya, do you think, and what do you think that the Black community should demand better accountability for our communities?
Yeah. Can you demand better accountability for our communities? What does that mean exactly? From
that's
who?
what I want to know from you. What does that look like? What does it look like for us to unify, to get on the right path, to let our representatives know, and to do better in our neighborhoods?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I do. I think it's important that we do that. I still think I want to piggyback off what Joe was saying and also what Marla was touching upon. I think it's important that we also, when we're going in either for a routine checkup or they're suggesting some sort of surgery, I think it's important that we do research. And also, you want to also research the different doctors within it, because when you go in and you might name drop someone in terms of like, oh, so I know Dr. So-and-so did this. Is this what you recommend? It automatically puts that doctor on alert. And so they're now paying more attention to you. Now they all of a sudden something comes up from the back of their mind that they want to suggest to you. So we just have to play a different type of game, because yes, there is what we have to do in terms of like just preventative. But once we're in that situation, then we need to know what can we do there and how do we carry ourselves. And once you come in, you might even come in with some paper and some information. Then they get like, are they writing something? Are they taking notes? Like what? So I think we just have to play the game different so they start understanding who and what we can do.
Agree. Go ahead, Erica.
You know, I'd like to piggyback off of that, because if we take note and we look and see how many hospitals in our communities have been closed down over the last 10, 15, 20 years, we need to start going to our grassroots politics, city council, and say, well, what are we doing to replace those hospitals that are being closed? You know, you go into other suburban communities and there are care centers everywhere. You can just walk down the street to one. But in African American communities, where, you know, the Latino communities, you might have one, and you have like maybe 3 counties or 3 cities that have on one county road that have to share that. And then again, the people that are in there working, most of them are in there for a paycheck. So I think we need to start holding our city council accountable and say, hey, okay, you're closing these hospitals. Number one, why? They're funded. Number two, what are you replacing those with? And really start asking questions and standing there as a community, because they can lie to one of us, but they can't lie to all of us.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up, Erica, because I am proud to say my hometown, Louisville, Kentucky, in the West End, it is our Black community, and they always get the worst of the worst. And they're doing their very best now just to get fresh vegetables. But when we got the right leadership in that area, she demanded with an idea, her simple idea. She got together with nurses and doctors, and guess what? Now we have the most brand new hospital. And now that is in the West End for the people who need it the most. And now she is tackling the groceries. So that is right. You must stay on these people. And it's not just, let's go to Washington. No, you got to start local. Who is your local person that you need to do to get the changes that you need, right? That's a good place to start. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Do you want to make $1 million this year? What? Was that a yes? Oh, then guess what? You're in for luck. My name is Vanessa Gopal. I am a successful entrepreneur and owner of Winter Remodeling, Inc., a general contracting firm. Over my career, we've procured millions of dollars for myself and for clients. And I partner now with the Fly Nubian Money Club, where I'm going to teach you some of the successful business strategies that I use that involve B2B, in-face networking, and also B2C. Because one thing I do know is if you don't sell, then your business will surely fail.
If you don't sell, your business will surely fail. Now listen, you know we got all these smart people here. You got all these people, all of us, we be rooting for you. We be rooting for you to win, because when you win, we all win, right? But we have actually put in a program that you really need to make sure that you get in on. And it is the Fly Nubian Money Club. Vanessa Gopal is our next queen up on the panel to teach you how to get your business thriving. And what did she say? She said, million. All right. So listen, you have her at our next session. You had Athena teaching you AI at the last session. You had Constance Carter teaching you how to get 7 figures. And then you had me who taught you how to buy a house abroad and in the States. Now listen, get on in, because that'd be your own fault if you don't do it. It's a 30-day trial. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. All right, family. This has really been a very, very interesting conversation. And I think that we may not all have answer for everybody, but I think that we all have an answer in the fact that we know we must take care of our own selves first and really vet the people who are supposed to be over our health. And whether you like him or not, that's your personal choice. That man ain't for me. So we're going to start with final thoughts and where we can find you. And we're going to start with you, Moya.
So the thing about Robert Kennedy that I think is important is the position that he's going for. The past directors of HHS, they've had over 20 years of actual in-office active government experience, which he doesn't have any of that. On top of the fact that the HHS has over $1.2 trillion that they have at their disposal. That's even more than the Pentagon. So that's a lot of money. And that's a lot of responsibility for somebody that hasn't managed any group, any large size organization. So yeah, he would definitely not. He's not qualified in any way to run and have that position. It is tax season now, so if you ever have any questions, now you can go to www.moya.tax and or send me a DM at moya.business if you have any questions about your taxes this season.
Baby, it is tax season. Gremlins didn't want me to tell you that, but it is. And we've got the queen right here. So stop looking. She's right there. She told you how to reach her. www.moya.tax. Tax is in the email and the website. So don't forget to do that. Go follow her. She's got a wealth of information. She also has other things for you that I think you will find quite beneficial. So Marlo, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
My final thought is you are your and your family's best healthcare advocate. If you are obviously RFK, I don't even want to talk about him because obviously this man is not qualified. He needs a health and hospital system to take care of him in this moment. So I won't even talk about him. I'm going to talk about Black folks. We need to take care of ourselves. We need to be eating right. We need to be thinking right. We need to be our own advocate. We need to be researching. We need to be having conversations with our people about our health care. Talk about your symptoms with your friends and family. Talk about the treatment with your friends and family. We need to get back to being a community because that is when we thrived. When we were actively practicing community and togetherness is how we thrive. We share information. That is how we have thrived for centuries. The melanated specialness of your skin, it thrives because of information. Don't close out information. Don't let people sell you, my grandmother used to say, wolf cookies. I have no idea what wolf cookies is, but I'll never buy them because I've been taught not to. If you are looking for me, I'm Marlo Layson. I am a news writer. I write about everything from current events to politics. I create content under my name, Marlo Layson, or you can find me on Instagram. I'm Olram Marlo. That is my first name backward and forward with an underscore on the end. And I myself am on a health journey. That's why I can give you that advice. I can tell you since I've been on that journey, I am sleeping better. My mind is sharper. My skin a little glowy, girl. Somebody told me my collarbone was popping. I mean, listen, get your life out here through food. Feed your body better, and your body will give you what you want on the other end. And, you know, take care of community. I'm always going to tell us to take care of us because I love us. That's it for me.
And that's the first thing. We got to love us. Because if you don't love yourself, you can't love anybody else, including our community. So part of love is taking care of your body, mind, and spirit. Okay. All right, Erica, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Final thoughts. You know, I worked in the wellness industry for 22 years. I actually just retired from wellness, thank God, because the industry kind of sucked. But what I will say is that when I was a fitness instructor some years ago, there was very rarely, I was, first of all, one of maybe two other African American fitness instructors. It just was unheard of. It just wasn't an industry that you would find Black women. It was a heavily male white dominated field. And it was really heartbreaking to see because, you know, there weren't that many of us in the industry. There weren't that many of us on the aerobic floor. There weren't that many of us taking care of our health. However, we were the ones that really needed it. And I would have women periodically come in and say, oh, it's so nice to see a woman that looks like me up there doing that. So, you know, get out there and walk. You know, you don't need an expensive gym membership. Gym memberships are getting out of control. They're overpriced and you're not getting services. I'm here to tell you, I've worked for many big box gyms and you're not going to get what you're paying for. So get out there and walk. It is the basic everything. Get out there and stretch. The first thing you did when you were born is you took breath and you stretched. Go back to basics. Go back to the first thing you did. Take a deep breath, stretch, reach down and touch your toes because the primary thing is that you want to be mobile. If you're not mobile, you can't exercise and you can't do anything else. Drink water. Drink plenty of water. You can never, ever have too much water. Cut back on the sweets. Cut back on the alcohol. Even shave off some of that heavy meat. Get into leafy green vegetables and a lot of fruit. I'm telling you, your body will change and your sleep pattern will change. I'm Erica Lewis. I'm the author of Faith in Transition. You can find me on all socials at Miss Erica Renee and at faithinTransition.com.
Well said, and a lot of great nuggets there. So please make sure that you do follow Erica. She told you where to find her. That's your homework. Go do it. What do I say? Stock in chicken hawk, because we know what we're talking about. Joe, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yeah, short and sweet. Everything they said. You know what I mean? Like that thing that you think you need that you can't put down, that is a form of addiction. Like you really feel like you can't live without it. That's a form of addiction. And I mean, I don't mean to scare you or nothing like that. I just want you to know that you can actually, be without. So, if you need help talking through that, I'm here, realuconsulting.com. Smack them wolf cookies out your hand and, get some self-control, because that's, your mind and your body are very much connected. And if you put poison into your body, your mind starts to follow, and you start feeling bad about yourself, and all those negative and intrusive thoughts are coming in. So all these things are connected. So take your time, start with one thing. You don't have to get rid of all of it at once. Start with one thing and then move on to the next thing until your mind and body are working well together. And then your collarbone be popping too, like Marlo. Like I said, Real You Consulting. You can find me at Joe Corley on all socials, and on Tuesday nights on the podcast, Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Like all next month, relationships, dropping gems.
Make sure you get to Joe, because Joe has a lot of great resources for you too. Check out his new show. And listen, guys, a part of being healthy is also your mental and your mind. That is a big part of it. So make sure that you go and follow Joe for that. And what do I have to say for you? You only can make the decision for yourself. But like I said, you must love yourself in order to find out the real truth of what's going to work for your body. Just because something works for someone else doesn't necessarily mean that it works for you. I know it was heavy all my life. Finally found something that worked for me, which was high protein, carbs at 75 a day, exercise every day. I'm up to walking and jogging up to 7 miles a day. And my world changed when I loved myself and faced the things that I needed to face in order to get healthy for myself. And now I can be healthy for my husband and my community as well. So please make sure that you don't fall for misinformation. Don't go for the okie doke. Go look for yourself. And as one of our queens says all the time, and she's not here today, Constance Carter, Google that shit so that you can go find the truth. And you can find me at www.laurakey.net. I have a lot of freebies there for you. But let me tell you something else that I've got for you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. Okay. If you forgot to sign up, go do it now, because you have a 14-page freebie from me that is going to help you get control of your finances. It's going to talk about all your money matters, and you can list what you bring in and what you spend. You might be a little surprised on how much you may be spending at that Starbucks, and you may need to pull back. So this guide will help you really sit down with this workbook and see what is going out and what is coming in and what you can change. Listen, guys, we have really had a great conversation, but this conversation is bigger than just one politician's comments. It's about our health, our trusted medicine, and the impact of misinformation on our community. Now, we know that Black people have faced medical racism, but we also have to make sure we're making decisions based on facts and not fears. So what do we do next? How do we hold public figures accountable while also demanding better health care for our people? Let's keep this conversation going, because honestly, our lives really do depend on it. So this is Friday, y'all. What you gonna do without us? you're going to go catch up on any missed episodes on Spotify. So go over there and do that. But until then, we hope that you have a beautiful and blessed weekend. We'll be back Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be blessed. See ya. Bye. Peace out.
I was blind, but now I can.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is part 3 of our special 4-part series on relationships. It has been going really well. We have been getting some really good feedback. And today we are diving into something that might seem small, but actually has the power to make or break relationships. And that's how do we respond to each other's small little bids for connection. And if you don't know what that is, bids for connection are the little things that when your partner like sends a text, it's just to check in, when they want to share a story from their day, or when they reach for your hand while y'all walking together. It's how you respond to these moments that can either build intimacy or create distance over time. So many relationships, don't fall apart because of like these big explosive fights like we think, but because of these small everyday disconnections and little opportunities that we may be missing. So we're going to talk about in this episode what these little bids look like and how can we respond to them in ways that strengthen our relationship, and how to like stay emotionally present even when life is getting a little busy or overwhelming. And today I've got some, again, some credible guests joining me. You've seen a lot of these people before. Obviously, my brother Chris here is joined by his wife Maria, and they're a couple that I thought would be and provide some insight to this topic. Q and Jatoya, y'all seen them on part 1 of the series, I believe, right? Was that part 1?
Part 1.
Yeah, okay. And then my wife, who is joining me again for part 3, out of that deathbed from episode 1, and thriving, as you can see. And then from last week, we're bringing Jeannie Johnson back, a therapist who deals with emotional connection and sees couples also. So hi everybody, how y'all doing? Everybody good? Okay, good.
I'm great.
All right. So Toy and Q, I'm just gonna get a little icebreaker question out here. I'm gonna ask y'all straight up. What is like one little thing that your partner does that that's a little bit for connection that you really appreciate, that they might think is a small thing, but it really makes you feel loved? Toy, I'll start with you.
I think for me, it's the embrace and the saying I love you before you walk out the door.
Yeah.
Like, don't just leave home without saying anything. That bothers me a lot.
Okay. All right. Like you bother right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't do that this morning, so it's not a big thing for sure.
All right.
I appreciate that she loved that. For me, it's just, hey, how your day going? She does it all the time. Sometimes she don't, but most of the time she do. And I love that. It's just like, oh, okay, she thinking about me. Or like, you need anything, like, you good? Like, how your day going? You having a bad one? I maybe could cheer you up a little bit. So I like that.
Cool. Chris, what about you, man? What's something that your wife does that?
It is the way she follows me. Like in the beginning, we had a lot of button heads, and I had kind of made a lot of mistakes. And then these last couple of years, man, she's just really been like, even if he makes a mistake, I got his back. And that means the world to me because I can go up against anybody. But she was the one that could break me down kind of. But now it's all lifting up, man. It's just a lot of lifting up. Even when I make mistakes, she kind of lets me just lead, and it just makes me to be more on point, man. And it's just like little things that we used to butt head. Now it's just like, just let him make a mistake, and then I just it's just little stuff like that we're moving forward now because of stuff like that. So I think that she just really is my number one fan now, so that helps me a lot.
Now she's your number one fan, huh?
Yeah. Now
yeah. To grow into that.
Now
I had to grow into that role. What about you, Maria?
We both did, though. We both did.
For me, I think it's the constant reminder of Chris to the kids to respect me, listen to me. Just that shows me love and that he thinks about that.
Oh man, that's actually a good one, man. I try to do that myself sometimes. Sometimes you gotta play referee with them kids, because they be trying to decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? My children are angels.
All right. I wasn't ready for that one. But what's something that your husband does that makes you feel loved?
Actually, I'm with you, Toya. Like the good morning, the kiss goodbye. Like, don't walk out the door. Don't walk out the door.
Okay. For real?
Yeah, seriously.
That means a lot to you, huh?
It does.
Okay.
So, like when you got up and went to the gym the other morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. We got a little. This little episode gonna be funny. All right. Yeah. For me, I think it's like when I mention that I need something, and then it like appears. You know what I mean? Like I'll be just talking randomly, whether it's I need some pencils in my office, and then the next day like some pencils will show up, and I'm like, damn. Just that little gesture right there be making me feel like, man, she really is supporting what I'm doing, and really it makes me feel kind of seen and heard, and I really appreciate those things. Jeannie, let me ask you something, man. Do you come across couples who are failing at bids for connection? And if you do, like what are some of the things that you start out trying to get them to process in these moments?
Absolutely. Yes, I do come across a lot of clients who are feeling it. One, recognizing bids, even though they've been together for long periods of time, just because many of these things aren't outwardly spoken. Many of us actually, especially in relationships where there are two Black members of a couple, don't necessarily communicate their wants and needs in verbal language. A lot of the communication is nonverbal, and there are assumptions that sometimes get made that your partner knows and understands what you need, but it's actually not necessarily correct, and that your partner knows and understands when you're trying to connect with them. So I certainly get couples who are failing to recognize those bids. And oftentimes I see, as you asked about the barrier, what is the issue in them recognizing the bid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the issue and the barrier tends to be that they're overrun by work. They're overrun by being a father, being a mother. They have familial issues that are demanding of them at times. And so they're not connecting because they're not even connected to their own person, let alone trying to be connected to their partners.
Right. And sometimes I'm gonna piggyback on this. Sometimes it looks like, your partner you coming home and you're like, hey, can we go for a walk? Mm-hmm. And you be like, no, I'm tired, or I don't feel like it, or something like that. And it's like, that might seem like something small, but what you're doing is you're missing an opportunity that your partner's taking to extend themselves to you. Have you thought about why are they asking you to go on that walk? What is it that they're trying to accomplish by doing it? Maybe they just want to, either get you alone or have a conversation with you, share some intimate details about the things that, that went on during their day. And by you saying no, consistently saying no, because I know some people come home like, man, Or for one, and I can say an opportunity, and maybe y'all can think about this too, an opportunity that seems like sometimes a missed bid for connection is like at times I would ask like Donna to go to the gym with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she always says no. You know what I mean? But I really like working out with my wife. You know what I mean? Like, but she likes working out in her home gym. I understand. And sometimes she'll ask me to come out there, and I'll say no to go work out in there. And both of us missed an opportunity to, connect. Like she's trying to give me in her space. I'm trying to get her in mine. But both of those would be like considered bids for connection that we're missing. So off the top of your head, I don't want to put no pressure on y'all. But Toya Q, do y'all have can think of any opportunities that y'all like maybe miss on those little bids for connection?
Yeah, I really didn't. I ain't really never look at it like that, what you said, but she asked me to go to the store with her all the time. And most of the time, if I know she's going to get something little, but like, nah, you can go ahead. But it'd be that little ride that we got along that she craving. And sometimes I miss that opportunity because I am doing something else.
Right.
So yeah, I didn't recognize that at first. That's good that you said that. Like,
this is what we do for, man. I want everybody to take an opportunity to recognize these little moments, man, that we missing. You know, we are looking at them as burdens, but we're just disconnecting from our partner. You know, Latoya, what do you got anything you can think of off the top of your head?
Yes. Sometimes what Miss Johnson was saying is absolutely true. Like there are just some demands that feel so overwhelming that I don't do those small bids of like picking up the phone to call and say, hey, what's up? It's usually a quick text, but sometimes my husband want to hear my voice or see my face through that communication. And I, like he just said, I don't always recognize how important that is. So thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Johnson. Like that is really, really important. And it's something I know that I miss sometimes because I just feel like life is taking over.
Mm-hmm. And I think you said it that's so wonderfully when you said my husband wants to see my beautiful face. He wants to hear me. He wants to take me in. You're in love with your partner. You know, you have long-term relationships, and the small moments where you can have the essence of each other, it's important to continue to add those in. But it's hard. You know, you have a lot on your plate with one, maintaining the relationship, but two, when you've built a family, when you have a career, when you have outside family who needs you, who has demands on you, it becomes a priority when you make it a priority to ensure that the relationship comes first. Not the kids, not your parents, not your job, your relationship.
100%.
True.
Chris, you think of a time where you missed?
Yeah, man. Thank y'all for letting us go last too. I was thinking about that. Yes, man. So I'm a tech guy, and some of this, the working on the house stuff. Oh man, it eludes me. And Maria is a country girl, and she's used to her dad or everybody working with their hands, and that's just not me. And I've realized that she kind of needs that or expects that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And I've missed a couple. I've missed a couple of opportunities to do stuff like that. Now we try to take like little dates to Walmart and do stuff like that, but as far as that manly stuff, I can't say manly stuff, but just stuff around the house that's expected. It just goes over my head sometimes. You know what I mean? Because like Ms. Johnson said, I'm focused on a lot of running a lot of different things, and that stuff kind of goes in my head. I've been trying to be more intentional about it, but yeah, that's one of the big ones for us.
Yeah. What you think? You think of any time you miss an opportunity to connect with Chris, or he's trying to connect with you emotionally?
I think I used to. I used to be the one that was like, hey, let me just go to the store really quick, or I'm gonna get the kids and just go do this real quick. But I think since Chris has really showed me just like, hey, spending even, the like Mr. Q was saying, just the ride to the store. He's like, just those 5 little minutes to go to Walmart. And I tried to be more intentional about that, because it's true. I was the one that was always kind of rushing. And I tend to think about it a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, she's doing a great job.
So I used to, because there were a lot of times that I would much rather just, like I said, just rush and go get something. Like, no, you're okay. Like, I don't want you to get up and be bothered. Like, I'm just gonna go do this. But
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think? Is it better?
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
She's doing really good. And now our kids are getting a little older too. We can leave them here by ourselves and just, like I said, just cruise to Walmart or whatever and just leave them here. So we've been trying to be more intentional about that.
It's a beautiful time in life, for sure.
Absolutely. We forget all the time that a bid is an invitation, and you've got to provide that invitation to your partner to come along in whatever is going on for you, whether that's even a small little space of a break so you can be partners together without your children intervening.
Jeannie, I want to talk about one of the major, and listen, if you're in the chat, listen, nobody's left no comments yet. I don't know what's going to, usually don't take this long for people to start commenting, but listen, talk to me about any opportunities that you or talk to me about something your partner does that makes you feel seen, something small or an opportunity that your partner's missing, or something that you try to do to connect with your partner and it doesn't always get seen or felt. Please throw yourselves in the chat, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm feeling disconnected from y'all, like y'all not out there, but I see y'all in numbers is out there. But Jeannie, let me ask you, I think I want you to talk about an opportunity that a lot of people miss, is that's when they try to downplay compliments, right? So, your partner compliments you and you dismiss it.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, talk to me about how that can be detrimental or eroding relationships.
Absolutely. I mean, I think so many times when couples are talking with each other and they're looking to they're looking to transition from whatever's happening in the now to something else. Like, so I have an idea in my mind. I'm looking on at my wife, or I'm looking on at my husband, and maybe they're busying themselves with something, finishing up the last portions of work, or I don't know, cooking dinner, something to that effect. And I come in and I'm complimenting them on how good dinner smells, or hugging them from behind or something like that. And they're just trying to get finished. So they kind of shrug things off, or they dismiss so they can maintain focus on whatever it is they're doing. I always remind couples that when you're getting so focused on something going a specific kind of way and you're so attached to something moving just in the way you want it to, you're missing the opportunities and invitations around you. I often tell people that because they get so lost in it and so engrossed in it that they're just not recognizing these like amazing moments, especially when you're someone who says to your partner at one point or another that I feel underappreciated, or you feel disconnected, or like they haven't been around or haven't been understanding you in some time, and they're giving you these like small instances where they're trying to show you, hey, I see you, your food smells good, hey, I see you, you just picked up those pencils for me the other day, like that's super awesome of you, you're really sweet for like hearing me out. Did you say that? Did you follow up with that? Because that was a bid from Donna, right? Saying, I hear you, you're someone I want to feel comfortable, you're someone who I want to feel like they're seen and heard. We've got to follow up, bid after bid. It's like reciprocal,
Yeah. And I'm gonna follow it up too. With something that Donna does, like for instance, I will compliment her either a body part or tell her she's beautiful or something, and she will follow it up with some type of insult to herself or some type of joke. Yep. And that is a misbid for connection, because over time, that erodes relationships. Like you have to lean into gratitude sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
And let's not forget, though, because this goes a little bit deeper. I'm going to take it to another level here because I think it's really important. The bid is there. It's the compliment, right? And you see your wife having a reaction to it. That's a rejection, not necessarily of you, but it sounds like there's an issue of self-consciousness, or there's an issue of her own personal understanding of self that may be happening. So if we see that, we can push a little forward, like, hey, hold on a minute. Don't talk about my wife like that. I just gave my wife a compliment
and you're undermining it and you're speaking to the negatives or to whatever else about you, hold on a minute. What's going on with that? Because I think you're beautiful. Hold on a minute. What's happening here? Because I think you're looking really good today, or I think you sounded really good today, or I really appreciated the way you handled things with the kids today, even though maybe you didn't feel like you showed up like your best. I feel like you asserted yourself with them and you told them how to move forward. And if it didn't come out as pretty as you want, hey, listen, that's parenthood.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's important. I think one important word you said in there was rejection, because you're walking a fine line, right? You have to recognize also that her doing that is not personal. Like, it's not anything personal. That's something totally within her. It's internal. But at the same time, constantly doing that does start to feel like rejection. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to tell you that I think you're attractive. I need you to have some gratitude for that. But we need to also talk about why you don't feel attractive as well. We can have conversation about that, after you say, thank you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I see you smiling, Donna. You're caught. What's going on?
No, I have to remind her something.
I mean, I don't deny it.
Right.
But I did thank you today, though.
Oh.
On the drive back.
Oh, right.
Did,
You surely
so.
did. Yeah, we went through all the emotions this weekend. We went out of town and we went through all the emotions back around, but it always comes back. I think the lady in the hotel lobby asked us, what's the secret of 17 years?
Yes.
And you got to always be willing to, work it out.
Yeah.
You got to always be willing to, have conversations. Like, that's just, when you stop having the conversations, that's when it starts to get a problem. But hey,
you told her keep learning.
Yeah, you gotta be like, here we are on our 17th anniversary, celebrating our 17th anniversary, and we learned, I feel, I don't want to speak for you, I learned a lot of things about my wife this weekend, and about how I approach her. And it's very relevant to this conversation because we're talking again about little bids for connection, that I was missing, or little opportunities that I wasn't taking to engage with her the way that she wanted me to engage with her, and vice versa. You know what I mean? It didn't come out the right way at all. It didn't come out the right, but I heard her, she heard me. Now, we didn't talk about it to the next day, but we heard each other. Right. But Toy, let me ask y'all, man, is there any opportunity, any time do you, and this, I hate asking these questions off the top, making y'all think off the top of your head, but I'm doing it. Q, you always answering these questions, bro. So that's why I always go to you first.
Hey, it's good, bro.
You always amaze me how you come up with answers to these questions.
Hey, I'll be working on this relationship every day. Like, I know, let me let you get to your question, but she'll be mad busy. I'll be busy. We got the smaller grown up. So I try to work on it.
Yeah. Was there any times where you feel like you're mistaking those bids for connection as like criticism or nagging?
No, Toy don't do too much nagging, but she will throw a compliment like, why I need you to say that? And it's like, I said that because I wanted to. Like, I know you probably didn't need to hear it, but yeah, you're a great mom. Yeah, you're a great wife. Like, you're doing great. And not feeling that much. Like, don't, tell me you're failing at something and, I don't feel like I'm not a great mom because the kids stay in their room and play the video game. Mm-hmm. Like, nah, they're teenagers going through puberty. They don't want to be in their mom's face all day. Mm-hmm. So it's like sometimes she don't take those, but she don't do too much nagging. She a little firecracker, that, but she don't do too much nagging.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, bro, sis. I'm really so proud of you, man. So proud of you, man. Like, God. Yeah, bro. What about you, Toy? You ever mistake some of it for criticism or nagging? Just mistake. That's why I'm not saying you do it, but you're mistaking it.
So something that you had asked about that came to my mind was, I don't always do a great job of receiving gifts. And it's because I think I'm just used to giving and I'm not great at receiving. So where it is a good and important thing that he does very often, sometimes kind of just like, I could do better at receiving gifts, like actual gifts. I'm not saying like the gifts of exchanging our love and all that, not that. Because we do compliment each other quite a bit. I'd be like, baby, you fine. You know, like stuff like that is regular around our house. Like our kids would tell you there's a balance between the pop off and the affections and whatnot. But I'm just kind of not, I've never really learned how to be a good gift acceptor, if that makes sense. So I can see that as something, it's a compliment. I think to give a gift, and he gives great gifts, but I just have a weird energy when it comes to saying that was really a great gift, or like I think my response isn't always what he expects, so it could come off kind of like that rejection that we were just discussing. So that's something I recognize. I'll do better. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really feel like, talking to the audience again, I always promote in my sessions gratitude. Okay, gratitude. For instance, hey, I'm sorry I'm late, versus saying I really appreciate you waiting for me. A little bit of turns, because constantly, because I'm always stressing to Donna, like, you constantly apologizing for stuff.
Yes.
And her mother does it too. They both do it. They both run here apologizing for nothing. And I'm like, you got to stop doing that, because what that does is that's eroding our relationships in the home. I want you to start turning all the things that you want to apologize for into gratitude. Okay? That becomes, don't therapize me, but
like I'm apologizing, like it kind of sounded like that woman or something, like I'm sorry. It's not like that type of apology. It's just like if it doesn't go his way, then I'm quick to say, oh, I'm sorry that didn't, that didn't work out. That doesn't sit well with him.
Yeah. If anything, a little speck of dirt on the floor.
Well, you gotta be, if Joe was really therapizing, he'd be careful with giving attention to the times when you aren't giving what he would want you to give, right? When we give attention to the behavior that is the behavior we'd like to extinct, we subconsciously fuel the behavior, right? So saying, I don't want you to say this, or I don't want you to do that, or don't apologize, actually creates more attention to the negative, let's say, behavior. When you are wanting something to occur, you compliment it and you positively reinforce it when it happens. So Donna is behaving the way that you would want her to, or showing up the way that you would like her to, or that you prefer, you give an overreaction. Wow, I love that. You just were giving all this gratitude about this. Or, oh, you were sympathizing with me over an issue versus apologizing that the issue was happening to me. I love that. That means a lot to me. Thank you for being that way. Thank you for saying that. So if he was really therapizing you, Donna, it would sound a little bit more like that. But it's also a very positive thing sometimes be therapized. Just
it's
as
a
a therapist.
positive thing. It's a positive thing to, because what it is you
it
call
means you're loved. It means you're loved.
It's also emotional growth. Like emotional intelligence is rising. The person that I was before didn't have the language to say the things. I was doing it all wrong. Like I was saying all the wrong things and handling and going about things all the wrong way. And I understand that maybe you got used to that. But then we're talking about bids for connection. All of this therapizing is just me trying to connect.
That's fine when you're trying to connect as my spouse. I'm not your client.
The world is my client.
Oh no. I'm not even touching that, my friend.
Yeah,
no way.
I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing, chat. I got a question for Chris and Maria, because Chris, you said something earlier about Maria's dad and brothers doing all this stuff. I'm wondering sometimes with y'all, like, cultural difference, because you blackity black and she full blown Mexican, right? Yeah. Y'all grew up in those cultures, you know what I mean? do y'all sometimes have to lean into that that cultural difference in order to connect? Like, do you got to sometimes just like understand that, hey, this is the Mexican way we do things, and Maria, do you guys sometimes understand, hey, I ain't grew up doing it that way, you know?
Yes, you know, when we like you said, we're growing up in totally different cultures. But what we decided to do was kind of have one goal for our marriage and one goal to where we're headed. And then if our culture gets in the way of that, we set that aside, kind of to come together, trying to build something new, especially for our kids. Because if we lean too much on our cultures, I don't think what we're trying to accomplish won't get accomplished. You know what I mean? So we do, of course, she is Mexican, I am Black, and we do understand that, but we try not to let it get in the way of us moving forward and getting to where we are. Just like I said earlier about her dad and her brother, you know, they're manly man. Arturo and Mr. Puentes, they're you know, they they work on everything, do everything, and where I sit at my desk all day, you know what I'm saying? And she was like, hey, you know, even the lawn mode, or I mean, it's little stuff too, like that. Like that goes over my head, and then I had to realize that, hey, she is from that culture, so she is kind of expecting that, and that is not me giving up anything. That's me trying to bring us, that's still going towards our goal, recognizing her culture. You know what I mean? And so I kind of put that in, and that even went to our goal. So when I say we recognize each other's cultures, we don't just like totally disregard it. It just, if it's not in line with our goal, we disregard it. But if it is, I can do that. I can mow the lawn. I can do these things. You know what I mean? Yeah. Did that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think?
Maria?
I mean, it was hard at the beginning. We did argue a lot about, like he said, like the differences, because just like he said about the lawn being mowed, I'll tell him like 1 or 2 times, and then I'm out there doing it myself.
Oh, she'll do it.
Or I'm, you know, using the weed eater or anything like that. So those were a lot of like dumb arguments at the beginning. But like Chris said, now we have one goal and we try to just focus on it. Because, you know, growing up like I did, we're used to, like, as moms, doing everything for our kids, even for my husband, you know, but which, like I said, at the beginning was hard, but no, I think now we're getting it.
Trying to grow, you know.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, and not let each other get in the way of that, of our goal. So
yeah. Does it come into play when y'all like trying to raise y'all children?
Well, sort of, but like we let our kids know that, you know, the world's gonna see them as Black. They look, when you see them, they look Black. You know what I'm saying? Now, even they'll look at her, and you know, even when they were little, hey, mom, and the, you know, the other Hispanic women would look at it like, oh, those are your kids. You know what I'm saying? And then the Black women would look at the kids. So we kind of prepared. You know me, Joe. I'm intentional, so I kind of prepared my kids for what it is, for what the world's gonna throw at them, and then me and Maria try to show as much love and respect to each other in front of them, so that they understand that in this house, they're gonna get love and respect, because there is already gonna be people that hate them, or they're already gonna get hate out there anyway. So we try to bring in each culture and let them know both of the cultures, you know, and they should be loved and respected no matter who they are, and love themselves. You know what I mean? And we've had, I don't know if I'll say this, but both sides of our family have had, like, my mom early on, she was just like, what'd she say? She said, you don't see cats and dogs getting together. But I was like, those are 2 different species. But you see a Black dog and a white dog getting together. You know what I'm saying? We had stuff like that kind of came out that I didn't realize was in there. You know what I mean? From my parents. So I wanted to kind of distance my kids from that, from my mom and everybody, just so they don't try to mess up what we're trying to accomplish here. So we do have to, the cultures are there, but they come secondary to what we're trying to accomplish. You know what I mean? And so, but we do recognize this country is mostly, you know, Black and white, you know, the struggles. So they're going to be seen like that. but they love their grandpas from grandparents from each side. They know they're half Mexican. You know what I'm saying? They're aware of everything, and we just want to make sure that they acknowledge that and they know who they're created to be. So we try to take all that into account, man.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, what I'm hearing is it doesn't really cause y'all at this stage. I mean, in the beginning, it caused y'all some conflict, but
Mhm.
at this stage, y'all understood that you have to lean into each other's cultures to connect, which is the point that I wanted to, I was trying to make. You understand what I'm saying, Jeannie?
Absolutely. I mean, I think they run into like a twofold issue, right? It's the connection between one another where there are gender specific roles that come from culture. I'm getting the sense that Maria's culture, being Mexican, that there was likely a more conservative space and gender roles were very defined. So mom had a specific role of nurturer, caregiver for the kids and nurturer, caregiver for husband. And all of that became a part of her work, and she was raised in that capacity and learned that. And Chris maybe didn't have the same type of gender roles where maybe things were more collaborative or shared, or they just weren't defined, right? And so culture teaches us to live in a certain way, and then we get into these relationships with one another, get into these marriages, and maybe we haven't built our own sort of system. So we're just going on what we know. So Maria was kind of doing everything and showing up in every way and asking you to show up as the provider, protector, builder, type that is the masculine sort of role, right? And you're like, what do you mean? Like that everybody does everything, so no big deal. And she feels rejected in it, and she's like, well, I can't nag him. I wasn't taught to do that. I was taught to be soft and warm and nurturing. So let me back it up and I'll just take care of myself, like no problem. And so it created some distance initially, but then you start to build your own culture that seems to be much more in the middle, much more of a compromise, and that can be really helpful when you redesign the way that you show up and the way that you bid for one another. So I'm glad to hear it. Yeah.
Sure. Q, Jatoya, let me ask y'all a quick question. What are some like nonverbal cues that your partner has that show you that they need a connection? Like they're not saying anything, but you see it and you know it. Like what are some of those things that tell you, hey, he or she needs something right now?
Man, you know what I'm gonna do, bro. What all black men do. I'm finna tap you on the young you dig understand me. Like walk past, like trying to get off that phone. On the real, like come on over, or I turn on some small, like I'll turn on a show that we was watching, like, hey, it's about to start. Like, I mean, I might not say it, but you'll hear the WB music or whatever, like
Not the WB.
But yeah.
Aging yourself, my friend.
Right. But I'm just keeping it 100. Like that's me. I'm just like, yeah.
That's some facts. Yeah.
That could have went way left.
I'm just saying. Like,
great job. You did a great job of keeping it PG.
Yeah, you kept it PG.
I ain't know what.
Shit.
Thought we had a baby boy situation for you. I didn't know what
you did a fantastic job.
No.
Brother. Yeah, you're right, Mike.
I'll just say it's a look. I'll just say that.
For sure.
What'd you say, Victoria?
It's a look.
I'll just say it's a look.
You can tell. You got a look in his face.
Yep.
Yeah. What about you, Maria, Chris? What y'all got some nonverbal cues that you recognize from your partner that know they? Oh, go ahead, Maria. Look like you got something.
I'm really on your mind.
He stops talking to me. Like it's just like very standoffish. I'll see it in his face. It's very obvious. So I know. Okay, he needs some loving.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Chris?
She gets a. What was the question again?
What are some nonverbal cues that you see in your wife to let you know that she needs? That's a bid for connection. She's not saying it, but you can look at her and tell she needs something.
Oh, when she gets really focused on like cleaning or like doing something to like get away from whatever problem we have, and I try to go up and hug her and kiss her, I kind of know that, okay, she kind of needs me, kind of has to. She gets kind of standoffish too, but kind of like with an attitude, like a real bad attitude. So
Mm.
So she cusses you out. Okay, got it.
Nah, she used to. That's not her. She changed now. So, but
No, I mean, I
she used
noticed
to.
with the couples, the nonverbal cues are more airing on the, like it's a negative reinforcement.
Something like that. I mean, because I'm sitting here thinking about the question as I'm asking it, and I'm like, I don't know the answer to this question.
Oh,
I
really?
don't think that's true for us. I think it's very positive.
Okay.
But we're trying to keep it PG for the podcast.
Gotcha. Understood.
Do that.
Understood. Yeah. Understood.
You can be rated R if you need.
I'm gonna say I ain't gonna lie. When you asked me the question, I was trying to speak to my love language. My love language is physical touch. So sometimes I'll just come throw her hair back, and it might not be nothing, sexual or whatever, but I'll just do that to know like physical touch. Come kiss her, hug her. Like that's one of my love languages. So that's what I was meaning. I wasn't trying to get thirsty out here.
I think you did good. Yeah, no, it's good.
Very true, Dr. Vibe. It is a form of disrespect to downplay compliments. I can't stress that enough. I'm gonna keep.
Wow,
I
like that.
Couple in the chat knows and understands when you downplay compliments from your partner, it is a form of rejection and disrespect. And I want everybody to be aware of that.
Tell them. You
go
want
ahead.
to speak more to that? I know. I wondered if you wanted to just speak a little bit more to that. How?
Yeah. So, like I said, when you are not showing gratitude, okay, it's a constant erosion of relationship. Think about what that person's doing. Like you're in a great mood, you're in a great space, and you come into the room and you look at your partner. And you're like, you look gorgeous or you look beautiful, and they'd be like, "Man, shut your ass up." I can't. I look terrible. You know what I mean? Or this. This looks like this mess you're looking at that looks attractive to you, and think about where that puts you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would imagine that would be pretty stark.
Yeah, but it happens, right? You're floating, right? No.
Okay.
No, but you do disrespect yourself a lot, sometimes. And I told you many times, like that bothers me, right? Because I like Jeannie said earlier, it really feels like that. Whoa, you are talking about my wife. You know what I mean? I don't like that. You know what I mean? I don't like that. I like you to, but I need to try to. It's tough because, like I said, it's a fine line. You know what I mean? Like it's a line between not taking it personal. Then you have to be empathetic and understand that that person may not be feeling great about themselves. But like Dr. Bob said, you downplaying a compliment. This is what I see.
Mm-hmm.
So I need you to respect what I see and what I enjoy about you. And then on your own time, we can talk about what you see.
Well, I'm going to bring in another way of seeing this because I like for there to consistently be, especially where the audience is concerned and we're all learning here, there a recognition of an opportunity, right? So if a partner is downplaying a compliment or is having a hard time, let's say, ingesting a compliment from you, I see it as maybe it's an opportunity to see what else is going on. I mean, I think the scenario you just described where you're complimenting your partner and they say to you, man, get the hell out. Like what, like that's got to be an opportunity for me. That's got to be an opportunity to get an understanding of what is going on, that the rejection is so great. It's so marked. That to me is an opportunity to investigate and just see what's going on that you're unable to receive. I think it was Toya who said this, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, Toya, but she says it can be very difficult for her at times to allow and to receive. And I think it's very common, I know it's very common experiential data-wise and also just research-wise. It's very difficult as a whole for women who are high-producing, who are busy, high-functioning, to allow and to receive. They tend to be more along the type of like, I'll do it myself, or I've got this, or I can figure this out. And so it becomes hard for them to experience things like gifts or sometimes even acts of service become difficult for them to receive as well. And I think that is true many times for people when they're rejecting compliments. It's like receiving those words of affirmation, receiving those loving that loving verbal confirmation that you're wonderful, that you're loving. It's a personal insecurity. There's a personal something that's going on that, again, isn't personal to your loved one all the time. Now, I'm not saying that's always the case. Sometimes get the heck out of my face means get the heck out of my face. Like, I don't, we're not connected. Like, sometimes that's very much true. And it's unfortunate, you know, but I want to also advocate for the person who this is an opportunity to investigate more and really understand, like, what's happening here, that this bid is being projected in that way, you know?
No, for sure. And I want to be clear. What I'm talking about, and I agree with you, and that is an opportunity. What I'm talking about is a consistent rejection of the compliments. Like over time, every single time I compliment you, you're rejecting. Now it's starting to feel like an attack or disrespect or erosion. But definitely, if you find if a person is rejecting in a harsh way, like I just gave an example, that is an opportunity to investigate what's going on, and you should definitely take the opportunity to explore where your partner is mentally. I want to talk about what Chris said earlier about sometimes, or what Maria said. One of them said that Chris withdraws. You can see that. It's a common thing, especially amongst Black men. You know, we often withdraw and shut down because we don't know how to like express our emotions and feel safe and comfortable about it. I hate to speak like in a monolith, but in my experience, you know, with my clients, it's a common thing for us to withdraw and not speak. But I want to talk about, do you guys know and recognize when you're disengaging from emotional connection? And do you kind of like have a voice in the back of your head that says, I'm withdrawing right now, I need to re-engage and try to get back here and say what it is that I need to say so that I don't miss an opportunity to let my wife or my partner know how I'm feeling in this moment? Do you understand what I'm saying? Q?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say yes, but I ignore that sometimes. That voice, you know what I mean? And because you do want to just go back to being comfortable, and so when that happens, yes, I do get that voice, but by then I want to just go sleep on the couch, you know. So I'll deal with it in the morning, you know what I mean? And so yes, so I do get that voice, but I don't. Sometimes I just give in and just go sleep on the couch until the morning, and then I feel better, and I try to love her and kiss her in the morning, and then she rejects me. And then it takes us, because we work together too, so it takes us a couple hours to get back on point. You know, by the time we come to the gym with you, we finally got back, but we done wasted hours and stuff. So yeah. So we need help with that.
I have some thoughts on that. I want you to speak to what you just heard.
Oh, sure. You know, I think what I just heard is that there is a lack in some ways of debrief after conflict. And instead of us taking the time out to acknowledge that there's conflict and to work through it in the moment or make a plan to work through it at some later time and date, the two of them choose stonewalling, it seems, and avoidant tactics. And that can be really difficult because avoidance often breeds not only tension in the moment, but tension that tends to linger. And instead of a problem being put to the past and being closed out or resolved, it ends up we take the past into the present. So whenever I'm in a battle with my spouse, whenever I'm having a struggle with them, I can choose to live in the moment and in the present and work on moving things through and resolving things there. Or I can choose to avoid and push off and delay the solution. And then I'm bringing the past into the present. And so I'm bringing all of the past emotions, all the past harm, all the past hurts into the present. And that can be really difficult because living in the past and the present all at once can feel really overwhelming. So I imagine there would be a pause where there's like a high degree of contention that exists before you make things right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Toya, does Q do that? Does he withdraw sometimes when he's struggling with his feelings?
Yes, that does happen sometimes.
What do you do?
But well, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say something. But this is the thing I was gonna say. He does do that sometimes, and I try to give him space when it's time to, because he's very communicative about, like, this is what's going on. We need to address it. We're gonna talk through this when he's ready. So if he is in a space where he's withdrawing, I tend to just also withdraw for that moment. But if it goes too long, then I'm going to get in his face about it. Like, that's just my nature.
Yeah, I like I told you before, Joe, on a couple episodes ago, like I tend to over engage. So sometimes I gotta learn how to be like, you know what, this ain't the time for this. I be one conflict resolution, and she's put me on to that behavior. Like, you want it when you want it, you don't want it when both of us want it. So I learned to like try to disengage a little more and not see it as a bad thing.
Yeah. No, I think y'all have the right recipe for the most part about how to handle that. I tell people all the time, like, you have to be willing to give your partner the space to cool off, or so to speak, or to walk away from the situation. But you also have to, have a reasonable amount of time to come back and deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not always perfect. You know what I mean? Like Maria and Chris said, they go a whole night. You know what I mean? Like me and Donna did that the other night. You know, it took us the whole
It could be weeks sometimes on it.
It's too long. It's too long.
No, there's just been some, I'm just being real. Like, there's been times where things don't feel resolvable for either one of us. And when we do try to get it back, it is another conflict. So it can turn into both of us stonewalling for more than a couple days. Weeks is an exaggeration, but it can last way longer than we would want it to. But that's getting better.
Good. What I would say to you is the effort to resolve the situations that you're putting in is often better than stonewalling as a tactic. Avoiding each other is more detrimental oftentimes than trying to speak it out and trying to build a peace. Even if you have to say we're inside of a peace treaty for this amount of time. That means we're not bringing up the argument. We're not bringing up what the conflict is between the two of us. We're just working in a partnership so that things can go well in these areas of our lives. So we won't touch on that till we're ready, but avoiding each other, I'm glad weeks is an exaggeration. Even a day, it's just a very long time to be disconnected. It's a very long time. It breeds a lot of discontent. It breeds a lot of mistrust. It just breeds a lot of other things. So I would say if you could challenge, that's to Chris and Maria and you, Toya and Q, if you can challenge yourselves to within a couple of hours, even try, just make an effort.
You know what's so crazy, Dr. Johnson? She might won't talk to me for a while or even try to bring up the conversation, but she'll be like, "Hey, come get in the bed."
Yep.
And it's like,
it's often that seems unreasonable for some people. You know, the people that are not emotionally well. What you just said, in a couple hours. No, I need days. I need weeks.
Days.
But that is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, some problems really aren't solvable. So you have to get to a point of acceptance. Like, there's certain things about your partner that are just not going to change, and you have to recognize or accept the fact that they're not going to change. So this is just part of who that person is. And some problems are very solvable, and you find solutions to those problems, and you have to know the difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And recognize that your partner isn't just one problem that's not solvable. Your relationship isn't just that one problem that's not solvable, right?
There's way more to y'all than just
way more to you. Yeah.
What do you do when your husband withdraws? Because he does that often and does it well, better than almost anyone.
Ouch.
It's a fact. I'm not
You
good
say
at
I
it.
want you to bring me back?
Or just how do you handle it? I mean, because it happens, right? I mean, it's getting better, I guess. But I'm wondering, like, how do you bring me back? How do you bring me back?
Well, the last time you did that, I just came to watch you a hot cup of tea. So it's just like I have to do little things to like show you, like, okay, yeah, you're not speaking, but
we go together.
Yeah, we go together.
Real bad.
It's not that serious. Whatever it was that we were arguing about, more than likely was not that serious. So here's a little peace treaty, like just let it go.
Yeah. That's
and
true.
Come out to the living room and let's watch a show.
Yeah, that's true. After a while, it starts feeling stupid.
And then you just stay in it deeper.
Yeah, I'm like, damn. I be like, are you seeing something funny? But like, man, I want to send you this damn reel so bad.
That's when you realize it's more about ego. It's more about you wanting to be right than wanting to reconnect to your partner.
Yes, it's totally about ego, man. It's totally about ego. But what do you like, Gene? Let me ask you, and I'm gonna kind of get to going around everybody. But some like strategies that you typically throw out in your sessions to help people kind of, respond better to these little missed bids for emotional connection.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always, for me, it's about helping them to be more probative and to have more introspection about what is behind the behavior. So I always ask them, especially you just described a situation as that, I'm holding on to resentment, or I'm holding on to something that happened and occurred with my partner out of just pure ego. I don't like the way they talk to me. I don't like that. Like, I'm too good to be spoken to like that. Or, I do too much for them to be treated in that way. And it becomes more a part of ego than I want to actually resolve the issue. So I asked them, a question I heard a while back, which is, do you want to be right? Or do you want to be connected and loved and be loving? And it always boils down to that for me. It's, do you want to be in the midst of receiving and giving love, or do you want to be in the midst of tension and inside of fear and inside of questioning? What do you want for yourself? And you need to ask yourself that in those moments when you're struggling with a protracted argument or a protracted issue where you're literally, because we talked about dismissing bids, right? Where, you have these fights, and I think Maria and Chris were a good example of that when he said, I'm ready to go on the couch. He's like, he's pulling out. He's like, no way. I'm not going to deal with the tension of this. Like, I'll just go rest on the couch. Like, I don't even want to be in the bed beside her at this point because I can't live inside of the tension. It's just too much for me. And she's the next not wanting to talk to him. So being like, you know what? You slept on the couch. I can live without you too. I don't have to speak with you. It becomes this little battle back and forth, this battle of like, who can live without who for the longest, or who can be the stronger person and who can hold the line. Meanwhile, you're absolutely missing each other. Meanwhile, you're miserable because the tension is so high. Meanwhile, y'all still got them kids y'all got to take care of together and got to show, like a unified front with. It's just, and Marie and Chris, you work together. So we got to be at work, with the other employees watching us, looking at us in our business. I don't want that for my life. So I always ask, it's always more probative. Can you look inside if you ask yourself, do I want to be loved and loving, or do I want to be right and in ego? Usually people choose to be in love and loving, right?
Right. So listen, we're about to go in a little bit of overtime, but I got 3 questions that I absolutely have to get off. Okay. So I want y'all to give me, shorter answers, but I want you to say how you feel. Okay. So, Chris and Maria, I want y'all to, how long y'all been married, first of all? It's been a long time, like 10 years, right?
11
years. So when you think about the beginning and now, like what's like one small shift that both of you have made in the way that you connect that you feel has made like the biggest impact, or the way that you kind of deal with these little bids for connection? What is like one small shift that you made that has made the biggest impact in your relationship?
I think that made a commitment to love her versus like how she's acting. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying she's acting horrible, but instead of looking at her and be like, say, no, Chris, you said you love her. You say you want to be with her. You say you want to do this. No matter what she's doing, and that kind of changed the way I just react when she does stuff, or I feel like she's doing stuff. So
I think the same for me. I
yeah.
think just to keep in mind that I do love him no matter what, and everything that he's brought into my life is positive and more loving.
Oh wow,
So just be more positive for myself.
that little shit. Okay. What about you, cute Jatoya?
Mhm.
You go first.
For me, I it's been not trying to take everything personal, no matter how she says it. I'm gonna internalize it, try to listen, and try to change, no matter how she says it. So I'm not gonna take it personal because I might not have liked what she said or how she said it.
Before you say Jatoya, remind me again how long y'all been together. I know y'all been married some years, but how long y'all actually been together?
We've been together 24 years.
So go ahead, Jatoya. What's one little shift that you made in all that time?
Remember when we were getting ready to join the pod and I said, like, literally today, some of the notes that you sent to us were helpful today.
Yeah.
Just having some of the right words to use when we're feeling like we're not in the best place personally. I think that's the biggest thing since we first were together. We were some kids. So we didn't really always have the right words to use when we were frustrated. But now that we've been together for so long, and my husband does tend to communicate a lot better than I do with the personal stuff. You know, I could communicate all day for work. I have to, right? So in the personal time, it doesn't always feel as easy. That's where some of that, cutoff might feel. You might feel that there. But the communication is way better. It's a long way to say that.
What you done, Marie?
I feel like it's more me, kind of like, was that Q that said not taking things personal and just trying to use the right words when I'm communicating with you. Because I know that what is in my Aquarius mind, the way it comes out is not what I meant. So it's like getting you to understand, and hear me and see me and what I'm trying to say so that you can receive it.
Yeah. I think for me, I'm gonna say that I've learned over time to like remove much of my ego out of our conversations and recognize that, okay, I'm really not right about everything. Sounds like, obvious, but it's really something I had to learn, you know what I mean? Like, and recognize that I don't know, as I'm, I've known Donna for so long since we were kids, right? And I be thinking I know everything about her. And the truth is I don't know everything about her. So I had to like really remind myself of that several times over to put myself in a position to like be able to accept new things about her and adjust. And she's also always evolving. So I had to make that shift. You know what I mean? Like I'm a fool to think that the 20-something-year-old girl that I married is the 40-something-year-old woman that's sitting here next to me today.
Right.
It's not the same person. So just
I agree.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Second question.
It's never the same.
Looking back now, what do y'all, I'm going to go to you, Chris and Maria, what do you now understand about emotional connection that you maybe didn't realize before when y'all were younger?
Unmute yourself.
It takes work and sacrifice. Like you have to, like to get past that barrier. You have to like sacrifice some things or give up some things, kind of. And it's not just like one time. It's like, hey, I got to do this again. I got to do this again. Then you start to think it's worth it. Is it worth it to do it again? Yes, it is. Then after a while, you can't lose forever, right? That's what I live by. So, you just start to grow. The more I let go versus the more I pack on. So I just learned that the more I let go of who I am and the more I focus on our goal, the more I'm emotionally, I can understand her emotions or I can receive them better, I guess. I don't know exactly to say that, but it was like me in the way. You know what I mean? Of receiving her. So.
Yeah, I think the same for me. It's I would often like get upset because why isn't he understanding like this? Like it's so easy. It's not that hard. But just like learning that he grew up different than I did and we both are completely different people, I think has helped me.
That's huge. I think that's huge in a lot of relationships, not understanding that y'all are two different humans that grew up two totally different ways and experience the beginnings of love and emotional connection way differently. So, the way that you both understand love is different. And you need to learn that of each other. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not talking to just y'all specifically. I'm talking about to the couples out there as a whole. Understanding how you interpret love is a huge thing. So thank you for that, Maria. Toy and Q, what do y'all understand about emotional connection that maybe you didn't understand when y'all were younger?
For me, I would say that when I was younger, I thought emotional connection came out of physical connection, and now it's the opposite.
Woo! Said a word. You said a word. Okay.
For me, is emotional responsiveness. Like I used to be like, well, you're not thinking logically, you're just being emotional about everything. And I had to realize that, it's a part of logic also. You just gotta learn.
Intuitive.
What you done?
I still think that sometimes I'm trying to figure it out. To be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Where do you get lost?
Huh?
Where do you get lost?
I don't know. For me, I feel like if I don't feel like I'm being heard, then I just shut down.
Oh, okay.
I guess you can say then it's being heard, communication, like listening. Like if I don't feel like I have your attention, then I don't have a connection.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that. And I think I'm sort of probably say the same thing Maria said. I feel like I'm just learning the part that I'm learning that we just grew up different. You know what I mean? So, and our experience have been different. Like, I lost my mother at 15. Her mother's down the hall. You know? So like just that little bit of difference, and what I understanding what I developed into after losing my mother and what I understood about love is way different than somebody who has not experienced that same exact thing. So that's something I have to like recognize instead of like, you should understand what it feels like to lose your mother as a teenager. That's kind of what I grew up thinking.
Sure.
You should understand that this is really difficult and it altered the way that I experience love, right? But now I understand that that's not the case, So I understand about emotional connection, and it's really helped me, I think, a lot in the way that I kind of deal with my wife. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna get y'all out of here, and then I'm gonna get Jeannie to give us some final thoughts.
Okay.
But what is the biggest piece of advice for couples that y'all have that want to create lasting emotional intimacy? Maria and Chris, why don't you answer first? 10 years.
As you know, we were high school sweethearts, and then we broke up, and then we got back together. And when we got back together, one of the most impactful things that we did was had premarital counseling, because it set like some expectations that we were not. I mean, they asked us how much we want to have sex every week, how much money do we expect, things that you don't think you should be intentional about, that we were just thinking that's gonna come. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? But when it just helped us put our mindset as far as being more intentional. So our expectations were a lot better as far as what we expected from each other. And man, I think that really, really helped us. And of course, we had to grow more, but that set a foundation for us to where we could, oh, wow, there are things that we did not think about. And it's not all about she's pretty and I'm handsome, of course. And then, and then we just love each other. You know what I'm saying? It's more than that. We got a deep thinking because our parents didn't teach us that. Neither one of us, And so we had to forgive them, right? And then go to premarital counseling. And that just set this foundation for us that really, really helped. I mean, we still go back to some of that stuff today and just like, man, we thank God that we had that. So we always, whenever we're big, and remember, neither one of us wanted to get married. We didn't want kids. And so when we did that, that really helped us. And we always tell people, whoever wants to get married around us or talk about marriage, go to premarital counseling, that really helped us a lot. Whether it's Christian or, secular, whoever, just get somebody who doesn't have that emotional connect. That's a professional and doesn't have that emotional connection. So the emotions are out of it. You know what I'm saying? Just thinking logically about what do y'all want and what do you expect from each other. So that's we always talk about, go to that premarital counseling. It helped us a lot.
Lisa, Maria, same thing.
Same thing. Yeah, because like he said, we just always reference back to, hey, remember they did say this and don't expect that. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And she's ever since then, I think she's been on this journey to like her own podcast, her own music, just trying to find herself. And I think that helped that too, because that's what they told us. Instead of 50-50, bring like 100-100. And we didn't understand that at first. You know what I'm saying? And so as we work on each other, so yeah, that's what we do. So, okay, cool.
Yeah, did they ask y'all how much y'all were going to work together?
We didn't know we were going to work together.
Yeah.
You mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
I need to move on, but this always reminds me of how when I asked Chris to come up have lunch with me, and he sat in my office on my couch and said, "I don't know about all this therapy stuff, man." 10 minutes later, his shoes is off, his feet with the pillow. He didn't even eat lunch. He sat there for an hour and a half and talked to me, and we didn't even go eat lunch. Yeah, man, I don't know about this therapy stuff, man, but let me talk to you.
That works, man.
But now you talking about you went to premarital counseling, man. I'm learning something new about you all the time, brother. Okay, I got you, man.
We love that.
So yeah, man, what kind of advice do y'all have for couples trying to build emotional intimacy?
Man, I'm always like I said all the time, man, be friends first. Like, be friends. Like that emotional connection is something you can't change. So like I'm gonna give a small example real quick. Like our oldest son came up here yesterday, or the day before yesterday. And Milena and, our nieces and nephews came through. We wasn't seeing eye to eye. But once we all got with the family, we start talking more because we friends. We didn't have to talk about our marriage or what problems we had. We just still connected on a friend level. So we were still laughing. She was hitting me, and we was still doing the emotional connection because we still just have a connection. So that's like my big thing. Just be friends first. The rest of the stuff will come later. You definitely have to work on that stuff too. But yeah, you friends first is always probably gonna work out at the end. And that's just my advice. Like I'm not saying like
I don't know. I get it, man. That was part one, brother. Part one of the series. The foundation for emotional connection is going to be friendship. Friendship. Toya, what do you say?
I definitely agree that having the friendship is very important. But I also think it's important to recognize if you are personally struggling and not be afraid to get individual help. I think that it's really important to have couples therapy, but sometimes something ain't got nothing to do with you, baby. It's a me issue. So you have to be willing for yourself as an individual to get the help that you need when you need it.
Absolutely.
And that way you can bring a better version of yourself to the relationship.
Another word.
So
Before
good.
we answer question for you for the Shaws. Since you got it all in your personal business, what brought y'all back together after y'all broke up from high school?
What was it? Just
I think I just started talking to his cousin, connected on Facebook, and then he's like, "Hey, do you still talk to Chris? He's here." We just started talking. I was in love with him in high school, and then just stuff happened, and we separated. So we just connected.
yeah, just got back together. I was a knucklehead back in high school, so her dad took her away from me, and so that's what it was. But you know, God brought us back to where, you know, He redeemed us. So that's what happened.
Oh.
So I will say that having tough conversations and running towards those tougher conversations sometimes, often, especially young couples, will avoid those tough conversations, and that's when, you know, usually bad behavior starts to arise, and things just go all the way left. So when you feel a certain way about something, do not ignore that emotion. And I know this is what I'm saying is very difficult for somebody probably who is young in your relationship to understand, but I want you to take that emotion and run towards it. Like, I feel a way when this happens. You can try to do it without being accusatory or putting your partner down. Like, when this happens, I feel a way, and this is what I need in this moment. So you give your partner an opportunity to have an honest response and reaction to the things that you're dealing with or the things that you're feeling. And that can be enormous. You know, getting some of that stuff. That's something that I wish I would have done earlier in my relationship and get some of these difficult conversations out of the way so they don't come back and bite you in the ass. You know, after a couple decades of marriage, you know what I mean?
Do you think that having a, like, piggybacking off of my brother-in-law, that having that good, solid friendship, you know, you'd be able to have those conversations, come back?
No. Here's what for me is, I'm gonna say no, because the friendship kind of makes it so you don't want to upset your partner, so you will avoid a lot of the difficult conversations. Like, I don't want you to be upset. I don't want you to be mad. I don't want you to feel bad about yourself. And part of that is what Jatoya is saying about individual therapy, because you will hear something. I'm not saying you specifically, but your partner will hear something and you become defensive about it. And now we're really in a bad space, right? And instead of recognizing that I'm talking about how I feel, you're internalizing it and it's triggering you, and now we're in a full-blown argument. So, and then once I see that one time, I'm going to be very reluctant to go ahead and continue to have these difficult conversations or bring things to you, because, like I said, I don't want to get blown up on, and I don't want you to feel bad about yourself. I just want you to be as happy as I can. And sometimes your friend, you don't want bad feelings for your friend. So I think it could interfere with it, you know, and I'll let Jeannie touch on that in a second, but that's my feeling about it. Do you have any comments or advice for long-lasting emotional connection?
Having a solid friendship base. Start there. That's my advice.
Okay. All right. Hearing all that, Jeannie, wrap it all up. And
Thanks. I appreciate that so much. I mean, so I'd say, I think the last question was really good and sort of helps to create this sort of all-encompassing understanding of what we talked about today, which is, creating space to emotionally connect to one another through sending out bids and accepting bids and the consequences of being dismissing and rejecting of each other. I think you've each learned over time, right, what it looks like when, one, like Toya said, you have insight to what's going on for you and whether this is an individual issue that's keeping me from connecting emotionally or whether this is an issue within our relationship. I think, sometimes we have this ability to gain perspective because, like Chris and Maria, we had distance, we had time apart from each other, we had room to grow. And so we got to grow individually, then come back together and use that and formulate our own culture to be better at accepting bids and emotionally connecting. Where some of you, I think Toya and Q, and you and Joe and Donna, obviously, you've had to grow like from very young age to your current big ages now. And it was a difficult trajectory, right? You didn't get that time necessarily to be on your individual, and you keep growing and you keep changing and you all keep evolving. And when you do that as a person, it's a great thing, but it's also a hard thing in the relationship, because the emotional tactics, tools I used to use when my wife Donna was 25 versus where she is now, they don't necessarily work as well. So I think, what this all boils down to is being ready to and willing to accept the opportunity of learning and growing with your partner, and recognizing what's yours individually that's keeping you from connecting, and what's a part of what you can work through in the relationship, and not taking too long or too much space away from each other to figure that out. I think when you're in the crux together, it really is the ideal space to be, because it's the two of you choosing each other consistently, choosing the connection, and to fix and repair their connection as often as you can. I do agree, though, that a solid friendship and foundation is a great thing to have in relationships. I find that to be irrefutable in some ways, in that, yes, we do often, when we have strong relationships, we're going to be frightened. We're going to be afraid. We may participate in avoidant behavior so as not to hurt, so as not to cause strife. But sometimes we use those types of mentalities in order to keep ourselves stuck. So I might use the idea that, like, well, the last time I tried to tell you this, you got really upset, you got really angry, so I'm not going to talk to you about it anymore. That's my way of keeping myself stuck. People have a right to their emotions. They have a right to their feelings, right? They have a right to work on their expressions. And sometimes in a couple, you've got to work on that together. So if someone has had an emotional expression that has been overwhelming or has created a retreat, we don't retreat forever, right? We have to name that, hey, this happened in response to me looking to address or looking to confront a situation between the two of us. Here's how you reacted and responded. This creates for me hesitance to bring this again. Is that what you want? And if the answer is no, of course that's not what I want. You're my best friend. I want you to talk to me. I want you to be around me. I want you to be open to sharing with me and loving me and accepting my emotional bids. Then I'm going to push forward, and we're going to push forward and do better.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeannie. Where can, if anybody's looking for you, where can they find you?
Absolutely. You can connect with me via Instagram. I'm For Love and Psych. You can connect with me via email, info@forloveandpsych.com. The website as well. You can connect, build appointments if you want to work with me. If you're in Minnesota or New York, I'm at www.forloveandpsych.com. You can also connect with me via LinkedIn. I'm just Jeannie Johnson on LinkedIn, but For Love and Psych is in the title. So please reach out, and I'd love to be in community with you.
Thank you very much. And the rest of y'all some entrepreneurs, man. So I want to give you an opportunity to shout y'all businesses out. And, if you want to do that really quickly. Chris?
Yes, we are the businessminds.com, where we help businesses craft an effective customer journey. And all that means is taking somebody from not knowing you to being a loyal client. And we have all the strategy and the software to help you accomplish that. So the businessminds.com, check us out. And we have a free community, and then we have a paid community too. So the free community is all about helping you build that solid foundation for a successful business. The businessminds.com. There you go.
Okay. And not only the podcast host, I'm also a client. Thank you. Q, Toya, you have anything y'all want to promote before we get off this thing?
Nope. Artificial intelligence is available on all streaming platforms. Fly Robotics, look it up. And I wanted to say I want to reach out to Chris and Maria, because I do have a business, but I'm trying to relaunch it. And happy 17th anniversary to the Corleys. We love you guys.
Love y'all, man. Love y'all.
Appreciate y'all, family. Oh, man. All right. And you can find me. Do you have a business you want to promote?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. You can find me at realuconsulting.com. I'm seeing new clients. Connect with me. You can go right there and set up your consultation whenever you feel like it. My brand is my brand. Y'all know what it is. Y'all can come back here every Tuesday night and see me on this podcast, Vulnerabilities and New Sexy. Next week is part 4 of our series, which is called, and I'm going to have just young couples on here. like couples.
Nice.
One very newlywed couple and 2 couples that aren't even married yet, but are very serious. So we're talking about shared meaning and future goals on next week podcast. I want everybody to tune in while we talk to these young couples about what these things mean. And I want all you guys to get in the chat and be throwing your conversations at these couples, or throwing your advice and your tips and your questions, mainly just questions, which I think is important for basically what we're talking about here. Be inquisitive, ask questions, and that is really one of the biggest tools and keys to emotional connection. Okay. I want to thank y'all for going into overtime with me and not getting frustrated with me. I really appreciate y'all for sharing y'all time. These conversations could go on forever and ever and ever because there's just so much information and thoughts that we want to get to, but we just don't have we just don't have the time to get to. But I thank all y'all for y'all insights. I really appreciate y'all showing up for me again today. And, just take a moment to reflect and pay attention to your partner's bids for connection this week. I want everybody to just take a moment when you see them, now that you're aware, when you see these bids for emotional connections, I want you to recognize them, and I want you to reflect. And I want to ask yourself, are you turning towards your partner? Are you turning away from your partner? Are you turning against your partner? Okay? I really want you to reflect on those things. All right? I love y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Joe and Jeannie.
Thank you all for your stories.
It's time to get that money. It's time to get that money. It's time to get that money, y'all. Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills. Money, y'all. I'm Miguel Nunez, and guess what? Today we are offering $100,000 to anyone who will take our challenge. But we don't have just ordinary challenges. But we do want you to join us. So we may come to a city near you. When you see this van that says, "For the love of money," you may be a contestant and have an opportunity to win $100,000 on For the Love of Money. Now, my beautiful assistant has already found us some contestants. So we're going to go and see what they will do for the love of money. Let's go. It's time to get that money. All right. We are here, guys, in the park for our first challenge, For the Love of Money. What's up? I want y'all to meet my co-host. This is Bubba. Say hi, Bubba.
Hey.
And my beautiful co-host, Tiara.
Hello.
All right, talk to me, Tiara.
Okay, so today we have Robert.
All right, Robert. Where are you from?
Fresno.
You're from Fresno. All right, Robert. Okay, so you're familiar with the show. She explained it to you.
Yeah.
The name of this show is called For the Love of Money. And we want to see what people will do for money or what they won't do for money. Bubba, you see what that is? That's 100,000. No, you got to win this. You don't get this, okay? All right. Are you willing and ready to take the For the Love of Money challenge?
I'm ready.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go. Follow me. All right. You see that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see that right there?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
What about it?
Okay, now, Bubba, our first challenge. I'll give you $10,000 if you eat that dog shit.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not joking. $10,000 if you eat. You don't have to eat all of it. Just eat a little bit. All right. Then how about $20,000? $20,000 just to take a little poop scoop.
Man, $20,000 isn't worth it, bro.
What do you mean $20,000? Hold on.
Would you eat it for $20,000?
I ate some already. Okay, how about this? $30,000. Listen, you don't even have to eat a lot. Just a little bit.
Man, my doctor bills would be at least $20,000.
Your doctor bill?
I get sick eating that.
The dog didn't get sick.
Because it came out the other end, not from the mouth.
Even if the dog dies, think about it. All dogs go to heaven anyway. Open up. I'll tell you what. This is my last offer to you, and I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna find somebody. I guarantee that $50,000. 50. You can get another look. You can spray some alcohol on your lips. Okay, you can drink all of this. This kills all germs. I'm talking about 50,000. You get a new tongue.
How much would I gotta eat?
You ain't got to get full, just a little bit.
You got a towel or something when I'm done, or?
No, use your shirt, nigga. You're gonna have $50,000. Come on, let's go. $50,000, brother. Here you go. I'll get this ready for you. Tiara.
You can do it, Robert.
Get there. You can do this, brother. It's only a little bit. Get down, though. I want this all right here. It's just a little $50,000, brother. You can get a new car. You can get I'll pay your mortgage, buy your girl something, get you a Rolex, and please put this in the bank so you can get a new shirt. All right, let's go. Come on now. Get down low. I want you lower. No. Get off your feet. Yeah, there you go. Go down there. I want everybody to see. No. You can't get no little pinch. I want you to dig in there, and I want you to kill it. And that's $50,000. Man, you know what? I'll tell you what. I'll give you another $10,000. That's $60,000 if you dig in that sucker and eat it like it's a warmed up M&M. Dude, think about all this money. There you go. You can do this. Do it, bro. Do it. Do it. Eat it. Come on, $50,000. $50,000. The dog ate it. The dog ain't dead. 50. Oh, no. That's right. Yeah. Now take your money. Oh my God, he's nasty. Ladies and gentlemen, that proves right there. People will do anything. This nasty nigga, let's go. Ooh. Wow, this place is amazing. Welcome back to the show, guys. You're watching For the Love of Money. Listen, have you ever heard the phrase, this food tastes so good it makes you want to slap your mama? Well, guess what? Look out, mama. All right. Welcome, guys. What's
going on?
All right. How are you? Talk to me. What do we got?
So we have 3 contestants who are ready to play.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. What's your name, brother?
My name's Khalil. How's it going?
All right. Good. Where you from?
Philly.
Philly. All right. What's your name?
Jay.
Jay. All right. And what's your name?
John.
John. Where you from, John?
Tennessee.
Okay. All right, guys. All right. Here's the deal. This show is about challenge. Okay. And we're going to challenge you to do something. But we're just not going to ask you to do it. Bubba. You see this right here? $100,000. Oh, wait. Slow down. Close it, Bubba. Okay, now here's the deal. I'm going to offer you a challenge, and I'm going to offer you money. Whoever accepts gets the money. You guys ready? Okay, now, today's challenge is, have you ever heard the phrase, this food tastes so good it makes you want to slap your mama?
That's how my mom cooked.
Okay, good. That's how your mama cooked?
That's how she
Well, that's
cooked.
perfect then, because here's the deal. I'm offering, Bubba, I'm going to offer, let's just say, $20,000 to slap the hell out of their mother.
Oh, no. Hell no. I ain't slapping my mama.
$20,000.
Cool, man. You got that.
Come on, man. I'll slap her for $5. I'm going to let your mama know you passed up $20,000. Okay, guys, listen to me. You know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe $20,000 ain't enough to slap your mama. How about I make it $30,000, 3 stacks? Come on, man. You know your mama going to forgive you.
Man, my mama crazy, though, man.
All right, you know what?
I was about to say, I can't lie. I can't slap my mom for that. I can't even. Nah.
Okay, then slap your mama for $40,000. I'll slap your mama for one of these. So I know you're gonna do it for 4. Okay, I'll tell you what. How about this? I'm gonna do this for y'all. 50.
I'll do it.
Say no more. See you later,
I'll
brother.
do it.
You go home and tell your mama you love her, because we got somebody.
50,000. 50,000.
All right, you sure?
Hell yeah.
All right,
I'm sure.
then. Here we go. Hold this till we get back. I'll be right back. All right, you gonna show us where your mother lives?
Yes, sir. I ain't
All right,
never
let's
seen
go.
50.
Okay,
You wanna
guys.
show me 50,000 again?
No, I promise you. This
right,
is a
then.
show. We won't mess you. Okay, guys, we're gonna go. Follow us.
Let's
This guy's
do
gonna
it.
slap his mama. All right, come on, man. Just yeah. Mama gonna forgive you. I promise. Look, You think about how much you give your mama. If you
25.
gave your mama $25,000, right?
Yeah.
And you get your mama a new TV, buy her a new bedroom set, she gonna forget
Oh,
you.
but I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy.
You know what? Get a new stove. Mamas love stoves and kitchen. You get her all of that. I promise you. She gonna be mad for a few minutes.
I
though.
might buy a new car.
She gonna be mad till her face stops stinging. It's time to get that money. Oh yeah, you got 50 G's.
I'm a
You
little
get your mama
nervous. I'm a little
25 and get you some Bitcoins, dude. You'll be
right
set.
there, right there, right there.
Okay, this is it. This is it.
I'm
Turn in.
I'm
Can
a
we turn in the driveway?
I'm a little nervous.
All right, turn in the driveway. Don't be nervous, man. Don't be nervous, dude. This is $50,000.
This is $50,000.
Exactly. And you gonna give your mama 25. She gonna
$50,000.
Take your time. Take your time. Let's go. Everybody out.
$50,000.
Yes. Everybody out. Take your time.
$50,000.
That's what we better keep thinking about.
Mama, how you doing, Mama?
Hey, baby, what's all these people? What's these cameras for? What's these cameras
I cannot
for?
believe I'm about to do this. Mama, forgive me. Oh my God.
What the? Hey, y'all too! Get the heck out of my yard!
Go, get in the car. Come on, brother.
I can't, man. She coming.
Go. Get him. $50,000, baby.
$50,000.
Yeah, but your mama gonna be mad at him not. For the love of money, baby. He slapped his mama, and I don't know where he's going on, how he's gonna get to eat tonight. But brother, you got $50,000.
So I'll give her 25.
There you go.
Let's build a business. Leave it for the children. They hate the way we live. They don't want to see us with it. Burn down our shit in the 1920s. Let's bring it back today. Let's make Greenwood in every hood. Yeah. By 2028. Let's build a business. Leave it for the children. They hate the way we live. They don't want to see us with it. Burn down our shit in the 1920s. Let's bring it back today. Let's make Greenwood in every hood. Yeah. By 2028.
That's because they don't know their talent. So we need to start off raising our children and teaching and letting generations and generations of business go through our culture. It has to be generational.
Scholar for the people. A wise brother, an engaging brother, a powerful brother, the people's scholar. Oklahoma City, please join me in welcoming our dear brother, Dr. Boyce Walker.
I love y'all so much, man. Wow, man. Here, I'm scared of getting lynched when I go to places like Oklahoma. At least I got my posse. Now, every now and then I'm gonna do like this. I like to just see you, look you in the eye. And I wanted to start by saying that I'm truly honored and flattered that you even took the time to come out here. You didn't have to do this. The fact that you're here really says something special about who you are, what you believe in, and what you represent. Now, I'm going to get into the more serious stuff, but before I begin, I want to say thank you to those who put on this extraordinary event. I hope you'll clap. Now, I met the brother Ekpe, who sponsored the event. He plays for the Utah Jazz. And, and I'll tell you, I'm pretty skeptical of a lot of what I see in terms of what some of the way some of the athletes are not necessarily getting the most out of their time, energy, and capability. But this young brother just, it inspired me so much because he represents the future of this community. He represents the future of the black athlete in America. He does not represent the past at all. He's doing exactly what I believe, that in 50 years, 40 years, a lot of athletes are going to be doing. A lot of athletes are going to be doing. And also there was a sister named Nicole and a brother named James, and I met those two as well. And you know, and I just tell you, I think that what leads me to have so much respect for those who are engaged in this kind of work is because it takes a lot of heart to play for the team that looks like they're not winning.
Wow.
You know, if it's like a basketball game, you know, you got the righteous black people against the coonery, and coonery's winning 86-12. You know, and it takes real strong people to be committed to something that isn't yet part of the mainstream. But what really gives me a lot of hope is the fact that every single year you see progress. Now, I'm not talking about that artificial progress. See, for a long time we thought progress meant some black person getting a promotion at a company run by white folks. That's an accomplishment, congratulations, but that ain't really progress. That's more like assimilation. Unfortunately, we live in a country where white supremacist systems are only designed to reward you and elevate you if you are deeply committed to that system. When you fight the system tends to spit you out. So when these very same systems are the ones that are creating so many of our black leaders, we have to stop for a second and realize that we've been bamboozled. We're getting fooled every single day. A lot of the folks that you see on TV, a lot of the Negroes in high places are not your friends. They are assets being used by the enemy to keep the masses under control. In fact, if you really want to understand it, I want you to go back and watch the movie The Hunger Games and watch it really closely. And I want you to really analyze it and try to understand the experience of blackness within the context of that film, or even more directly, you can watch Planet of the Apes. But that's a little bit too much. So black people being monkeys thing, that's kind of hard to digest. But that's what we're dealing with. And the thing is that if I was to start off by all of us having one thing that we walk away with, and I'm going to ask you to repeat this with me so that we make sure this ain't just a conversation, that this is actually something where we walk out of here better, stronger people, more determined, more committed, more structured in our thinking, moving forward in constructive action. If I want to tell you this one thing, it's going to be like this, very basic. 3 basic tenets. Black people, we must learn how to create our own jobs.
Yep.
We must learn how to educate our own children.
Yep.
We must be determined to support black businesses. So I'm going to say it again, and I'd like for you to repeat it the exact way that I say it. Create our own jobs. Create our own jobs. Educate our own children. Educate our own children. Support black businesses. Support black businesses. If we do those 3 things as a group, then I guarantee you that within 50 to 70 years, black people will not achieve equality. We're going to be ahead of everybody else. Because I don't know about y'all, but I really honestly don't really give a fuck about equality. I mean, you really say that man is the gold standard, that what white folks are doing is somehow the pinnacle of greatness and success, that somehow if I'm equal to him or I'm the same as him, that I've somehow achieved something. I'm going to tell you what, when you look around this country, some of the stuff that white folks are doing is straight up ratchet. Really? I mean, do you really want to make yourself into a clone of somebody else? Or do you want to be the great person that God intended for you to be? I mean, think about this, really, for real, this is serious. This is serious. You're the descendants of the survivors of the Middle Passage. You are among the greatest human beings that ever walked the face of this earth. So it's an insult for us to spend our lives seeking false hope like equality and inclusion and all these other silly little terms they came up with. I ain't chasing none of that. I'm not begging you to include me in nothing you got going on. You're going to be begging me to include you in what we got going on. Because you cannot spend your whole life sitting outside some other man's house, banging on the door with your hat in your hand, begging him to let you in. You can build a house too. You can build businesses too. There ain't nothing nobody else can do for you that you can't do for yourself. So as we move forward, we have to start thinking about how the game is played. When you play the game by chasing something like equality, what you're doing is you're starting off with deficit thinking. That's right. You're starting off by presuming that you're in last place and that the best you can hope for is to catch up with somebody else. What that is a non-competitive frame of mind. I bet if I talk to my brother Ekme about playing basketball in the NBA, I don't think that their goal is to simply tie the game. They don't say, well, we're hoping that we equal the score of the other team. They don't say that. They're trying to win. The other thing that's really important for black folks to understand is you have to sort of think about this. I want you to process this. A lot of times we are a little too sensitive about whether or not other people like us. We see ourselves through the eyes of other people, which gives them a huge amount of power over how you see yourself. And you cannot enter into a competitive situation when your goal is to simply get the approval of your competitor. It doesn't work. I can't challenge white supremacy when I'm begging the white man to tell me that I'm a good person. I can't do that. It won't work. I can't really challenge white supremacy when I'm begging him for a job. It's very difficult to do that. So think about this though. Imagine, go back to the basketball analogy. Imagine if you go on the court and you're playing against the other team, and you say to your teammates, well, every time we score a point, they get mad. They gonna always be mad at us. That ain't fair. That ain't right. They talking about us because every time we score points, they don't cheer. They just get mad. They start cheating. Well, of course they're gonna do that. You will never ever compete for something that is valuable, that somebody else wants, and have the opponent cheer for you when you achieve your goal.
That's right.
The only time your opponent will cheer for you, the only time your opponent will cheer you along and help you out and give you points is if you are so far behind in the game that they feel sorry for you. So the problem for us as black people is that unfortunately we've been trained, and Dr. Claude Anderson talks about this, I ain't the first one, he talks about it in the book Black Labor, White Wealth. We have been trained for 400 years to be incredibly uncompetitive. It ain't your fault. It ain't your fault. They put this, they have this in documents, in doctrine. It says the goal is to train the Negro to be a reliable worker and uncompetitive with the white man. We want them to be good, but we don't want them competing with us. And then when the slaves were freed, even the people in the North, who we think were our friends, said, no, we don't want the niggas up here because they're going to take our jobs. They're going to compete for our jobs. That's why Dr. King's most unsuccessful march ever wasn't in the South. It wasn't in Alabama or Mississippi. It was in Chicago. Because they didn't want you competing. So what you have to understand is that when you really are competitive, now think about this, when you really get to the point where you're truly competitive, that's when they're going to hate you the most. They're going to undermine you, they're going to fight you, they're going to talk bad about you, they're going to try to cripple you in every way imaginable, because I guarantee you that when an NFL or NBA team tries to win the championship, the other team does whatever they can to stop them from winning. The other team will never congratulate you for hoisting up the trophy that they thought belonged to them. Now let me give you a little background to kind of tell you how I got to be as weird as I am. I lose a lot of friends. I lose friends every day because of just, when I was little, my mother used to say, boy, your mouth is either going to make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. When I went to college, I remember I wasn't really I wasn't meant to go to college. I had to go. My father put me out of the house because he's one of the old school black men. He believes you 18, you a man, you go take care of yourself. So he said, either get a job, go to the military, or go to college. I don't care what you do, but you ain't living here. Right. Unfortunately, we live in the age of the sissy boy. So I'm sure my father would have got locked up for abuse in today's world. But I thank God that he taught me to not be a little punk. Too many of our men never get that, and I feel sorry for them. And so I went off to college, and I wasn't really prepared. I didn't really think I was college material. Like a lot of black boys, I had been, placed in special education, kind of told that I wasn't as smart as the other kids and all that stuff. That's why if you have a son who's going through that, you can't give up on him. You got to be that parent that fights for your child. You have to. So I got to college, and the reason that I decided to suddenly take up this academic thing is I was a terrible student. I literally, when I say terrible, I mean terrible. I didn't make a single A in anything all the way through school. I think I made a couple of B's. Usually I get C's, D's, and F's in every report card. Wow. And but I went to college because I had this baby coming, and I had sex in high school. It was my first time. I guess I got happy, and she ended up pregnant. And so I was thinking, how am I going to take care of this baby? I was mortified. I mean, I didn't know what I was going to do. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. I just knew I didn't want to be broke, and I didn't want to get punked. I didn't like being told what to do every day. I didn't like being disrespected. So I figured education would be a good way to do that. So I remember trying to figure out, how do you study in school? And I didn't really know how to study, but I knew sports. I played sports all through school. Like a lot of young black boys, I was fed that lie, that illusion that sports is your way out, sports is your pathway to success. Well, we know that's a lie. Right. Most of the athletes I know who are very talented never make a penny playing sports. So we know a lot of that's a dead end for most people. And so it was a dead end for me for a while. But one good thing about sports that I did learn was sports taught me about the importance of setting goals and working hard for your goal. And sports also taught me that if you want to achieve something, you work for it consistently. It also taught me that if you want to do better than the next man, you got to work harder than him. So when I would go study, I didn't like studying. I couldn't even read for more than 5 minutes at a time, right? Because it just bored me. But I would just think of it like practice, So my friends would say, "You want to study?" I'd be like, "Nah, man, I'm going to practice." And I remember trying to figure out, how long do you have to study in order to make good grades? And so I figured, I worked at Taco Bell and I worked, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. So if I work 8 or 9 hours a day for Taco Bell, I could study for 5 hours a day. That was my logic, because I had never studied before. So I just figured that's simple. I said, because when I get out of school, I'm going to have to work 8 hours a day for the rest of my life, so I can study 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day. And what I didn't realize was that by setting that basic standard in the vacuum, it put me a notch above all the other students. Because if you know anything about college students, one thing you know is that a lot of them do not study. I've taught college students for over 20-some years, and it's funny when they try to learn 3 months worth of stuff 2 days before the test, right? And now here's what's funny though. So when I would talk to my friends and they'd say, "Well, how often you study, man? You study all the time. Why are you always studying?" And I remember saying, "Well, I don't want to be a broke-ass black man my whole life. I want to accomplish something, so I'm going to work for it." And I'd be like, "But you can do it too. It's not that hard. I just study about 5 hours a day. I still got time to do a whole lot of stuff." And when I would say that, they'd be like, "Oh, Lord, that's too much. I can't do that. Oh, my God." But here's the funny thing. That same student who tells me he can't study 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day, when it's time when that white man tells him to go to work for 9, 10 hours a day at McDonald's for minimum wage, he shows up on time, stays to the end of the shift, and offers to work overtime. So I thought about that, and I said to one of my friends, I said, "Wait a minute, man, you will work 9, 10 hours a day like clockwork for this man in his business for minimum wage for some money that ain't gonna last you more than 2 weeks, but you won't even put in 3, 4 hours to do something that's gonna benefit you for the rest of your life." That's a slave mentality. When you can only work hard when somebody tells you what to do, but you can't work hard for yourself. You have to realign your thinking. So a lot of what we talk about here today is what we talk about, maybe if you see me online, stuff like that, it ain't rocket science. It's called common fucking sense. That's all it is. It's common sense. And I'm sorry if anybody gets offended by cussing. Walk out. I understand. I apologize. I got to be me. I tried being somebody else for a long time. It didn't work. So here's the thing. So as I started thinking about life and racism and wealth, because I wasn't raised in a real conscious environment. I wasn't raised in an environment where I was really told who I was at an early age. I kind of had to figure it out. One of the things I thought about with black folks is that a lot of people say that black people can't build wealth. We don't have the ability to build wealth. And that's just not true. Actually, black people, we're the ultimate wealth builders. And let me tell you why. If you go and you ask the Koreans who own beauty shops that they put in our neighborhoods, we build a whole lot of wealth for them. If you talk to the Jewish lawyers and agents and managers who manage all the professional athletes, like poor Antoine Walker who go broke, they'll say, oh yeah, the Negro has generated quite a bit of wealth for me. If you go ask all the folks that build these businesses that sell you products and extract wealth from your community every day, you build a lot of wealth for them too. So we build lots of wealth. The problem is we build a lot of wealth for other people.
That's right.
We don't do it for ourselves. So we are the ultimate wealth builders. And let me tell you something else about capitalism. Here's the thing. I don't know how to change America. America, in many ways, if you look at the cultural and economic and political habits of America, you are riding on a sinking ship. Remember Dr. King said you're integrated into a burning house? Well, the house is burning down right now as we speak. Wow. Just look at who they just elected as president. And I bet you the next one's going to be worse. And the thing about America is that America will never stop being a capitalist society. So rather than wishful thinking and hoping that some politician's going to save us, we tried that for about, 100 years now, it has not worked. Rather than hoping that America's suddenly going to see the light and start treating black people better, which hasn't happened, my belief is that we do better by understanding how the game works.
That's right. So
that we can position ourselves in a way that will allow us to win. Because remember, you're not like everybody else. They can't survive what you've gone through. Your people have gone through the worst slavery, not just slavery, the worst slavery known in the history of all mankind. So therefore, you are in many ways almost like a super species in certain ways. I tell you what, if you just look at it athletically, I mean, have you ever, seriously, just be real, real talk. Have you ever seen a white version of LeBron James? And where's the white Shaquille O'Neal? There isn't. So you are strong because of what you overcome. Nobody can go through what we've gone through and be as strong as we are. So what I would argue is that it's very basic. If we do some basic things in terms of understanding the system, we can position ourselves and our children to lead in the system as opposed to being exploited.
That's right.
Because you're part of the system already. You're in the economic system. The problem is that you're not positioned to benefit from the system. People use you as a commodity in the system. You're kind of like the chicken that gets invited to the house for dinner, and you really think you're there to eat. When really everybody else is ready to eat, they got you in the middle of the table, and they look at their lips. Because there are countless numbers of ways that other people make money from black folks. You can start with something as basic as the NCAA, where we give away about $1 billion a year from unpaid college athletes. Let's go to the prison system, where we give probably $3-4 billion a year away from all the money they made from the slave labor, from incarceration. You can go deeper and keep going and going and going. Now, here's the thing about capitalism. I'm going to make it real simple for you so you understand this. It's very basic. It'll make perfect sense. Capitalism in America is what I would call a horse and jockey system. There are some people that raise their children to be the jockeys, and some people raise their kids to be the horses that carry the jockeys. Now you think about a horse race. The horse does all the work, but the jockey gets all the praise, all the money. The jockey's the one standing in the winner's circle. So what do I mean by that when I say that capitalism is a horse and jockey system? Well, if I am a landlord and I own property and I rent property to you, and you've been convinced somehow that you can't afford to buy a house, but here's what's so funny. If you pay me $800 to $1,000 a month in rent, and you do that for 20 years, you bought me at least one house and maybe two. If I take that money and I invest it, I can buy property, I can buy businesses, I can do all kinds of stuff, and you've got nothing to show for it. So when we both die, my children are getting land, they're getting property, they're getting stocks, they're getting bonds, all that you donated to them.
That's right.
Your children start over from ground zero. I was the jockey, and you were the horse. Let's go to businesses. If I own a business and you work for me, and you've only been trained to be an employee, you've never been trained to own anything, then you're going to work up until the day you die. You'll die at your desk, and I'll replace you within a week as if you were never there. Yep. All the while, my company will grow, and I will have wealth. I heard a joke one time that really had me cracking up. There was this guy, so if I mess up the joke, just laugh anyway, pretend like it's funny. Nice new Ferrari, and his employee pulls up, you know, a little Toyota Camry, and he looks, he says, "Wow, boss, that's a nice car you got there." And the boss kind of says, "Yeah, well, Tyrone, I'll tell you what, if you work hard and stay focused and keep pursuing your goals and pushing hard, then in 5 years, I'll be able to get an even nicer car than the one I have already." Again, horse, jockey. In fact, if you look at the way people are educated in their homes, in public schools, and in universities, you will notice that at most state universities in business school, they teach the students how to become good employees. When you go to the Ivy League, they are teaching them how to be good owners and how to hire other people and use their labor to accomplish their goals. I bet you anything, Donald Trump's son is named Barron. And I paid attention to that name. I said, wow, names are powerful. Yes, they are. Names mean a lot. When you name your son king or queen, that affects the subconscious. Any psychologist will tell you that. That's why it's statistically proven that people who are named like Dennis and Denise are more likely to become dentists. And they don't even know why, but it's been proven. So his son is named Barron, which is pretty much saying you are royalty from birth. That's right. I bet you that Trump and Barron never have any conversations about Barron growing up and working for other people. No. I bet that doesn't even hit the table. But if you go into a lot of our families, what's the first thing you hear when somebody says, "I need some money"? Boy, you better go get a job. You need to go get a job. Now, I'm not making fun of people that have jobs. There's pride and dignity in work. No disrespect at all. There's no reason to be ashamed if you are a hard worker. But here's what we need to shift right now today. The conversation about wealth that you have with your children should not start and end with, "You need to go get a job." Right. Getting a job should be at the bottom of the list among all the options that your child has in order to become economically successful. Because I will tell you another secret about this movement. This is what I would call the Black Economic Empowerment Movement. You are part of something that is so special that I have no doubt in my mind that in 250 years they will be talking about what you did in 2017. I swear to God, I swear that's going to happen. So one of the things you must understand, here's a secret to this movement. It ain't about you. And you're not going to see the results of 95% of what we're doing right now. That's right. It's going to happen with our children and our grandchildren. They're the ones who are going to change the game. Because one other thing about wealth that you have to understand is that wealth is not a sprint, it is a marathon. Most people don't get rich quickly, they get rich slowly. Also, wealth is not a solo race, it is a relay race. A relay race. If you look at most families that are very wealthy, most of them have a parent, grandparent, and or great-grandparent who began the wealth building process many years ago. So that is what you are. You are the parent, grandparent, or great-grandparent who will plant the seeds that will allow your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren to live in a world where they are truly empowered. So understand that. In fact, in this relay race, most of your teammates are not even born yet. But you're investing for them anyway. And the reason it's great to look at wealth building as a relay race as opposed to a solo race is because it takes the pressure off. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but there are a lot of problems in our community. There will probably never be a day in your life where you won't open the newspaper and read about some horrible thing happening to some black person, or some black person doing something stupid, or something crazy happening, some little kid getting hit by a stray bullet. That's just the world in which we live. And so what happens sometimes, though, is that we start to feel like we have to change everything all at once by ourselves, and you're kind of missing it. When you spread it out across space and time, when you realize that it ain't just you and it ain't just now, it's all of us over a long period of time, the pressure's off. All we have to do is plant the appropriate seeds, and those seeds will grow into sycamore trees. If you look at the seed of a sycamore tree, one of the biggest trees on the planet, the seed of a sycamore tree is very, very tiny. So it's easy to look at that seed and think that you don't have anything there, that it doesn't mean anything. But you plant that seed and you let that sucker grow, you're going to have a monstrous tree in about 100, 200 years. But somebody must have the vision and the ability to let go of what's happening in the present, so you focus on the rewards that will come in the future. And the hard part is that you can't be selfish when you play this game, because it ain't gonna be about you. Period. So if you ever wonder why I seem oddly optimistic about the black community, it's because I'm not really thinking about 2017. I'm thinking about 2117, 2217, 2317, because when you go around the world and you study empires, great empires, whether you're talking about empires in parts of Africa, Europe, China, whatever, you'll see that it happens over several hundred years. So let go of the present and focus on what you can do now that will plant the appropriate seeds for the future. Because what our number one problem is that when you don't believe you have anything, when you believe you don't have any wealth, when you believe you don't have any power, when you believe that you're always going to be that way, then you undervalue what you have. And when you don't value what you have, you throw it away. It's just like a young lady with low self-esteem. I talk to my daughters about this all the time, because we talk about boys and sex and all these other things that make fathers go crazy. And I just tell them that if you don't value what you have, what's going to happen? You're going to give it away cheap. You're going to give it away to anybody who comes along and takes it. And that's why black people are seen by other communities as what they call liquid money. Wow. You know, you pour water in your hand and it just flows through like liquid. The only people that get more excited when we get our tax refunds are the people that we're going to buy products from. They are waiting for you from birth. So, I want to go back to what we said earlier, because I want to make sure you walk away remembering this. The three things that we have to know how to do when we walk out of it, the three things we must be committed to. Number one, creating our own jobs. 2, educating. 3, supporting. Good. Let's move on. Now, here's a basic process that you can apply with your child right now. Here's the thing. I don't want you getting caught up in these great grand visions. Sometimes we'll get a vision that looks so broad and so big that it seems impossible to accomplish. And I don't like those visions, because it's easy to get discouraged when you feel like you have to build something massive, something that's worth billions of dollars. You don't have to do that. Actually, if you look at the principles of economic theory, you find that anything you can do with a corporation, you can do with a much smaller institution. The institution you control right now today is your family. That's the institution that you are in charge of. That is the one where you can have the greatest impact. And even if you only have one child, eventually at some point you or that child will be the matriarch of a large tree of people, like when I used to go to my grandma's house. And because my grandmother and grandfather got together in 1945, we had about 50 people in the house that all sprang from this seed that they planted together. So here's what I want you to kind of do. Here's what I want you to focus on. This is a very basic model. I created this just for black people. I didn't tell the white folks. If it works, they're going to start copying us. We will be the new Jews in about 50 years, I guarantee it. It goes like this. It's a model that will guarantee with about 85–90% accuracy that your child will be a millionaire by the age of 40. Very basic model. It's the acronym KID, K-I-D. KID stands for Knowledge, Investment, Discipline. Knowledge, investment, discipline. Now, what does that mean? What does the K stand for? The K, well, what does that mean? Knowledge means that every black child in America must grow up with an understanding of financial literacy, wealth building, ownership, and cooperative economics. It can be as basic as you want. Now, I can help you. If you come to my YouTube channel and all that, I'll talk about this stuff all day. So if you don't know it, I can teach your child too. That's fine. Just know I might cuss sometimes. But believe me, ain't nothing I'm saying that your kids ain't here in school anyway. Okay. But every child must get that basic knowledge. Now, here's the interesting thing. You don't have to be an expert to do any of this. I met a guy who was 31 years old. He was a multi-millionaire. And he got there because he was a great entrepreneur. And he didn't get there by playing the sport or getting a record deal. That's the false illusion that you're fed through media. In fact, when I think about it, about 95% of the great athletes I know never make a penny playing sports. but about 95% of the great entrepreneurs I know are millionaires. So if we want to really help our boys get ahead and our young little girls get ahead, if we just simply had boys spend as much time learning how to run businesses as we spend on the football field and basketball court, that would settle it right there.
That's it.
So what this guy told me was, he was really impressive. He had all this money. He was 31 years old. And I said, where did you get your entrepreneurial spirit? Who taught you that? Where'd you learn that? He said, well, it wasn't nothing big. He said, when I was little, my daddy used to say, any black man who wants to be free needs to have his own business. And I said, well, did your daddy have his own business? He said, no. He was a truck driver. He said, but he just heard that if you want to be free, you should have your own business. So when I went to Ohio State, that's where he went to school, he said, they asked me what I wanted to study. So I remember what my father said, that every black man who wants to be free should have his own business. So I studied entrepreneurship. See, what will happen is with kids, they'll fill in the blanks.
That's right.
Like a lot of what I did in terms of finance started when I was little, and my grandmother used to buy me savings bonds for Christmas. She didn't buy me toys and sneakers and all that. She bought me these savings bonds, and I would look at the savings bond, and it would have 50 on it or whatever, and I would be like, well, is this $50? Like this don't look like a check, it don't look like cash, I don't know what it is. And I was telling Ekpe this story earlier, and it's true. And she explained to me that she bought it for 25 and it was going to be worth 50 after it matures. And that was my first exposure to compound interest. This idea that simply by planting your money and by investing it in a certain way, your money's naturally going to grow. And it also made me think years later, I remember Albert Einstein actually said, compound interest is the strongest force in the universe. Because he was stunned by how much your money can grow just by investing it consistently over a long period of time. And so when my grandmother showed me this, that's what led to me being curious about how people make money without having to work. Because I didn't really want to work. I wanted to stay home. And so those little things can give your children the knowledge. Think about this. If I ask a child, if I say, so when was the first time your mama took you to church? Most kids don't know. They don't know. Well, my mama just took me to church when I was a baby, so I don't even know the first time I went to church. Well, I think that the same thing can be true when you say, well, when's the first time your parents ever talked to you about owning your own business? I don't remember. That's just our family culture. That's all we talked about. I have a few friends who are not black. And I talked to my friend who's Asian. He's honest with me a lot of times. He'll tell me the scoop as far as what people say about us when we ain't around and all that. And he said, yeah, in our house, we never really, he said, in my particular family, he said, we didn't really talk anything. He said, two things we never even knew people did was, one, work for other people. We didn't really think about that. And two, we didn't know that there were people who didn't make straight A's. He said that everybody in my family, if you didn't go to Harvard or Yale, we looked down on you. And I said, oh, that's interesting. I see a lot of families that have that same level of excellence, just sometimes being excellent in all the wrong things. Like you see the little viral video on the internet with some little 3-year-old who suddenly, for some reason, knows how to twerk really well. Stuff like that. That's genius. That's what genius looks like. But it's also genius that's been severely misapplied. So there's no wrong with twerking. You can twerk your butt off if you want to. But before the twerking begins, we must handle grown folks' business and making sure our children know what they need to know.
That's right.
So make sure your child has the knowledge. That's the key. Get them in financial literacy training. This is where you're taking over the education of your child. Even if your child goes to school someplace else, you are the primary educator. Nobody knows your child better than you, especially not that white lady from the suburbs. Remember that. You got everything you need. The greatest university in the history of the world is called Google.com.
That's right.
You can Google anything that you want to learn. And it's probably going to teach them more than what they learn in school because, as we know, the school systems suck. School systems here are terrible. School systems back in Chicago and from are terrible. I was in Philly last week. They're terrible. So why are we committing our children to a sinking ship? Why? Ain't nothing that they can do for your child that you can't do for yourself.
That's right.
Nothing.
That's right.
Stop it. Let's quit this. It's stupid. Next, what does the I stand for? The I stands for investment. Now, here's the problem. Here's what happens when you have a lot of knowledge, but you don't have any assets, any resources to play with. What happens is you become like a great basketball player who doesn't have a ball, right? Or you become like a great soldier who can't get any weapons. And so the investment piece comes into play. And you preparing your child for the great economic battle that takes place in the world of global economic warfare by making sure that even before the child is born or when the child is very, very young, I'm talking about infants, you start investing very small amounts of money in the stock market for your child. A person in, say, 1980 who invested just $5 a day in the stock market, and it wouldn't matter which stocks they picked, to be honest with you, I'll explain that more in a second, but if they'd invested $5 a day in the stock market, within 10 years they would have had about $20,000. In 20 years they would have had $102,000. In 30 years they would have had $281,000. In 40 years they'd have $750,000. That's $5 a day. The amount of money that it costs to buy a McDonald's value meal, a latte at Starbucks. You can't go to the movies for that much money, but we go to a lot of movies and concerts and comedy shows and all of that. And so what's interesting to me is that when we say that we can't afford to do things like that in terms of investing, we are really revealing our priorities.
That's right.
I heard a brother say that earlier. He said, if you want to know what somebody values, you look at where they put their money. I know a lot of guys who tell me they can't afford to pay their child support, but when a pretty girl across town needs them to get over there by any means necessary, they will come up with the money to do what they got to do. So at the end of the day, if you think about this $5 a day, I set the bar very, very low. But really, if you're serious, you'll multiply that by 3, 4, 5 because the numbers all multiply when you talk about it in that scale. So $20 a day is what, about $600 a month? Well, the average car note in America for a new car is about $500. So I would imagine that your children are worth more than a car note.
Wow.
So you do that, you multiply that number by 4, then that $750,000 at the age of 40 grows into about $3 million. You're no longer poor. You're no longer a victim. You're no longer trapped. And the reason that's very, very important is because you have to think about the fact that so many people feel like they are slaves. And the reason you feel like you're a slave is because you probably are. What does that mean? I'm not talking about being on the plantation with massa and getting whipped and all the horrible things that happen on the plantation. Slavery pretty much just means that you lack the freedom to do what you want to do.
That's right.
So freedom and slavery, if you look at it, it's like a continuum. It's not an on-off switch. It's not like either you're free or you're a slave. You're usually somewhere on the spectrum. If you look at freedom on this end and slavery on the other, most of us are somewhere along this continuum. So why do you feel enslaved? Why do you feel trapped? You ask me, why do you feel trapped? Well, because I need to go to work every day. Why do you go to that job if they treat you like that? Well, because I need the job. Well, why do you need the job? Well, because I got to pay my rent. Well, why are you stuck like that? Well, because I don't have any savings. I don't have any investments. I don't have any other streams of income. So effectively, you walk right into a trap that was built for you at birth. And the reason that you walked into that trap in many cases is because you're letting these white supremacist systems educate you and educate your children. You're letting media educate you on what your buying habits should be. You get a whole lot of people. I watched a video the other day that was literally made by black people. It was crazy, but it was called How to Sell to a Negro. Anybody see that video on YouTube? Watch that video after we get done. I want you to get on YouTube, watch that video, find the 40-minute version, watch it to the end because it's entirely true. It was made in 1954 by the people who founded Ebony Magazine, which is actually about to go bankrupt, by the way. They're struggling because they didn't innovate. Their business didn't innovate. I love Ebony. They're right there in Chicago, but they just didn't adjust. That's why they may not make it. And basically what they were doing was they were trying to get white corporations to advertise in their magazine, so they made this video on how to sell to the Negro. And so in the video, they're like, I think they said things like, well, the Negro cares about status, and he cares about recognition. And it's probably because he's not been recognized by anyone. So if you give the Negro status, he'll spend money with you. And he cares what his friends think. So he'll buy luxury items just to impress his friends. They literally said all that because they understood very accurately, very intelligently that most purchasing is unconscious. It's done with the subconscious. So they want you to spend your money in an unconscious, subconscious way, the same way that a rapist might want you unconscious so he can victimize you. The difference is they're just doing it financially. So the word consciousness has multiple meanings in the black community. Wow. Conscious about how you spend your money for yourself. Conscious about where you spend your money. Do you just give it to the first person who asks for it, or do you consciously say, no, I think I want to buy from a black person?
conscious about who you are as a person of color, owning equity in who you are. And that's why I take deep offense when people criticize and attack and want to vilify the conscious community, because I say, wait a minute, every black person should be conscious. Maybe not, maybe you don't, maybe it doesn't mean a dashiki and an afro and a black fist and black power and all that. It can mean whatever you want it to mean, but everybody should be conscious. Why would we want to be unconscious? That doesn't make any sense. So, let's go back to the kid model, knowledge, investment, discipline. So when you make the investments for your child, what you're doing is you're preparing them to not just know the strategy of the economic game, you're giving them something to work with and to play with. So by the time they're 20, 30 years old, they've got well over $100,000, maybe $200,000 or $300,000 that has been prepared for them, so that when they have that business idea, they can quit their job and go work on their business.
That's right.
When they want to go buy a home, they don't sit around saying, I would buy a house, but I can't get $10,000. They won't have the $1 billion idea for a business and not be able to pursue it because they can't get $5,000 because everybody around them is trifling. See, you got to understand, in order to grow economic empires, you must have fertile economic soil. That means you must have family members. We must become the family members that are extremely supportive of other family members when they want to build their economic knowledge. I mean, really, think about this. I mean, anybody come from a family where you get a job and they want to hold a party and pop bottles and everybody's congratulating you and they're so happy, but then you tell them you start your own business, they kind of look at you like they feel sorry for you. Like, oh, it's okay. You gonna, somebody will want you one day. Yeah. Right? And then what happens is when you go and you start the business anyway, and nobody supports, but believe me, when you start making money, they're gonna come start borrowing money from you. Right? But nobody supports, nobody thinks to buy anything, nobody thinks to come and give you some free labor, maybe go tell their friends. Nobody's thinking, they just tell them watch you to see if you succeed or fail. Some of them might be secretly hoping that you fail. And it really sort of bothers me in terms of thinking about, what kind of culture do we have? And then there's, as you go deeper, you have what I call the subtle disrespect, like the slick sneak distance, where somebody will literally, any entrepreneurs in here? Any entrepreneurs? Do you have those relatives who have no clue what you do because you ain't working and they just think that you're just sitting there doing nothing?
Tommy.
Like and then that they'll do is they might say, well, since you ain't working, can you go pick up the kids and drop off the laundry? And anybody go do that? Or am I the only one with trifling relatives? For real. I mean, it's insane to me. I literally did not have relatives that understood what I did until I started making money and I was on TV.
Suddenly.
Then suddenly everybody's like, well, how did you do that? How can I do that too? Can I go work for you? Can I borrow some money? And we talked about this morning breakfast, remember that? Named Burton Malkiel, who wrote a book in 1971 called A Random Walk Down Wall Street. He won the Nobel Prize for this. And what he wanted to do was prove a theory that's called the efficient markets hypothesis. I'm just telling you the name so you'll know it, but don't worry about that part. And what he did was this. He wanted to prove that anybody could invest in the stock market and build wealth. So what he did was he got a bunch of monkeys and he taught them how to pick stocks. And he didn't want the monkeys to really even know what stock they were picking, so he put blindfolds on the monkeys. And the monkeys threw darts at a wall. And so wherever the dart landed, that was the stock that they picked. So if the dart landed on IBM, they would buy shares of IBM. If they landed on Xerox, they buy shares of Xerox. Whatever it was. So they got this whole big group of stocks that the monkeys picked. And then what they did was they didn't do anything else. They never sold them. They just sort of held the stocks. And the monkeys went off and ate bananas, whatever monkeys do. And what they did was they compared the amount of money that the monkeys made to the best and smartest experts on Wall Street. And you know what happened? The monkeys beat the experts 50% of the time. They repeated the experiment several times. Half the time the monkeys would win, half the time the experts would win. It was usually neck and neck. What does that say? What it says is that the biggest mistake you can make when it comes to investing in the stock market is not picking the wrong stock, it's not investing at all. When you don't invest at all, what you're doing is you are putting yourself in as the horse in the horse and jockey game. You are nothing but a consumer. You're not an owner in America. All you're doing, but you're fueling the owners by buying consumer products and not getting anything back. So ain't nothing wrong wrong with going to the store and buying a pair of Jordans every 6 months if that's what you want to do, but you should supplement the Jordans by buying some shares of Nike stock so that you too can be an owner in that wealth building process. So if anybody tries to tell you the stock market's the devil, it's impossible, it's too hard, you gotta be super smart, you gotta have a bunch of money, that is not true. I teach my students how to start investing in the stock market with $5 in 5 minutes. And the reason it's important is because when you look at that gap, you know that wealth gap that the politicians tell us there's nothing we can do about it unless we vote for Hillary or Trump, whoever they tell you, right? That wealth gap, most of that gap is actually defined by participation in the stock market. Because in case you haven't noticed, it doesn't matter whether Obama was in office or Trump or Bush or Clinton, the stock market has been going up and up and up. So people who have owned stocks across time have done extremely well, no matter what stocks they own. As long as they own a bunch of them and the money spread out, the wealth is being built. John Rogers in Chicago, a black billionaire in Chicago, a very good guy. I like this guy. I met him a couple of times. He did a great article explaining how much wealth black people gave away by being scared of the stock market. Wow. He said, my God, all this money's being made and we are completely missing out because we are scared based on what we saw in the newspaper. Here's the thing, the reason people get scared is because they read about the crash. The crash is dramatic. Everybody talks about the crash. Nobody talks about the recovery. Nobody talks about the fact that there's never been a stock market crash in the history of this country where the prices didn't come back up. So families like the Kennedys built their wealth during the Great Depression because they bought where everything was cheap. There are people building wealth by buying homes in Detroit because they're buying the homes while they cost $5,000 a piece. So what you got to do is understand that that long-term thinking is how you build empires. Think long-term. That's all I want to say. That's pretty much it. And like I said earlier, there ain't nobody greater than us. They pulled out every trick in the book that they can come up with, and we always figure it out, and we always outsmart. And you and your children will be the ones who create the jobs for those who are not yet ready to get on board. So I want you to get up and match the energy. Understand this, everything's about energy. And this is the last thing I'll say, then I'll be done. If you think about the universe and the energy of the universe, if you go out and you look at a planet and you see the planet's relationship with the sun does not revolve around the planet. The planet revolves around the sun. Well, why is that? Well, it's because the sun has more energy. And the sun ain't revolving around nobody. So when you go out here in this world and you walk out of this room and everybody ain't on board with what you're thinking, you have a choice. You can either be the planet or you can be the sun. It all comes down to energy. So I want you to carry your energy, carry your belief, carry your faith in your community, and have so much energy that ain't nothing gonna stop you, that they have no choice but to revolve around you because you're never gonna give up on your people. Thank you very much.
I thought this was an excellent event. I'm very impressed by the turnout, which lets us know that Oklahoma City residents and the black community in particular have a sincere interest in black economics, and we're thirsting for ways to do more.
The panel was absolutely amazing. It was very thought-provoking information, and I think that it's a start of potentially something great. And we just have to continue to get better, continue to have dialogue as a people, and support black businesses.
I'm a black business owner. I have a partner that's over there, don't want to really see on camera. Say hi, Devin. Hello, everybody. I'm Devin. We're with King 2040, but we also have a literacy program, Oklahoma Youth Literacy Program, and I love the event. It was very informative. My only thing is I don't want us just as African Americans to talk about what we do. I want us to be about it. We have a literacy program that's been on the east side of Oklahoma for the past 4 years, and there's very few African Americans that are involved. F.A. Udo is one of them that's been involved for over a year and a half. So you guys be just like him, the person that put on this event, and come out and support the Oklahoma Youth Literacy Program, and then shop with King 2040. It's business. It is a black business, and it is in Penn Square Mall. Thank you. Thank you.
We need more of this, especially here in Oklahoma. We need more people empowering each other. Boy,
Man, Dr. Borswalski hit it on the nail. He was great telling us what we need to do. Now, you get ready to get on the plane, leaving us. Now, y'all need to come down to Black Wall Street. We're going to show you how to get your stock market account open. All it costs is $6. Start a broker account. We're going to have you teach you how to buy shares. We'll get you the right books, the right information. I want y'all to come down there to the Black Wall Street and talk to our president, Randy Walter, and let him make you a millionaire. Come join us at the new Black Wall Street Marketplace. Thank you, Dr. Borswalski. You were great.
What I enjoyed about tonight is it really reconfirmed for me some things that I had started doing financially with my kids, like buying them stocks at the holidays. And my husband, I kind of fell off, and it just reminded me that we need to get back in the game.
I'm motivated, I'm intrigued. I want to invest in not only my children more, but also the community children.
Right.
So although I'm not naturally their mother, the students who are in Oklahoma City, specifically Northeast Oklahoma City, we have a moral and social responsibility to teach them and educate them about us.
Right.
So I had a great time.
Absolutely.
Great event, man. I learned a lot tonight, man. Dr. Boyce, just like I listened to him on the internet, but to see him tonight and to hear him, oh man, it's priceless. So you missed a good thing tonight. You should have been here. So the next time they have something, make sure you're there, because this is a movement. This is a black empowered movement, and you need to be part of that movement. You need to be there. Come on out.
We're just so blessed to be here and be a part of this financial literacy. We're
just a great experience to come here and get this knowledge and information and be a confirmation, for what it is that we're pursuing here in beautiful Oklahoma, and just hoping that the information that was transferred to us, we can go out here and apply that in an actionable way. So if you didn't get to see it, I think you missed it.
Hey, what's good? I'm Gregory II. I'm a poet, entrepreneur, hip-hop artist, revolutionary. I'm from Oklahoma City, born and raised. I want y'all to make sure y'all come out next week at that Poetry and Chill event. We got some dope artists. It's at the new Black Wall Street Marketplace on Wolf East 23rd. Make sure y'all come through, check us out. Good vibes, black love, black empowerment, black people.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're diving into a very serious conversation that affects all of us: our health and the beauty industry's impact on Black women. New research shows that many beauty products marketed to Black women contain hazardous chemicals that increase the risk of diseases like breast and uterine cancer. While some progress has been made since 2016, we still have fewer and safer options compared to the other markets. From hair relaxers to makeup and skincare, the products we use every day might be putting us at risk. So today we're asking the tough questions. Why do these disparities still exist? Why are Black women still exposed to more hazardous ingredients? And most importantly, what can we do about it? And today I have an amazing panel to break it all down. And as being women, we are definitely experts, because we are always into skincare, how we look. We want to present ourselves at the best. But here's who I have today, my beautiful queens: Moya, tax professional; Marlo Layson, TV film producer; and Tiara Williams, producer and actress. Hi, queens. How are you today?
We are good. Good. Well, I can't speak for all of us. I'm good.
This one's a tough one, because we use something. Even if you don't wear makeup, you wear some type of moisturizer, something on your face, even simple Vaseline. We have to make sure that, we're looking at those things in that, because even that has some controversy to it, is Princess Controversy. So my first question to you ladies is this: were you shocked to hear about this when you first heard about this? Because this has been a running story for a while, but I don't think that we're getting any better. So I'm going to start with you, Marlo. Were you shocked to hear how different we are compared to the other markets when it comes to all these chemicals?
No, especially when you think about the number one hair product for Black women for so long was hair relaxers, right? When you think of the the art of straightening our hair is so toxic. Like even the smell, right? Like you get the right chemical relaxer, and as soon as you open that jar, you know you're dealing with something that a chemist made. So yeah, it is not surprising to me at all.
And how about you, Tiara? I mean, did you, I don't know if you dealt with relaxers, but, if you did, like, how long have you been using something like this?
Girl, I got all the things. I got my first relaxer when I was like 7. I got my first Jerry curl when I was in 3rd grade. Like all the blackest things, right? Because I lived with my grandmother. And so she, there was people coming in the house that was like, let me do Tiara's hair. And before I knew it, they tried and, used me as a human experiment for all of these products. But, to be honest, I didn't know they were as dangerous. When I saw the video, I was like, wow, it just kind of put things into context. But when I look at not to go deep into it, but when I look at like the rates for cancer and the rates for how we are getting sick as Americans, it just really, it hit home for me that they're not considering our well-being in our lives when they're making these products, just like the end result, which is to give us whatever it is that we need.
And that's interesting that you say that too, because I remember, I'll be 55 this week. Growing up, you hardly ever heard of cancer in the Black community. All of my aunts, nothing like that. But as I'm getting older, it seems like I'm hearing something in my family almost every week.
Yeah.
And this was just like unheard of. So Moya, what is your thoughts? Were you shocked to hear this?
So I wasn't shocked necessarily. The one thing that did shock me were like, even because you're thinking, well, I'm going to go natural. Well, even the braiding hair, they're saying has chemicals in it. And I'm like, oh my God, like what are the options? So yeah, it's super, super unfortunate. Like I just thought growing up, like, oh, this stuff isn't necessarily good for my hair. Like Luster's pink lotion, it felt like it was breaking my hair off. It didn't feel like it was doing what it said it was going to do. So, but to know that it was actually harmful, definitely makes a difference.
It's really scary because my birth mother is white and my father is Black. And so my hair is a little different than what my family was used to. And so my mother that raised me wasn't quite sure what to do with my hair. So she said, well, I guess we're just going to relax it. I have nothing in my hair now. This was what my hair looked like even as a child, but she didn't know how to handle the curls. So at an early age, she was like, your sisters aren't here. So we're going to have to just straighten this out because, they would tangle. So I too grew up with relaxers most of the time. And it wasn't until I was in my 20s when my brother-in-law's wife, my brother's wife, who was a hairstylist and a white woman at that, looked at me and said, what the hell are you doing? Like, let's get this out of your hair. And ever since then, I never put anything else in it. I have done the Brazilian straight out though, and that's just as dangerous. So it looks like all of us here, we have all dealt with that. We just talked about hair. We didn't even really talk about everything else. But let's check this video out because this is what is getting us started on this topic. But before we let the video roll, I would like to hear our family, our viewership family. What products are you currently using? Were you shocked to hear about this report? Because AA, we missed you over the weekend. Ellen, we missed you. Black Lexicon, I missed you too, darling. Dwayne and T Breezy and Dr. Vibe. We want to hear it all. And just don't leave out the men. Now listen, men, you love us women, right? So you have a voice in this too. Were you shocked at how much we go through as women to fit the standard beauty? And we're going to dig into that too. But let's check out this video.
You start using cosmetic products, the higher your chance of coming down with breast cancer.
So Black women are at the highest risk of getting breast cancer under the age of 40.
Yes.
Beauty and hair products marketed to Black women often contain the most toxic ingredients.
That is known as environmental injustice. So that's one of the, I would say, the most tragic circumstances that we're facing as a society is that the people who are exposed to the most amount of toxins are low-income people and people in ethnic groups. And so some of these products that are marketed specifically to Black girls contain some of the worst ingredients I have ever seen. The fragrances, the endocrine disruptors, these harsh detergents, some formaldehyde releasers. Formaldehyde is a human carcinogen. What place does it have in a beauty and personal care product? It doesn't. It needs to be removed. There needs to be better regulations and better protection for vulnerable populations.
50% of products advertised to Black women contain endocrine disruptors, which are those disruptors that are going to impact their hormones, increase their chance of things like cancer, infertility, etc., compared to roughly 7% that are advertised to white women.
That's really the problem, is why is it more prevalent for those populations than others? And I think this is an ongoing societal issue of environmental racism.
Are people aware of this?
I think the vast majority of people are entirely unaware of this, and studies show it, because there are studies showing that the earlier you start using cosmetic products, the higher your chance of coming down with breast cancer. And
The key word, the younger. Remember, I had said my mother didn't know what to do with my hair, so she started putting the relaxer in. You know, I think all of us have experience with relaxers at some point. But Marlo, you know, I want to ask you, because I'm guilty. How often do you check the ingredients in your beauty and personal care products?
Honestly, I check them often, but it's because I, for about 2 years, worked for a company called Hairfinity or Brock Beauty. They created a product called Hairfinity. It's a hair vitamin. They also have eyelash serums and shampoos, conditioners, like weave removal. Like there's a whole product line. And part of my job as the overproduction was to be able to write blog posts about the products within our products, right? So, you know, when I first got there, she was like, all right, you're going to be taking over productions and blogs. And she plopped the big book of science of the products on my desk. And I had to absorb that. I had to take that in. I had to spend time with the chemist. She had a Black woman who was a chemist doing her research and development. I've shared before when we talked about Tabitha Brown that she would not go into Target because it meant mass production, and mass production means changing your product. And she developed, she's an engineer herself by trade. Shout out to Tamika Brock, very, very smart Black woman, quality product. And she just made sure that we were knowledgeable about the product. She was very proud of the product that she had created. And so I had to learn everything, and it made me cognizant. So while I don't know every single product that's bad, I do know the medical prefixes and suffixes that indicate what a product is and what it does. And so I do look for those things, and I do understand the order that the ingredients are is by volume, right? So if water is the first ingredient, you probably got you an almost solid product there, depending on what follows it. But all of those things are important, and people should definitely be checking the label, and as much as possible, not letting price guide your cosmetic purchases.
Well, speaking of price, I mean, my God, have y'all seen how much all the stuff is now? I mean, now curly hair is in fashion, and mixed chicks is like $25. But listen, we are also very blessed, family. We have someone in our viewership. Eunice says, greetings. I am a Black cosmetic chemist here. I wish more platforms like yours would bring us into the conversation to explain the science. So many of the nation is not fully true. Listen, we would love, absolutely love to have you put anything in these comments that we need to know. And listen, we always welcome people, because this is not a topic that is just for today. This is obviously going to be something that we can continue. And, you know, we would love to have you as well to join us on that. We're going to take a short break and get back to this, because this goes pretty deep. We'll be right back.
This is a good show right here.
but I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
I absolutely love it. And you do not want to miss an episode. We talk about really important things. We have fun on some episodes. We talk about a hodgepodge of things, but when it comes to important topics like this, you definitely do not want to miss it. It affects everyone. It affects everyone. You may not be a woman, but you have a woman that you love in your life, right? So you don't want to miss what we talk about. So all you have to do is text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you can get your notifications every single day. Now I want to get back into the conversation because I'm going to throw a cog in the wheel a little bit, and I'm going to throw this one at you, Tiara. We in our community seem to always want to fit into the standard of beauty. And a lot of the times in earlier times, we're seeing more embracement now of our natural beauty. But, a lot of times we were told you don't go into job interviews without your hair straight and things of that nature. So how do you see that contributing to these health issues that we are now seeing? And do you think that's one of the reasons that they're definitely marketing to us?
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. I mean, I've been over here just digesting all the things. Like, I pulled up like instances of environmental racism, which I don't really think it clicks. I mean, when I think of like Hurricane Katrina, because I was part of that as environmental racism, I see that like, right, like the levees were below, they're below sea level and all of the things. And so that, of course, affected Black communities more than it did the others. But I never even thought of this as an environmental injustice, right? I didn't think about that. So I just want to say that out loud really quick. But you said, okay, so I'm just going to use me as an example. I decided to shave all of my hair off maybe 12 years ago and go natural. And to be honest, it was liberating and it was all the things, and yes, and it was great. But sometimes when my hair started to get long enough, it was tough because I would have a meeting and my hair wouldn't do the thing it had just done the day before that. Like, okay, the curls, all right, I got to twist out, and I'd be looking crazy. Twist out looking crazy, right? And so this 4C doesn't do what Lala's 2C or 1C or whatever it is, what our hair does. And so I went back to getting perms. And so I remember getting a perm and just going, oh, thank God. Right? Because I could manage my hair. It wasn't about me wanting to look like a white person or anything like that, or me just wanting, it's just me wanting something manageable that does something consistent every day. I know I can get up and I can like curl this, but it's going to do the same thing. Some days it's not going to be like matted to my head, and other days it's out and popping. So for me, that's kind of what influenced my decision to go natural or not go natural. Just time. I can't be playing with my hair on a wash day. 5 hours to do my hair, right? And then when you twist it out before work, it's like if it doesn't work, then you got to figure out what to do. I ain't got the time for that. So that was my personal experience with going natural versus not being natural.
Oh man, I remember having to sit underneath that dryer. My God, my mother would all the curls that she wanted out, she'd want to put back in. So she would, wash my hair every week, and my hair was this long, and she'd put it in the curlers, and then I would sit underneath the dryer for 4 hours. And it was just, the time of wanting it to look a certain way, or the struggle. Now I'm a wash and go girl. I wouldn't have it any other way. But I get you, because sometimes, it doesn't want to do what you want to do. Sometimes my curls don't do what I want them to do. And it's hard to deal with that when you want it to do something. So, Moya, so why do you think that hair relaxers remain one of the most hazardous beauty products for Black women? We've been knowing about this for a long time.
Yeah, and I think it's really our desire to blend in, because there definitely is the space, because I've worked in two spaces so I worked in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. And I remember going in there and talking before I left, I was like, are they going to like my natural hair? Like, and she's having the conversation with me, like, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And it was true. Like, there was no difference at all, versus when I worked in Las Vegas at the Bellagio, and I was going to interview for a job in VIP, which means like all the wealthiest of the wealthiest that have come to spend money, they go through VIP. And my manager was Black, and she said, you know what? The first thing you're gonna have to do is take those braids out of your hair. And I was like, I do? She's like, if you want that job, you got to take those braids out. And I said, okay. And because she was Black and I felt like she was giving me the game, I did it. And, sure enough, I did get the job. Whether it was because I had braids or not, I'm not sure. But one thing I do know is there is a desire, especially as Black women, want to go to X place or X level, we have to conform in some way. And I think a relaxer is the quickest way to get us to say, hey, I want to remove that barrier, that potential barrier that could be there.
Yeah. And I've had people and especially in entertainment. All right. I know entertainment, they want you to look a certain way. Am I right or wrong, Tierra? Sometimes they want you to look a certain way. And if you want that role, you better go look that certain way. Am I off on that?
No, you're not off on that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
See that? It's so many things to this. But also that Tierra always says, it always goes back to slavery. It really does. It does, because they wanted us to conform. They made fun of our natural looks. Therefore, we wanted to fit in to show that we could be just as good as them, even though we knew we were, and 4 times better. That goes back to that too. But Eunice said the increase in prices, because earlier we had mentioned how much products were so much higher for us. She said the increase in prices is due to inflation and supply chain. Ingredients have increased because many are produced and imported from other countries, and they're going to get worse, y'all. We all know that. Smaller brands suffer because we can't buy in bulk. In order for small Black brands to survive, they have to charge more. All right, so I'm going to ask you, Marlo, have you noticed your hair care products, your beauty products, have they increased lately?
I gotta say, now that my hair is locked and me and my locks have gotten to a place where I love them and they love me back, I am happily spending far less money on hair care products. My products last much longer just because there's less maintenance. I come from a culture, if you know anything about New Orleans, baby, we get our hair done, okay? Get your hair did. It's part of a lifestyle. And so I spent my life from about 16 to I went natural 10 years ago. So let's say 16 to 36. Spending money, y'all. I can't even get it out. Like, I tried to quickly do the calculations of the regular salon visit. I was at my peak, I was spending about $75 every 2 weeks on a silky press. And the maintenance between the silk press and all of that, like, so I am free. Happily for me, yes, the products cost more than I remember, but I buy them so infrequently, it really doesn't matter. Now, I fuss at my daughter all the time because, we got to do braids. She want an up-down pony. We got all this other stuff going on, and I let her live her life with her hair. So I do see a little bit through her, but we also try to get Dad to pay for those little accentuations. You know what I'm saying? So I
It could be
avoid
very
it at all
costly.
times because I've spent a
even
lot of
if
money over my
going to the
life.
beauty shops and stuff, I mean, that could be very costly.
It is very costly.
Whether you're doing it at home or you're doing it in a salon, it's a lot of money to upkeep yourself and the way that you would like to upkeep yourself. But we are definitely, we're into it. You know, I like, there's always songs and stuff. Remember Spike Lee's movie, like Good and Bad Hair and all that stuff. It you know, it was funny to look at, but it was so true. So very true. And I think we also need to take into account that we snap at each other for the way that we look. And sometimes we can be our own enemy. So let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
And it's true. Sometimes you get a little busy and you just, you know, your day gets out away from you. Now we come on every day, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And sometimes maybe you got a business meeting that flows over or you working a little bit harder. If you can't catch us live, you definitely can go to Spotify and download us there and watch all of the episodes. Listen to all of the episodes, not just the one that you missed. Maybe you missed them when we first launched last year because it won't be too long for it to be 1 year for us. And each week we've been here every day, right? Mm-hmm. So please make sure you go to Spotify, download us there. Make sure you give us a 5-star rating so that everybody else can find us too. So go do that after the show today. Now, Eartha says, once I stopped using chemicals in my hair, my headaches and skin problems went away. Body, mind, spirit, everything that we put on our skin, everything from lotion to makeup to hair to talcum powder to all sorts of stuff. And then we start with our babies. You know, we slather that baby oil on because, you know, you won't smell that baby smell. We start early, but that also leads to other conversations. And so therefore, I want you to check out this video because it's going to take us in a little bit of a different direction. But here we go.
It ain't too bad because I still feel like I'm a bad bitch like this, you know?
No, I'm being so for real. That girl is very lucky that she was not permanently scarred or disfigured from that chemical peel. Black women, I cannot stress the importance of going to a provider who understands your skin type for your chemical peel, or you run the risk of that happening to you. The risk of chemical burns and post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation are very real when it comes to chemical peels in Black women. As an aesthetic doctor, I do not advocate for those very strong peels where your skin is going to peel for women of color, because you could end up in that situation. If that did happen to you, you may be left with permanent scars as a result of that very deep peel. Honestly, ladies, it's not worth the risk. Luckily, chemical peels can be amazing for Black women if you know how to do them right. But go to a provider who understands your skin. Request a peel that is no more than medium depth. It might cost you a little bit more in the long run because you'll need more sessions. However, it's so much better to be safe than sorry than to end up in that situation.
That's frightening. And I'm going to share something that I did a few years ago, and I second guessed myself after it was done. I had a small little mole, one of those flathead moles, develop on my cheek, and I was like, where'd that come from? I constantly doing my face, making sure that it's good. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm not going to be walking around with this flathead mole on here. So I started looking for things on Amazon that I could put on it to make it shrink or whatever. This product came from China. Okay. I wanted it gone so bad. And it said to use like a toothpick or something to just dab it on there so that it go away. No, did I follow the instructions? No. I put my finger in there. Let's put that on there. Baby, I walked around for like 6 weeks with a burn on my face from using that. Didn't even really know what was in it. All I wanted to know was it going to go away? I still have a very small scar from that. And it also taught me a very valuable lesson to you, girl. Don't listen, because you thought it was cheap on Amazon doesn't mean you need to put it on your face. Now I'm going to ask my girlies here, my queens here, have you done something like that in your life that you have regretted? I'm going to start with you, Marlo.
But was that there was some acne stuff that they were advertising. Y'all know what it is. I'm not going to say the name. And I bought that, the whole little kit and caboodle, one night, stressing out about my skin. And I had so many little patches of burn. And it was supposed to be for acne. So many little patches of burns. And what I learned later is the salicylic acid in that product, they had it in every single product. So I was overdosing my skin on something that I really didn't need a whole lot of to clear the problem that I thought I had. So read the labels, again, very important, but absolutely, I walked around with all kind of little patchy swatchiness, and I have a lot of moles, and it burned a couple of my moles off of there. So yeah, be careful with those facial products, y'all.
They always sound so good, right? When you look at, oh, that'll be good, but we have to understand that doesn't mean for everybody. Like, I'm allergic to certain chemicals, and my hands broke out right now because of a ring that wasn't real pure that I had put on, and now I'm struggling to get my skin back in place. So it's like I'm very careful about what I put on there, and I did go to a dermatologist this time instead of what I did with that mole. Tiara, do you have a nightmare story?
So instead of me eating good foods and clear foods and things that would be good for me, when I had acne, I was like, man, I just got this acne. I need to get rid of it. And so I went to the dermatologist, and they recommended Accutane. And as you know, Accutane is almost like chemo. Like that's the vibe of it. Like you can get cancer from it. It's just the strongest thing. Right now it's banned. They banned Accutane. But at the time I was like, I'll do it. So I did like I want to say like they gave me one dose of it, and y'all, it just made me sick. It made me so sick. And so after that, I came off the Accutane, obviously, because I experienced all of those side effects, and I never went back to that. But ever since, I've just been like, I don't know, eating fruits and vegetables and not eating lots of sugar. It cleared me right up. I don't have any makeup on today, and I still feel like I look presentable. Skin,
baby, just add water. Like, I am not a water drinker. I absolutely hate drinking water, but I was determined to get myself back on track this year. So I'm now up to at least getting that eight glasses of water in. And I can already tell in my skin loves it. It's like, oh, thank you. Let me just soak this all up. And it's just a simple thing. And you mentioned something else that is important. And we are also still dealing with issues. I just saw we have a huge recall of food right now because of an E. coli breakout. So it's not just beauty products that we're putting on. It is also what we're putting in our bodies. And there are certain things like, I got to be careful not to eat too. Like my son, he can't do shrimp, but he loves it. But for a while there, he tried to fight it and say he'd get over it. So we are doing this when our body is telling us something different. Moya, do you have a scary story about, any health products that you've done?
Well, it's the same thing that the ladies mentioned in terms of the acne products. Like, I remember using an acne product because of a pimple, but it felt like it gave me acne. So that was something different. The other thing that I always think about is like the homeschool remedies and how those are now, like, for example, Vaseline, as you mentioned at the top of the show. I thought that was the go-to product. Like, I put that on faithfully every night. And then I hear Deepak is like, no, it's made out of petroleum, which is petroleum is what you put in your gas tank. Why would you ever put that on your skin? Like, okay.
Oh my God, it's petroleum jelly. I do.
Petroleum
I feel like
jelly.
you told me to put Vaseline on my face. I do it, and it makes me shine though.
Right?
Deepak said no.
Oh.
See, but it's true. It's very true. I mean, we're hearing about all these things. And did y'all know there is one I can't think what it is, and maybe it'll come to me later, that we were using in the 50s, and they were touting it to be, it was actually a cleaner, something like Ajax, and they were marketing it to women to do douches and things of that nature. And it was either Ajax or Pine Sol or something like that. And women were doing it. I mean, you think that the experts would be telling us what's right, all right? But this brings a big question up. So, Marlo, do you think that the big brands care about Black women's health or just about making that money?
You know, the people want that money. The people do not use at your own risk, okay? While on my hair care adventure, I learned that McDonald's French fries and most conditioners have a common ingredient. And that's really all I needed to know to break up with a lot of the products that I was using and the McDonald's French fries. Yeah. So I think they do not care. And it really is up to us to decide what we need, what we don't need, what you can and can't do without. You know, do you have to have a full face of makeup every single day, right? Can you take your wig off and let your hair breathe, let your scalp breathe, allow your follicles and the blood flow and the sebum oil, all the things that make a healthy scalp? You know, are you allowing for that stuff to happen the way that it's supposed to happen naturally? And you have to face yourself in the mirror. And if you can face yourself in the mirror as is, then it's going to be easier for you to face the world. But I mean, causing yourself all of these, toxic health issues, if you don't have to, is really not a wise decision.
Exactly. And that also goes down to what you put your hands in your dishwashing liquid. Like, that is one of the things that started this. Like, we have to be on guard with everything, but I want to check out some stats because some of these stats are quite shocking. So let's check out a couple of things about all of this. Cancer risks. Studies show that Black women who frequently use hair relaxers have a 30% higher risk of uterine cancer. That's high, y'all. Over 78% of hair relaxers contain harmful chemicals like sodium hydroxide and calcium hydroxide, which can cause scalp burns, hair loss, and long-term health damage. Out of 4,011 personal care products marketed to Black women, only 21% are classified as low hazard. And that makes me worry, y'all. What are the classification rules for that? Like, exactly. Who put that in there? But the thing that came back to me was the burns. I remember I have very, very sensitive skin, and I remember when Mom would put that relaxer in my hair, I would just break out all along my hairline, and that just made me shudder when I read that. Those stats are very shocking. We're gonna let those stats soak in for a little bit. We're gonna take a little break. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Dr. Javette, Brand Your Brilliance Coach and Monetization Strategist. I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to help you turn your natural gifts into big business. I help my clients build 6- and 7-figure businesses by branding their brilliance. You know, that thing that comes easy to you, the thing that you can do with your eyes closed, that thing, that's your brilliance. And now it's your turn. Join me on February 22nd at 10 o'clock a.m. and I'll walk you through strategies that can change your life and business forever. Don't miss this opportunity to brand your brilliance. I'll see you in class.
At this point, I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, did you see her? Okay, I just had to take a few minutes for pause, and she always comes with it. She is beautiful, and she knows how to help you get to your brilliance. Listen, Fly Nubian Money Club is the place to be. It is. And every time I say that with firm authority, because we have so much going on in the world that is taking away from you, that you need to fill your cup. And I mean, fill your cup with things that is going to help improve your financial household and improve the way that you're learning, improve your skills. Because when I say that we are in danger, we are in danger. So we don't have to stay there. But Fly Nubian Money Club will help you get there. Dr. Lene is excellent at what she does. Every last one of us who have taught during this have brought you our best. So why not take the time to fill your cup of knowledge and join today at flynubianmoneyclub.com. And it's a 30-day free trial, y'all. 30-day free trial. So make sure that you sign up now and get in on all of this education that you need. Now, listen, we did talk about a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but I want to know, with all this craziness that's going on in our government, and I know this is not political, but now it's become political because this administration is pulling back on any kind of product allowance. They're letting things go away, the CDC, all these things that we are depending on to give us at least the half truths, because we all see that we ain't getting the full truth. How is this going to affect us? I'm concerned about that. So, Tiara, how can we push, especially during all of this wildness that's going on in the government right now? How can we push for more transparency in product labeling?
Yeah, I don't think we'll get, like you said, regulation is a huge issue in this industry. And so I think we have to just really start to pay more attention to the things that we're using. For instance, people make fun of me because I don't like to use lotion. I know that our skin and our bodies are the biggest organ that we have. And it's like you slathering yourself, and it leaves me a little like, I ain't gonna say I'd be ashy, but I definitely don't like, I can get out the shower and just be like, I'm not putting that on my skin. So instead, I've just been using like literally like organic coconut oil and just rubbing it. So to me, it just feels like there's less ingredients. It feels natural. I mean, you cook with it, you eat with it, it's all the things. So I feel like if you can eat it, you can maybe put it on your body. So instead of looking outward and saying, how are they going to regulate these things? Because like you said, we can't depend on the government for shit. So we're going to have to depend on ourselves and think about what it is that we're putting on our bodies. I guess the rule now is if you can eat it, you can put it on your skin, right? If you can use it to cook with, there's a lot of things on YouTube that'll have you putting a whole grocery list on your body, and and it supposedly is good for you, but it feels like that's better than using all of these chemicals, using all these products with chemicals that you can't read. As a matter of fact, a really good friend of mine who created a skincare line, and I actually want to share that with you guys later. But he said, listen, if you don't know what the ingredient is, like you can't pronounce it, don't use it on your body. That should be the gauge of like how you pick products, right? So I just wanted to just add that.
I'm a coconut girly too. And plus, that also makes you smell so good. It makes you smell yummy. But you got to learn how much to use, because when you're using natural products like that, and even coconut, y'all need to make sure that you read the label, because some of that is marketed as natural, but it is not natural. But you got to also learn how much you can use before you sliding off of your car seat. I mean, let's be honest. We have to be careful about that. Jeffrey Foss says he remembers his mother used to use Johnson & Johnson talcum powder all over. When I grew up, a lot of us girls were taught to use that, in between the nice little spots, all the way. And then you had to leave a little up here so that they could see that you put some talcum powder on. But now what we know about this, and there are major lawsuits going on that is not being talked about widely, is this actually was not good for us or good for the babies. So, you know, I'm going to ask you, Moya, how can we do a little better about looking at this, at what's going on and in our bodies? Tiara said, you know, looking at the list, we know that, but do you have any other suggestions that we can do to look at things before we just go, oh, this will make me pretty, and put it on our skin?
I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that question. Because I'm definitely the person that says, oh, this looks pretty, let me put it on. So, I mean, I think it's one of those things. I think you just have to make a choice, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to decide, like, is this, what type of life do I want to live? And I think a more important question is, how long of a life do I want to live? When I get into my older years, do I want to be dealing with these many health issues caused by the things that I put on my skin or in my body?
Yeah. I mean, and as I get older and you start kind of looking at your mortality, you're like, I'd like to live to be as long as possible. I'd like to be that granny on the rocking chair. And then you start really paying attention to what's in there. I do read the labels as much as I can. I'm with you. If I can't pronounce it, then normally I'm like, nah. But I got really serious about it, guys, when I turned 50. When I turned 50 is when I actually really started paying attention to what I was putting on my body. So I was thinking to myself, have I waited too long? But it was at that time that I started switching to all natural and as organic as possible. So Marlo, have you ever tried switching to all natural? We know you have your beautiful locks, but this is not just for hair. Have you tried switching to all natural or organic beauty brands? And you have that expertise with that one person you worked with.
Yeah, I've definitely scaled down just the number of products that I use. Found a foundation that I like that is minimal product, you know, like minimal ingredients. The fewer ingredients for me, always the better. If you can't, to piggyback on what Tiara said about if you can't read the ingredient, typically if it's a chemical name, if it's something, a street name that everybody knows, citric acid or something like that, they'll put it in parentheses, right? So if there's no parenthetical telling you that this is actually what this is the known name for this, you should avoid it. But yeah, I think prioritizing what is important to you. For some people, the products matter, right? How people face the world matters to them. And if they are willing to trade off potential side effects or long-term health issues for that, God bless you, because it's in our clothes, right? I know people who eat really well, but they love fast fashion. Well, we know fast fashion has every kind of chemical. You might burst into flames with your cute little dress on just while you're walking down the street. So I think it is user choice, right? Everybody's not going to do the same thing, but what we know is that these corporations are not necessarily going to do right by us. Try to find brands that tell you the brand story. How is this made? What is in this? If they don't have a lot of information about how it's made, they're not proud of how it's made because they're not spending money to make sure it's made with your safety and well-being in mind. So, you know, you got to weigh the facts as you will, and what matters to you matters. And I don't judge nobody for wanting to be cute and pretty, because I too myself want to be cute and pretty, but I balance that out with the fact that, you know, I don't want to live a life with cancer because I chose things that were carcinogens, right? We know we have free radicals inside of us, and cancer can be caused by anything. But when you know something is toxic and you keep engaging with it and bringing it into your body and onto your body, the ramifications are what they are. So that's not for me, but for everybody else, do what you please, but look for water first. Don't buy stuff with water way down in the ingredient list, please.
Y'all remember that movie, My Big Fat Greek Life, where the grandfather already sprayed Windex on everything? for everything. I think a lot of times in our communities, we do the same thing. Because listen, even coming up, we weren't rich. I didn't really have insurance, things like that. Unless something was broken or you was dying, you wasn't going to the doctor. There was home remedies. Okay. They used cow udder cream on my skin when it broke out. Okay. Because that's what we had and that's what worked. So, even going back to us being kids, you got to kind of use what you use. But then when we get older, we kind of can learn to do a little better. Right. So I think at some point we all have to really turn around and look at what we're doing and not just depend on what we did as we were kids is still being good now. Listen, someone in our comments earlier said that, we need to be using a lot of Black-owned beauty products and brands. But I also want to bring up this fact that a lot of our brands have been bought out by white companies, and they are still showing Black faces as the owners. However, they do not. And once they take that over, they are open to changing that whole scenario. So, Tiara, do you think that Black-owned beauty brands are offering safer products, or do you think that they basically face the same thing?
I think that they are. It like I said, since we started this Black directory, I've been seeing a lot. I've been just researching a lot of Black products, and the intention is to literally make your life better, safer. I think there's the Black women and Black men are a little bit more mindful because they are also living the same experience. I feel like because you can just rely. They can relate, right? So you can't buy from people who can't relate to you. So we're buying these Asian based or these other products, and we really can't relate. They can't relate to us. They can't relate to our skin. They don't know how it works. They don't know, what makes us break out. So I think going Black is probably the best option for us. I just wanted to say, so I'm gonna put up somebody I went to school with. Actually, he was a pharmacy major, and we went to high school together. We went to college together, and he's a chemist, right? He's a pharmacist. He's a chemist, and he created this Black-owned brand. So I'm gonna share that. But a lot of his skincare products, they hand make them. They literally make everything. Him and the kids, the wife, they all be in there making the products in his warehouse that they have. So I just think when you can find a company that does things like that, where it's being shipped to you from people who are making it actually making it themselves, it changes the game a little bit.
And see, that's what we need, right? That's a perfect lead in for letting you guys know that we also do our very best to help our community. And we have a Black business directory that we are telling you that if you have a good Black business, hey, maybe you do have that skincare line. Maybe you do have that hair product. Maybe you have the perfume. Maybe you have something that we need, and you can tell us how you made it and where it's sourced from. And you could tell us everything about it. Someone's saying someone should have a list. Well, guess what? Fly Nubian Money is already on it. And if you want to be listed in that directory, and also if you want the directory, you have to just use our magic email. I done told you that sprinkle email we got them at info@realvirtual.net. Now, if you want that directory or you want to put your business in it, just email us at info@reelvirtual.net. Now, that's simple as that. We're going to do our very best to get you the right kind of information in your hands and to also help grow your business. Because listen, y'all, when I say we got to start doing this, making sure we're protecting our community, because ain't nobody else going to do it for you, baby. Not at all. You need to start with those you can trust. You done been here long enough to know that you can trust us here, right? So go ahead and get your business in, or if you need it, go ahead and email us as well. Now, listen, I really do love that AB06 put in a couple of things that, we are talking about, not just hair care products and skin products, but listen to this. Soap. Yeah, I already told you I got to be careful with detergents and soaps. detergents that you wash your clothes in. Perfume, you spraying it on your body, you want to smell good, right? But at what cost? Makeup, there's certain makeups I can't use because they'll break me out. Toothpaste, deodorant, me and my sensitive skin can only use like Dove Natural. All of that stuff has preservatives in it. And we have to be very careful because, as Tiara says, you got to make sure that you are looking at your whole body. It's not just one or two things. So at this point, though, I feel like, hey, we're picking our poison. So fragrance and preservatives, despite progress in reducing parabens, the use of undisclosed fragrance ingredients in products for Black women has increased since 2016. So guys, labeling. Tiara.
Tiara. And it's not just women. It's not just women, men. I mean, I know we've been saying, Lala, you were like, men, you have a woman you love, but you were buying shaving cream, you were buying lotion, you were buying cologne because you too want to smell good for us and not be funky. You were using deodorant. You were doing all the things that we're doing, right? They are marketing to you too. They just happen to be marketing to us because we are consumers. Women will go, like Moya said earlier, like, ooh, this has glitter on it. Let's see what it is, right? And buy it because they know that men are less likely to be like, oh, glitter. Yeah, this is cool. I'm going to buy this. Like, that's not how that happens, right? So, just be mindful of the things that you also are buying, Black men. I'm sorry, labeling. They lying. They're not putting things on. It's crazy to me that we don't have to, the FDA, like that you can report a certain amount of things. Like if you don't have a certain level of things in certain ingredients, they don't have to report it as that thing. Or if you have like, I don't know, like a sprinkle of this, it can make it vegan or non-vegan. Like it's crazy how much they manipulate us into thinking that we are healthy or using healthy products when we are absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Exactly. And I'm glad you brought that up with the men because our men are now seeing that our men are being very careful about what they do. They want to look nice too. So more men's lines are coming out as well. For Christmas, I bought my husband a natural because he had never had it before, one of those shaving cream kits. And it was all natural. I knew where it came from. I bought it from a local source. And when I first gave it to him, he was like, you think I really need this? It's like, baby, you shave every day. And he was like, okay, I'll give this a try. And he's been using it ever since. But I knew everything that was in that. And when I say he got baby skin now. So it's not just us. It's not just us women. They are not only marketing to us as women, and then now you men, babies immediately. Well, Johnson's & Johnson's is going to put the baby. Do you smell like a baby? They're as soon as you from the womb to tomb, you are definitely the target. So, Moya, do you think? Because I just said this, do you think, because we got big spending dollars, do you think Black women are being targeted because we spend more on beauty products?
For sure. It looks like we spend between 6.6 and $9 billion. And so for sure. I think one of the things that we have to kind of keep in mind, and I think somebody said, why don't you buy Black, is because in order to get in front of the masses, you need marketing dollars. And many times they have to partner with different corporations. Or once you get to that level, when you did it on your own, then you're like, okay, I'm ready to sell. Like Urban Skin RX, that has been something that she focused on for melanin women. And now she just sold it. And so as Marlo said, once you now have a wider distribution, your product line can now change. But here we fell in love with you based upon what you told us you were. And now just off top, you just might shift. So I think, I'm not saying she's shifting, but I'm saying it might happen with some brand similar to that. So yeah, I think it's a lot. It definitely.
I agree with that. But like we said earlier, and someone in our comments also said, please distinguish between Black owned and Black brands. Because there is a difference. because, you know, one of the top people in the world's richest women got most of her fortune from owning former Black-owned companies. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's still Black, but the face may be it, but
it's
not behind there. So we have to be very, very careful. Ladies, this is a very interesting topic because we do talk about health and wellness. We all want to live a happy and healthy life. The older I get, the older I mature, because I don't feel, I'll be double nickels this week. I don't feel double nickels. I don't feel double nickels at all. But I have noticed a lot of my friends who have now come up with things like cancer, skin cancer, breast cancer, uterine cancer. And these are things that I didn't really hear a lot going on in my world growing up, but it makes me think, it makes me pause. What have we done to ourselves to cause this? Because we're surrounded by it every day, and we have to make smarter choices. So this was a really great conversation. I can't tell our audience just how much we love you and all the beautiful comments that you put in there. We read each and every one of them. We come back to the show in case we missed any to look at those and respond as well. But we love your expertise and your experiences, and we appreciate you being here. It's time to wind it down today, but I think we started off pretty hot this week with our topics. I'm going to start with you, Moya. What are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
You know, beauty is one of those things that it's something that women really feel beholden to, some women, and in whatever spectrum you feel beholden to, it is something that is always at the top of our mind. Now, one of the things that's important is that we have to remember that beauty comes from the inside. As long as we keep that at the forefront, we'll be able to navigate this world of beauty and what we want to put on our face, on our hair, in our body with the food that we eat. So it is tax season. If you ever have any questions about taxes and making sure, if you want a second opinion, definitely let me know. You can reach out to me on Instagram at moya.business.
And Moya doesn't only just do taxes, y'all. And I know she is the best of the best, and you are in tax season. She's going to take care of you. But she also takes care of you when it comes to scholarships. She has great resources for your children and scholarships. Y'all need to lean in. It's time to lean in and get lean. And anytime that you can get help in educating our babies, you want to do that. Yes, I know they're 18, 19. They think they're grown. I thought I was grown at that age too. But now you need to help them by starting them out, by not necessarily getting all these student loans that are out there and tapping into the scholarship network. So please make sure that you reach out to Moya and talk to her about her expertise in taxes and scholarships. Tiara, what is your final thought, and where can we find you?
So I know we've had all these conversations about buying products, but we have to understand that we are being marketed to between 4,000 and 10,000 times a day. That's how often we are seeing marketing messaging on television, outside. We're hearing, whether it's subtle or apparent, you're seeing other people, you're getting referrals from friends, you're constantly being marketed to in one way or another. So it's very hard. For one, it's hard not to fall into the traps of being lured by somebody who has studied marketing for 20, 30, 40 years, and it knows how to pull on your heartstrings, right? So that's hard. And then also, if now cancer and disease is in the air, we can't live in a bubble, right? We can't live in a bubble. It's real. If it's on our clothes, or if it's in my hat, if it's in my earrings, if it's in my hair, what do we do? Strip down and not go outside? We have to live our lives. So I think I love what you said earlier, Lala, is just to make sure that you're being the things that you can control, right? Over the weekend, a really good friend of mine, her and I were talking, and her cancer has come back, right? She is 42 years old. And so now we have to go through this fight with her. And, it's breast cancer. She's young. She had her whole life ahead of her. Now it's time for us to support her. But I was just thinking, wow, this thing is really is it accidental, right? Is cancer something that just you can't control? Is it something that you can't prevent? Or is it can we take care of ourselves on the onset to not get this thing? And I don't know the answer to that, but I think what it just made me more mindful today. Like, okay, we gonna stick with this no salt, no sugar thing. Because I just don't want it, right? I don't want that. I don't want a life of like hardship later on because of decisions I'm making today. So I just wanted to say that. Third, last, well, not the last thing, but I'm gonna share. Like I said, I had a really good friend I went to college with who was a pharmacist, a chemist. Him and his family, black-owned family, black-owned business in DC. Making these things in their personal warehouse. Good brother. He ain't sold his company off to no white people. Like they are just a family who is building. And I'm gonna share. His company is called Ohene. That's OHENE Beauty, and it's ohenbeauty.com. And like the soaps, the black soap is the bomb. There's an oil that's on there that's like a moisturizer that's all natural. Again, this is a pharmacist, it's a chemist, all natural, all the things, right? I love their products. And so I just wanted to share that with you. There's soaps, there's all kinds of things that will clear up your skin and all the things. So I just wanted to say that. Lastly, Fly Nubian Money Club. We got Dr. Lene coming in on Saturday. This Saturday, it is going down. You go brand your brilliance is our topic. So that natural gift that you have, she wants to teach you how she teaches her clients how to take those gifts and make a 6 or 7 figure income and make it big business. So come through. Make sure you go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. If you could put that banner up for me, or I could put the banner up for me. Just go ahead and sign up, y'all. I'm committed to bringing people in that will teach you how to not only survive, but to thrive in this market. People are scared, and you don't have to be scared. We can lean on each other. I think this is a time when we lean on each other and we make sure that we have each other's back, and, we can get you through. We can get you through the next 4 years. Come to Fly Nubian Money Club.
And I can't even tell you just how important that is. If you don't take anything else away from what we want you to do, we definitely want you to go to Fly Nubian Money Club so that you can get your financial house in order and your mind fed. Did you hear what I said? Feed your mind. All right, listen, we had one more comment. I want to bring this one up because someone gave us a solution. Sherry says, with the Yuka app, YUKA, you can scan all kinds of products and it will let you know how harmful a product is. So I did not want to go into my final thought until I brought that up. And that's a great resource. I had actually heard about that and forgotten about it. So please go and check that out. That may help you start in the right place. Listen, here's what I know. I know when I love me, and sometimes it's hard for us to love our own selves. I want to take care of me, and that means my body, mind, and my spirit. And when I am watching what I am taking into my body, such as foods, I notice a huge difference on how my body reacts. My skin clears up, so I don't feel like I need so much foundation, or my lips look a little shinier and healthy and more plump because I've drank more water. But when you start with watching what you do in and outside of your body, your spirits and your body will be grateful back to you for taking good care of it. Be cautious of what you do, but also don't live your life in fear. And guess what? Evaluate what all you're doing, maybe, because sometimes you may not need all that stuff. I know too many women that have too many things in their cabinet. And do you really need all that stuff? Do you really need 10 products before you go to bed? So just reevaluate what you're doing in your life and then start with yourself. Just start with yourself so that you can be the healthiest that you can be for as long as we're blessed to be here on this earth. You can find me at www.laurakey.net. I have a lot of free resources there for you. I also have a quiz. If you are thinking about moving abroad, because more people are thinking about it, then you need to kind of evaluate where you are on that. I have a quiz there that will help you evaluate if you are ready to move out of the country and get your wheels turning. And then that will lead you to my newsletter that will talk to you about what places are to go that are considered safe and economical for you to live on. So please make sure that you visit my website and take advantage of those things. And also, I have a free resource for you at Fly Nubian Club Money. Right? I'm a Fly Nubian Money Club. So you want to go there and download your free gift from me there. It's a 14-page gift and it's about your budget. Woo, you can't do nothing until you look at that money so you know where you can start with. So listen, oh my God, did I have a good time? I was here one day last week and I missed my queens. I missed them so much. It
We
feels
missed
so
you
good.
too.
We definitely
Love it
miss
when
you.
I'm here. I look forward to this day. So today's conversation proves that it isn't just about beauty. It's about our health and our money and our power. So for too long, Black women have been targeted as hazardous beauty products while corporations actually profit off of us without prioritizing our safety. But now that we know better, we have to do better, and we need to demand change, support brands that prioritize our health, and educate ourselves and our community about safer alternatives. So what's the next step? Are we going to keep spending money on brands that don't care about us, or are we going to hold them accountable? And what does that really look like? Let's continue this conversation in the comments. I told you we always come back and see what you say. So I want to say a huge thank you to our panel. We lost Marlo. She had another appointment. So I want to say thank you to Marlo. And I don't know if y'all know, but she is on a health journey now. And you can see her shrinking every time we come on live. Literally every day, she's getting smaller. So you want to make sure that you follow her as well. Thank you to Moya and thank you to Tierra. So be sure to like and comment and share this episode. And as always, master your mindset, maximize your money, and we'll see you next time on Fly Nubian Money. But before you hit that stop button, it is Black History Month. Stick around to hear what we have to share with you today. See you tomorrow, 1 p.m.
Hold on. Wait, before we go, before you hit that Black History button, I would love for the chemist or the doctor that was on today to reach out to me. Please reach out to me at info@therealnetwork.net. I really would love, I really wanted to talk to you. So what's my email address? info@realvirtual.net. Reach out to me, please. Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, now we go to Black History.
Imagine fighting for justice, not with speeches or marches, but with delicious fried chicken and homemade pies. That's exactly what Georgia Gilmore did during the Montgomery bus boycott. When Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat and the Black community stopped riding buses in protest, people needed money for gas and carpooling. That's where Georgia stepped in. She started the Club from Nowhere, a secret group of women who cooked and sold food to raise money for the boycott. Georgia's Kitchen became a hub for change, feeding civil rights leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. while keeping the movement going strong. Her food was more than just a meal. It was fuel for freedom. Pies from Nowhere, How Georgia Gilmore Sustained the Montgomery Bus Boycott by Dee Romito is a powerful story that shows how one woman's passion for cooking became a force for justice. Georgia Gilmore didn't just cook. She built a movement, proving that change happens when ordinary people step up in extraordinary ways. Her legacy challenges us all to ask, what role will we play in the fight for justice?
Till victory is won.
Woo! Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. It is Friday and it is all about love. I think one of the singers said, to be loved. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. I am so excited to have one of my favorite people on today, the Dr. Alicia. I'm going to bring her on shortly. You already know what we do when we do this here on the Madam President Morning Show. You know what we do. We have got to start the show with our theme music. That song gets me excited every time I hear it. You guys know that. You know that we do this Monday through Friday, 9:30 Eastern, every chance we get. Now, do not forget, this is the FlyNubianMoney.com network. This is a place where Black women have big voices, okay? If you want to get your money up, go to FlyNubianMoney.com. If you want to get your mind up, text Queens to 87948. If you want to keep up with Madam President, text Madam to 87948. Also, here is what I would like to say. I almost forgot. Before I go any further, let me do our prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this Friday. We appreciate you. We value you. We just ask for your continuous grace and your mercy and your peace. Allow us to show up how you see us to show up the right way every day. In your name we pray. Amen. So now that I got that out the way, I would like to bring on the Dr. Alicia Watkins. Woo!
Play that intro song again. What? I feel like I was grooving to it.
I can do that.
Yeah. Come on.
My God, Dr. Alicia, do you know, I just think Black people are just talented, because this woman did that song, picking up her friend, pulling up in the car. She just she did all types of, vocals that you just this is just your talent, just pure talent.
Let me tell you, Black people, my favorite people.
So glad to have you.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so glad to have you this morning. I really do appreciate you so very, very much. I have a banner for you too.
Woo, look at that.
Yeah, coaching with Dr. Alicia. Well, I don't want to hold you long. This segment is strictly about the psychology of love, healing, heartbreak, and the science of healthy relationship. I just know that when I think about love, when I think about the mind, you being a doctor, a psychiatrist, psychologist, you know more about these things than just a person who talks about it from a place of feelings, So I was just like, well, I'm gonna get a smart woman up in here to talk about the science of it all. So let me just ask you this. What is the psychology or the scientific background of the feeling of love?
Let me tell you. Okay, so we got to put it in a song.
Okay.
You know that song by Lauryn Hill where she says, "It could all be so simple, but you'd rather make it hard."
Yes.
Come on. That song won a Grammy for a reason. It seems like it should be simple, but the psychology of love is super complex. It is not as everything that it seems to be on the surface is one thing, but there's a whole lot of feelings, emotions, past traumas, past triggers, past heartbreaks. All of these things are going on in the background, and how aware you are of how these things affect your life, how it affects how you love, how you find somebody that you love. That's part of the problem. The barriers. And then once you find somebody that you just could stomach sitting down and having a dinner with, having a meal with, then that's when the real work begins. And so people just need to be realistic about the intricacies of finding love, healthy love, you know, in a way that is healthy, in the way that it's supposed to be, to share someone with, and be able to keep it where you don't have all these toxic elements coming in. To do that takes transparency. It takes being vulnerable. Oh my God, that's scary. It takes all of these things that many of us are not equipped dealing with it, but there is a science to being healthy that cuts across race, cuts across culture. I was just talking to a client this morning. I could be walking around in India and I can look at a couple. I don't know what they're saying. They're speaking their language. I don't know what they're saying, but I could be able to look at them and tell whether that relationship seems healthy or whether she don't really like him. He got problems with her. You know, we can see by body language, by how people interact with each other, whether things are going on the way it should be. So it could all be so simple, but it's not.
Oh my God, you're singing the real song too. And I also was just thinking about sometimes we talk about how sometimes Black girls grow up in our community with missing fathers. When we have, and I was doing some research on this myself, but when we don't have a relationship with our father, what does that do to our relationship with men in general? Like the trust element, the interaction, because I believe that's one of the challenges that people are facing as we go into this era of the 50-50 podcast conversation that's always circulating online. The question really is, you know, have we not even just witnessed healthy love, but when there are components of your identity that is completely missing, you don't have interaction. If my father was killed and I was 10, I grew up, you know, there were men around, but do I miss that interaction where, you know, I want to know the impact that it holds on women as they grow?
Okay, well, first thing I want to say is that your past does not dictate how your life operates currently.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
So
okay.
I am not getting into, if you want to talk about these movements, I'm not getting into these red pill movements that is nothing but hatred toward the genders. They promote divisiveness between genders. And oftentimes these individuals are so steeped in grappling with rejection and hurt themselves that they give these oversimplified answers that reinforce biases rather than promoting healing.
Ooh.
I want to get away from these conversations and these narratives that because you didn't have a father in the home, that you're no good and you need to be pushed to the side and that you need to be chewed away. When science tells us that how you are to react in a relationship currently depends on the quality of the relationship you have with your mother in teenage years. Look it up.
Woo! Come on, I got you dropping bombs.
Look it up.
Yo, Dr.
Because I'm cute. I didn't show up and say in my cute little outfit and say, give me a license, give me a PhD. No,
I think you're right, because I believe that I think that makes a lot of sense too, because we spend a lot of time with our mothers no matter what. So we spend a lot of times with our mothers and we are forced to reckon, you know, we're forced to manage, we're forced to deal, we're forced to communicate, we're forced to, you know, go through a lot of different channels as women with the mothers. And that's just the reality is not every woman has a healthy relationship with their mother. So it's like, I think sometimes some of the components, I love that you said and mentioned that your past does not dictate your current life, because sometimes I really feel like you said, Black women in general, and like you said, this cuts across any race, no matter what your race is. You know, having an absent father does not give, you know, the world permission to be harsh or to invalidate, you know, who you are and what you bring to this existence. So I agree with you.
That's a loving household.
Correct.
No matter what the family structure.
I love that, because I feel like I grew up in a very loving household with a lot of compassion and sensitivity. I tell people today that my grandmother was very sensitive. You know, you can't say anything you want to her. And I think she passed that sensitivity to everybody. You should see us on a Thanksgiving day. Everybody, you can't say nothing to nobody without somebody feeling like you hurt their feelings. So I always think about that.
Now,
But
I'm gonna tell you, I come across men who say, I did not have a father in the home. And because of that, I want to come to you, Dr. Alicia, because I want to make sure that my family is healthy. I don't want to be absent. I want to make sure that I'm there for my family because I experienced it. I understand what that feels like. I understand the pain and hurt from that. And I want to make sure I do it right. And that I give an applaud to because that is the type of attitude that you need to have. Because the gold standard is to have two parents in the home, okay? Is to have a loving family and loving relationship. Because from 0 to 18, you want to keep your ACEs score, adverse childhood experiences, as low as possible. But there are people who believe they grab only onto one concept of family structure, and they think that everybody else that don't follow some prescriptive family structure is garbage.
Yes, you're right about that. That's not true. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
People always say, you know, how does childhood trauma show up in our romantic relationships? And what are the first steps to breaking toxic patterns?
Okay, well, first of all, if you grew up traumatized as a child, your outlook on the world is that I live in a world that's dangerous. So when you start to feel like you live in a dangerous world, you need to start looking at some of scary instances that happened to you that made you form these perspectives. So if you feel like the world is not to be trusted, if you feel like there's nothing but betrayal and that everybody is out to get you because you never really had a calm, peaceful, wonderful childhood like this, where you've been able to see the world in its totality, but if not, it's distorted. It gives you cognitive distortions. And if you haven't had a chance to process it, because let's just face it, there's no such thing as a perfect childhood. You need to have a space to process all of these imperfections that happen to you. And when you can process it, that's when you can start seeing the world in its whole totality and be able to learn how to trust, because you have to be vulnerable. You can't get into a relationship with somebody if you're not willing to be vulnerable. How's that person supposed to know you? How are you supposed to get to know yourself? How are you supposed to get know another person when you have all of these trust issues because you have this belief that the world is dangerous?
Wow. Wow. And you know, speaking of this, first of all, let's give you some more hand claps because you're preaching. Dr. Alicia, a round of applause.
Dancing.
Yes, I really agree with you so just greatly because, you know, if you do grow up in an unsafe environment, you do feel like the world is a bad place and you always got to look over your shoulders. And if you have that personality and you are bringing that into your relationships, whether you know it or not, you're bringing that into the interaction. You're bringing that if you don't feel like you can trust anyone, then you probably aren't easily being vulnerable. You're probably withholding. And that's a good point, that in order for a person to get to know you, there has to be some level of vulnerability there. I got another question for you. In the age of social media and instant gratification, what's the best way to build a truly deep and lasting connection?
Truly deep and lasting connection in the age of social media, you have to be deliberate. You have to really be deliberate in your interactions with people because social media is supposed to like make us have more free time because we're able to do things a lot faster. We're able to report things faster, but that's not what's happening, right? So you need to be more deliberate in your interactions with people, the amount of time that you have to really socialize and connect with individuals on a personal level. You got to be able to do that. And you have to be able to put the phones down. You have to be able to look somebody in the face, and you have to be able to have an interaction with that person. In, having the back and forth that's necessary in there to feel good about yourself and to connect with other people. So now is the time where we have to set up some boundaries, digital boundaries, and negotiate those things and get that going. And it's possible to have these conversations. And we all need to have human touch and physical touch, and we need these things. So it's becoming more deliberate in our conversations and in our interactions with each other.
Oh, I love that so much. We have to be deliberate on that.
Yes.
You can't go around that. You can't fake the funk on that. Let me ask you, this is a really good question. I only have a couple more for you because I want to make sure that I know you got quite a busy day, but what is the biggest misconception women have about love that keeps them in a cycle of disappointment?
Cycle of disappointment. Well, you know what? A lot of women are in denial about the men that they're dating. I confront a lot of women, and I say, well, if he's shown you who he is and he's not taking accountability for it, things are happening that you know deep down inside that goes against you, and you feel the need to silence yourself. Why are you suppressing that? You know something's not right. You need to face things. A lot of women feel like their job is to keep everybody together, to keep everybody silent while toxic behaviors are happening, not calling it out, not addressing the real issues, but want to keep this kind of outside. Talk about social media. Everybody's interested in having this social media love affair, like they're putting everything is all perfect out there, but no, and I'm real. I keep it real. I will disagree with my husband online. And you have to do it in a way that's respectful, of course, but I'm not going to silence myself. I'm not going to become something that I'm not. There's going to be healthy dialogue as much as possible and repair as much as possible. But I think the issue is not to be in denial, not to have these defenses come up that gets in the way with how you really feel about what's going on. So a lot of women need to step out of denial and start accepting the way things are, because that's the first step in changing things, is to accept it and make things healthier. There's a science to healthy relationships, and it can happen.
I love that. I believe you too. I think that you're speaking a lot of truth to power, for sure. One of the things that I personally felt that women have a little bit misconstrued romantically is a fairy tale. It's kind of like this person. I'll speak for myself. I remember feeling like a person didn't love me if they weren't, overly affectionate, or if they wasn't verbalizing that they love me. Those things mattered to me, but I had to learn, like, this is called reassurance. Why do you require so much reassurance? Okay, well, that is you're moving from an abandonment space. That's everybody is not thinking that. Some people are not giving you verbal reassurance if that's not understanding that they know that you require. That's number one. And number two, people love you and they don't always make you feel loved. And I'm not speaking from abuse, but I think that you, as a married woman with, children, you love everybody in the house, but there's some days you are not, telling folks, hey, pick that up out of love. People can easily misconstrue how you may feel in moments, or throughout the day when you're not really giving them that much attention, because, Dr. Alicia could be giving her clients attention. So it's like, knowing what you require as a grown woman is important. You can't put that off on many other people.
Right.
That's just something that I would like to add to, your sermon.
Yes, what? Abandonment is a childhood issue that you need to come to terms with. And as a result, you need to start parenting yourself through abandonment issues, because as an adult, no one can really abandon you as an adult. Okay? They can leave you. They can choose to do something different, but abandonment doesn't happen in adulthood. It happens in childhood, because these are boundaries for a relationship. You can't look for your partner to give you that level of validation. You need to come into the relationship filling yourself up. So when I do on Sunday night, sometimes I'll do Healing Haven Book Club, and we're talking about that inner fountain. You got to keep that fountain going on inner side. And if you tune in, we talk all about how to deal with your own abandonment issues by loving yourself and parenting yourself and giving yourself the attention that you never got, the validation you can give yourself, so that you can have your internal fountain going on, because you can't look for a partner to fill up this fountain from within, because you're putting too much on that other person.
Correct.
There.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna ask you this one final question, Dr. Alicia. If you can give every woman one psychological truth about love that would change her life forever, what would it be?
You know what I would say? Self-care is self-love.
Okay.
I think getting into self-love is so important. What happens with a lot of Black women in particular? You alluded to this before, and you were spot on. That was the other part of your question that you asked me before, was as Black women, we carry the emotional load of everybody in the household. We are the center of everything, as it should be, because I think it's okay, because I have been to households where there have been Greek household culturally. I've been to Italian. One of my really good friends was Italian. And you go to her house, and those women were running those houses. You know what I mean? So why is it derogatory when Black women do it, but not derogatory when you have Greek culture, Italian culture? Oh, dare I say Hispanic culture? Hispanic women are running them households, and everybody falls in line, right? So some of these things are cultural, but at the same time, carrying on as culturally as it is, it's not negative. It is positive, because we need to have the nurturing there. But Black women really need to know about self-love. And it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. It could be a bath. It could be just spending time with yourself, giving back to yourself, filling yourself up, that fountain from within, so you're not depleted. And then, I know I can get tired. That's a signal to me when I'm tired, when I get annoyed with all the mess in the house. And I'm like, you know what? This is a signal that I'm tired and I'm not having a good day. I need to go take a bath and go to bed and worry about it in the morning. And guess what? In the morning, it's not so bad. So you have to have a way of a self-care plan and stick to that plan, because you got to put yourself first. Black women, let's put ourselves first, because we're socialized into putting everybody else first. And sometimes it goes without the level of appreciation and gratitude that we deserve.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Alicia, I would like to say that I just love you. I love who you are. I love what you represent. And I appreciate you so much for being here today. This wouldn't have happened without you. People know exactly where to find you. Dr. Alicia online is Coaching with Dr. Alicia on all social media platforms.
Follow me on Instagram, please. And come to the Black Love Weekend. We talk about this and then some this weekend. And you can get the recordings if you're busy. And you're trying to find somebody, come to the Black Love Weekend. It's this weekend.
Okay, absolutely. Make sure you all hit the Black Love Weekend this weekend. Log on with Coaching with Dr. Alicia on Instagram. Connect with her. Follow her. And remember, only love is light. Keep that in mind. Love is light. Love produces so many beautiful things. So when we lead with love, when we act out of love, there are so many good things that comes behind it. When we act out all of the other things, the insecurities, the uncertainty, the anger, that's when we are doing opposite of love. So remember, if you can be love, you can get love. All right, guys, I'm Madam President. You all have a good weekend. We out. See? Salud. Good morning, and happy Monday to you. This is your girl, Madam President with a Z, coming to you all the way from Paris, France. I'm in France right now, and I have no greater pleasure than to be with you this morning, just wishing you a happy Monday. But before I go any further, let me play my theme music. All the way in France. Hey, we got to do what we have to do no matter where we are. And one of the things that I enjoy doing is being here with you every single day, Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. You know, this is the place where you get your real news. You are going to forever get a bold truth. And I am 100% politically incorrect. And this is brought to you by, you know it, flynubianmoney.com. When you want to get your money up, this is the first place you start. If you want to get your mind up, this is the first place you start. Do not forget to text Queens to 87948. If you want to keep up with Madam President, what she's doing, when she's on, when she's live, and whose show she'll be on, text Madam to 87948. I just would like to say that I'm excited about this week in general. I'm walking in a lot of gratitude. Of course, being able to travel internationally is a blessing. And just having different experiences is a blessing as well. So although it's a lot going on globally, I believe humanity is 100% universal. Everybody has the feeling of being human, no matter where you are in this world, from, Pennsylvania to Poland, from Africa to Alaska, humanity is universal. So I just would like to say that we got a pretty good show for you. I had to look at some things and just see what's going on in this world. And I remember during the election time, you already know, I've been trying to stay away from politics, but it's hard to. So let's just go ahead and dive on in like everybody else. There's been a recent conversation with Roland Martin and the brothers over at Earn Your Leisure. And I want you to hear this conversation because I thought it was really good. I thought it was good that Roland Martin decided to have the conversation because people were really confused and upset about Roland Martin receiving $350,000 from the Harris campaign. Now, the way that he broke it down, it made absolute sense. He says that I am a media agency. Why in the hell do everybody think that I'm supposed to work for free? Now, I do believe that he's absolutely right. There is no way. For some reason, I don't know why Black people think that you cannot care about people and also charge them. I don't know why you Black people believe that, everybody who has some form of upward mobility has to be connected to suffrage, and I just want you to even think about this a little deeper. When people are not financially well, you don't even want to talk to them. When one of your friends call you and ain't got no money, you have no way of helping them. So imagine what people like Roland Martin and people who are in positions of so-called power have to deal with. They cannot properly, do the job that they have to do unless they have money. Money is everybody's equalizer. People who have the financial means to take care of themselves, take care of their bills, take care of every single thing that's happening in their world efficiently is through economic stability. If you do not have financial stability, have you seen the news where people who don't have financial stability start jumping off a bridge? Men who lose their money through child support, they go and kill the mother and the kids. Financial stability is 100% important. That's just number one. No matter what your occupation is in the world, everybody has to be able to take care of themselves. So I just want you to see what Roland Martin had to say about receiving the $350,000. And this was really, really, it was really interesting. Let me bring it up for you right here. Y'all know me. I got to be the engineer of the show. I got to do it all. So with that being said, take a look at this right here. I got another clip I'll show you too, but let's start with this one. Roland Martin, I just had this up for us. Okay, here it is. When you see it, just say Roland Martin for me.
$100 million was spent by Kamala Harris's campaign on advertising. $600 million flowed through white ad agencies to media. Folks are like, well, you got $350,000. Yep. Here's what ain't nobody asking. How much BET got?
How much they get?
Take a guess.
10 million?
11. Who did that money go to? Sherry Redstone, 11 million.
Who's Sherry Redstone?
Who sold Paramount? They ain't asking how much Comcast got. How much did Sinclair Local Television Group got? I can tell you right now. Urban One got money. Black Enterprise got money. Essence got money. Number of other black-owned media outlets. Here's why folk know how much I got. Why ad agency called me in February? Roland, we want to run some ads. How much you think they said they wanted me to run some ads for 2 weeks?
$10,000.
5.
I was gonna say 5.
$5,000. I said, y'all out y'all damn mind.
Yeah, for real.
I know they ain't gonna tell no white network, no white local TV station.
They're not gonna tell a single white creator. But the real trick is that they get $100 million and then they offer deals like that.
Wait a minute. So here's what happened. The agency emailed me out the blue, wanted me to sign an NDA. I was like, whoa, hold on. What the hell am I? No, first of all, who y'all? I said, I'm not dealing with y'all. I literally said to the campaign, I'm dealing with y'all direct. I'm not going through no white agency who's about to nickel and dime me to run ads. So the money that I got to run ads came direct from the campaign. So when the FEC report came out, folks saw $350,000. I'm telling, first of all, that was supposed to be only for the month of September. I was supposed to receive additional $250,000. It never happened. They ain't saying shit about the $600 million. Ad agency typically takes, it can be anywhere from 8 to 15%.
15%. Yeah.
Okay. So let's just say 10. That means that those 4 agencies, none of them black owned, took home $60 million in fees. So to the black folks who out there, oh yeah, he got $350,000. Okay, I want y'all to have the same smoke to say, who got the other $599 million? But see, we don't do that. $350 billion.
Wow. I think that he makes some excellent points here. And here's what I really want to point out in this particular conversation. And that is, he just said that they got millions of dollars in ads. So he was responsible for running ads. Now, here's the thing. Some people feel like, well, he's not responsible for telling you who to vote for. But if he's a Democratic supporter or he is a person who would support Kamala Harris and his demographic is a group of people who will also support that thing, then they're going to run ads on his particular network. Now, it is his responsibility to advocate. He said that they reached out to him to give him $5,000 when the pot was millions of dollars. And he said that he hasn't even received the other $250,000 that he was supposed to receive. So the issue a lot of people don't seem to have is people think that, oh, you're selling out. You're selling out. I don't believe that this is a matter that this is just me. I don't believe that this is a matter of sellout. If the man's responsibility is to run ads. Now, if you look at ads in general, this is the candidate, that my demographic she is going to come and I'm going to promote and highlight her positives to the people. Now, the same thing runs with Coca-Cola, Fanta. Coca-Cola, no good for you. Jiffy peanut butter, probably got all kinds of preservatives. Maybe not. but they run ads so that it can be in the face of the people. Now, some of us don't like Coca-Cola. Some of us don't like peanut butter. So we don't like to see those ads, but those ads will be ran and it will cost. So some people got upset with Roland Martin and believe that he was in the wrong. I don't think that he was in the wrong, but I do believe that it's very difficult for Black people to disassociate themselves from being connected to Democratic, to just anybody politically. No matter what your political stance is, somebody is going to be upset about it. Also, no matter who he wants to be in support of or not, he should be compensated. Why do we have to do everything for free? We are the people in this country with no particular inheritance. You know, we don't have the family that left the trust fund, but everybody want us to do things for the greater good out of our heart. And I just think as a people, it's kind of a poverty mindset to have the expectation and desire for people. I want you all to listen to me very carefully, because this is sometimes where you all like to disconnect. It is almost impossible for people to make the level of sacrifice that you want them to make for you and your children and your family. You want people to make all types of financial and moral sacrifices that you won't even make. You won't quit your job for the sake of going to your children's everything that they need to go to. And you won't, do some of the things that requires deep sacrifices for your family. Why do you expect people like Roland Martin to make these deep sacrifices for you and your family? It doesn't make sense. So anyways, all that to say that Roland Martin broke that down very well. He broke down something else that I want people to see too, because I talked about this a lot. When George Floyd passed away, there was, pledges all over the world. It was something that I had never seen. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. When George Floyd was killed, he didn't pass away. When George Floyd was killed, I saw so many pledges. I had never seen with my own eyes major corporations take a physical stance, a creative stance, an ad stance with Black people the way that they did when George Floyd died. Now, I will say this. I have read stories about how, when they killed Dr. King, it was horrid, okay? When they killed Dr. King, the people begin to burn down everything. This is similar what happened that you saw with George Floyd. The protest was so major that it cannot be ignored. See, it's one thing for you to come and burn down my house. Then I just have a personal grievances with you. But if you go and you burn down Macy's, oh, baby, you getting into a whole bunch of people's problems. You getting problems for the CEO, the person who works the cashier, the person who works as the custodian, the person who works as the merchandiser. You're getting into the lives of so many people. So when they killed George Floyd, it was one thing, but they had no idea that the magnitude behind this man's death was going to promote basically so much discourse economically that they began to start making public pledges. Name a time in your life, if you're under the age of 40, name a time in your life where you saw Adidas make a pledge for racial injustice. Name a time in your life that you saw a bank like Chase or Bank of America make a public pledge to something. This was major. So, but here's what the conversation has been. These people who made these public pledges, these corporations, not people, they did not keep their promise. I want you to take a look at this right here. I'm going to first play what Roland Martin said about it, because it was good. And then behind it, I'm going to read a little piece of this article that is also good. All right, just bear with me while I pull this next clip up from Roland Martin's.
Here on advertising.
Not that one. It's another one. This one right here.
Because what happened in 2020, this white power structure. For the first time in American history, we had young white people, young Latino people who were demanding change. They said, no, we can't have this shit. We cannot have this. Adidas, you can pull a story up. Adidas announced a $10 million commitment in the wake of George Floyd's death. The white folks and the black people told me, they stepped back and chilled. The white folks inside of Adidas lost their mind. The next day, the CEO announced a $100 million commitment. What we did was, and I ain't got no problem saying it, our black civil rights organizations, they got tons of money. Everybody talk about Black Lives Matter, how much they got. Nobody want to talk about how much money the NAACP got. NAACP got about 140 million, way more than Black Lives Matter. So what happened was our infrastructure got comfortable. I was yelling. I'm telling you what I said to them directly. What the fuck are we doing? There's 60 to 100 to 200 billion in commitment. We should be in their ass saying, honor your commitment. Honor your commitment. But what happened was, everybody was chilling. Everybody was good. If I pull the clips, y'all will be like, damn, he is not lying. Bruh, I am literally giving speeches on HBCU campuses, imploring them to make this a project for their students to hold the companies accountable. People were just talking about it, did not want to do it. 2023, we had Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, AOC. Congressman Stephen Horsford called this emergency meeting dealing with black wealth, tax on DEI. Remember I said 2023. All right, so we in the meeting. Robert Smith is sitting to his left. Congresswoman Maxine Waters is sitting to his right. Diddy is sitting to her right. Sharpton, Morial, NAACP, Derek Johnson, all these other people, about 60 other people in the room. And everybody's talking about what we need to do. Black Economic Alliance. I mean, take your pick. All these groups. I literally say, I'm telling y'all right now, none of this will be effective unless we have a communications apparatus through Black-owned media to drive messaging. Okay, that was September 2023. I'm Stephen Horst, my frat, but I tell him, I said, Stephen, if we will talk about creating the black wealth, we should start with every single one of these logos on the CBCF AOC banner. Let's start right here. Those are our sponsors. I know that. That's the whole point. They come to y'all for a black stamp of approval. Mm-hmm. No, we got to be putting our foot on their necks. I asked 6 months later, yo, where we at?
That's true. Yeah.
We working on some stuff. They sent out a letter to corporate America in December 2024 asking them to stand for DEI. Nobody talked about it. I had them on my show talking about it, but 13 months went by. And I was like, y'all, that ain't going to do it. So that was in December 2024. So here we are in 2025. We see what's going on. This is one of the greatest mistakes that we do. We confuse a crumb with a meal. Because what happened in 2020, this is what scared the white power structure for the first time.
Wow. So he said that we confuse a crumb with a meal. Let's dive into this really quickly. Number one, they made major financial pledges, but here's what it got really weird. It went from I'm pledging tons of dollars to the Black community to a movement of I'm pledging tons of dollars to Black women entrepreneurs. Huh? What? You just pledging to women entrepreneurs? There were companies that was like, I'm pledging to women, Black-owned women businesses, Black-owned women businesses. And I just want to let you know that they lied. They were pledging by billions. They was pledging by millions, but they did not deliver on that pledge consistently amongst everybody. They were giving grants and educational things. But let me just read to you too. This stuff gets. This is one of the reasons that Black media is so essential. This is why I like Roland Martin for what he does. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything that he does. I think there's too much proximity to whiteness and Black liberation. So the NAACP and how it was originated, W.B. Du Bois, and who had to be affiliated with it. If you look at everything related to the NAACP, it is, a upward mobile and esteemed organization. Everybody ain't hanging out with the NAACP or the Black National Caucus. I believe that we have too much division amongst Black leadership, but it's been that way since the early 1900s. Booker T. Washington and W.B. Du Bois, they did not agree. They actually fought. about, how to approach going about liberation. So it actually kind of pains me a little bit more than any kind of enjoyment to see that we still have so much discourse when it comes to something as simple as agreeing. Like when you're trying to, this is why I love Harriet Tubman. I would rather pull a gun out on you and save your life than try to convince you why being a slave is not a good idea. So it's like, I don't have time to re-raise you. Nobody has time for that. And some of you all would 100% rather be re-raised than come to the realization that some things are just out of your, will. This is just out of, like, when I go and I do taxes, I'm not a tax person. I don't know nothing about the tax codes. I don't know what's what. So when they start talking to me, I'm listening. I don't have much objection because this is not my wheelhouse. So I think sometimes when it comes to liberation, some of us have to understand, I need to be told how to go about this, because I know personally I don't have the willpower, the know-how to do it myself. And we need to come to that agreement a little bit more frequently than we even know. So anyways, back to what he was saying about the pledge. I'm gonna read this article to you so you can see how these companies and corporations made these major commitments and they did not keep them. Check this out right here. This is a good read too. This article is from the Washington Post. It says a corporate America's $50 billion promise. And then it says a post-analysis of racial justice pledges after George Floyd's death reveals the limits of corporate power to affect change. Now, this is a very long article. I enjoyed it. I'm sharing this with you right here so that you can see that this is written. It is not a place where you just have to, you can go and find this yourself and read the entire article. But I just would like to say that I'm going to read a few pieces out of it. After the murder of George Floyd ignited nationwide protests, corporate America acknowledged it, could no longer stay silent, and promised to take an active role in confronting systemic racism. All right, so this article goes on to say, from Silicon Valley to Wall Street, companies proclaim Black Lives Matter, which was powerful during that time. Black Lives Matter was absolutely everywhere. It even became a slogan for Verizon Wireless. When Verizon Wireless says, good connection matters. I've seen all of these corporations take the word matter and turn it into a movement because it had become such a tagline, okay? Listen to me. I'm not playing games with you. I'm serious. But anyways, we're going to go back. It says, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon adopted, I don't know if it's Dimon or Dimon, but adopted the posture of former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick's protest against the police brutality and took a knee with the bank employees. McDonald's declared Floyd and other slain Black Americans as one of us. So it was a movement. All right, so let's just go down to the money. Looking deeper, more than 90% of that amount, $45.2 billion, is allocated as loans or investments they could stand to profit for more than half in the form of mortgages. Okay, so that says, well, we want to give some money to the community. And how are we going to do that? Well, we'll do mortgages. JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America accounted for nearly all of those commitments. So they said, we're going to commit to mortgages. So I don't know if you remember, but Chase and Bank of America both had pretty much decided that they were going to do a first-time home buyers for minority pledge, where maybe like $5,000, $8,000, $10,000 went to first-time home buyers minority groups. All right. So this article goes on to read, meanwhile, $4.2 billion of the total pledge is in form of outright grants. So 4.2 went in grants. Of that, companies reported just a tiny fraction, about 70 million, went to organizations focused specifically on criminal justice reform, the cause that sent millions into streets protesting Floyd's murder by Minneapolis police officer. So this is a breakdown that it shows you right here. The 2.1 billion to economic equality, 499 million education, 304 million in health, 233 million in culture. I know you've seen a rise of different cultural events, Culture Con, Black Bruncheon, all of that massive spending was behind George Floyd's death. Let me tell y'all something. Don't think that somebody had to shorten my life for you to get the things that you should have. Please. I don't want to, please don't think that I got to take some kind of sacrificial killing so that Black people to get access to funding. That concerns me. It concerns me deeply. But anyways, so they made these major commitments. And I'm going to go on to show you that this is the part that makes the most sense. Corporations are not set up to wield their wealth for the greater good as much as we give them credit for a lot of times. A professor at Yale University who co-founded the Center for Police and Equity, they are constrained by things they feel they need to do to manage their brand in a world where Black liberation does not have consensus. Do you hear that? Your liberation does not have consensus. It will be difficult to assess whether corporations deliver measurable results. There is no single entity tracking the corporate promises. So if I came in your house and I told you, all right, I'm gonna give you 150,000, and then I just go missing, I give you 2,000 and I go missing, and then you don't have nothing to track and to prove that I have and I haven't. It's just like I'm just making, arbitrary statements in the air to you, and you're relying on the 150K. That's the problem. All right. So he says, because these are pledges, there isn't any one entity that will be holding these organizations accountable. This is what Roland Martin just said. There is no form of accountability to once a corporation said that we're going to make a pledge and give you this kind of money to your community, and then they can just go missing. All right, so we're going to move on. This article is a great read. It also breaks down other elements to donations and pledges from different companies. So far, 37 companies have confirmed dispersing at least $1.7 billion of a $49.5 billion pledge. 7 of the companies that provided data on their racial justice commitments refused to outline how much they had already spent. Will you change something if you don't have to? That's the question that I have for you. But I wanted to just share that with you because I also would like for you to see something that Chase is doing right now that I find to be a no-no, okay? I find this to be a big no-no, what Chase is doing. I'm pulling it up right now. I think I lost it, but I'm pulling it up because I want you all to see it. It's important to me that you see it so you can know I'm not playing. That's just number one. But Chase decided that it's going to get into the, what is it called? The rental company business. And I want you all to see this because we have the tendency to think that people are playing with us. While we sitting around not focusing and thinking that everything is in a great place, these corporations are working nonstop in a relentless manner to make sure that they get every dollar that's on this planet. And I believe that we should be working together to ensure the same thing for ourselves, not in a greedy way, but we should be working hard as a people. We should be working hard, collectively working together as a community, raising the children well, staying connected as a family. We should be working hard, to be educated, to have good sense and good, emotional sense as best as possible. We should be improving ourselves because this country is nonstop. So check this out. If you can see it, do me a favor and type JP Morgan in the bank in the comment section. Put Chase or something, Chase in the comment section. But this reads, JP Morgan and Georgia Capital launched new build to rent development company. Now, mind you, I just read you the article where Chase had already given money to new homeowners, right? They had given money to grants. And now they said, hell, we're going to be the company that these people, the money we just gave them, they're going to come and give it back to us. So listen to this article. It says JP Morgan has teamed up with Georgia Capital and Perron Homes to form a new company called Lassiter, which will focus on building single-family rental homes in the Southeast United States. This new venture aims to address the housing shortage by initiating projects in the suburbs of Atlanta and Nashville, Tennessee, where they plan to develop a total of 291 homes. By leveraging their expertise in land development. Now, when Chase get an expertise in land development? Okay, got it. and home building, they seek to enhance housing availability in areas experiencing high demand. Let me just tell you something. This is the new America. The new America is there to ensure that single family homes will not be owned by a single family, okay? The corporations are so greedy that they are now becoming for the land. Corporations used to stay in that area, in their arena. They said, well, we can own the land now. We can own the apartments. You know, we don't have to just, give the apartments or, give the loan to the builder. We will also be the builder. So all that to say that this is the new America where your Fortune 500 company will own everything, not just your time, but your home. That should be something to consider. We should be in an uproar about that. We should be looking into that. I was supposed to make this a short show today, and I'm already over time. So I just would like to say, let me just tell you that no matter what is happening on this corporate infrastructure, we should take an interest in it and make sure that we are, the landlord. That's what's important. We should be our own landlords as often as possible. Thank you for being here with me. I will see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I'm Madam President with a Z, and you already know this is the place where you get real news, bold truth. I am 100% politically incorrect. Thank you. Thank you for being with me today. Talk to you soon. Let me see if I can, I got this. In French, I will say, salut. Oh, I'm messing it up. Salut. Okay. Salut. J'aime les noirs. That means I love Black people. All right, y'all. I'm out. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. It is Friday and it is all about love. I think one of the singers said, to be loved. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. I am so excited to have one of my favorite people on today, the Dr. Alicia. I'm going to bring her on shortly. You already know what we do when we do this here on the Madam President Morning Show. You know what we do. We have got to start the show with our theme music. makes me excited every time I hear it. You guys know that. You know that we do this Monday through Friday, 9:30 Eastern, every chance we get. Now, do not forget, this is the FlyNubianMoney.com network. This is a place where Black women have big voices, okay? If you want to get your money up, go to FlyNubianMoney.com. If you want to get your mind up, text Queens to 87948. If you want to keep up with Madam President, text Madam to 87948. Also, here is what I would like to say. I almost forgot. Before I go any further, let me do our prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this Friday. We appreciate you. We value you. We just ask for your continuous grace and your mercy and your peace. Allow us to show up how you see us to show up the right way every day. In your name we pray. Amen. So now that I got that out the way, I would like to bring on the Dr. Alicia Watkins. Woo!
Play that intro song again. What? I feel like I was grooving to it. How you doing? Yeah. Come on.
My God, Dr. Alicia, do you know, I just think Black people are just talented, because this woman did that song, picking up her friend, pulling up in the car. She just she did all types of, vocals that you just this is just your talent, just pure talent.
Let me tell you, Black people, my favorite people.
So glad to have you.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so glad to have you this morning. I really do appreciate you so very, very much. I have a banner for you too.
My dog look at that.
Yeah, coaching with Dr. Alicia. Well, I don't want to hold you long. This segment is strictly about the psychology of love, healing, heartbreak, and the science of healthy relationship. I just know that when I think about love, when I think about the mind, you being a doctor, a psychiatrist, psychologist, you know more about these things than just a person who talks about it from a place of feelings, So I was just like, well, I'm gonna get a smart woman up in here to talk about the science of it all. So let me just ask you this. What is the psychology or the scientific background of the feeling of love?
Let me tell you. Okay, so we got to put it in a song.
Okay.
You know that song by Lauryn Hill where she says, it could all be so simple, but you'd rather make it hard. Come on. That song won a Grammy for a reason. It seems like it should be simple, but the psychology of love is super complex. It is not as everything that it seems to be on the surface is one thing, but there's a whole lot of feelings, emotions, past traumas, past triggers, past heartbreaks. All of these things are going on in the background, and how aware you are of how these things affect your life, how it affects how you love, how you find somebody that you love. That's part of the problem. The barriers. And then once you find somebody that you just could stomach sitting down and having a dinner with, having a meal with, then that's when the real work begins. And so people just need to be realistic about the intricacies of finding love, healthy love, in a way that is healthy, in the way that it's supposed to be, to share someone with, and be able to keep it where you don't have all these toxic elements coming in. To do that takes transparency. It takes being vulnerable. Oh my God, that's scary. It takes all of these things that many of us are not equipped dealing with it, but there is a science to being healthy that cuts across race, cuts across culture. I was just talking to a client this morning. I could be walking around in India and I can look at a couple. I don't know what they're saying. They're speaking their language. I don't know what they're saying, but I could be able to look at them and tell whether that relationship seems healthy or whether she don't really like him. He got problems with her. You know, we can see by body language, by how people interact with each other, whether things are going on the way it should be. So it could all be so simple, but it's not.
Oh my God, you're singing the real song too. And I also was just thinking about sometimes we talk about how sometimes Black girls grow up in our community with missing fathers. When we have, and I was doing some research on this myself, but when we don't have a relationship with our father, what does that do to our relationship with men in general? Like the trust element, the interaction, because I believe that's one of the challenges that people are facing as we go into this era of the 50-50 podcast conversation that's always circulating online. The question really is, you know, have we not even just witnessed healthy love, but when there are components of your identity that is completely missing, you don't have interaction. If my father was killed and I was 10, I grew up, you know, there were men around, but do I miss that interaction where, you know, I want to know the impact that it holds on women as they grow?
Okay, well, first thing I want to say is that your past does not dictate how your life operates currently.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
So
okay.
I am not getting into, if you want to talk about these movements, I'm not getting into these red pill movements that is nothing but hatred toward the genders. They promote divisiveness between genders. And oftentimes these individuals are so steeped in grappling with rejection and hurt themselves that they give these oversimplified answers that reinforce biases rather than promoting healing.
Ooh.
I want to get away from these conversations and these narratives that because you didn't have a father in the home, that you're no good and you need to be pushed to the side and that you need to be chewed away. When science tells us that how you are to react in a relationship currently depends on the quality of the relationship you have with your mother in teenage years. Look it up.
Woo! Come on, I got you dropping bombs.
Look it up.
Yo, Dr.
Because I'm cute. I didn't show up and say in my cute little outfit and say, give me a license, give me a PhD. No,
I think you're right, because I believe that I think that makes a lot of sense too, because we spend a lot of time with our mothers no matter what. So we spend a lot of times with our mothers and we are forced to reckon, you know, we're forced to manage, we're forced to deal, we're forced to communicate, we're forced to, you know, go through a lot of different channels as women with the mothers. And that's just the reality, is not every woman has a healthy relationship with their mother. So it's like, I think sometimes some of the components, I love that you said and mentioned that your past does not dictate your current life, because sometimes I really feel like you said, Black women in general, and like you said, this cuts across any race, no matter what your race is. You know, having an absent father does not give, you know, the world permission to be harsh or to invalidate, you know, who you are and what you bring to this existence. So I agree with you.
That's a loving household.
Correct.
No matter what the family structure.
I love that, because I feel like I grew up in a very loving household with a lot of compassion and sensitivity. I tell people today that my grandmother was very sensitive. You know, you can't say anything you want to her. And I think she passed that sensitivity to everybody. You should see us on a Thanksgiving Day. Everybody, you can't say nothing to nobody without somebody feeling like you hurt their feelings. So I always think about that.
But I'm gonna tell you, I come across men who say, I did not have a father in the home. And because of that, I want to come to you, Dr. Alicia, because I want to make sure that my family is healthy. I don't want to be absent. I want to make sure that I'm there for my family because I experienced it. I understand what that feels like. I understand the pain and hurt from that. And I want to make sure I do it right. And that I give an applaud to because that is the type of attitude that you need to have. Because the gold standard is to have two parents in the home, okay? Is to have a loving family and loving relationship. Because from 0 to 18, you want to keep your ACEs score, adverse childhood experiences, as low as possible. But there are people who believe they grab only onto one concept of family structure, and they think that everybody else that don't follow some prescriptive family structure is garbage.
Yes, you're right about that. That's not true. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
People always say, you know, how does childhood trauma show up in our romantic relationships? And what are the first steps to breaking toxic patterns?
Okay, well, first of all, if you grew up traumatized as a child, your outlook on the world is that I live in a world that's dangerous. So when you start to feel like you live in a dangerous world, you need to start looking at some of scary instances that happened to you that made you form these perspectives. So if you feel like the world is not to be trusted, if you feel like there's nothing but betrayal and that everybody is out to get you because you never really had a calm, peaceful, wonderful childhood like this, where you've been able to see the world in its totality, but if not, it's distorted. It gives you cognitive distortions. And if you haven't had a chance to process it, because let's just face it, there's no such thing as a perfect childhood. You need to have a space to process all of these imperfections that happen to you. And when you can process it, that's when you can start seeing the world in its whole totality and be able to learn how to trust, because you have to be vulnerable. You can't get into a relationship with somebody if you're not willing to be vulnerable. How's that person supposed to know you? How are you supposed to get to know yourself? How are you supposed to get know another person when you have all of these trust issues because you have this belief that the world is dangerous?
Wow. Wow. And you know, speaking of this, first of all, let's give you some more hand claps because you're preaching. Dr. Alicia, a round of applause.
Dancing.
Yes, I really agree with you so just greatly because, you know, if you do grow up in an unsafe environment, you do feel like the world is a bad place and you always got to look over your shoulders. And if you have that personality and you are bringing that into your relationships, whether you know it or not, you're bringing that into the interaction. You're bringing that if you don't feel like you can trust anyone, then you probably aren't easily being vulnerable. You're probably withholding. And that's a good point, that in order for a person to get to know you, there has to be some level of vulnerability there. I got another question for you. In the age of social media and instant gratification, what's the best way to build a truly deep and lasting connection?
Truly deep and lasting connection in the age of social media, you have to be deliberate. You have to really be deliberate in your interactions with people because social media is supposed to like make us have more free time because we're able to do things a lot faster. We're able to report things faster, but that's not what's happening, right? So you need to be more deliberate in your interactions with people, the amount of time that you have to really socialize and connect with individuals on a personal level. You got to be able to do that. And you have to be able to put the phones down. You have to be able to look somebody in the face, and you have to be able to have an interaction with that person. In, having the back and forth that's necessary in there to feel good about yourself and to connect with other people. So now is the time where we have to set up some boundaries, digital boundaries, and negotiate those things and get that going. And it's possible to have these conversations. And we all need to have human touch and physical touch, and we need these things. So it's becoming more deliberate in our conversations and in our interactions with each other.
Oh, I love that so much. We have to be deliberate on that. Yes. You can't go around that. You can't fake the funk on that. Let me ask you, this is a really good question. I only have a couple more for you because I want to make sure that I know you got quite a busy day. but what is the biggest misconception women have about love that keeps them in a cycle of disappointment?
Cycle of disappointment. Well, you know what? A lot of women are in denial about the men that they're dating. I confront a lot of women, and I say, well, if he's shown you who he is and he's not taking accountability for it, things are happening that you know deep down inside that goes against you, and you feel the need to silence yourself. Why are you suppressing that? You know something's not right. You need to face things. A lot of women feel like their job is to keep everybody together, to keep everybody silent while toxic behaviors are happening, not calling it out, not addressing the real issues, but want to keep this kind of outside. Talk about social media. Everybody's interested in having this social media love affair, like they put in everything is all perfect out there, but no, and I'm real. I keep it real. I will disagree with my husband online. And you have to do it in a way that's respectful, of course, but I'm not going to silence myself. I'm not going to become something that I'm not. It's going to be healthy dialogue as much as possible and repair as much as possible. But I think the issue is not to be in denial, not to have these defenses come up that gets in the way with how you really feel about what's going on. So a lot of women need to step out of denial and start accepting the way things are, because that's the first step in changing things, is to accept it and make things healthier. There's a science to healthy relationships, and it can happen.
I love that. I believe you too. I think that you're speaking a lot of truth to power, for sure. One of the things that I personally felt that women have a little bit misconstrued romantically is a fairy tale. It's kind of like this person. I'll speak for myself. I remember feeling like a person didn't love me if they weren't, overly affectionate, or if they wasn't verbalizing that they love me. Those things mattered to me, but I had to learn, like, this is called reassurance. Why do you require so much reassurance? Okay, well, that is you're moving from an abandonment space. That's everybody is not thinking that. Some people are not giving you verbal reassurance if that's not understanding that they know that you require. That's number one. And number two, people love you and they don't always make you feel loved. And I'm not speaking from abuse, but I think that you, as a married woman with, children, you love everybody in the house, but there's some days you are not, telling folks, hey, pick that up out of love. People can easily misconstrue how you may feel in moments, or throughout the day when you're not really giving them that much attention, because, Dr. Alicia could be giving her clients attention. So it's like, knowing what you require as a grown woman is important. You can't put that off on many other people.
Right.
That's just something that I would like to add to, your sermon.
Yes, you know what? Abandonment is a childhood issue that you need to come to terms with. And as a result, you need to start parenting yourself through abandonment issues, because as an adult, no one can really abandon you as an adult. Okay? They can leave you. They can choose to do something different, but abandonment doesn't happen in adulthood. It happens in childhood, because these are boundaries for a relationship. You can't look for your partner to give you that level of validation. You need to come into the relationship filling yourself up. So when I do on Sunday nights, sometimes I'll do Healing Haven Book Club, and we're talking about that inner fountain. You got to keep that fountain going on inner side. And if you tune in, we talk all about how to deal with your own abandonment issues by loving yourself and parenting yourself and giving yourself the attention that you never got, the validation you can give yourself, so that you can have your internal fountain going on, because you can't look for a partner to fill up this fountain from within, because you're putting too much on that other person.
Correct.
There.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna ask you this one final question, Dr. Alicia. If you can give every woman one psychological truth about love that would change her life forever, what would it be?
You know what I would say? Self-care is self-love.
Okay.
I think getting into self-love is so important. What happens with a lot of Black women in particular? You alluded to this before and you were spot on. That was the other part of your question that you asked me before, was as Black women, we carry the emotional load of everybody in the household. We are the center of everything, as it should be, because I think it's okay, because I have been to households where there have been Greek household culturally. I've been to Italian. One of my really good friends was Italian. And you go to her house and those women were running those houses. You know what I mean? So why is it derogatory when Black women do it, but not derogatory when you have Greek culture, Italian culture? Oh, dare I say Hispanic culture? Hispanic women are running them households and everybody falls in line, right? So some of these things are cultural, but at the same time, carrying on as culturally as it is, it's not negative. It is positive because we need to have the nurturing there. But Black women really need to know about self-love. And it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. It could be a bath. It could be just spending time with yourself, giving back to yourself, filling yourself up, that fountain from within, so you're not depleted. And then, I know I can get tired. That's a signal to me when I'm tired, when I get annoyed with all the mess in the house. And I'm like, you know what? This is a signal that I'm tired and I'm not having a good day. I need to go take a bath and go to bed and worry about it in the morning. And guess what? In the morning, it's not so bad. So you have to have a way of a self-care plan and stick to that plan, because you got to put yourself first. Black women, let's put ourselves first, because we're socialized into putting everybody else first. And sometimes it goes without the level of appreciation and gratitude that we deserve.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Alicia, I would like to say that I just love you. I love who you are. I love what you represent. And I appreciate you so much for being here today. This wouldn't have happened without you. People know exactly where to find you. Dr. Alicia online is Coaching with Dr. Alicia on all social media platforms.
Follow me on Instagram, please. And come to the Black Love Weekend. We talk about this and then some this weekend. And you can get the recordings if you're busy. And you're trying to find somebody, come to the Black Love Weekend. It's this weekend.
Okay, absolutely. Make sure you all hit the Black Love Weekend this weekend. Log on with Coaching with Dr. Alicia on Instagram. Connect with her. Follow her. And remember, only love is light. Keep that in mind. Love is light. Love produces so many beautiful things. So when we lead with love, when we act out of love, there are so many good things that comes behind it. When we act out all of the other things, the insecurities, the uncertainty, the anger, that's when we are doing opposite of love. So remember, if you can be love, you can get love. All right, guys, I'm Madam President. You all have a good weekend. We out.